Chapter 733. The Return. Under a persistent rain and thin fog, rows of street lamps tried their hardest to shine through the mist as the occasional horse carriage proceeded down the streets, a common evening sight in Backland. Apart from these, Klein noticed a few gratifying changes while standing behind the window. A crisp sound echoed as a two-wheeled mechanical device rushed down the side of the street, its black frame sparkling with the beauty of metal. On it sat a man in a postman's uniform, pedaling with a great deal of strength, a green wooden box behind him. It's been promoted very well. The white-shirted, mature-looking Klein sighed inwardly. In the few hours since his return, he had noticed many similar devices, the bicycles he had promoted and invested in. From the newspapers, he knew the Backland Bike Company had done tons of advertisements and held competitions. Their pricing strategy had followed his suggestion, aiming at technical workers, students, and clerical employees with weekly salaries of £1.10 solly and above. A bike worth £3 to £5 was affordable for this demographic, and at the same time, they could flaunt it. The current issue is that Backland often rains. The next step should be a raincoat, Klein thought, shaking his head with a chuckle. He was staying at a high-end hotel in Hilston Borough, which cost him 10 solly a night. To match his persona, he had to put up with it. His idea of Dwayne Dantes was that of a mysterious tycoon and believer of the Evernight goddess from Desi Bay, who had sold his original land and mines to seek new opportunities in Backland. The benefit of this identity was that it was clearly different from his previous characters, allowing him to naturally interact with the middle-upper class, especially military officers and church bishops, which was convenient for his investigation into the great smog of Backland and his plans to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. The disadvantage was that such a tycoon would definitely catch the notice of the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. According to Klein's experience, such a routine background check wouldn't be too strenuous. Therefore, he had prepared a second layer to his identity as Dwayne Dantes. This second layer was that he was a person who had adventured in the southern continent for more than 10 years under a nickname to amass a great deal of wealth. He had secretly returned to Desi Bay, forged a new identity, and planned on beginning a new life in Backland. Such stories were not rare in Lone. For this layer, Klein had left inconspicuous clues in Condensed City, including scalp ticket stubs and habits from living in the southern continent. He believed this was enough to fool most routine inspections. If he encountered an extremely dedicated official beyonder who investigated further, then Dwayne Dantes had a third identity layer, that he was a cheat with anti-divination measures, disguising himself as a tycoon for a final scam. This identity was enough to get him arrested, but the level of attention wouldn't be too great, allowing Klein to exit the stage without much trouble. Compared to my first time in Backland, the creation of a 3-layered identity shows how I've really matured. Klein slowly walked to a full-body mirror. His reflection had black hair with some strands of grey and deep eyes, a charming middle-aged man. The identity design wasn't difficult, but stealing the Antigonus notebook from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chanis Gate was practically an impossible task. However, Klein had two advantages. First, he was once a Nighthawk and understood their internal procedures. Therefore, he eliminated the idea of infiltrating as a Nighthawk, as they couldn't randomly enter Chanis Gate. Furthermore, the gate had keepers inside, and randomly entering would result in a battle. Klein didn't wish for his theft to cause injury or death to the church's members. After careful consideration, he placed his sights on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks who volunteered to enter Chanis Gate, and they were from a different department, entering and exiting through an underground passageway. They all had certain traits: cold auras, deadpan expressions, and pale skin, resembling monsters from the deep darkness. His initial plan was to rent a place near the cathedral and, with the front of a tycoon, often go to pray, participate in mass, and familiarize himself with the bishops and priests. During this process, he would work to find suspected keepers, choose 2 or 3 targets, and observe their habits. When an opportunity arose, he would imprison one, change into his appearance, and attempt to take the notebook. This was a crude plan that needed to be perfected with intelligence. For this, Klein's second advantage was the tarot club. He had assistants the church would never think of. Furthermore, he could consider recruiting a Backlund diocese nighthawk or keeper into the gathering and complete the theft through this traitor. I've got to frequently head to the cathedral. Only by doing so can I find a target. Klein faced the mirror and silently nodded. He had to admit that he felt conflicted. If a true nighthawk were to betray the church to serve Mr. Fool, his first thought was to unleash divine punishment on the despicable traitor. After exhaling, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. He wore his double-breasted frock coat and hat, walked out of the room, and reached the streets. With an umbrella, he circled to another street and, taking advantage of the drizzle, suddenly changed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Glancing at his wrinkled trousers, Klein stopped a carriage, planning to head to Isengard Stanton's house. Half an hour later, the somewhat ancient and dark building appeared before his eyes. He paid 2 soldi for his ride and walked steadily around the puddles before coming to the famous detective's doorstep. Putting away his umbrella, he rang the doorbell and waited for a moment before a man with a wide face opened the door. The man had malt-colored hair, greyish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. Mr. Isengard Stanton's new assistant? Someone from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Klein took off his hat. Good evening. Is Mr. Isengard Stanton home? He is. He just had his dinner after a busy day at work, the lad replied politely. May I know who you are? Klein chortled. Tell the good detective that a friend of his has returned from his vacation. The young man was taken aback as he blurted out, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty? Chapter 734. Old friends. You actually know me? This means that Mr. Isengard Stanton often mentions me as a friend, or does it mean that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom knows that I was embroiled in the great smog of Backlund? Klein smiled and nodded in an unperturbed manner. Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty. The greyish blue-eyed lad immediately gave way, warmly gesturing him in. Mr. Stanton has been worried about you all this time. He was afraid that you met with trouble. He can now be at peace. Klein handed him his umbrella as he took off his hat and coat. At this moment, Isengard Stanton, who had sensed something, had put down his papers and pipe and left his reclining chair. Oh my, Sherlock, you're finally back. It's been so long, my friend. The thin Isengard with greyed sides revealed a smile as he came over with welcoming arms to give him a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such a custom, but forced himself to reciprocate. Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a believer of wisdom would do. Isengard took 2 steps back and chuckled. No, Sherlock, we're never stingy with respect and friendliness towards intelligent friends. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Backlund. I like that. Klein smiled inwardly as he retorted in jest. So you're one of the top 3 detectives? To be praised as having true wisdom by a Sequence 7 believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was really delighting. I wish that you share the same thoughts as myself, Isengard skillfully replied, inviting him to the living room. He leaned into a reclining chair and took a deep breath from his pipe. I'm very happy that nothing bad happened to you. You seem especially fine, both in body and mind. How was it? Was Desi Bay fun? Klein had already prepared an excuse. In fact, I didn't go to Desi Bay. I ended up going to Constant. I was previously embroiled in some trouble in Backlund, so I could only find a place to hide. I know, Isengard replied heavily. He didn't inquire about the trouble, instead saying with a smile, in short, welcome back to Backlund. Come to me if you need any help. Klein didn't stand on ceremony. The purpose of my visit was first because it's really has been a while since we last met, and second, I wish that you can sell my shares in the Backlund Bike Company on my behalf. All the documents are in place, and there's no need to carry out any other procedures. In order to act as a mysterious tycoon and repay Miss Messenger, he planned on letting go of his last 10% of the company's shares. Are you really going to sell it? Isengard asked. Although I've never been a businessman, I can tell that the bike is a product that's of great value. Its commercial future is like the newly risen sun. You'll be losing plenty of money by selling it now. That's why a buyer will be very willing to raise the price significantly because of this expected value, Klein chuckled. I believe the people who can tell the value of the bike aren't in the minority. And Framis and Leopard are definitely unwilling to reduce any part of their holdings. There shouldn't be a problem selling my 10% shares at twice or thrice the normal price. Isengard, the pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. To illustrate an alluring story for the buyer and investor is very necessary, he added silently. The pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. Isengard softly repeated Klein's words before sighing sincerely. Sherlock, perhaps you should be involved in the business world. However, there will always be many accidents present. To dare to take risks is equivalent to chivalry in business. Oh well, I admit that I've recently been in dire need of large sums of cash, Klein replied with a smile. Isengard took a satisfactory suck from his pipe. You've convinced me. I will specially hire a lawyer and accountant to confirm the market value of Backlund Bike Company. Then I'll add on an estimate of the expected profits and sell that 10% of yours. How should I contact you? It seems like your rental contract for the house at Minsk Street has lapsed. Klein, not wanting to expose his present identity, said, You can post news on the Tussock Times and other newspapers about the sale of the shares. Only when there's competition would there be better price negotiations. When it's sold, you can publish a notice to indicate that the deal has been closed. And when I see that notice, I'll come visit you. Isengard was no stranger to communicating via newspaper notices. No problem. Of course, all expenses will be deducted from the final sum received. With his main goal accomplished, Klein stood up and reached out his hand. Thank you for your help, Isengard. I need to leave. We can talk in the future. Isengard didn't hold him back, sending him straight to the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took a carriage to the Bravehearts bar. He planned on re-establishing all the news and resource channels Sherlock Moriarty used to have. After entering the noisy bar, he didn't head for the counter. Instead, he circled around the boxing ring, preparing to leave and wait for Miss Sharon to appear in the carriage outside. At this moment, the door to a billiard room creaked open, and Ian, in an old coat, walked out with newspapers in hand. His red eyes swept the room and he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. He gaped his mouth but greeted in pleasant surprise. Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Not for now. I'm only here to visit an old friend. Klein smiled warmly. He noticed the paper in Ian's hand was News at Sea. On it was a striking headline. Shocking. Crazy adventurer made a fugitive. Crazy adventurer. Klein intuitively believed that it had nothing to do with him. Ian noticed his gaze and raised the newspaper. This is one of the rare up-to-date reports from News at Sea because the bounties have already appeared in various places. The crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow plotted to bring harm on the City of Generosity, and he has been proven to be a member of a cult. In this incident, thanks to the Church of Storms and the military, no one from Bayam was injured. But Admiral of Blood Senor, who was involved in the matter, vanished as a result. It's suspected that he has been killed by Gehrman Sparrow. Guess how much of a bounty they are offering for Gehrman Sparrow? £50,000. It has exceeded Admiral of Blood's and it's almost reached that of Admiral Hell's. £50,000. Klein's heart stirred. He calmed the palpitations and replied with a smile, Unfortunately, few people can claim such a bounty. He pointed at the bar's entrance. I'll come to look for you again when I have the time. All right, Ian said, then mentioned in passing, Is Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend? That fellow, Emlyn, is finally willing to get out of the house? Klein nodded. That's right. He then squeezed through the crowd and left the bar. After getting onto a rental carriage, he cast his gaze outside, awaiting Miss Sharon's appearance. Silently, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned to look at the window, and on the glass, a young lady in a black bonnet and Gothic-styled black dress clearly appeared. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him, her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale expression no different from before. Good evening. Klein, no longer needing to act as Gehrman Sparrow, greeted first. Sharon curtsied slightly. Realizing she might have read News at Sea, he cleared his throat and said directly, I killed Senor. Okay, Sharon nodded, indicating that she was aware. Klein smiled. If Marek still needs the beyonder characteristic of a wraith, he can wait and prepare the money needed. Once I find a replacement, I'll sell Sonor to him. Sharon replied, after seeing that piece of news, he has been awaiting your return. Very good, Klein chuckled. He reached for his collar and pulled out a silver necklace. Senor's lucky item. You should know about it, right? Sharon tersely answered, waiting for him to continue. I plan to sell either this or the biological poison bottle. Would you, or people from your circle, be interested? Klein took the initiative to ask. Chapter 735, Another Visit. Sharon was silent for 2 seconds before she said, I'll help ask. It means you need to consider it? That's right, the negative effects of scales of luck does leave one hesitant. However, biological poison bottle is really compatible with a wraith. If it wasn't because I'm short on money, and how it lowers my immunity, making me easily fall sick, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. Klein vaguely grasped Sharon's intentions as he stuffed the silver necklace back into his collar. He then asked, which power of a high-sequence prisoner pathway beyonder makes all surrounding lifeless items attack one's target? Puppet, Sharon succinctly replied. It's the power of a sequence 4 puppet, turning themselves into a lifeless puppet so that they are able to control all lifeless objects in a certain range. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Then, do you know that demigod? He immediately described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Bayan. Shanks, Sharon calmly said. I actually wished that you could share with me more about him. Klein knew Miss Sharon's style and said with an exasperated smile, Then, do you know Zatwin? The demigod who was pursuing us, Sharon answered without hiding anything. That's the one who made me feel like the chairs and tables wished to kill me. What a coincidence. However, it just proves that as a secret organization with a history of over 1,000 years, the Rose School of Thought doesn't have that many demigods. Klein thought and asked again, Then, do you know the Rose School of Thought member that is able to make an entire mountain tremble with just one arm? Sharon listened quietly as her eyes darted around. She asked with a clear voice, What did you encounter? A saint, an angel, sea king, an Aurora Order demigod, a monster byproduct from the numinous episcopate. Klein made a self-deprecating comment as he said with a wry smile, I got on the bad side with the Mother Tree of Desire, and I suffered an ambush from the Rose School of Thought. Thankfully, I was in Bayam, allowing the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military to take action. I also threw out an item corrupted with the true Creator's aura, as well as something related to the numinous episcopate. In short, it was chaos, and I took the opportunity to escape. Mother Tree of Desire. Sharon murmured the name as rare emotional upheavals slowly appeared in her eyes. Klein couldn't tell what was exactly on her mind, only that she felt a little fear and loathing. Sharon quickly restrained her abnormal reaction, turning back into an exquisite doll. She looked at Sherlock Moriarty. You are very lucky and very mysterious. Klein smiled without a word. Sharon didn't inquire further. You might have met Suwa. He is an abomination born 922 years ago and claims to be the son of the chained god. He is also the present leader of the Rose School of Thought. No way. The Rose School of Thought sent its leader and a demigod to deal with me. I'm just a mere sequence 5. Klein felt a chill run down his back again. Is Abomination the name of the prisoner pathway's sequence 2 or sequence 1? Probably. Sharon didn't give an affirmative answer. Without waiting for Klein's response, she said, William Street has been destroyed. Klein had pondered how to react to this topic, so he immediately frowned. By who? When did it happen? The Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind. About 2 months ago, Sharon replied. Klein nodded solemnly. Perhaps we've neglected something. That evil spirit didn't need us to rescue it. It was still controlling Baronet Pound. Could it be that something happened to that gentleman, incurring the notice of the Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind? Sharon nodded. Baronet Pound died during one of his revelries. That's it? That's the end to Alistair Tudor's final bloodline? Klein thought and said, How's the situation with William Street at the moment? Some high-rise buildings are being built, Sharon described. People monitored it in secret at the beginning, but the surveillance decreased with time, diminishing to 0 early last month. Klein pondered for a few seconds. Have you gone down to explore it? Sharon's eyes swept his face. No. This is her remembering our unwritten agreement, to explore it together? What a noble-hearted lady. Klein probed, "Shall we go now?" "All right," Sharon succinctly expressed her stance. Klein immediately instructed the carriage driver to change the destination to Williams Street. Along the way, he casually mentioned what he heard and saw at sea. Although Sharon didn't answer, she listened attentively. The carriage passed through the silent, drizzling streets before finally arriving near William Street, which had become a huge work site. After circling to the region that matched the underground ruins, they stood behind a huge tree. Klein said to Sharon, who wasn't drenched by the rain, "Let's head down." "All right," Sharon replied, not asking how. Klein reached into his pocket and opened the iron cigar case. Beside him, a figure suddenly appeared. Admiral of Blood Senor. "He will head down in my stead," Klein said with a smile. Immediately he controlled his marionette. Senor pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Sharon. "Good evening. I'm honored to work with you." Sharon swept her gaze across Klein and Senor, and without a word her body sank into the soil. Miss Sharon seems to detest Senor quite significantly." Klein curled his lips and made Senor rapidly turn into a wraith and sink. As for himself, he leaned on a tree, half closing his eyes as he seriously controlled the marionette. Slowly, Klein found the feeling of being a marionettist. His vision and Senor's overlapped as he saw black-brown soil and squirming worms. They passed through layers of obstacles and arrived at the region where the ruin once was. The dome ceiling had collapsed, the stone columns had snapped, and the area was filled with soil and rubble, looking nothing like it once was. Such a scene made Klein believe that the humanoid statues of the 6 deities had been completely destroyed. Amidst the smell of soil and rot, they soon entered the previously menacing room. However, between the rubble, there were only a few signs of crushed bone and rotting clothes. The dark gold and deep blue light from before had vanished. The Beyonder characteristics had been taken away. Senor's expression twitched, perfectly reflecting Klein's mood. Sharon turned around in the dark environment and gently shook her head. "They didn't send anyone in. There are no traces of living creatures existing in here." "That's right. A wraith should be able to sense if a living person had entered. Where did those Beyonder characteristics go? Could it be that the evil spirit wasn't completely obliterated? It had long escaped?" As Klein frowned, an alarming conclusion came to him. He made Senor pass through the room with Sharon and arrive at the spot where the bloody door previously stood. Only a few splinters remained. Proceeding forward a few meters, they truly entered the room where the evil spirit was sealed. It had likewise been destroyed and buried. "There should be a black high-back chair here." Sharon stopped and pointed at some splinters above 2 rocks. Klein instantly recalled the scene he had once seen in the dream. Sharon didn't pause, continuing her search. Suddenly she spoke again. "There should be one here." "Another one? A second black high-back chair?" Klein floated over in surprise. Chapter 736, Third Chair. Senor, in his wraith form, passed through thick soil and rocks under Klein's control, arriving beside Sharon. He noticed a damaged armrest with asymmetrical patterns buried there, similar yet distinct from the previous splinters. The armrest wasn't pure black, its patterns exuded a dark red like iron mixed with blood. Recalling the nightmare, Klein determined this wasn't the high-back chair the entity suspected to be Medici had occupied. This was the second chair. The room sealing the evil spirit contained at least 2 high-back chairs. Klein and Sharon circled quietly, searching for more clues. Soon, they discovered evidence of a third high-back chair, a chair leg, mainly dark red with pure black patterns, completely different from the first 2 splinters. Perhaps it's a problem caused by the asymmetrical trait of the 4th epoch. Klein volunteered, knowing Sharon's style, even surprising himself with the thought. In his nightmare, the high-back chairs had been uniform in color. Sharon shook her head slightly. 3 has more of a ritualistic feel. She implied that Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's victims weren't just one person. Perhaps a ritual had been performed in the room that sealed the evil spirit. Klein's mind flashed to a scene. A dark, spacious room, 3 high-back chairs placed around a center point. Each held a breathless humanoid creature with a drooping head, including Red Angel Medici. Connections formed quickly. The main ingredients of the Sequence 0 Black Emperor's potion were the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had jumped from the Black Emperor Pathway's Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition to the Red Priest Sequence 0, skipping neighboring pathways, becoming a half-crazed true god. Klein theorized, this room had held a Sequence 0 advancement ritual for a true god. For the Black Emperor Pathway, full-scale ritual required continental chaos. Tudor lacked the Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, so his Red Priest potion needed 3 Sequence 1 angels or sealed artifacts. There were 3 high-back chairs here. Yes, the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici had said that to escape its seal, one must find direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families, extract 10 milliliters of blood each, and mix with holy water. Sauron and Einhorn wielded the Hunter Pathway and were Red Priest angels since the 4th epoch. One had waned, controlling only a spy network and military faction. The other remained Faceak royalty. Klein believed the other 2 high-back chairs once held Sauron and Einhorn ancestors, Sequence 1 angels. Together with War Angel Medici, they completed the Red Priest potion ingredients. The evil spirit was likely not pure Red Angel Medici. It probably contained remnants of Sauron and Einhorn ancestors' psyche and hatred. Man, this place once sacrificed 3 Sequence 1 angels. Their curses and the ritual's effects made this room abnormally horrifying. Klein felt both fear and relief, grateful he had reported this to the churches beforehand. Even if he and Sharon advanced to Sequence 4, they would have been food for the spirit. Klein began to understand why the Red Priest card had ended in the evil spirit's possession. The former highest-ranking pathway members were buried here. Convergence of Beyonder characteristics naturally drew in Beyonders of the same pathway. As Roselle once said, whatever separates will converge, and whatever converges will separate. After Tudor perished, his Sequence 0 true god characteristic likely split into 4 pieces, 1 uniqueness, 3 sets of Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. This explained the attraction of the card of blasphemy. Klein realized he had underestimated the evil spirit. They truly are angels who advanced from conspirers. Standing under the tree, Klein controlled Senor. Perhaps it really is a ritual. It's related to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. The scale and level involved must be great. Sharon added after listening silently, Sauron, Einhorn, Medici. Klein continued through Senor. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor is likely a true god from the Hunter Pathway. The card of blasphemy is represented by the Red Priest. Sharon paused, then said, that card is gone. She referred to the Red Priest card the evil spirit had once shown them. Perhaps the evil spirit escaped before the Nighthawks and machinery hive mind destroyed this place, Klein theorized. It took all Beyonder characteristics and that card. Sharon silently surveyed the area. It's very crafty. It wouldn't leave any obvious clues. Indeed. The Beyonder characteristics outside the sealed room were below Sequence 4. To an evil spirit who was once a king of angels, they held no appeal. Likewise, the Red Priest card. It seemed deliberate, as if saying, "Ha-ha, I fooled you, catch me if you can." Klein found it amusing and made Senor speak. No, being crafty doesn't necessarily mean leaving no clues. The Sequence 8 of the Hunter Pathway is Provoker. In his mind, the Red Angel was overlaid with Anderson Hood's image. Sharon gaped silently, saying nothing. Klein, too, was speechless. The Hunter Pathway Beyonders truly had a precise style. Compared to the red-haired Helene, she bore no resemblance to the Sauron family, yet she excelled at provoking Vice Admiral ailment. Klein silently exhaled, lampooning. The tension broke when Klein, through Senor, joked, perhaps that's why they were captured and brought here. Who was helping Tudor? Sharon's translucent figure asked, though she didn't expect an answer. Perhaps the 6 deities. Klein recalled the 6 deity statues in the hall, but reconsidered. 7 deities supported the Trunsoest Empire. The Sauron and Einhorn families were powerful aristocrats. They may have initially supported Tudor, then fell out after he went mad. If not the 6 deities, then who else supported Tudor? Klein pondered in silence. Sharon didn't linger. She floated to the surface, returning to the tree. Klein stored Senor's wraith, sealing it inside the gold coin within the iron cigar case. Actually, I've always been curious. Where do powers of pure evil spirits and wraiths without Beyonder characteristics come from? Klein asked casually. The spirit world, Sharon answered simply. Beyonder characteristics are conserved, but the source of power isn't necessarily the same. Perhaps the spirit world itself is a product of Beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded, looking at the soil beneath his feet. I'll continue investigating the evil spirit's whereabouts. I'll inform you if anything turns up. He scribbled instructions for summoning his messenger on paper and handed it over. You can write to me if anything comes up. Sharon examined it seriously. I'll be in the Bravehearts bar. Letters can be mailed to 126 Garde Street, Hillston Borough. Address it to Ma'am Mariam. All right. Klein pocketed his pen, used a ritualistic dagger to create a wall of spirituality, and resealed the iron cigar case. He then stopped a carriage like a gentleman, sending Sharon safely back to the Backlund Bridge area. Afterward, he returned to a high-end Hillston Borough hotel, changing appearance and carriages mid-journey. Bayern. Inside the seaweed bar. Danitz, returning after drifting at sea, stepped once more into the city of generosity, planning to assist the resistance. He pressed down on his cap, sitting in a corner to first gather the latest news, wary of falling prey to bounties from untimely intelligence. At that moment, an adventurer nearby said to a companion, "Hey, do you think Gehrman Sparrow will get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf?" Danitz instinctively looked up, blank and confused. Chapter 737, Official Appearance. Why would the madman Gehrman Sparrow need someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf? That's not right. Why would he even be able to claim it? Danitz suddenly snapped out of his confusion, grasping the crux of the matter. He immediately lowered his head, careful not to reveal his shock. The adventurers beside him continued their conversation. How would that be possible? No one would dare claim it for him. That's right. Unless they want to bear the wrath of the Church of Storms or sell out Gehrman Sparrow. £42,000. If I got that sum, I'd head straight to Backlund and become a tycoon. Ha! Wouldn't you be enjoying yourself in the Red Theatre for half a year first? Perhaps Gehrman Sparrow can claim it from Intis, Faisak, or Finepotter. It wouldn't be as much as £42,000, but still nothing to sneeze at. As the adventurers speculated, they imagined their lives after the payout, even arguing with flushed faces. No way, are they implying that Gehrman finished off Admiral of Blood? No, although that madman always intended to. He lacked the support he needed. He must have collaborated with Captain Anderson Hood. Danitz stood, pressed his cap, and kept his head down. He hurried toward the billiard and card rooms, where newspapers were placed. The adventurers watched his retreat and whispered, "Do you recognize him? He's acting suspiciously." "I didn't get a clear look, but I think he's a pirate here to gather intel." "Shall we?" One gestured, slicing a hand across his throat. "Perhaps it's someone we shouldn't offend." "Let's wait," another stopped him. Danitz entered an empty billiard room, took a corner and picked up newspapers. As he flipped through them, his expression twisted. What did that madman do? He really finished off Admiral of Blood? Only a few months had passed, and his strength had risen so much. The papers didn't even mention Anderson Hood. Danitz felt both alarmed and thankful that he had wisely submitted to Gehrman Sparrow. Otherwise, news of him being hunted for a bounty would have surfaced long ago. No, back then, my death wouldn't have been reported. Man, Gehrman Sparrow truly belongs to a cult. He froze, the thought striking him with both dread and clarity. Ha! The church and military love exaggeration. It's a secret organization, not a cult. Danitz consoled himself, realizing the organization backing Sparrow was mysterious and unusually powerful. The successful hunt of Senor, one of the 7 pirate admirals, was proof. Phew, Danitz exhaled, inwardly praising the fool while resolving to take matters seriously. Near the Governor General's office, Ellen and Oz Kent walked out of a small building. "It's finally over," Ellen sighed, adjusting his captain's hat. Oz Kent rubbed his red nose and sighed. That's right. They had endured 2 full days of interrogation over Gehrman Sparrow, separated and questioned by the most skilled interrogators. Elland had never hidden anything. He reported to his superiors that Sparrow was of unknown origin but friendly to the military. It was up to higher-ups to decide whether to use the adventurer as an informant while investigating his background. Oz Kent had no issues. He followed protocol when claiming the bounty. As they walked toward the garden entrance, Ellen said, "Who knew Gehrman's sparrow was that crazy and powerful?" From the little they knew, finishing off Admiral of Blood was ordinary for him. Such a madman even entered dangerous Bansi to save a few passengers and crew who expressed friendship. Ellen later learned the dangers in Bansi exceeded imagination. The Church of Storms had destroyed the entire place. If I had told the interrogators Sparrow has a soft heart, they'd think I'm lying. Humans are contradictions, Ellen thought, shaking his head. Oz Kent smiled wryly. I thought you introduced me to a strong adventurer, but he even finished Admiral of Blood. He has the strength to become the 5th king. You wouldn't doubt me if you saw the forest and mountains nearby. That place, it's like... Ellen finished for him. It's like it was blasted by coastal defenses over 100 times. That's right, Oz Kent agreed. They emerged from the main entrance. Ellen glanced at the night sky, stars twinkling alongside a dark crimson moon. After a pause, he adjusted his collar. Let's hope he doesn't return to the sea again. Byam. 6 Sphere Street. Dressed in children's clothes, Denton ran to the study, addressing his elder sister, sketching quietly. Donna, they say Uncle Sparrow is a bad guy, a cultist, and a murderer. They even showed me the newspapers. Donna wrinkled her nose. No way, Uncle Sparrow is righteous, brave, and kind. We saw it ourselves. That's more reliable than papers. She hesitated, then continued. Although he had a terrifying and ugly appearance, it was the price for his dreams and the power to protect. Denton, remember, papers often fabricate stories from rumors. Yeah, Denton nodded vigorously. I've already cursed them. Donna praised her brother and glanced outside. Street lamps cast gentle light into their garden, tranquil and serene. Hillston Borough, a high-class inn. Klein folded a white handkerchief into his left breast pocket and raised his hand for a half-top hat. Today, the mysterious tycoon Dwayne Dantes would officially appear in public. He didn't wait for bike company shares to sell or mystical items to be ready. He planned to use the remaining £2,962 for initial expenses, a sum equivalent to 6 or 7 years of an upper-middle-class family's income. Orodes hadn't entered his dream last night. It couldn't sense his return to Backland without close contact. A good thing. He would contact it with the radio transceiver tonight to inquire about the evil spirit, avoiding future hassles. Klein gripped his cane and left the hotel. Sunlight filtered through thin mist, brightening the pedestrians' moods. Klein took a carriage straight to Sherwood Borough's City Family Servant Assistance Association at 9 Canlul Street, planning to hire an experienced butler to organize villa staff. Inside, Balin finished a conversation and wiped 2 black tea drops off her lotus leaf-colored dress. She then heard a mellow, weighty voice. "Good morning, ma'am." Balin looked up, seeing a gentleman in his 40s, wearing a silk tailcoat and carrying a gold-inlaid cane. His deep blue eyes and subtle white hair gave him a distinguished air. A single smile made Balin's cheeks warm. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Ah, right. How shall I address you?" "Dwayne Dantes," Klein said warmly. "I wish to hire a butler, a good one." "Mr. Dantes, please wait. Have a seat." Balin led him to the guest area, pointing to a cloth sofa. Klein smiled patiently, sitting without rush. What a gentleman, oh no. I forgot to ask his requirements. Balin thought, "Mr. Dantes, what kind of butlers are you looking for?" "Prepared," Klein replied softly, "preferably those who have served noble families before." This would help Dantes widen his social circle. Balin, gaining her professional rhythm, explained, "Such butlers are rare. Nobles seldom change unless service fails. Even if not as butlers, they can fill other positions in a household. Wealthy families pay premium salaries for such skills. We have suitable candidates, but annual salaries exceed £100. A weekly salary of roughly £2 or more. Ordinary butlers earned £40 to £80 annually, roughly 15 soldi to £1.10 soldi weekly. Expenses were minimal since masters provided room, food, clothing, and necessities. An annual salary of £100 was expensive. Klein calculated quickly, replying casually, "No problem, as long as they're good butlers." Chapter 738, Life of a Tycoon. "Please wait a moment. Would you like coffee or tea?" Balin asked warmly. Klein laughed. "I enjoyed coffee when I was younger, the rich and fragrant kind, but now I prefer black tea." "I prefer black tea as well. Then, a cup of Marquis black tea?" Balin suggested with a smile. The coffee and tea provided to guests at the association were ordinary, so Klein believed that the Marquis's black tea was either reserved for VIPs or belonged to the lady herself. Regardless, it expressed her sincerity. He didn't expose her as he smiled. "Thank you. You leave me unable to reject your suggestion. How may I address you, ma'am?" "Balin. Just call me Balin," she said with a smile that resembled a blooming flower. She briskly walked inside to select suitable candidates, then returned to the counter and skillfully brewed a cup of black tea. Sigh. With a good-looking face and a good disposition, I can still sense the friendliness from a beautiful girl even though I'm middle-aged. Klein was having such an experience for the first time. This made him further understand the importance of the faceless principle of ultimately being yourself. If he lost himself to the benefits brought by this appearance, he would gradually lose his identity. Soon, Balin carried a white gold-rimmed porcelain teacup and placed it in front of Dwayne Dantes. It still needs some time to cool down. Klein looked down at the cup. "Perfect. This gives me the time to adjust my mood to more formally face this cup of black tea." His compliments made Balin feel even better, finding him a true gentleman. "He's definitely not a believer of the Lord of Storms," she thought as she went to hurry her colleague. Before long, she came over with a stack of documents and sat beside him. "After the screening, we have 3 suitable butlers. I'll briefly introduce them to you. The first person is Mr. Asnier, age 55. He once served Viscount Yorkville, but after the Viscount had a failed mining investment, he had to sell his land and terminate many of his servants. In the past decade, he was hired by 2 tycoons and has contributed significantly to the management of their households." Klein nodded slightly. "Then why did he leave the 2 tycoons?" Balin replied with a smile. "The first tycoon's whole family had moved to East Balham, and Mr. Asnier wasn't willing to leave Backland. The second tycoon's son, who inherited the family business, has a butler he trusts more. Mr. Asnier is a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political inclination is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £130. "May goddess bless him," Klein said, tapping 4 spots on his chest to form the sign of the crimson moon. Balin's eyes lit up. "Mr. Dantes, are you a believer of the goddess?" "Of course," Klein nodded with a smile. "It's no wonder he's so gentle." Balin praised inwardly as she continued. "Mr. Reebach, age 48. He once served the Negan family and was the deputy butler for a long period of time. Later, he became Baron Syndras's butler. Shortly after Duke Negan was assassinated, Mr. Reebach's contract came to an end, so he had no choice but to seek our help. He's not a staunch believer of the Lord of Storms, and his personality is without problems. His political inclination is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £120. Klein listened silently, nodding from time to time. Balin flipped through the documents. The third person is Mr. Walter, age 42. He had been the land steward and assistant butler at Viscount Conrad's household. Due to certain matters, he had a conflict with the butler and chose to leave. He expects an annual salary of £115. He's a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political inclination is with the new party. Oravi Island's new Governor-General is a member of Viscount Conrad's family. The relevant information quickly flashed through Klein's mind. After the introduction, Balin handed over the documents. "Mr. Dantes, who do you wish to choose?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds. "Let's do this. Let the 3 of them come to where I live tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll meet them and have a chat to make the final decision." "No problem," Balin said with a smile. "May I know your address?" Klein sipped the black tea, then wrote down the location of his hotel. "You just came to Backland?" Balin blurted out when she saw it. Only then did she realize that his skin was slightly bronze-colored, giving him a rugged flavor. "Yes, he doesn't have a Backland accent," she recalled. Klein smiled. "I came from Desi Bay. I'm waiting for an excellent butler to help me seek out a suitable house and servants." After handing over a £3 deposit, he politely drank another sip of black tea and got up to bid farewell. Balin sent him all the way out the door, watching him board the carriage. Mr. Dantes also seems to be a tycoon. Compared to that, his bearing and gentlemanliness are even more charming, she thought. On the carriage, Klein half closed his eyes as he leaned against the wall, calculating his subsequent expenditures. The butler will cost around £120. A valet will cost £35, a chef £30, a gardener £25, a carriage driver £25, a nursery governess £20, 3 ordinary ladies' maids £15, and 3 maidservants £10. Just the servants alone would cost £330 a year. It's equivalent to £6 7 solly a week. This already exceeds my salary back in Tindian. Furthermore, I'll need to have a carriage which costs about £100. I need a garden and house, and the weekly rental fee is about £2. With all the food, clothes, and charcoal expenditure for all these people, the overall cost is ridiculous. Is this the life of a tycoon? Klein suddenly felt a little regret over choosing such a persona. He exhaled and took a carriage to Phelps Street in North Borough. A pure black cathedral stood there with a clock tower on each side. This was the headquarters of the Backlund Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein adjusted his handkerchief, held his gold-inlaid cane and strode into the cathedral. Under the sunlight penetrating the coloured glass panes, he came to the main prayer hall. It was very dark, making one's mood automatically turn peaceful. He found a spot, leaned his cane and took off his hat to pray. Time passed, and after listening to the preaching he slowly got up, walked to the altar, and bowed at the bishop before walking to the donation box. Exhaling silently, Klein took out 2 £10 notes and 6 £5 notes and stuffed them inside. The bishop caught this sight through the corner of his eye, his expression softening. Typically, the cathedral's donation box received tens of pounds at most. This meant that the person was a tycoon. Chapter 739. The Encountered and the Yet to be Encountered. In the main prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral, the black-haired bishop retracted his gaze from the middle-aged gentleman at the donation box. Here, before the holy altar, he was under the goddess's sight and couldn't show more warmth towards anyone because of their generous donations. However, he remembered the gentleman's good looks and refined disposition, planning to get to know him when an opportunity arose in the future. Seeing the final note slip into the box, Klein closed his eyes and turned to leave. When passing the preaching bishop, he deliberately glanced at the clergyman and smiled with a nod. The bishop returned a warm smile, tapping his chest 4 times. Klein wasn't in a hurry to make contact. He needed his actions to adhere to logic. He silently made way for another devotee and returned to his seat, picking up his hat and cane before walking out of the cathedral. At that moment, with the preaching done, the other devotees either went to the donation box or got up to leave without feeling anything was wrong, as it wasn't compulsory. After leaving the cathedral, Klein stood in the square outside, idly watching pigeons fly up, circle, and land. He even bought some food from a nearby street hawker and leisurely fed them, having no plans to search for a residence himself, as that was the butler's mission. An excellent butler ought to know which nobles and tycoons could provide their master with help, and which streets to live on. The interaction between neighbours was the first step for a newcomer to enter the relevant circles. Be it the Carlton Club of the Conservative Party, or the Club of the Free of the New Party, they also require a recommendation. Klein reined in his thoughts, considering what to do next. After careful consideration, he discovered that there was nothing that needed his immediate attention. Hence, he planned on enjoying an expensive and sumptuous lunch, an action Dwayne Dantes ought to have, and also a result of Klein's own curiosity. In the months he had been in Backlund, he had never mustered the courage to head to the most famous restaurants. Laborie Restaurant. Their head chef is said to be from Earl Hall's family. It mainly serves local Backlund cuisine, but its price is horrendous. Inti Srenzo Restaurant. It serves the most authentic Inti's cuisine. Haha, many of the specialty dishes use Roselle's name. It has a wide variety. Klein recalled the information he had read and finally decided on trying the Emperor's Palace dishes. He got on a horse carriage and headed for the Inti Srenzo restaurant in Westborough. At the entrance, he handed his coat, hat, and cane to a red-vested waiter. "Are there still any available seats? I didn't make a reservation." "Yes, sir," the waiter replied humbly. "Sir, is this your first time here? Are you alone?" Klein nodded frankly. "Yes." Then, may I have the honor of introducing you to some of our most unique dishes and fine wine that our restaurant has to offer? The waiter asked, leading the guest in. That's exactly what I need. Klein passed through the beautifully decorated door and saw walls that nearly reflected golden light. He felt as though he was in a gold vault. He then noticed the oil paintings, marble statues, and golden objects adorning the different spots. The waiter brought him a food and wine menu and began to introduce. These are our most famous dishes: red braised taggia beef short ribs, black truffle porcini mushrooms, Intis-styled foie gras. After introducing the main dishes, starters and desserts, the waiter began explaining the wines. The champagne, red wine, and white wine we have all come from a famous brewery from Champagne province. We even have Almere red wine from 1330. Its price is £126. £126. I can already hire an excellent butler with that. Klein smiled with great grace. Your dishes and wine are excellent. It's really difficult to choose. The waiter gave a hospitable smile. You can choose the chef's recommendations for the day. It will be an authentic and delicious Intis meal arranged by our main chef. There are 3 choices: £15, £10, and £8. I don't want any of them. Klein leaned back slightly as he smiled. I'll have the £15 set meal. All right. The red-vested waiter took away the menus. Klein drew a breath and casually observed the area. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, a tall lady in an olive-green dress and an out-of-fashion bonnet with a fishnet veil. As a faceless, he immediately identified her: Queen Mystic, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. He wasn't in a rush to look away, naturally moving his gaze to the side. Bernadette didn't seem to notice anything as she disappeared around the stairwell. Why would she appear here? Right, this restaurant's specialty is Emperor Roselle's palace dishes. Could the owner behind the scenes actually be her? Meanwhile, on the streets, a carriage was driving towards the same restaurant. Sitting inside was Aaron Ceres's family. Ever since his wife became pregnant, the famous surgeon found his luck had become rather good. He recently successfully completed Baron Sindras's surgery and was invited to the Srenzo restaurant to have lunch with him. It's said that the ice cream is pretty good. Aaron smiled at his wife. His wife, a black-haired beauty who was obviously pregnant, smiled demurely. I'm more looking forward to Emperor Roselle's palace dishes, Aaron acknowledged as he looked out the window. We're almost there. Just as he said that, his wife held her tummy and frowned. It hurts a little. Aaron, who wasn't a first-time father, immediately checked on her but didn't discover any problems. His wife's discomfort grew, however, as the child in her womb seemed to be pulling a tantrum. I think I won't go over there. I wish to return home to rest, she suggested. Aaron thought for a while. I'll accompany you home. He immediately ordered his valet, get down here and head to the restaurant to apologize to Baron Sindras on my behalf. After the carriage began its return, the discomfort his wife suffered was relieved. By the time she walked through her doorstep, everything was normal. She pointed at her tummy, exasperated. It appears like he doesn't want to eat ice cream. Achoo! In the Intis Srenzo restaurant, Klein, enjoying his ice cream in satisfaction, felt his nose itch as he sneezed into a piece of tissue paper. In a dark house in West Borough, Fours, who had already advanced to astrologer, participated in all kinds of beyonder gatherings in search of a way to earn money. She owed £220 and couldn't even afford an essential crystal ball. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly heard a member at the gathering say, I wish to sell a moon puppet. Chapter 740, Self-Recommendation. Moon puppet. Forz's heart palpitated as she refocused and looked at the gathering participant who had just spoken. The man in a black iron mask had already taken out a small puppet and showed it to everyone. It was slender, its entire body resembling a tiny wooden piece engraved with crescent-like eyes and a mouth embedded with dried grass and flowers. Doesn't look like anything special. Forz mumbled inwardly, her spiritual perception sensing nothing. The man in the iron mask continued, My friend who discovered a series of graves deep in the southern continent's Pars Valley. This puppet was stuck in the deceased's right eye socket. My friend and I are unable to determine what use this puppet has, and we can only suspect that it's not simple. £60. For just £60, you can have it. Even if it has nothing to do with mysticism, it's not a bad antique worth £40 to £50. That is to say, you'll be spending £10 to have a chance of a pleasant surprise. A very tempting explanation. This gentleman is likely a successful salesman. However, I don't even have £10. As Fours engaged in a self-deprecating laugh, she didn't believe anyone would buy the so-called moon puppet. Just as she had that thought, she heard a deliberately suppressed female voice. £50. Is she too rich, or is she willing to try her luck? Fours subconsciously turned to look, only to see the lady was wearing a hooded long robe, her face hidden in the shadows. At that moment the owner of the moon puppet laughed. I'll be more inclined to keep it for myself. As he spoke, he realized no one was offering a better price. He immediately said, "Of course, as a gentleman, I'll satisfy your wish, since you have expressed your desire and have given a reasonable price." "Deal," the hooded woman replied. Soon the gathering's attendant helped them complete the transaction. Fours noticed that the lady's hand was trembling slightly after she received the puppet. She places great importance on the item. She might actually know what's so special about it. Moon puppet. Moon. From the southern continent. Fours suddenly made connections and recalled the few primordial moon believers Mr. Moon was searching for, suspecting the hooded lady was one of them. She casually moved the hard-covered notebook in her hand, making a yellowish-brown goatskin page appear. It was one of the 5 original pages from Lemano's travels. She pretended to observe the other transactions while fully taking in the hooded lady's situation, discovering a mosquito with dark brown spots on a nearby wall. Fours' finger naturally slid across the goatskin's pattern as a complicated symbol formed in her mind. Silently, she felt she had understood the brown pattern, her thoughts connecting with the mosquitoes. It flew at a low height, circled beneath the hooded lady, and carefully clung to her front. An incomprehensible scene appeared in Fours' mind before it reformed into a normal one. The hooded lady had a rather curved outline with dark skin, thin brows and drooping corners of her mouth. Fours immediately recognized her, the primordial moon believer, Windsor Baring. An effective clue is worth £100, and directly finding her means £500. Fours recalled the reward and immediately became flustered. Her first reaction was to drive the mosquito to bite Windsor and suck her blood so she could use astromancy to lock onto her location. However, she gave up the idea after a moment's struggle. That was extremely taboo in a Beyonder gathering. If discovered, she would be attacked by all participants. I'll just get the £100. If there's another chance, I'll consider how to lock onto her directly. Fours repressed her disappointment. Her actions were already out of line, so she didn't wish to stay another second longer. In a high-class hotel in Hillston Borough, Klein stood behind an oriel window, taking in the crimson moon. Some time later, he combed the white hair around his temples and drew the curtains. He then went through the hassle of moving the radio transceiver back to the real world and spent time airing out most of its smell. He only waited about 10 seconds when he felt the room turn dark and eerie, and the radio transceiver began producing clicking sounds. He approached and saw a piece of illusory paper spew out with Loney's words. "Great Master, please look right." Right. Klein turned his head in amusement. He saw a full-body mirror which had turned dark as though smeared with a layer of ink. Just as a thought flashed in his mind, the mirror lit up. Illusory fireworks began shooting inside, bursting in a beautiful and dazzling display. Meanwhile, a line of golden Loney's words appeared. "Welcome back, Great Master." At that moment, although Arodes didn't produce any sound, Klein had the baffling feeling that it was hysterically shouting. As the fireworks ended, the golden text distorted and formed a new line. "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Arodes, wishes to ask you how I might be of service to you." Klein, accustomed to this, said in a practiced manner, "Answer my questions." The text reformed again. "Thank you for your answer. You may ask." Prepared, Klein said, "Where did the evil spirit in William Street go to?" The golden text froze for a few seconds before disappearing. The fireworks in the background blurred and a new scene became clear, an abandoned chapel with withered vines crawling over its walls. Klein found it rather familiar. The scene drew close, and he saw a tiny pit in a corner of the collapsed chapel, with clear signs of it being dug up by fingers. Miss Magician mentioned it before. As the thought surfaced, the scene produced a cold voice that hid a smile. "It's a pleasure working with you." As those words came out of the soil, the scene shattered. "Pleasure working with you." Who did the evil spirit speak to? To make an angel from the hunter pathway use such a tone, the person opposite must not be someone of a lower level. Thoughts ran through Klein's mind as he said to Herodes, "Second question, I have 3 butlers to choose from. Who do you think is the most suitable?" Golden Loeni's words appeared. "If you choose Rebak and Walter, there might be an additional development. Asnir is the most professional, but he's also the most ordinary." The 2 who were formerly under the service of Duke Negan and Viscount Conrad do allow for additional development. Klein nodded in thought. "It's your turn to ask." At this moment, a bunch of golden text appeared. "Great Master, what do you make of me being your butler? As long as you bring me out of the Church of Steam, I can become the best butler in the world." Klein hesitated for a second. "It's not suitable at the moment." The golden text in the mirror darkened instantly before lighting up again. "All right. Your loyal and humble servant, Herodes, will patiently await the day." Immediately following that, the mirror produced a complicated picture with some footnotes. "This is a rune formed with the corresponding symbols and magical labels. Great Master, as long as you are in Backland, writing it on some paper is equivalent to summoning me." A mixture of concealment and mystery prying symbols. Klein identified the rune. "Okay. Chapter 741, Butler. 9 a.m. Hillston Borough, inside a high-class hotel." Klein picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged white wine and handed it over to the elder opposite him. "Mr. Asnir, thank you for coming. This is a gift of mine. Please accept it. At the latest, I'll make my decision by tomorrow. When the time comes, I might come and visit you in person." He was using a euphemistic manner to inform the man that he had failed to be selected. To be frank, he was actually rather pleased with Mr. Asnir, who perfectly met his image of a butler. As the oldest candidate, he had arrived half an hour ahead of time. If not for Herodes mentioning that the other 2 allowed for additional developments, Klein felt that he would have chosen this old gentleman. The white wine was specially bought from the Intis Srenzo restaurant, costing him £2. This could effectively accentuate how generous and gentlemanly Dwayne Dantes was as a mysterious tycoon. In addition, he didn't think it was right to belittle a butler from a noble family. As such, people knew plenty of people in high society and could affect a gentleman's image. At present, the 55-year-old Asnir had plenty of white hair. His blue eyes were ingrained with wisdom, so he didn't reject the gift. He received it, glanced at it, and bowed. "I love white wine from Garrod. Thank you for your kindness. Your grace is admirable." "Garrod?" "Yes, the waiter yesterday mentioned that it's a brewery in Intis' Champagne province. Sigh, a butler knows more about wine than me." "That's right. Mr. Asnir had mentioned that wine cellars are directly under the charge of the butler. Does this mean that I need to have a wine cellar in the future? Wine costing £2 is at the bottom of the totem pole, while even Allmere red wine from 1330, which costs £126, isn't even considered the best. How much would such a wine cellar cost?" As he thought it over, Klein felt heavy in the chest, suspecting that the £2,888 he had set aside wouldn't last long. If not for the training he had as a clown, he definitely would have lost his cool. "Your fondness for it is the greatest form of praise for me. Mr. Asnir, please invite Mr. Rebak, who's at the coffee house below up." Less than 5 minutes later, Rebak knocked on the door and entered. This gentleman had his blonde hair combed neatly, with some wrinkles at the edges of his eyes and mouth. He had a ruddy complexion and a masculine bearing, a butler who could accompany his master hunting or fend off enemies. After exchanging greetings, Klein invited him to take a seat and went directly to the point. "Forgive me for being honest. I don't understand why you would become the butler of Baron Syndras. Your father was the assistant butler to the Negan family, and your grandfather was the land steward of the same family. You should have had such a life trajectory as well." Rebak gave a standard smile. Baron Sindras is a newly promoted noble and old friend of the late Duke. Therefore I was sent to his family to help him and his family get accustomed to noble life. Then, why did you leave the Baron's family later? Klein asked. Rebark answered honestly. Although Baron Sindras obtained his aristocratic title via the Conservative Party, he is one of the most famous bankers. And he had a strong penchant for the new party, creating friction between him and the Conservative Party nobles, including the younger Duke. Therefore, to prevent the Baron from being put in a difficult position, I offered to leave. He actually tried to keep me, and he was an excellent employer. Klein nodded. You believe in the Lord of Storms? Rebark seriously replied, Yes, the Lord gives us courage, zeal, and a sense of responsibility. Klein asked a few more matters about butlers and received a detailed response. Then, he said with a smile, Might I trouble you to invite Mr. Walter, who's at the coffee house, up? After I'm done chatting with him, I'll make the decision. All right. Rebark immediately got up to bow and left. As he watched him leave, Klein sat back down and muttered silently, If I were to choose him, I'll likely establish certain connections with the present Duke Negan and the Conservative Party. The additional development might include the situation before the assassination. Before long, Walter arrived. Klein first exchanged pleasantries before asking, What conflict did you have with Viscount Conrad's butler? You should understand that I need to understand the situation. Walter had a broad forehead with raven black hair and stern brown eyes. He thought for a few seconds. As a butler assistant, I was responsible for the Viscount's children. During this process, due to certain matters, I was appreciated by a particular important figure. As such, I won the recognition of the Viscount, which made the butler wary against me. Later, that important figure passed away due to an accident, and as a result, the Viscount's attitude towards me changed. The butler treated me even worse. In charge of the Viscount's children, and he got to know an important figure. Talim also got to know Prince Edis from teaching Viscount Conrad's youngest son. And the prince passed away a few months ago because of the Great Smog. This matches Walter's explanation. From the looks of it, this butler was one of the peripheral victims of that matter. If I select him, the additional development is something to look forward to. Klein listened silently as he made some connections. He then switched to asking some professional questions. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he got up and smiled. Let me introduce myself again. I'll be your employer, Dwayne Dantes. Walter immediately bowed. Sir, how may I be of service? 2 matters, Klein replied with a chuckle. First, help me hand this bottle of white wine to Mr. Rebark. Please express my apologies and gratitude to him. Second, hire a solicitor to write up a professional contract that will include you and the other servants. All right, sir. As Klein handed the wine over, he asked, Walter, how many servants do you think I need to hire? While Walter received the bottle, he replied without hesitation, You should first determine where you will be living. Oh, do you have suggestions? My requirements are simple. I wish to live in North Borough, as I'm a pious believer of the goddess, Klein said, drawing the crimson moon on his chest. According to the information I read, a gardened villa in a high-end district has to be at least £3 a week. That makes it £156 a year. It's expensive just thinking about it. Back in Tingen, we spent 13 soldi a week. Sigh, so be it, even if it's £3. I have £2,888. It shouldn't be a problem. While awaiting Walter's answer, Klein silently recalled information regarding rental costs. Walter considered for 2 seconds. Sir, you can choose 32 Berkland Street. It's close to St. Samuel Cathedral, and it's a 3-story manor with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, a servant's quarters, and a rather large garden. Living nearby are Baronet's House of Commons members. The interior design is especially tasteful. You can rent it for a year first. Sounds pretty good. Klein asked with a smile, How much is it to rent for a year? Walter sternly reported the number, including the use of furniture, £1,260 a year. Klein was glad that he wasn't drinking any tea, or else he would have spewed it all across his butler's face. He mustered nearly all of a clown's control to prevent any abnormalities from showing on his face. Author's note, the rental prices of houses are referenced from Money in the Past, on the economic life of people in Beijing, Paris, and London in the 19th century, and British study of Victorian middle-class marriage and family life. A house costing £1,260 is an embassy rented during the Qin dynasty. As for whether there was a premium to it, I've no idea. Chapter 742. Decided. After a brief moment of silence, Klein raised the black tea and took a sip. It's something that can be considered, but Emperor Roselle once said to never be in a rush to make a decision. Only after repeated comparison will one receive the best answer. Are there any other options? Walter replied without any abnormality to his expression. Phelps Street would also satisfy your request. I recall that Unit 9 is available for rent. It's a 2-story villa with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, the servants' quarters, and a small garden. The annual rent is £220. That's quite a reasonable price. However, Phelps Street means that it's less than 100 meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. Although this does help in being right under their noses, many of the pedestrians will be nighthawks. It would be very inconvenient. Klein, who originally had a budget of about £160, suddenly felt £220 was a pretty good price. This made him suspect whether butler Walter had deliberately offered him an expensive choice at the very beginning. He pondered for a few seconds. Any others? Walter replied without showing any signs of impatience. 160 Bokeland Street is also available for rent. It's a 3-story house which also comes with a garden, a stable, servants' quarters. There are more than 10 rooms, but its location isn't as good as Unit 32. The annual rent is £315. £315. The rental fee flashed past Klein's slightly numb mind. He asked in thought, "What do you suggest?" Walter seriously thought and said 160 Bokeland Street. In comparison, the neighbours here will be more helpful in entering high society. As for Unit 32, it's overly extravagant. To rent it immediately will make your surrounding neighbours believe that you lack the necessary self-restraint. To put it simply, to rent a house costing £1,260 a year so easily will make neighbours define me as an ostentatious nouveau rich. Klein sipped his black tea. Then, why did you offer me the selection of 32 Bokeland Street? Walter unhurriedly bowed. Honourable sir, I'm only a butler. My responsibility isn't to decide, but to present all suitable options and give you certain suggestions for your consideration. In a situation where I'm unaware of your exact preferences, I have to do my best to provide you with all possible options. Very professional. He's likely worried that Dwayne Dantes is a nouveau rich who enjoys flaunting his wealth. Klein smiled. Let's eliminate Unit 32. We shall choose one of the two. Before I make the decision, I'm accustomed to paying a visit. Let's head off after lunch. Yes, sir, Walter replied with a stern, old-fashioned expression. In the Harvest Church, Emlyn White was wiping the silver candle stands, mulling over the clues provided by Miss Magician. A secret beyond a gathering. That's equivalent to providing no clues. It will be rather difficult to pursue the matter. He observed himself in the silver stand's surface as he combed his hair, then sat down in the first pew, his gaze unfocused as he watched Bishop Utravsky praying before the altar. Thoughts created sparks in his mind, and Emlyn suddenly grasped a detail. Why would a puppet that garners the primordial moon believer's immense interest happen to appear? Moon puppet. This feels like it's bait. See, could it be a trap designed by Russ Bathory and the others? Emlyn's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood up. Russ Bathory was a sanguine baron participating in the hunting competition, viewed by Emlyn as his strongest competitor. The more he thought, the more he found it a possibility, as he knew that Bathory was an antique enthusiast who enjoyed collecting strange trinkets from the southern continent. After pacing back and forth, he curled the corners of his lips and chuckled. I have no way of entering the Beyond a Gathering to seek out Windsor, but I can monitor Russ Bathory and finish off the target before he does. Ha ha! I look forward to his expression when that happens. Yes, Miss Magician's clue is indeed worth £100. Just as Emlyn was feeling abnormally excited, Father Utravsky ended his prayers and walked over. Our piousness is not in our language, but in every detail of our body language. You were not being focused enough today. Wipe the candle stand again. All right. Emlyn replied, suddenly feeling ashamed. After the priest turned to walk to the confessional, he snapped to his senses, muttering, amused and incensed, "I'm not pious at all. I don't have to appear pious." Rows of straight Intis parasol trees lined the street. With his gold-inlaid cane in hand, Klein slowly walked out of Unit 160. He silently drew a breath and turned to Walter. "Tell the owner that I'm very satisfied. I'll temporarily rent it for a year. We might move to a better place later, such as Empress Borough." His words hinted at his ambition to obtain an aristocratic title. If money wasn't an issue, Klein had quite a liking for the house. Its lawn was clean, the garden beautiful, and the furnishing befitting. It was the best residence he could have ever imagined in the past. Walter immediately replied, "I'll hire a solicitor in a while. Sir, what specific requests do you have regarding servants?" Klein strolled underneath the trees. "I'd first like to hear your suggestions." Walter thought for a moment. "Sir, you will need a housekeeper regardless." During the interview, Klein had mentioned that Dwayne Dantes was unmarried. Walter continued, "Her duties would be to manage the female servants and the expenses of the household. Sir, you can't leave everything to me. Balance is an art in politics, and it's also a method when managing a household. Emperor Roselle once said that absolute definitely corrupts. Very honest. A housekeeper is needed. She'll cost about £30 to £40 a year." Klein nodded. "Okay." "On the carriage," Walter continued, "I will get the Family Servant Assistance Association to produce a name list. You shall choose her personally. Based on the current residential situation, you will also need a steward, a valet, a lady's maid in charge of the bedrooms, 2 chambermaids, 2 footmen, a parlour maid, a scullery maid, 2 laundresses, and 2 handymen. Apart from those, you will need a cook, 2 gardeners, and 2 coachmen. A 4-wheeled carriage costs about £300. A 2-wheeled one costs about £100. As he listened to his butler introduce the required servants, Klein's mind went numb. Ignoring the extra staff, there will be 10 to 11 male servants and about 9 to 10 female servants. Each week's expenses will exceed £10. Klein's mind couldn't help but drift as he saw Walter's mouth moving non-stop. Seeing the staid Mr. Dantes nodding from time to time, Walter broadened the topic. "In the future, you will also need to rent a manor in the suburbs. Sir, do not mention housemaids in front of the neighbours of this street. Only those with salaries below £500 a year will hire housemaids." Klein listened numbly, reflexively wearing a warm smile. Back at the hotel, he watched Walter leave before he sat back down, his expression collapsing. When it was 20 minutes to 3, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly got up to begin this week's tarot gathering. Chapter 743, a diary page. Above the grey fog, in the palace with the towering dome. The fool Klein glanced at the sun, who had been pulled up ahead of time, and the world conjured in advance. Emanating a little spirituality, he contacted the Crimson Star representing justice, the Hanged Man, the Magician, the Moon, and the Hermit. Beams of light rose as relatively blurry figures appeared on both sides of the long bronze table. Justice Audrey, just returned from a tree farm near the castle, had changed into a dress. Her sleeves were layered in laces filled with lustrous pearls. Like clockwork, she stood, lifting the corners of her skirt in a curtsy. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein instantly felt better, nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly. To act like a tycoon costs so much money. I wonder how huge the expenditures are for a noble like Miss Justice. After all members exchanged greeting nods, Klein looked at the hermit, knowing this pirate admiral would likely provide new Roselle diary entries. As expected, Cattleya spoke. "Mr. Fool, I only managed to find 1 page of Roselle's diary." "Just 1 page? Shouldn't Queen Mystic be able to produce an entire book anytime she wants?" Klein, recently met with repeated tribulations, remained composed and nodded. "That won't be a problem." Cattleya immediately conjured a yellowish-brown diary page. It seemed to tear through the spirit world and enter Mr. Fool's hands. Klein deliberately looked down and was surprised to see the diary entries beginning had no date. That means it's a second page from another diary. Why didn't Bernadette give me the first page? She should know dates. After all, old Neil succeeded. Did she not? Or were the diary pages thrown into chaos beyond her ability to restore the correct order? Does this mean Emperor Roselle's belongings were vied for by factions after his death? Some were lost, and at that time, Bernadette was unable to stop it. Only when she became Queen Mystic could she get involved. As Klein guessed, he quickly began reading the paper's content. How surprising! The Fourth Epoch history divulged by Mr. Matador is getting more and more interesting. This unlucky bastard, trapped amidst the storm and lost to darkness, told me that the Black Emperor died once and revived again. Surprisingly, this matches what was said in that ancient secret organization. Back then, they said the 9 secret mausoleums of the Black Emperor weren't all destroyed. Even if this deity who walked the land perished, he could resurrect. Even if all 9 mausoleums were destroyed, as long as the order left by the Black Emperor remained, he could strangely resurrect. Only with the birth of a new Black Emperor would he be completely obliterated, never to appear again. According to Mr. Dor's description, the Black Emperor's resurrection has 3 stages. First, the uniqueness leaves the person possessing it, turning into an abstract concept. Second, the Black Emperor's subjects hear his mighty voice again. Third, fused with the uniqueness, the Black Emperor reappears in the astral world. The 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics automatically return to the Emperor's hands. Other true deities cannot distort or prevent this order. This puts the sequence 1 Prince of Abolition of this pathway, Blood Emperor and Night Emperor, in an awkward spot. They might perish, falling to sequence 2. Mr. Dor said that back then, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess chose the Night Emperor. They helped him switch to a neighboring pathway, the Justicia pathway. Thus, the Tudor Trunsost United Empire fractured, and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, cornered, made a crazy decision. He switched to a non-neighboring beyonder pathway, losing his reasoning and becoming a lunatic to forcefully advance and become a true god. I have to say this decision is irrational and almost impossible, but Mr. Dor said Alistair Tudor eventually succeeded. The craziest true god was born. It's fascinating, but Mr. Dor didn't detail it since he kept it from me. I asked which was worse, lunacy or death. He said death, because as long as one lives, recovery is possible even if completely mad. He laughed, giving an example. A crazy true god could instinctively mate with all kinds of beings, producing descendants. Through this, conflicting beyonder characteristics might purge. Lunacy would slowly disappear over time as he improves. Mr. Dor deliberately didn't say if there were remnant problems or why almost no one chose this, but clearly, huge hidden risks exist. I have to say, Mr. Dor's understanding of true gods far exceeds my imagination. Before he was exiled, he might have tried to reach sequence 0. No wonder he shows contempt to Zaratul and 0 respect for various true gods. This makes me more unwilling to let him return to the real world. There's plenty of information. No wonder Bernadette deliberately chose this diary page. But why this page? What important meaning lies behind it? Did problems begin slowly to plague Emperor Roselle from then until madness? Mad. Could it be? No way. Roselle's situation was like Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. His pathway was severed, neighboring pathways blocked by people or items, making reaching them difficult. Could he have, under immense stress, made an irrational choice like Blood Emperor and attempted switching to a non-neighboring pathway? This would mean his late craziness was true loss of reasoning, not defamation from others. No wonder Bernadette hated and betrayed him, but tried to find the truth. From this angle, things become interesting. Roselle forcefully ascended the throne, declared himself emperor, replacing the order with Earth's 18th-19th century civil code. He wantonly spread speeches and promoted his aesthetics. Heh, I really belittled this senior of mine. I thought he was cosplaying Napoleon or Caesar for fun. But no, I saw pages of his diary before. His thoughts were clear, emotions stable. He even communicated with noblewomen of different ages. Maybe he didn't decide fully but subconsciously left a way out? The civil code probably wasn't deliberate. As a usurper, declaring new laws is necessary. From what he could reference, the civil code fit history and situation. His later self-declaration as emperor must have baffled Bernadette. As his most beloved child, she likely noticed abnormalities before the declaration. Hence she chose this long diary page from that period for Admiral of Stars. Klein felt as though the heavy history hidden in fog turned over to reveal a page of blood and iron. He was curious what finally triggered Roselle's madness. Meanwhile, he resolved some puzzles. So the Black Emperor's resurrection is done this way. Very similar to my previous guess. In the Fourth Epoch, there was a Tudor Truncized United Empire supported by 6 deities like Lord of Storms and Evernight Goddess. The 2 thrones in William Street ruins belonged to that empire. According to Mr. Dorr, 6 deities chose Night Emperor, fracturing the United Empire. Then, who helped Blood Emperor Chirrell kill the 3 Sequence 1 hunters? Among them, Red Angel Medici was likely stronger than Blood Emperor back then. Primordial Demoness, Death, Primordial Moon, Dark Side of Universe, Mother Tree of Desire. Klein tried guessing but had nowhere to start. He quickly made the diary disappear and smiled at the hermit. "What's your request?" Cattleya answered frankly, "Is there someone else mentioned in this diary besides Emperor Roselle?" This question made Audrey look at Mr. Fool with sparkling, curious eyes. Even her ears pricked. Alger was very interested too. That person couldn't be ordinary if mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary. Klein guessed their thoughts and inwardly lampooned. It's only because Bernadette specially selected this diary page. Otherwise, the other people mentioned would be Demoness A, Demoness B, Hunter A, Hunter B, some aristocratic ma'am, some aristocratic lady. After 2 seconds, Klein leaned back and smiled. Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr. To be addressed by Mr. Fool like this must be close to a god, right? Audrey guessed his status by Klein's tone and words, and got an affirmative answer. Cattleya and others also thought so, but no one knew who Mr. Dorr was. They looked around only to shake heads. Seeing Fours and others react alike, Klein looked at the lady and chuckled. "You shouldn't be a stranger towards him." "Ah?" Fours looked confounded. She didn't feel she knew Mr. Dorr. This person seemed very high level. Chapter 744. Sale. I'm no stranger to Mr. Dorr. Apart from Mr. Fool, the only one I'm no stranger to will be the 7 deities. As Fours was feeling puzzled, she quickly recalled which high-level existence she could have made contact with. Her eyes lit up as she made the connection with what Mr. Fool had originally said to her. She looked at the end of the bronze table, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is he the one who created those ravings during the full moon?" Klein chuckled with a nod. "That's right. Ravings during the full moon." "What's that?" Audrey and company exchanged looks as though they were ordinary people who had just entered the mysterious world. As expected, Miss Magician isn't simple. She actually knows about Mr. Dorr. Cattleya nodded indiscernibly, planning to ask more about him during the free exchange. An existence seriously mentioned by Emperor Roselle and addressed formally by Mr. Fool had to have many secrets involved. At that moment, Fours silently exhaled, feeling one step closer to removing her curse. She sincerely said to Mr. Fool, "Thank you for your reminder." Klein didn't speak further. After surveying the table, he said with a casual tone, "You may begin." With that said, he immediately controlled the world to say with a hoarse voice, "I have 2 mystical items for sale." 2 mystical items. Mr. World has recently been able to produce something of great value at every gathering. He lives up to being Mr. Fool's blessed. Audrey sighed in amazement, casting her eyes towards the other end of the long bronze table. Alger was tempted, knowing the items the world sold were definitely up to mark. However, thinking back to his lack of savings, he could only sigh silently, feeling depressed. As for Derek, Emlyn and Fours, although curious, they lacked the desire to purchase. Cattleya looked at Germ and Sparrow with piqued interest, considering the possible origins of the mystical item. Seeing the 2 major clients appeared interested, the world gave a deep chortle. "One of them is Scales of Luck. It's what I named it." As he spoke, he requested Mr. Fool to conjure the silver necklace with the ancient coin. After introducing its effects, he glanced at Audrey and gave a special warning. "I suggest that Beyonders lacking in combat strength don't purchase it. Although it can allow one to avoid a fatal blow, the subsequent backlash is equally dangerous." Thinking back to her support role, Audrey nodded with slight disappointment. "Mr. World is pretty nice to me and the Tarot Club members. He's willing to give such a warning," she thought, adjusting her understanding of him. The hermit found the description extremely familiar. Scenes flashed through her mind before fixing on a few in particular. Her eyes constricted as she blurted out, "Senor? It's likely, Admiral of Blood Senor's necklace. Where did Gehrman Sparrow obtain it? Did I miss some important news over the past few days? She instinctively suspected that the world had stirred up something massive again. Klein controlled the world to laugh deeply. He's already dead. He wasn't against letting Miss Justice and company realize that Gehrman Sparrow was equivalent to the world. He's already dead. Gehrman Sparrow killed Senor? In our previous battle, I only held a slight advantage over him. Cattleya discovered that she was increasingly unsure of the world's strength. Although Admiral of Blood's bounty was higher than hers, it was mainly because he did more evil deeds. In terms of strength, she was slightly stronger. She had held the advantage in previous conflicts, but had failed to mortally wound him. Yet a week had just passed since Gehrman Sparrow had hunted Slaughterer Kirkheis, and he had already finished off Admiral of Blood Senor, one of the top 3 pirate admirals. Cattleya knew that she herself was incapable of doing so. He's dead? Admiral of Blood Senor is dead? Gehrman Sparrow did it? He's killing 1 sequence 5 a week? Furthermore, each one of them is stronger than the last. Alger was secretly alarmed, automatically considering a reasonable explanation. Audrey was still in her family castle and wasn't aware of what had happened at sea. However, from Mam Hermit's tone, she could tell that Mr. World had done something incredible again. Senor, Admiral of Blood's name. Mr. World finished off this pirate admiral and obtained his mystical item? How amazing! I have to investigate who killed Admiral of Blood. That way I'll be able to figure out Mr. World's real identity, she thought in glee. Fours, who needed to read various newspapers for material, instantly recalled a piece of recent news. Admiral of Blood Senor was suspected to have been killed by the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. See, could it be that Mr. World is the crazy adventurer with a bounty of £50,000? She felt a surge of respect, beginning to believe that he had the ability to help her finish off the Aurora Order Oracle, Louis Ween. Emlyn shared similar feelings as Audrey, as he seldom read minor newspapers. As for Derek, he wasn't surprised, having long confirmed Mr. World was extremely powerful. Cattleya said after a few seconds of silence, "How much do you plan on selling it for, or what item would you like to trade it with? If the price is suitable, I can consider it." "Great. There's finally someone who's interested." Klein, burdened with immense financial pressure, controlled the world. 12,000 gold pounds. He was afraid she would be frightened away by the price, so he quickly added, "You can choose to pay a portion with gold coins. That way, all you will need is 11,000 pounds. He believed Admiral of Stars definitely had some gold reserves. Cattleya did a silent calculation, 4,000 pounds worth of gold coins and 6,500 pounds in cash. "We can close the deal if you are agreeable." The money wasn't easy to raise, even for her, but she had the Moses Ascetic Order backing her. Spending about £10,000 to obtain the Scales of Luck was something no secret organization would object to. As expected of a pirate admiral, "Unfortunately, I have to avoid the Rose School of Thought, and I can't clean out Admiral of Blood's ship." Klein made the world carefully consider it before saying, "Deal." Chapter 745. Knowledge is Money. Finally, at the instant they reached a deal, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure eased significantly. Although Miss Messenger had said the 10,000 lone gold coins could be paid in installments, she hadn't specified a start date. Klein didn't want to drag it out, fearing Reinette Tinneker's wrath. After all, she was a demigod-level spirit world creature. If angered, she could make things difficult for her employer, even if restricted by the contract. Besides, the cost of acting as a tycoon was astronomical. 20-plus servants and their salaries were just a fraction. There were carriages, horses, wine, gifts for neighbors, banquets, and investments to conceal his status, each more expensive than the last. Without enough cash, bankruptcy loomed. Sigh, £6,500 in hand should last until I confirm my target, right? No. The past 2 days proved he could never predict a tycoon's life. He'd need another £5,000 to £6,000 just to maintain appearances. Klein raised a hand to rub his temples but held back. He calmed himself and made the world look around again. With a hoarse laugh, he said, "The second item is biological poison bottle." He described the conjured brownish translucent bottle succinctly, emphasizing its minor poisonous traits, the time required to take effect, preemptive precautions, and any negative effects from carrying it. Audrey shivered and felt embarrassed, both from the terrifying poison that could rip off flesh and its strange aphrodisiac effects in a wide area. This mystical item was truly insane. It needed preparation to show its full effects, useless against ordinary spectators who could anticipate danger with mind-reading or observation. Klein smirked. Besides, I don't want to detect danger ahead. Then I'd have to scream for guards. And these effects, I don't like them. They'd easily harm me. Audrey, mature and rational, seriously considered it for a few seconds before giving up on asking the price. Seeing her restraint, Klein had the world add £5,200. Audrey bit her inner lips, politely shaking her head. I wish to obtain a mystical item that's more offensive in nature. Spectator was a pathway lacking direct attacks early on, effective only at affecting or controlling targets. £5,200, Alger, Fours, and Emlyn repeated softly in unison, then dismissed the thought. £5,200. Cattleya paused, then quickly added, It's not necessary for me. Ma'am Hermit seemed wary. Audrey sensed her emotions. For a split second, Cattleya had considered buying the biological poison bottle for poison expert Frank Lee, whose powers complemented it. But she trembled, fearing the terrifying experiments he might conduct, and gave up. I don't want the future deck producing mooing children. After the gathering, Klein planned to write to Miss Sharon. Admiral of Blood's necklace sold. Only the biological poison bottle remained. He hid his disappointment and made the world speak. I have a book of secrets. It's a mysticism book left by the southern continent's shaman King Klarman, suitable for mid-sequence beyonders with solid foundations. Price, £1,000. Knowledge is money. Having trained under Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, and the psychology alchemists, Audrey was tempted. Her foundation in mysticism was solid, and she wanted to improve further. The psychology alchemists will teach higher-level mind-focused mysticism, but it won't be comprehensive. She convinced herself and nodded. This is exactly what I want. Fours was equally interested, but restrained herself, aware of her limited funds. The others weren't lacking such knowledge, as expected of Miss Justice. No bargaining at all. My bottom line was £800. No, I didn't have one at all. Knowledge isn't sold only once. Klein made the world chuckle. Deal. However, I must remind you, do not pray to the primordial moon. It will make you a lump of squirming flesh, mating wildly to produce all kinds of offspring. Other secret existences are equally dangerous. Audrey recoiled but quickly composed herself, turning to the long bronze table's end. I'll only pray to Mr. Fool when holding a secret ritual. Her sincerity touched Klein. He felt a little ashamed. The sea god Scepter's domain didn't overlap with the primordial moon, limiting his response. All he could do was attempt feedback from the mysterious space above the grey fog. Very good, he said. Having achieved his goal, he made the world say, I have an interrogator beyond a characteristic here for just £1,1200. Fours was dumbfounded. How many items does he have? Shio, lacking money and formulas, quietly withdrew her gaze. She didn't expect the fool to hold the interrogator characteristic for long. Seeing no response, the world coughed. I'm done. Just then, Alger, who had been waiting, asked Cattleya, I wish to know where Obninsk sea monsters that do not belong to the Church of Storms are. Obninsk sea monsters outside the church? The Hanged Man isn't a member? Cattleya frowned, then eased the tension. I'll help you ask. We'll discuss the price when I have actual clues. All right, Alger sighed silently. Seconds later, Emlyn said to Fours, I'll pay you £100 for the clue today. Thank you, Fours said without delight. Mr. World's transactions were all in the thousands. £100 felt trivial. Emlyn turned to Derek. The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and supplementary ingredients you need have been acquired. Hand me the list of resources and monsters around the City of Silver, and I'll choose items of equal value. Total cost, £2,200, including £200 for me. Emlyn wanted items he could quickly sell. Otherwise, funds were tight. All right, thank you, Mr. Moon, Derek said, relieved. He conjured the list and handed it over. Emlyn flipped through it and noticed its extraordinary value, detailed resources around the City of Silver. They didn't pay for this. He glanced at Alger and Cattleya, realizing something. Looking at the sun again, Emlyn felt superiority mixed with guilt. Clearing his throat, he said, "This, also this." Derek memorized everything carefully, indicating he need not return to the City of Silver. These could be gathered around Afternoon Town. Audrey asked about the illusory chime tree fruit, but the answer disappointed her. Once transactions ended, they flowed into free exchange without announcement. Alger asked Little Son, "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" "Yes, but returning to the City of Silver soon." "The new expedition team arrived today," Derek replied, even adding, "While clearing Afternoon Town monsters, I obtained the potion formula for notary." Alger nodded. What was his attitude? "He only said very good," Derek recalled carefully. Alger chuckled. "You can be at ease. Your chief is happy to see you grow. In contrast, he'll be more wary of the Elder Council's shepherd." He didn't continue, instead giving the group news. "Recently, many pirates have been heading to Banzi Harbor. They discovered it's completely destroyed. Even if rebuilt, it would take years." Chapter 746, Same Night. After hearing the hanged man's description, Klein couldn't help but recall Red Angel Medici. However, he didn't share the discoveries of his exploration, as it wasn't necessary and involved Miss Sharon. Realizing that no one was saying anything, Alger glanced at the world before calmly saying, "That's all from me." The hermit immediately turned to look at Fours. "Ma'am, what do you know about Mr. Dorr? I can pay for the corresponding piece of information." Fours, who didn't wish to expose her problems, suddenly hesitated when she heard the offer. "Payment? I wonder how much Ma'am Hermit can pay me. I don't really know much about Mr. Dorr either." She looked to the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I tell her?" Klein, knowing her financial situation, smiled with a nod. "Yes." Fours heaved a sigh of relief, turning to Catleya. £500, you can request for a private exchange." Catleya didn't bargain. "There's no need, just say it directly." Fours nodded and deliberated. "I once obtained a mystical item that helped me traverse the spirit world, but after using it, I would hear strange ravings every full moon or blood moon. It would inflict an excruciating pain upon me that puts me on the verge of losing control. And according to Mr. Fool, these ravings come from Mr. Dorr." She paused. "He might be asking for help." So Fours has been silently suffering such pain. Audrey subconsciously pitied her friend. Catleya repeated the key points and nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for your description." The free exchange soon came to an end. Watching the other members leave and helping them complete a few transactions, Klein returned to the real world. He walked to his desk, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote to Sharon, telling her that the Scales of Luck had been sold. After folding the letter and addressing it to Ma'am Marianne at 126 Guard Street, he made Admiral of Bloodsenor silently appear beside him. The wraith acted like a valet, humbly picking up the letter before vanishing. A few streets away, the letter appeared out of nowhere in a mailbox. In the Hall family manor in Eastchester County, Audrey looked at the mirror with unfocused green eyes, the contents of the Book of Secrets filling her mind. This knowledge formed an illusory book that appeared upon being recalled, a product of Klein using the grey fog's power to create a fusion of information bestowment and a seer's dreamscape ability. It would last a week or two, sufficient for her to finish reading. Mr. Fool's condition seems to be improving, she thought in delight. She stood up and walked to the door, saying to the golden retriever sprawled on the ground, "Susie, you don't look ladylike enough this way." Susie looked around warily. "This is the most standard action during hound training." "But you aren't a qualified hound." Audrey lampooned, saying with a smile, "I thought you would reply, 'Audrey, I'm only a dog.'" Susie replied in a serious manner, "An excessive use of repeated words makes it easy for others to grasp your personal habits and mental gymnastics. Audrey, that's what that book on psychology wrote." Audrey was at a loss for words. At that moment, she saw her father, Earl Hall, walking up the castle's staircase. Even though it was sunny outside, the place remained dark and gloomy. "This castle is just too old. I think it needs a major renovation," Earl Hall casually grumbled. Audrey nodded. "Yes, my dear Earl, this is precisely why I dislike this place. But I'm actually spending £13,000 a year to repair this place," the Earl said with a regretful chuckle. Audrey smiled at her father. "Father, is there something for me?" He pointed at the papers in his attendant's hands. "A telegram from Backland. Someone is selling 10% of the Backlund Bike Company. Are you interested? I think this industry has a very bright future. Bike? Audrey found the word unfamiliar. Earl Hall smiled. It's a kind of machinery with 2 wheels. You can understand it as a carriage for the ordinary person. In London, the majority of the population are ordinary people. This is the target audience of the bike. They have absolute numbers as well as the required ability to purchase it. Audrey trusted her father's foresight. How much would the 10% shares cost? According to preliminary estimates, the Backlund Bike Company is currently valued at £50,000. Therefore, you can't naively believe that the 10% shares are only worth £5,000. I suggest that you bid £8,000 in the first round, with a bottom-line price of £15,000. Earl Hall answered succinctly. About £10,000. I've mostly used up the cash for this month. Clearly embarrassed, Audrey said, Father, I won't be able to produce that much money on such short notice. Earl Hall laughed. There's no need to go through so much hassle. You can mortgage your shares in the Backlund Munitions Corporation to the bank for a short period of time to obtain the cash. Once the matter is complete, you can mortgage the shares in the Backlund Bike Company for a longer period of time, using that loan to pay off the first one. This way, you'll only need to pay about a week to 2 weeks of relatively high interest. Audrey, not unfamiliar with such matters, asked, That's to say, I only need to pay about £200 to £300 to obtain 10% of the bike company's shares. Or lower, the Earl said with a smile. Thank you, my dear Earl. Audrey smiled as she curtsied. Under the moonlight, Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship, watching the silent outline of Pussoo Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of Storms. He recalled coming here only 3 times. Very long ago, as a mixed blood, he had been selected for the children's choir, but was soon dismissed for a lack of talent, returning to a chapel where the priest was an extremely violent superior. Every time he recalled that piece of history, his expression would turn extremely livid, fortifying his thirst to become a high-ranking member of the church. Amidst the wind, the Blue Avenger silently cruised into the harbour. In Backlund, Emlyn White, dressed in a starched formal suit, infiltrated the residence of another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory. He believed Russ would be taking action soon to reel in his bait, and for a sanguine, a night with the crimson moon was very suitable for hunting. After an unknown period of time, Emlyn's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure leap from a window and land silently on the ground. Chapter 747, First Blood. Under the crimson moonlight, Emlyn took out a metal bottle and downed it. He seemed to transform into a shadow as he drifted over the wall's surface, quickly and silently following Russ Bathory. The 2 sanguine barons ran through dark alleys and streets for more than half an hour, arriving at an old apartment in the messy and dirty East Borough. Seeing Russ Bathory choose to climb the pipe, Emlyn slowed his pace, not rushing to follow. After 2 seconds of consideration, he took out a translucent perfume bottle and scattered the liquid onto his body to eliminate his smell. A potions professor sure is troublesome. He mumbled as he downed the liquid from another brass bottle, his hands turning transparent. After stuffing the bottle away, all that was left was his formal suit, top hat, and shoes, moving in a human shape. Another transparent bottle floated over and spurted a potion onto his clothes, which then turned faint and disappeared. After completing his invisibility, Emlyn silently climbed the pipe and floated through the ajar window like a cloud. He hid in a corner, watching the thin-faced but charming Russ Bathory search for the target. The latter slowly frowned. The place was empty, not even a mosquito, despite the target becoming active in the past week. Suddenly a creaking sound broke the silence. The main door opened as a woman in a black dress leisurely walked in. "Who are you looking for?" she asked with an ethereal voice. Emlyn saw a dark-skinned, long-browed face with a drooping mouth. It was none other than his target, Windsor. However, in his eyes she was different from her portrait. Her eyes, eyebrows, and mouth were curved up, mimicking the crimson moon, and her exposed skin had patches of withered grass and flowers. Man, what did Russ Bathory sell to her? Emlyn jumped in fright. Meanwhile, withered grass and dried flowers grew from the floor and walls, isolating the room. Once Russ Bathory caught the smell of danger, he didn't attempt to converse. He downed the liquid from a metal bottle, threw it, and pounced towards the mutated Windsor, with his body dragging out after images. His fingernails extended, swirling with black gases. Windsor, who now looked like a huge doll, met him at an equally fast speed, clawing at him without any aversion to being injured. After a series of collisions, Russ Bathory was sent flying back into the wall, his sleeves ripped apart, revealing bone-deep scratches on his skin. From the midst of his flesh, withered grass and dried flowers slowly grew. What a monster! Emlyn huddled in a corner, nearly forgetting to help. The strangest of all is the withered grass and dried flowers. They're likely afraid of fire. His heart stirred as he immediately abandoned his invisibility, took out another metal bottle, and downed it. He then spewed out the liquid, which ignited upon contact with air, and the room was instantly engulfed in a scarlet ocean of fire. Amidst crackling sounds, the withered grass and flowers were ignited, and the sealed environment was on the brink of destruction. At this moment, Russ Bathory had a gaping hole in his chest, relying on the sanguine's extraordinary recovery to barely hold up. Seeing his enemy as a flaming torch, Emlyn acutely noticed her aura weakening. He didn't hesitate to lunge forward and deliver several clawing swipes. Beneath his feet, wisps of black gas rose, binding the primordial moon believer's vitality. After intense and short bursts, the scene vanished. Emlyn grabbed Windsor's throat with his left hand, and after hesitating for a second, he saw her hideous appearance and snapped her neck. "Pah!" A thin, miniature wooden puppet embedded with withered grass fell from Windsor's body as the flames in the apartment gradually died out. Emlyn yanked off Windsor's mutated head and turned to face the heaving Russ Bathory. He pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. "Thank you for your help." Seeing Russ Bathory instantly turn furious and helpless, Emlyn added in great delight, "Remember to hand over the puppet and the Beyonder characteristic to Lord Nibs. They might be problematic." After saying that, black gases coagulated behind him, turning into two illusory bat wings. With a whoosh, Emlyn flapped them, flying out the window and landing in a dark, nearby alley. Seeing that Russ Bathory hadn't followed, he heaved a sigh of relief and coughed, mumbling, "I hate fire, I hate smoke." He was about to leave East Borough when he felt a chill run down his back. Emlyn's mind instantly tensed up. He slowly turned around and looked at the shadows in the corner. He first saw a very tiny figure before identifying it. Its body was thin and long, its eyes and mouth curved like a crescent, and its surface was embedded with withered grass and dried flowers. It was the moon puppet from before. "It's targeting me. What the hell is this? It's really dangerous outside." Thoughts surfaced in his mind as he felt his spine turn cold. As the thoughts flashed, he suddenly had an idea. He stared at the puppet and murmured in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Can't a man have some sleep in the middle of the night?" Klein sat up, rubbing his temples in fury. He quickly left his bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the space above the grey fog, taking his seat. "It's that fellow Emlyn White?" He glanced curiously and emanated his spirituality, touching the crimson star that represented the moon. He then saw a stiffened Emlyn and the thin, strange puppet looking straight at him. The puppet was cloaked in a rich, illusory crimson moonlight. "There's a problem." Klein, who could see more with the grey fog's aid, didn't hesitate to summon the sea god's scepter into his hand. The blue gems on its end lit up one after another, emitting a blinding luster. After chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name, Emlyn felt his already cold blood turn colder, as if it would freeze. His body rapidly turned stiff as he watched the moon puppet stumble towards him. At this moment, a silver bolt streaked down into the alley. "Pah!" The lightning sizzled into a ball and landed on the moon puppet, drowning it in silver. The burst of light dissipated immediately, leaving the strange puppet charred black. As his blood resumed its flow, Emlyn quickly recovered from the stiffness. He knew Mr. Fool was watching and hurriedly asked softly, "Do you need no? What can I sacrifice to you?" After a brief silence, he saw the boundless grey fog and heard a lofty voice, "That puppet." "All right." Emlyn took 2 steps forward, bent down to pick up the puppet, and quickly left East Borough. As for Klein, he cautiously used a paper angel to disrupt any divination before returning to the real world. Just as he was planning to head back to bed, he discovered the moonlight brighten outside, as if stained with blood. He walked to the window and saw that the crescent had turned full at some point. It was scarlet red. Another blood moon. Blood moon? Alger Wilson looked up at the sky as he steadily walked into the Lightning Cathedral. In the middle of the island, at the peak of a towering mountain, was another cathedral named the Chasm of Storm, the holiest of holy temples. Chapter 748, A Duet. Inside the Lightning Cathedral, the high, spacious dome arched continuously, covered in gold and blue, making anyone who walked beneath it feel the place was sacred and solemn. Alger Wilson, who often gathered in the palace of a deity's residence, no longer had a longing for this. He wasn't as respectful as before, but he still had to put on an act. Like the other sailors, he kept his head down as he lightened his footsteps. In the silent atmosphere, they were led by a priest to the clergyman's quarters. After closing the door, Alger saw the sanguine moonlight shine into the window, making the environment turn cold and sinister. Every time the blood moon appeared, one's spirituality would be enhanced, while the negative emotions of living beings reached an explosive state. Faintly, Alger heard sobbing and low shouts, completely different from the solemnity he previously felt. Illusory arms appeared before his eyes, reaching from the walls, floor, and ceiling like a three-dimensional pale forest. Alger knew of the abnormalities of the blood moon, so he calmly removed his captain's hat, entered the bathroom and washed his face. During this process, he suddenly heard a distant singing voice, indistinct as though it came from the middle of the island. It kept echoing endlessly, as though it was right beside him. It didn't make him feel horrified. It was akin to a woman away from her family, singing slowly and sadly. Alger wiped his face and cocked his head to listen, gradually frowning. He took out a small iron box from his inner robe and placed it close to his ear. In it was the ocean songster Beyonder characteristic. As the metal box came close, the singing by his ears instantly became partially clear, melancholic, sorrowful, and painful. But apart from that, there was still the ethereal and ancient voice, forming a clear boundary with the clear singing as though they were in a duet. Whose voice is that? It sounds like an elf's. An item in the church that stems from the elves? This ocean songster characteristic comes from an elf? Alger nodded, coming up with a theory. Due to them sharing the same pathway, the Church of Storms had always been in search of elven relics. If it's a mystical item, there wouldn't be a problem. If it's a sealed artifact, it means it's definitely not simple if the voice can penetrate the isolation barrier. Alger reined in his thoughts and went to bed. He soon fell asleep and had a dream. Vaguely aware that he was dreaming, he sized up his surroundings. Above him was rippling dark blue seawater, and ahead was a beautiful palace made of coral, tall, spectacular, and gloomy. He subconsciously walked towards the palace and into its open doors. Inside were columns of coral that held up an exaggerated dome, the walls filled with murals depicting the terror of a storm. Over 100 meters away, a throne embedded with sapphires and pearls stood atop a 9-stepped staircase. Alger looked over and saw a woman in a complicated ancient dress sitting on it. Her hair was black and held up in a bun, her features exquisite. The woman's expression was cold, her ears sharp, and her deep brown eyes looked down at him. Alger was just about to say something when her eyes emitted silver light resembling lightning, tearing through the dream. Phew. Alger sat up, gasping for breath. The dream was both blurry and clear. The woman's appearance was blurry, but her eyes that contained lightning and her sharp ears were clear. A high-ranking elf? Under the effects of the blood moon, her relics resonated with my ocean songster characteristic, influencing my dream. He wondered which item it could be, and quickly thought of a possible target. Calamity Kohinam. The Book of Calamity, she left behind, has likely been sent to Passu Island. After making the report, I'll seek Mr. Fool's advice. After daybreak, he showed no signs of abnormality and entered a room with a long table, where he was questioned by 3 mandated Punisher deacons. Alger systematically answered their questions, mentioning what he had done at sea, his plans and his successes and failures. Towards the end of his report, the deacon with dark blue hair glanced at him. "Do you know Admiral of Stars Catleya?" "Not only do I know her," Alger answered after some thought, "I met her at the pirate convention." The deacon didn't harp on the question. Think of means to get to know her. Try to investigate Gehrman Sparrow's situation from her. So that's how it is. It's because Gehrman hunted Admiral of Blood? Alger feigned ignorance. What did Gehrman Sparrow do again? The deacon said in a peeved manner. He nearly destroyed Bayonne. All right, this isn't something you should know. In summary, remember, Gehrman Sparrow is a very dangerous person. There's a secret cult backing him. That organization has a demigod that's at odds with the Rose School of Thought. Nearly destroyed Bayonne? A demigod in the organization? At odds with the Rose School of Thought? Alger deliberately didn't hide his shock. He had imagined the focus was on Gehrman because of the hunt, but the reason was far more ludicrous. What did Gehrman Sparrow do? Also, isn't our tarot club's archenemy the Aurora Order? Why is there the additional Rose School of Thought? As for the tarot club having a demigod, he wasn't surprised. Back when Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos died, he was already convinced that Mr. Fool had a high sequence blessed. In Backland's North Borough outside 160 Buckland Street, servants stood in 2 rows. Dwayne Dantes, with his white hair at the temples and deep blue eyes, wore a tailcoat and top hat. Together with butler Walter and valet Richardson, he walked between them to the entrance of the 3-story building, where housekeeper Tanaja waited. She was in her early 40s, with ordinary looks but an experienced demeanor. From the information received, Klein knew she was born in East Borough, a believer of the Evernight goddess, and had been trained by a church charitable organization. After more than 10 years of hard work, she was promoted from a maidservant to a lady's maid, and later became a housekeeper until her employer's family met with a financial crisis. After signing the contract, she received £1,000 from Dwayne Dantes as petty cash before entering an argument with butler Walter on whether they should purchase or rent a carriage. From her point of view, since Mr. Dante's goal was to enter high society, a carriage needed to be custom-made. Before that, renting a high-end carriage was a more reasonable choice that didn't waste money or appear inadequate. She convinced Walter and, of course, Klein. This was because renting a high-end carriage with the horse cost only £88 a year. Of course, someone who controls the household's expenditures needs to be someone who's good at accounting. Klein felt poignant as he smiled at Tanaja before stepping through the door. This was the stage for which the tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, would be acting on. Chapter 749, The Moon's Authority. Upon entering the house, the first thing Klein saw was a spacious foyer, furnished elegantly with several chairs and umbrella stands. After passing through a second main door, the sight before his eyes opened up to a huge hall that could accommodate dozens of dancing guests. In the middle was a brightly colored plush carpet, surrounded by bright marble tiles. A piano, stone sculptures, and other decorations adorned the hall, with stone columns holding up the second floor. To the left was a series of floor-to-ceiling windows, and beyond them was a lush green lawn. The hall was 2 stories high, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Ahead of him were 2 staircases that led to the second floor, where a winding square-shaped corridor overlooked the hall below. The second floor had a living room, an activity room, a dining room, a billiard room, and many bedrooms for guests. 2 staircases led to the third floor, which was where Dwayne Dantes stayed. There was an exaggerated master bedroom, an open room for sunbathing, a study that could be deemed a miniature library, as well as changing rooms and small bedrooms for the valet and maid on night duty. As for the other servants, they lived in a terrace house behind the main mansion. Taking off his coat, Klein stood on the balcony on the 3rd floor and took in the sights of the surrounding streets, sighing inwardly. There really is a reason why it's so expensive. The rent of £315 really can't be considered a waste. He had already paid a year's rent yesterday. He had also directly paid Walter a year's salary of £115 and housekeeper Tanaja £42, as it was very possible he would flee once he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. Through their negotiations, they hired all the servants. The annual salary of a male steward was £30, his valet Richardson was £35, 2 footmen received £30 each, 2 ladies' maids were £18 each, 2 chambermaids were £12 each, and 2 handymen were £12 each. Apart from them, the cook was £30, the assistant cook was 15, the scullery maid 13, the parlour maid 11, the nursery governess 25, the steward's boy 10, 2 coachmen 25 each, 2 gardeners 20 each, and 2 laundresses 10 each, all for a total of £413. Together with the 2 head servants, Klein needed to pay £570 a year, approximately £11 a week, without including food, clothes, and other daily necessities. I'll pay £10 to £20 a week without any income the moment I open my eyes. Klein did a mental calculation, forcing himself to cast his gaze onto the garden. He now only had £1,286 and 18 gold coins left, though he would receive payments from Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit within the week. I wonder how long the £1,000 can last, Tanasia. The rich Mr. Dwayne Dantes fell into deep thought. To calm his emotions, he decided to head above the grey fog while the servants were busy to study the strange puppet Emlyn had sacrificed. After straightening his stylish dark-coloured vest, Klein walked to the door and said to the awaiting valet, "Richardson, I have a habit of sleeping in the afternoon for 45 minutes. I don't want anyone disturbing me." "Yes, sir," Richardson answered humbly. He was an illegitimate son with mixed blood who had previously served 2 households. He had caught butler Walter's notice and became Dwayne Dantes' valet. After looking at Richardson, who stood straight and tall, Klein sighed. This guy that can clearly be a celebrity with his looks can only be a servant in this day and age. Without musing further, Klein locked the door and took 4 steps counterclockwise, entering the space above the grey fog. He sat at the seat of the fool and beckoned with his hand to make the charred moon puppet fly over. After scrutinizing it and discovering nothing odd, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement, "Its origins." He leaned back in his chair. My spiritual intuition didn't stop me. It means that the latent danger of the moon puppet isn't as bad as the Rose school of thought beyond a characteristic. He mumbled as he skillfully recited the divination statement. In the grey, hazy world, he saw an altar with a circle of fiery torches around it. On the altar was what he suspected to be human skin with traces of blood. In the middle were 3 candles and a few puppets that resembled thin wooden poles, their curved eyes and mouths corresponding to the crimson crescent in the sky. A priest in a dark red robe was circling the altar, dancing. At some point, moonlight gathered and shone on the puppets. The ritual quickly came to an end as the priest picked up a puppet and walked to a human body bound to a frame, instantly stabbing it through the body's eye socket. Amidst tragic cries, the scene changed. The dead man with the moon puppet in his eye socket was buried somewhere. The scene skipped again, showing that every full moon or blood moon, the moon's glow would scatter over the grave, seeping into it like water. Klein opened his eyes, having a general idea of the moon puppet's origins. It came from a prayer ritual to the primordial moon, a ritual lasting for centuries, during which the puppets had absorbed the powers of the crimson moon until they were exhumed. In a particular sense, these primitives are equivalent to the primordial moon's chosen ones. Last night, after I smote one to death, that evil god was enraged, thus causing the blood moon? The primordial moon's wrath directly changed the moon's phenomena. If this theory is right, it means that in the domain of the crimson moon, the goddess is inferior to the primordial moon. He nodded slightly and attempted to divine the weaknesses of the moon puppet. This time, he saw sunlight and lightning. This means that the beyonder powers in the sun domain and lightning from the storm domain are best at dealing with it. Klein threw the moon puppet into the junk pile and returned to the real world. An hour later, Walter knocked on the door. "Sir, I'll be printing your name card in a while. They will be sent to the neighbors along with some gifts. They will take a few days to observe to determine your situation. If they're willing to accept you, they would send gifts and invite you to be their guests. Does your name card need a title added?" "Title? The fool that doesn't belong to this era?" Klein lampooned as he replied with a smile. "Merchant Dwayne Dantes from Desi would suffice." Walter nodded. "Based on your wishes, I'll immediately arrange for you to have etiquette lessons. The focus will be on dancing, and I've hired a professional teacher." Chapter 750. Attraction. Having read many magazines, Klein knew the social life he wanted had many balls, so he wasn't surprised by Walter's suggestion. He said with a nod, "Okay." With that said, he looked sideways at his valet Richardson. "Prepare the carriage. I'll be heading over to St. Samuel Cathedral." Klein vividly remembered his main goal, to act as a devout believer of the Evernite goddess, get to know the clergyman and find a way to sneak into Chanis Gate. He planned to pray at the cathedral whenever possible to express sincerity and build relationships. "Yes, sir," Richardson answered politely. Soon Klein boarded his rented luxurious four-wheeled carriage, dressed in coat and top hat. As he enjoyed the scenery, he sampled black tea with lemon. There was a tiny bar counter in the carriage. Butler Walter had specially prepared golden lanty, winter black rand and various wines from Intis. However, Klein didn't enjoy drinking. As a beyonder, he disliked the tipsy feeling which reminded him of losing control. So he used the excuse of going to the cathedral to have Richardson prepare Marcus black tea. "If it's possible, I would actually like a cup of sweet iced tea. It's something from the south," Klein said half-jokingly. "I will prepare it next time," Richardson replied immediately. Klein chuckled and shook his head. "No, there's no need. That wouldn't appear decent. Once I'm more familiar with the neighbors and have hosted a Desi-styled banquet, we can prepare some sweet iced tea. Heh. I believe their children will like it." When Richardson realized he'd mistaken his employer's intentions, he hurriedly said, "I will keep it in mind." It took 20 minutes to go from 160 Buckland Street to St. Samuel Cathedral at Phelps Street on foot. If Klein didn't need to project status by hiring a coachman and renting a carriage, he would have walked to digest food and strengthen his body. Soon, the carriage stopped outside the cathedral square. Klein held his gold-inlaid cane, got out, and enjoyed the pigeons' dance. Inside the main prayer hall, he passed his top hat and cane to Richardson, found a seat near the aisle, and sat down. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and prayed silently and seriously. Richardson sat beside him, putting the items in place, glancing at the dark sacred emblem on the altar, then closed his eyes. In the serene atmosphere, Klein felt his spirituality lightly scatter. He wasn't surprised. Praying masses often experienced this. The tiny bits of spirituality carrying pious belief gathered to power the Chanis Gate's underground seals. After an unknown time, his spiritual perception triggered. He opened his eyes and looked diagonally across. An elder in a black clergyman robe stood there. His sparse hair and pale face made him resemble a dead man. From afar, his cold aura and expressionless face blended into the dark environment. A keeper. Klein judged instantly. He closed his eyes and continued praying, having memorized the man's features: big nose, grayish-blue eyes, loose facial skin, no facial hair. The elder sat down, focusing on praying. The prayer hall's front wall had holes letting pure light shine like stars, making the dark room gentle and holy. Time passed. Klein's spiritual perception triggered again. He carefully opened his eyes to see the black-robed keeper leaving and entering a side passage. That must lead to the cathedral's back. Keepers stay inside? No families or residences? Considering their condition and monitoring by bishops, it made sense. Klein thought, "I must befriend the priests and bishops to gain access behind the cathedral." He closed his eyes, pondering the problems. After some time, Klein rose, walked to the altar, and threw £50 in cash into the donation box devoutly. The bishop and priest on duty looked over, their gaze friendly, remembering him. Klein nodded gently at them, turned and walked down the aisle. Richardson held his hat and cane, following closely. Outside the prayer hall, Klein walked toward the main entrance lined with intricate murals and colored pane windows. At this point, a few figures walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with long sideburns, wearing a black trench coat. Behind him was a young man in a similar coat with black hair and green eyes. He looked handsome with his randomly styled hair. Klein was especially familiar with his looks. Leonard Mitchell. Klein's pupils constricted a little, but he didn't stop, maintaining his pace and walking towards the Nighthawks. When they met, he casually swept a gaze at them before passing and walking towards the main entrance. Leonard Mitchell glanced at the believers who walked past him out of boredom and retracted his gaze. "I hope we can stay in Backlund for a few days this time to have a good rest." The case this time wasn't only dangerous, but it also required us to be tense the entire time. Captain Soast shook his head with a smile. This is the life of us Red Gloves. You should have known this would be how it would be back when you chose to join. However, congratulations on advancing to Sole Assurer. Leonard curled his lips into a smile. It's slower than I had expected. Also, Captain Soast, you've finally reached Sequence 5. This isn't a problem with the church. If I could have endured it better, I could have become a spirit warlock earlier, Soast said as they entered the prayer hall. Pray to the goddess. It will effectively eliminate your mental stress. As the team sat down, Leonard was about to focus on praying when he suddenly heard a slightly aged voice ring in his mind. That person from just now is problematic. Who? Leonard asked with a suppressed voice. The voice replied, one of the men you met at the entrance. I'm living in your body, and my strength hasn't recovered, so I wasn't able to see too clearly. Leonard recalled and asked softly, what do you mean by problematic? He has an ancient aura. A beyonder who has lived for a very long period of time, Leonard mumbled. I will try to investigate. Simultaneously he thought, old man must be hiding certain things. He seldom volunteers to tell me that someone is problematic, yet be so vague about it. After I find the target and confirm that there's no danger, I'll leave it. I don't want to be embroiled in the conflict of some undying monsters from the Fourth Epoch. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Fours handed £220 to Shio. This the money I borrowed from you. Shio grabbed at her messy blonde hair, looked at the money and then at Fours. You really are involved in illegal gambling? I have to tell you that such gambling must be a scam. Even though you're a trick master, such scams might have other beyonders in it. Stop, 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 Fours said in bemused anger. Do I look like someone who will participate in illegal gambling? Yes, Shio didn't hesitate. If I didn't stop you, you wouldn't just be smoking cigarettes, you'd even be smoking cannabis. That's because I needed to numb myself due to the pain from the full moon's ravings, Force thought, not debating with Shio. I sold the mysticism knowledge I know at a Beyonder gathering. That person was very generous and had paid several £100s. Is that so? Shio instantly threw the problem to the back of her mind. There's been a new Beyonder gathering that appeared recently in Eastborough. I've been invited. A new Beyonder gathering? Fours was first taken aback before feeling a sense of anticipation. She knew that Lewis Ween was an oracle of the Aurora Order, and his arrival in Backland was likely to rebuild their faction. Therefore, there was a solid chance he had disguised himself to organize a new gathering. Fours thought for a moment and said seemingly mindlessly, Are you going to join it? Of course, I have to prepare the interrogator formula potion, Shio answered decisively. Fours nodded and covered her mouth to yawn. Remember to bring me along when you have the privilege of inviting a new member. Chapter 751, Loan-Styled Euphemism. Late at night at 7 Pinster Street, Leonard Mitchell sat on a chair with his legs raised onto his desk. He leaned back, his breathing gradually turning long and slow. After an unknown period of time, his eyelids drooped. At this moment his spirit had arrived in a grey, hazy world, but he was still in his bedroom. He flew to the window and saw a thick grey fog blanket the nearby streets, embracing all of Backland. The street lamps and the warm light from the houses appeared abnormally dim, tainted with a sense of blurriness. This was the city through a nightmare's eyes. Leonard leaped out the window and flew to 17 Minsk Street. He didn't storm in but politely pulled the doorbell. Dressed in her nightgown, Stellan Sammer opened the door. She was none other than Klein's landlord back when he was acting as Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard, now in a black and white checkered police uniform, showed his identification. Do you know Sherlock Moriarty? Trapped in the dream, Stellan's reaction was very slow. Did something happen to him? Just as she asked, her impression of Sherlock Moriarty appeared beside her, a man in a half-top hat and double-breasted frock coat, with gold-rimmed spectacles and a bushy mustache. He's been involved in a case and is undergoing an investigation, Leonard said. I hope you can cooperate with us. All right, Stellan replied, a little horrified. Leonard thought for a second. Since when did he rent this place from you? Early September last year, Stellan said after recalling. What do you know of him? Or should I say, what kind of person do you think he is? Stellan appeared as though she had long considered the answer. He comes from Mid-Seashire, and he has an accent from that area. He's a very capable detective. However, his income isn't too high. He doesn't even hire a full-time housemaid. He went to grammar school and studied history. What leaves me most envious of all is how he obtained Mary's gratitude. He joined the Quelaag Club. Later, he apparently became famous in the detective circles. Leonard lost his patience listening to her drone on, failing to obtain any useful information apart from what he had already investigated. Next, I'll investigate those from the Quelaag Club who have good relationships with Sherlock Moriarty. Once he patiently finished listening, he thanked her and left her dream. At 160 Buckland Street, in the hall that could accommodate more than 100 dancers, Klein was embracing a lady in her 30s as they danced. This was the etiquette teacher Walter had hired, Johanna Heisen. She had a common name, but was not ordinary at all. Her disposition was impeccable, her every action filled with charm. According to Walter's introduction, she was born into a baron's family, had been a court lady, and became a private tutor after her family declined. With nimble footsteps, the black-haired Johanna nodded approvingly. "Mr. Dantes, it's hard for me to imagine you not having learned these dance steps before. In less than half an hour, you're as skilled as a noble who received education on this from a young age." "It's all thanks to your teachings," Klein said with a humble smile. With the clown's balance, dancing was an easy matter for him. Johanna chuckled softly. "You're a gentleman who can really make a lady happy." She raised her light brown eyes. "That's the best praise I've heard today," Klein replied. After Johanna corrected a minor mistake, she said, "When inviting a lady to dance, you also need to converse. You can't be like two dolls. When conversing, you must be euphemistic because this is Loan, not Intis. To put it simply, do not be direct. Let me raise an example. If you wish to compliment a lady for her perfume, you can't directly tell her how nice it smells. You can say something like, 'It feels like I'm out in the spring meadows.' There's no literary feel. Shouldn't you say that 'the moon is beautiful, isn't it?'" Klein lampooned with a Japanese-styled euphemism as he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Thank you for not telling me that my praises weren't gentlemanly enough." Johanna's smile deepened. "Mr. Dantes, do you know what kind of gentleman is very welcomed by women at social events?" "Pray, do tell," Klein replied honestly. "The second most popular type are men who make women think that he's very intelligent." "What about the first?" Klein asked cooperatively. Johanna glanced at him. "The most popular type are men who make women think that they are very intelligent." Upon saying that, she smiled, and Klein instantly understood she was hiding praise between the lines. So this is Lund-styled euphemism. The 2-hour etiquette lesson ended in a harmonious mood. Klein walked teacher Johanna Heisen to the door with his butler and valet before giving her a tiny gift. Moonlight, a perfume from the Dream Company. He had a deep understanding of the use of a good butler. Watching the satisfied man Johanna Heisen leave, Klein held back the urge to rub his temples, sighing inwardly. "This is more tiring than a Beyonder battle. I have to constantly watch my actions and deliberate over my words." At that point, Walter took a step forward. "Sir, since you wish for your etiquette studies to progress faster, we can move the remaining lessons forward." "What lessons?" Klein felt a headache. "History, international politics, philosophy, music, as well as general knowledge of sports like golf, racing, hunting," Walter answered meticulously. "Philosophy?" Klein asked in surprise. Walter nodded. "It's one of the most common topics discussed in high society. You need to know that the origins of philosophy stem from Kong Soka, Maredi, and Patterson, and not Emperor Roselle. When tycoons first enter high society, many of them often make mistakes in such aspects." Klein felt his head ache the more he heard. He forced a smile. "I haven't got any matters to do recently, apart from my afternoon naps and heading to the cathedral. You can arrange the lessons to be at any time." In a dark room, a letter floated up and opened by itself. Sharon's figure was outlined as she grasped the letter and seriously read through it. She then wrote a reply and set up a ritual to summon Sherlock Moriarty's messenger, not forgetting to prepare a gold coin. Soon she finished the incantation as she watched the candle flame burgeon and be tainted with a gloomy green color. Reinette Tinneker, with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand, appeared out of the candlelight before her. Sharon's eyes constricted as her doll-like face suddenly showed immense emotional fluctuations. She blurted out, "Teacher, haven't you already?" Chapter 752, Warning. In the sunny study at 160 Bokeland Street, Klein sat on a high-backed chair reading the newspapers. He discovered that both the Tussock Times and the Backland Daily Tribune had an advertisement in a striking spot, advertising the sale of 10% of the Backland Bike Company's shares. Mr. Stanton is rather efficient, he thought, just as his spiritual perception was triggered. He activated his spirit vision and saw Reinette Tinneker walk out of the void, holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, one of which had a letter in its mouth. It's likely a reply from Miss Sharon. As he had this thought, he reached out to receive it. "Thank you." He subconsciously glanced at the door where his valet, Richardson, was standing. After tearing open the envelope, he quickly scanned the letter, confirming it was from Sharon. She indicated that she had no intention of buying the biological poison bottle at the moment. She's in a tight financial situation? Or is she saving money to do something important? Klein instinctively felt it was the latter. He looked up and saw Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes looking at him intently. He jumped in fright, imagining she was urging him to pay his debt. He cleared his throat. "There's no need to reply. I'll be paying the first installment within the week." Reinette Tinneker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "There's no rush. There's no interest. Miss Messenger is quite nice after all." As Klein sighed, Reinette Tinneker vanished. After burning the letter and resting, he walked to the door to inform Richardson to prepare the carriage. He planned on heading to the cathedral before his philosophy class. The journey was smooth, and Klein arrived at the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral after a few sips of tea. After enjoying the sight of the pigeons, he strode into the prayer hall and found a pew. Like before, Richardson sat diagonally behind him. As he emptied his mind during his prayers, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered once again. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked to his left, where he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. This nighthawk wasn't wearing a trench coat, looking casual in a white shirt, straight trousers, and a black vest. Seeing the middle-aged man with grey streaks look at him, Leonard smiled with a nod, then retracted his gaze and closed his eyes, pretending to pray. At this moment, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's him. Hey, he didn't make my hard work of running over to the cathedral yesterday and today be in vain." Leonard thought smugly, his expression remaining stoic. Klein was also pretending to pray, a puzzlement surfacing in his mind. When did this fellow Leonard become so pious? What's his goal for coming? He seemed to be observing me just now. Upon having this thought, he suddenly realized something. The grandpa in him is an angel of the marauder pathway. Blasphemer Ammon is a king of angels of this pathway. He could discover the grey fog. So it's very possible that the grandpa in Leonard can also sense the grey fog, or the traces of its powers on me. Upon making this judgment, Klein immediately felt his heart in his throat. He maintained his praying posture, his entire person calm and reserved, completely identical to the cathedral's atmosphere. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up and walked to the donation box, throwing in a total of £50 in cash. He then did as before, smiling and nodding at the bishop and priest on duty, who gave a friendly response. The moment he walked out of the cathedral, he received his hat from Richardson and fed the pigeons on the square for about 10 minutes. Behind him, the believers who had finished their prayers walked out, including Leonard Mitchell. Without looking at the entrance, Klein leisurely clapped his hands and walked to his nearby carriage. Leonard was similarly feeding the pigeons, but he had no intention of following when he saw his target leave. Since the person had an ancient aura and the parasite in him placed such importance on him, he didn't dare to act directly. He planned on making superficial investigations first. There can't be that many of that particular type of high-end carriage in Backland. It's easy to determine the source. Leonard thought leisurely. He was an experienced red glove. At this moment, a pigeon spread its wings and flew over, a paper slip in its beak. Leonard frowned as he reached out his left palm. The pigeon flew down, dropped the slip and flew off. He warily unfolded the paper and saw 2 lines of text: Zoroast, parasite. This. Leonard's pupils suddenly constricted, his hair standing on end. That gentleman has seen through my secret? As expected of someone with an ancient aura, he's warning me? At that moment, Leonard felt that every action the middle-aged man had done left him shocked when he recalled them. He immediately lost all thoughts of investigating. As he watched the pigeons land, he said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, he might be an old friend of yours. If you wish to investigate, then it's best that you wait till your strength recovers." "Old friend," the slightly aged voice repeated. Leonard quickly converged his emotions. "So you're someone from the Zoroast family?" At this moment, about 100 meters away, Duane Dantes leaned onto the carriage wall and slowly closed his eyes. At his valet's side, a middle-aged man in a dark red coat and old triangular hat appeared, bowed to his master, and then disappeared. The carriage slowly turned as a flock of pigeons flew up from the square. After returning home, the silent Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief. If Leonard hadn't accepted the warning, he had planned on writing another slip with the contents. "I know where blasphemer Amon is." In between the lines, it meant I'll tell Amon that there's a Zoroast family angel here if you foil my plans. Heh, this matter is all thanks to Orodes. If he hadn't informed me that Leonard has a marauder angel, I definitely wouldn't have noticed I'd been targeted. As he relaxed, there was a knock on the door. Richardson said, "Sir, the butler wishes to seek an audience with you." "Please invite him in," Klein said, returning to the half-open room. The white-gloved Walter entered. "Sir, your philosophy teacher, Mr. Hamid, is here." Philosophy classes. Klein rubbed his aching temples. He had previously heard from Walter that Mr. Hamid was a believer of the Lord of Storms. "From the looks of it, I have to change my stereotypes. Is the prerequisite to being a philosopher to not have a wife?" As Klein lampooned, he straightened his clothes. "All right, I'll head over there now." Chapter 753. Bishop Visits. After the philosophy class, Klein had a feeling as though he hadn't slept in 3 days. His mind was filled with names and concepts like skepticism, metaphysics, nominalism, and existentialism. If it wasn't because the original Klein had studied history, he doubted he could have lasted through the one-to-one lesson. Actually, Mr. Hamid was quite different from what I had imagined. He was humorous and candid, making him unlike a philosophy teacher. He also doesn't possess the stereotypes of a Lord of Storms believer. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the 3rd floor, his valet Richardson following in silence. During this process, he discovered that his servants were busy with their own duties, none of them lazing about. Before he walked into the half-open room, Klein saw butler Walter hanging 2 double-barreled hunting rifles on the wall, making the interior have a raw and bold feeling. After hanging the rifles up, Walter took 2 steps back to observe them, then took out a golden pocket watch. He opened it and looked at the lid's interior, his stern, old-fashioned face softening significantly. Klein coughed gently to inform his butler before pushing open the door. Walter closed the pocket watch and bowed. "Sir, we applied for 6 hunting licenses and bought 6 double-barreled hunting rifles and the corresponding canister cartridges." Klein, who had death knell under his armpit, simply nodded. He then revealed a warm smile. "Back when I saw the information from the Family Servant Assistance Association, I noticed that you already have a wife and child?" Walter answered in all seriousness. "Yes, back when I was a servant at the Viscount Conrad's manor, I had to have constant contact with a lady due to work. We began having feelings for each other, and under the goddess's watch, we walked down the aisle of marriage and ended up having a daughter. She's currently studying at a grammar school and wishes to pass the Backland University's entrance exams." Upon mentioning his family, the unsmiling butler's tone unknowingly turned mellow. Klein felt wistful. "Ma'am Tanager seems to be single?" "Yes." Walter's expression turned solemn again. "In modern society, male and female servants still do not enjoy equal treatment. I'm not referring to the salary, but a deeper idea. Male servants can get married, but if a female servant were to have a family, it implies the loss of her job. All of these will change only when one reaches the rank of housekeeper." Klein didn't continue on the topic, instead walking towards the reclining chair. At this moment his gaze swept by the piled newspaper by the coffee table. His mind stirred as he turned to his butler. "I saw an advertisement on the papers regarding the sale of Backland Bike Company shares. Find a professional lawyer and accountant to inquire about it to figure out the exact situation. I'm rather interested in this industry. If the price is right, I'll consider buying it." For a second, Klein had thought of a problem. As a tycoon who had brought huge sums of money to Backland, it was impossible that he didn't pay attention to such a sale. Since he didn't know the prospects of this industry, he needed to hire people to gain a better understanding. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit his persona. "Of course, I can also raise the price as a result, allowing me to sell those 10% shares at a higher price. Yes, I have to remember to just raise the price a little and not be too greedy. If I were to keep raising the price and it ends up back in my hands, I'll be crying." "Yes, sir." Walter didn't ask further. At 4:35 p.m. Richardson knocked on the door. "Sir, Mr. Maury Marked and his wife, Ma'am Rihanna, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's Bishop Electra is here to pay you a visit." "Maury Marked? That House of Commons Member of Parliament? Also, why would St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop be here as well?" Klein thought, and asked with a smile, "Is there such a protocol?" Richardson habitually lowered his head. "Yes, it's because Mr. Butler informed the neighbors that you would be home in the afternoon for the next week when he was delivering your name cards and gifts. Under such a situation, neighbors who received your name card can pass by on the excuse of being out on an afternoon stroll from 4 to 5 to make a semi-formal visit." Klein walked to the door and allowed Richardson to help him with his coat. "Then why would Bishop Electra be here as well?" "Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Macht's house in the afternoon. They must have mentioned you while having a chat and decided to pay a visit by strolling over." Richardson skillfully helped Dwayne Dantes adjust his attire. Klein acknowledged and walked out. Soon, he saw the three visitors in a small living room on the second floor. Maury Marked was a classic Lonese gentleman in his 40s, a member of Parliament, a believer of the Evernight goddess, and a member of the New Party. His wife, Rihanna, was from a family of lawyers. Electra wore a black, double-breasted clergyman's robe, and he had deep blue eyes and a thin face. Klein had met this bishop before when donating. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes appear, Maury Marked took 2 steps forward. "I've been hearing for the past few days that a pious believer in the goddess had moved into Unit 160, and I've been wanting to visit. We happened to be taking a stroll today, and we took the liberty to visit. Please pardon us for our faux pas." Klein smiled and tapped his chest 4 times. "At such times, the only thing we need to do is praise the lady." "Praise the lady." Electra and Rihanna nodded, drawing a crimson moon on their chests. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein invited his guests to take a seat. A maid hurriedly delivered tea and coffee. "Mr. Dantes, I heard you're a merchant from Desi. I wonder what business you were previously engaged in?" Maury Marked asked casually before joking, "Your last name just makes me think of many things." Klein smiled and humorously asked in return, "What kind of business does digging up treasure count as?" Without waiting for an answer, he said, "I once had my own mine, but as you know, it will one day be mined out. Mining cities would also end up waning as a result." He was hinting that he was born in one of the resource-rich cities in Desi County, where it would be difficult for ordinary people to investigate his past. Bishop Electra nodded in thought. "So you chose to come to Backland to seek out new opportunities? May I know who proselytized you into the church?" Chapter 754, Invitation. Klein had already walked through Bishop Electra's last question before, so he said with a sigh, "It was my father. He was a truly wise elder. Unfortunately, he passed away many years ago during an accident." As he spoke, he infused the original Klein's emotions, sounding calm with a slight smile, but with a sorrow that remained hidden deep inside. "I'm sorry for your loss. He must have entered the holy residence of the goddess," Bishop Electra answered sincerely, forming the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. Without waiting for a response, he invited, "There will be a moon mass the day after tomorrow for the deceased. I wonder if you're interested in participating." "I would love to." Klein stood up and bowed, saying it from the bottom of his heart. This gave him the perfect excuse to interact with the clergy of St. Samuel Cathedral, a firm foundation for his plans. Meanwhile, he came to realize why the Evernight pathway was interchangeable with the Death pathway. Both wielded the authorities of serenity, eternal sleep, and darkness. Following that, Maury Mucht didn't continue the topic, and he and his wife Rihanna began idly talking about their vacation experience in Desi Bay. Having stayed there for 2 days, Klein replied with a native tone. During this process, he also pretended to unintentionally mention his hunting activities while doing business in West Balham, building the necessary foundations for the second layer of his identity. He used what the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson, had previously mentioned as a blueprint, fabricating a story that was partially true and fake. Upon hearing of the thick anacondas and man-eating flowers, Rihanna would let out gasps from time to time, looking afraid but also eager to know more. "You really are an excellent hunter. Back when I was serving in East Balham, I never had the chance to enter the forest," Maury Mucht praised sincerely. "I wish to invite you to go hunting if there's a chance in the future." Upon hearing the semi-serious invitation, Klein replied with a smile, "I'm already looking forward to it." After chatting a little more and discussing Backlund's pollution control, the 3 guests suggested they take their leave. Klein sent them to the door with his valet, Richardson. As he watched them leave, his smile slowly disappeared. He was rather pleased with the progress. Bishop Electra was directly related to the church, his main goal, while Maury Mucht was a discharged soldier and a member of Parliament, which would be beneficial to his investigation of the Great Smog. Next up, I should slowly deepen our relationships. Klein returned to the small living room and saw that the maid had taken away the remaining pastries, which he originally planned on having a little more of. Before dinner, butler Walter returned and briefed him on the Backlund Bike Company's shares. "Sir, we are lucky enough. Someone had hired a professional lawyer and accountant to investigate the situation, and they had offered a price before the advertisements were published. But in subsequent negotiations, the price exceeded the buyer's expectations. He had no choice but to give up. This way, we don't have to wait for the investigation report." Klein nodded. "What's the current bid?" The buyer that gave up had offered £6,000, with a bottom-line price of £7,000. The seller didn't divulge the situation about the other buyer. However, from the feedback from various channels, it's at least £8,000. £8,000. Not too bad. Should I raise it a little more? If I were to raise the price and the other party just gives up, wouldn't it be awkward? Klein nodded slightly. "Give me the corresponding report. I'll consider it." After dinner, to accentuate his brilliant image, Klein turned to Richardson. "Prepare the 2-wheel carriage. I'll be making a trip outside." He originally imagined that Richardson would be surprised, but his valet answered politely after a curious look, "All right, sir." Submissive and never asking why. That's also considered an advantage. Klein sighed inwardly. After getting on the carriage, he directly instructed, "Let's circle around the Backlund Bridge area and East Borough." As the carriage passed through Sherwood Borough, it arrived in the Backlund Bridge area. Klein didn't give a destination, only getting the coachman to meander through the streets. He leaned against the carriage wall, looking out at the pedestrians in old clothes, walking with tired faces. Occasionally, a bike would ring by, the rider's expression appearing more lively, beaming with an indescribable sense of pride. It's an obvious difference in class. Klein slowly exhaled, looking up at the sky. After the Great Smog, the management of the environment is improving. However, the situation with the lower-class workers in East Borough hasn't significantly improved. Although their salaries might be higher and their working hours have improved due to the large number of people surging in, prices have risen, reducing the effects. On the future, Admiral of Stars Cataleya stood behind the windows, watching Frank Lee pushing wooden barrels into the shadows. He's recently been researching the growth of plants in dark environments. Why did he suddenly become normal? She frowned with suspicion. "I'll get Nina to ask later." Just as she had this thought, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to see a letter on her desk. As a faint smile curled on her lips, she walked over and tore open the envelope, quickly reading through it. There are 2 obninsks that do not belong to the Church of Storms swimming north from Sonia Island towards the Abyss Maelstrom. Find the direct descendant of Abraham family. You did well. Abyss Maelstrom. Abraham family. Kathleen thought for a moment, and without any clues, she planned on asking at the next tarot gathering. The next morning, after divining again if he should raise the price, Klein said to butler Walter, "Hire that team and continue the negotiation. My bottom line is £9,000. "All right, sir," Walter replied, then said with an apologetic look, "Something happened at home, and I wish to have half a day off." "No problem. Do you need any help?" Klein asked gently. "Thank you for asking. I can handle it, and it's not too urgent." "I will first handle the matters regarding the share negotiation," Walter said sincerely. Klein permitted him to take time off. After his butler left, he turned to Richardson. "Did Walter meet anyone earlier this morning?" "Mr. Butler received a letter," Richardson replied without hiding anything. Chapter 755, Switchboard Receptionist. "He received a letter? Didn't he say that something happened at home?" "Walter's family lives in Backlund. A public carriage would be faster than mail. With his salary, he can definitely afford it." Klein nodded without a word, as though he had just asked in passing. He slowly returned to the reclining chair and began to seriously read the papers. Upon seeing this, Richardson silently retreated out of the room. After hearing the light click, Klein cast his gaze towards the door. "I've discovered another advantage of Richardson. He enjoys observing his surroundings and is able to notice information of value. This is different from a spectator. The focus is more on the event rather than the details. Walter's matter seems a little abnormal. Could this be the additional development Arodas mentioned? Regardless, I'll first divine the matter." With this in mind, Klein entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the grey fog. Due to the lack of necessary information, he could only divine about any danger that targeted himself. He removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and wrote the divination statement, "Walter's abnormality will bring me danger." Holding the pendulum, he closed his eyes and muttered the sentence 7 times. He opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather ordinary speed. This meant that Walter's abnormality wouldn't bring him any danger. But this could also mean the danger depends on whether I make the appropriate choice. If I were to rashly get myself involved, something that isn't dangerous might become so. Just as he put the matter on hold, he saw the crimson star representing the hermit coruscate. Does this mean that the payment for Scales of Luck is here? Klein was delighted as he emanated his spirituality, only to be left disappointed. Cattleya was only requesting Mr. Fool to pass on a message to the Hanged Man. There are Obninsks at the Abyss Maelstrom north of Sonia Island. Mr. Hanged Man is pretty lucky. Ma'am Hermit's request is actually to help find the direct descendants of the Abraham family. This means that Queen Mystic is rather aware of Mr. Verdor's origins. Klein began making connections as he threw the corresponding image to the crimson star representing the Hanged Man. At this moment, Alger Wilson had just finished his reports and returned to the Blue Avenger. When he saw the endless grey fog and heard the hermit's words, he walked to the captain's cabin with a deadpan expression. Upon entering, he came before an alcohol cabinet, took a bottle of Lanty-proof, and downed half a cup like it was water. He kept his eyes half closed, as though completely immersed in his own world. Abraham family's direct descendant? This might be very difficult for others, but I can ask Miss Magician. Her teacher is one. Admiral of Stars still isn't aware of it yet. He quickly reined in his emotions and paced about, finally giving up on his idea. Admiral of Stars won't only ask for my help. At the tarot gathering next week, she might announce this mission to everyone. There's no point lying about matters that can be easily exposed. I shouldn't jeopardize possible future transactions for some petty gains. Alger stopped walking as he reverently bowed his head and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. Please inform Ma'am Hermit that she can directly ask Miss Magician for clues. After settling the request, Alger took the initiative to mention his encounter during the night of the blood moon, and he inquired to Mr. Fool about whether the item that resonated with his Beyonder characteristic was the Book of Calamity, and if the female in the Coral Palace was Kohinum. Something like that happened? Queen of Calamity might really not be completely dead. It's likely that she had split her Beyonder characteristic into the Book of Calamity and the one in the undersea ruin. Klein confirmed without any hesitation that the elf was Queen of Calamity, Kohanan. This wasn't intuition, but a logical inference. He had once obtained the golden cup that Elf Queen Kohanem loved, and a similar vessel had appeared in the dream. With this in mind, he suddenly recalled that he had given the cup to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina to bury in Ciatus's tomb. If Queen of Calamity really isn't completely dead, will the golden cup cause any form of mutation? After some thought, he calmly replied to the hanged man, "That's right." Following that, he forwarded the message to the Hermit's Star. After doing all of this, Klein conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him pray, "Honorable Mr. Fool, please tell Danitz to pass on a message to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards about the existence of any abnormalities between elven songster Ciatus's corpse and the golden cup." Phew. After doing all of that, Klein threw the corresponding image to the specially labeled point of light and returned to the real world. Coming before his changing mirror, he looked at his grey sideburns and knew that he had returned from being Mr. Fool to the mysterious merchant Dwayne Dantes. In a primitive forest in Byam, Danitz, who was having a feast, suddenly trembled. Although this wasn't the first time he was receiving an answer from the fool, he still felt apprehensive. After he identified the figure and heard his words, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Ask Captain? That's simple. The Golden Dream will be picking me up in a few days." Hehe, Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy, and he's even very sincere and reverent before the mighty fool. Meanwhile on the future, Kathleen, who had received a surprising response, muttered in silence, "Directly ask Miss Magician?" "Yes, she seems to be a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway. She's actually related to the Abraham family? As I expected, she's not simple." Walter returned to 160 Buckland Street in the afternoon with a normal expression. Klein didn't ask, feeling their relationship hadn't reached a point in which his butler could be totally frank. Time quickly passed, and the next evening, with the arrival of the full moon, Klein brought Richardson and rode his high-end carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral for the moon mass. He wasn't worried about the donation, because Miss Justice had paid him £1,000. He now had £2,186, so it wasn't too difficult for him to donate a few hundred. It's only not too difficult. Klein sighed inwardly as he looked at the bell tower outside, left the carriage, and stepped into St. Samuel Cathedral. Chapter 756, Grand Mass. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, Klein and the other believers entered the prayer hall under a priest's lead to join the moon mass. In the dark and serene atmosphere, they heard uniform and ethereal chanting. Full-faced above the land stood the crimson moon, and sweet it was to dream of themselves, of child and wife and parents, but evermore one. The holy rhythmic voices echoed, and the believers involuntarily quietened down, forgetting their worldly frustrations. Under the guidance of priests, they found their seats. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra held the revelation of Evernite and began preaching. As this segment ended, priests held up water and bread and began handing them out. Having not had dinner, Klein naturally didn't waste the food. He then saw candles light up on the altar, appearing like stars in the night sky. At that moment, Bishop Electra led everyone in a unified chant. "We look upward into the night sky. We tenderly say her name, Evernite Goddess. We know no other words except Evernite Goddess. May the goddess draw out from the angel chorus, with the silent sweet to gather, and hold both within her right hand which is gentle, Goddess." If she heard us, she would surely agree, smiling with purity at the dead, "Come rest and sleep well, my children." The holy voice drilled into every believer's ears. Klein felt as though his soul body was being cleansed, his spirituality naturally flowing out in comfort. A tranquil darkness seemed to appear before his eyes. In the darkness, corpses lay with calm faces, as though in a deep sleep. Klein calmly traversed the darkness when he suddenly stopped. At a spot where moonflowers were silently blooming, a few people were sleeping. They were the hatless Dunn Smith in a trench coat, old Neil in his black classic robe, and the short Kenley. They closed their eyes in a relaxed manner, a faint smile on their lips. Around them were erected tombs, each with the word Guardian written on them. Klein instantly closed his eyes as a holy voice resounded by his ears. Cross your hands humbly, over your breast. Make the silent prayer and shout from the bottom of your heart, the only escape is tranquility, 1. Klein lowered his head, crossed his hands before his chest and repeated silently, the only escape is tranquility. This repeated until the prayer hall reached a state of extreme silence. Only then did he open his eyes and rub their corners. He slowly exhaled and glanced around. Most of the believers were covered in tears, including his valet, Richardson. The moon mass is akin to a ritual. Its effect is likely to make everyone's spirit resonate, allowing different people to see the deceased who they share deep relationships with. It relieves one's grief to obtain tranquility. Klein withdrew his gaze, making a judgment. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the darkness and the deceased. That dark plain filled with moonflowers is a manifestation of the goddess's divine kingdom? What does the source of danger in the nighttime inside that battle of the gods' ruin correspond to then? Seeing that the mass was coming to an end, he reached into his inner pocket and took out his wallet. Holding it, he walked to the altar and, under Bishop Electra's compassionate watch, went to the donation box. He tapped his chest 4 times before throwing in all his large denomination notes, a total of £300. At that moment he didn't feel the pinch, as he recalled the ritual old Neil had used to repay his debt, which had involved a wallet containing £300. At that moment Bishop Electra walked over. May the goddess bless you. May the goddess know about it. What I wish for now is to receive some teachings, Klein replied with a smile. Bishop Electra glanced at the side door. If you don't mind waiting 15 minutes, I can explain the Bible to you in the library. I would love that, Klein said. A priest led Dwayne Dantes and his servant out of the prayer hall and to the nearby library. 12 minutes later, Bishop Electra entered and saw Dwayne Dantes standing in front of a bookshelf, flipping through a book with great focus. What are you reading? He asked with a smile. Klein snapped the book together, The Revelation of Evernight. To be frank, although I'm a pious believer, I've never had the time to seriously sit down and read the Bible. As he spoke, he felt uneasy, afraid the goddess would smite him with a bolt of lightning. Well, lightning isn't in the goddess's domain. He consoled himself. Bishop Electra smiled and took the book. It's never too late to begin. He then invited Dwayne Dantes to sit and systematically introduced the Bible's structure. As Klein appeared to listen seriously, his spiritual perception suddenly triggered. A scene outside the door naturally surfaced in his mind, an intuitive foresight enhanced by the grey fog. Outside, an elder in a black clergyman robe walked by. His hair was lush but white and dishevelled, and his face was so thin it appeared as though it was bones wrapped in pale skin. He exuded a rather cold bearing. The figure quickly vanished as his footsteps sounded like they were coming from above. A keeper? But it's not the one I met at the prayer hall. It's his turn today? Klein paid attention to the bishop, a contemplative look on his face. He wasn't surprised that a keeper would appear at this time. The sealing forces behind Chanis Gate reached their peak at night, so the keepers only entered at sunrise and left at sunset. I need to remember what day and date it is today. Later, with more information, I'll be able to figure out the keeper's rotation schedule. He reined in his thoughts, listened attentively, and finally got up to bid farewell 30 minutes later. He smiled at Bishop Electra. I'm wondering if I have the honor to listen to your preachings in the future? No problem, the bishop happily nodded. Klein earnestly thanked him and left St. Samuel Cathedral. He returned home before 8 and enjoyed dinner, leisurely spending the rest of his night. Late at night, inside the master bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual intuition told him that someone had infiltrated his mansion. Chapter 757, Dream Encounter. Someone has infiltrated the compound? Klein didn't immediately sit up, instead turning to the side and reaching his left palm under his pillow to secretly hold Death Knell, while slowly spreading his hand open to activate Creeping Hunger. The Rose School of Thought has locked onto me. No, if it's them, they wouldn't just come but would wait for an opportunity. I donated too much money at the Moon Mass, causing criminals to target me. A generous tycoon who just came to Backlund from a foreign land is indeed an easy target. Of course, I can't rule out the routine investigations of the Nighthawks. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein heard a soft noise from the balcony in the adjoining half-open room, followed by the sound of a lock turning. He carefully listened and sensed the footsteps pass through the room, into the corridor, and towards the master bedroom before passing it, turning the doorknob to his valet's room. He went into the wrong room? Or is he here for Richardson? Klein's heart stirred as he released his grip on Death Knell, reaching instead for the iron cigar case. After he removed the wall of spirituality, an illusory figure in a dark red coat and old triangular hat appeared and walked into the full-body mirror. When the wraith marionette jumped to the glass window in Richardson's room, he saw a figure with orange-yellow skin and raven-black hair walk out. As for Richardson, he was sitting silently by the edge of his bed, his back hunched as horror colored his face. The person is indeed here for Richardson. He's agile and skilled. This is a friend he got to know in the southern continent, or a maternal relative? Klein guessed as he observed through Sinnor's vision. At that moment, he suddenly realized why Richardson was good at observation and often stayed on the balcony. He was afraid of being found. I hope it's not too big a problem. I'll later divine the matter. Seeing his valet lie back down, Klein pulled back his wraith. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell once again entered the fog-immersed Backlund. He had previously questioned the reporter, Mike Joseph, and received news that Sherlock Moriarty didn't proactively involve himself in Lanivus's matter, which made suspicions regarding him drop drastically. As Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends at the Quelaag Club, Leonard only had one target left, Dr. Aaron Series. From the dossiers, this doctor was once involved in a Beyonder matter. Leonard thought as he rang the doorbell in Aaron Series's dream. Upon entering, he casually found a sofa. Tell me in detail how you got to know Sherlock Moriarty. In the dream, Aaron didn't lie, recounting everything from how Mrs. Mary had introduced him to the club to the detective suggesting he inform the church about his abnormal matters. The truth is described in the dossiers. Sherlock Moriarty seems rather friendly towards the official Beyonder organizations. Leonard listened attentively. After Aaron finished, he said, "He headed to the south for a vacation. I just wish that he can participate in the celebration of my child's birth." Perhaps. Leonard suspected that Sherlock Moriarty might never return. He politely bade farewell and walked out of the dream. After taking a few steps, he looked back and saw that everything was fine. "Was it a mistake on my part?" he muttered, turning to fly to Pinster Street. Suddenly he stopped. His gaze cast at a building where about 5 spherical lights floated in silence. His spiritual perception told him that there was apparently a black blob in the house which could absorb all light. Furthermore, he discovered that he didn't recognize the street he was at. Alarmed, he hurriedly retracted his gaze, preparing to leave. At that moment, the building sounded with a teasing voice. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea?" Thoughts erupted in Leonard's mind as he flew up at high speeds. In his spiritual perception, the terrace houses, gardens, and tiny buildings were burgeoning in size as the windows and doors turned into mouths that were biting at him. The nearby street lamps extended in height, making the surroundings appear like a forest of steel. He didn't stop, a chill running down his back. His body slowly stiffened, as though being grabbed by countless invisible hands. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold out any longer, he saw a familiar house. He held his breath, plunged down abruptly, and fell back into his dream. Phew, he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. "Old man, what did I actually encounter?" Leonard asked with lingering fear. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied after a few seconds, "I'm not sure." At 160 Boakland Street, Richardson entered the room. "Sir, Ma'am Johanna Hyson is here." Klein put down his papers and looked up, discovering that his valet was still an apprehensive man of few words. If it wasn't because the divination outcome was okay. Suddenly, firing an employee will incur suspicion, he mumbled silently. 15 minutes later, he was holding his etiquette teacher in an embrace, learning another common dance. "I feel as though I'll be losing my job in a few days," Johanna praised him. "However, you're still a little restrained. The way you are behaving now makes you appear rigid and dull." Klein pulled her in a little. "I was afraid of being rude." "Does this mean that being too close to ladies is an act of rudeness?" Wahana thought, smiling. You have learned well. The dance continued, and Klein asked warmly, Ma'am, you seem frustrated? Wahana lowered her head and chuckled. It's nothing serious. My husband is a businessman, and he recently had some minor conflicts with some people. We can resolve the matter. Oh, your question was too direct. Before both parties have established a friendship, it's best not to ask about their matters. Compared to you, who knows many madams and ladies, as a tycoon who just arrived, I do lack the necessary social connections. Klein nodded gently. I thought we were no longer strangers. He then skipped the topic, talking about his own experiences. Wahana would mention a few things in response, allowing him to better grasp the traits of his neighbors. After she left, Klein stood at the door for some time before turning to his butler. Walter, find out what trouble Ma'am Wahana is facing. If she can't resolve it, we will provide her with some timely assistance. Chapter 758. Efforts will ultimately pay off. In the evening, Klein, who had just returned from St. Samuel Cathedral, saw butler Walter walk over. Sir, the matter you wish to be investigated has been completed. Klein didn't inquire further in front of the other servants, staidly nodding. Let's talk in the study. Walter followed him to the third floor, and Richardson opened the door. As Walter gestured for Richardson to guard outside, he approached the desk. After the door closed, he said, Ma'am Wahana's husband is a cloth merchant. He had been cooperating with someone and had invested £1,000 into it, but the other party ran off with the goods. She has already sought the help of Member of Parliament Macht and Ma'am Rihanna to urge the police department to crack the case as quickly as possible. Klein picked up the black fountain pen on his desk. To Ma'am Wahana's family, £1,000 isn't a small sum. Based on what he knew, her annual income capped out at about £400 to £500, a large amount of which would be spent on her dressing and looks. Yes, her husband's income as a cloth merchant can only be considered average, Walter said. It's a lot for me too, Klein sighed and smiled. I just came to Backlund, so I'm not very familiar with the police. Walter immediately replied, Sir, back when I was under the service of Viscount Conrad, I knew a few members of a Backlund high-ranking police officer association. Civelas Yard. As expected of a butler who served under a noble family. Klein sighed inwardly, shaking his head. There's no need to do so for the time being. On this aspect, I'm sure Ma'am Wahana is able to seek the help of many people. I've seen the lower rungs of society, and I know their methods of survival. At times, the police might not be as useful as gang members or bounty hunters. Walter, go to the police department to retrieve the corresponding details and head over to the famous bars in the Backlund Bridge area and East Borough to commission a bounty mission. Regardless if they find the corresponding criminals or the batch of cloth, I'll be giving them £200 in return. Heh. Let's hope that those cheats had chosen to remain in Backlund. A reward of £200. Walter repeated, stealing a glance at his employer, finding it unbelievable that he would offer so much. He seriously replied, All right, sir. I'll give you this money directly, Klein said, taking out his wallet. As Walter received the thick wad of cash, he asked, Should I tell Ma'am Wahana? Klein smiled. There's no need. Enlightened, Walter nodded with a bow. Your generosity will spread through this street. In a cramped but lively pub in East Borough, Shio squeezed through the area filled with men and arrived at the bar counter. She tapped it. Any new missions today? The bartender, recognizing the bounty hunter, sighed. A very handsome reward, £200. £200? Shio nearly suspected she had heard wrong. Apart from Miss Audrey's missions, she had never seen such a reward. For an ordinary bounty hunter, it was enough for them to not work for a year. To Shio, it was equally important. She was trying to earn enough contributions with MI9 to exchange for the interrogator potion formula, so most of the rewards she received were exchanged, leaving her with only about £300 for the ingredients. Fours is right. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's sufficiently important. She looked at the bartender. What's the mission? Who commissioned it? Find a few cheats. They cheated the victim of cloth costing £1,000, the bartender said, handing her the details. The person who commissioned the mission looked like a butler. He called himself Walter, and he's in service of a Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Buckland Street. Gio quickly flipped through the documents, something formulating in her mind. I'll take this mission, she said with a nod. The bartender shrugged. You aren't the only one. All the bounty hunters have taken on this mission. Besides, they have other ideas. Like what? Gio asked. The bartender chuckled. They say that since Mr. Dwayne Dantes is so generous, they're willing to recommend themselves if he lacks a bodyguard. That's not a problem for me, but I can only be a bounty hunter. Gio nodded and left the bar. The next day, just as Klein finished breakfast, butler Walter came in. Sir, there are 2 matters that need your attention. 2 matters? Klein was somewhat surprised. Walter nodded. Yes, the first matter involves the 10% shares in the Backland Bike Company. Someone has already offered £10,000. Sir, do you still wish to continue in the bid? It has been raised to £10,000? Not bad at all. Klein deliberately acted stumped. I'm new in Backland, and there are many things that need me to hold back on. Let's leave it at that. All right, sir, Walter said. The cheats who scammed Maum Wahana's husband of the cloth have been captured. The bounty hunter has already arrived and requested payment. That quickly? Klein turned his head in shock. He was capable of settling it that day with dowsing rod seeking, but most bounty hunters weren't seers. Yes, perhaps it's a beyonder good at tracking. Walter answered in confirmation, yes, it's much faster than I imagined. According to that bounty hunter, she did a reverse search from black market sales before finding the cheats. The black market peddlers gave in so easily? They must have been taught a lesson. Klein nodded. What's that bounty hunter's name? She's quite capable. She calls herself CO, Walter answered truthfully. No way. Klein almost stumbled. After calming himself, he deliberated. Keep the bounty hunter's contact method. Perhaps there might be a chance to gain her assistance in the future. All right, sir, Walter replied, finding nothing wrong with the instruction. Klein tersely said, how much was reclaimed? The cash and the yet-to-be-sold cloth from the cheats came up to about £850. Very good, Klein said. After paying the bounty hunter, help her send the cheats and the goods to the nearby police station. At the Northborough police station, Wahana and her husband Bacchus looked at the high-ranking inspector. It's been found? They've been caught? The inspector smiled. Yes. When he informed them how much cash and cloth was left, they heaved a collective sigh of relief, as their losses were affordable. They repeatedly thanked him until Bacchus was invited to identify the goods. Wahana smiled at the inspector. Your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. I'm very curious as to how you found them. The inspector, knowing she would eventually learn the truth, didn't hide it. In fact, it was completed by a bounty hunter. You even offered a bounty? Wahana seemed to gain a full understanding. The inspector shook his head. No, someone beat us to it. He offered £200. £200? Wahana asked in surprise. The sum exceeded the expected profit from the sale. Seeing the inspector give an affirmative reply, she couldn't help but ask, who was it that offered the bounty? The bounty hunter didn't say, but accompanying her was a gentleman dressed as a butler, the inspector said, simply describing Walter's looks. Wahana vaguely guessed the butler's identity, leaning back slightly as she muttered softly, £200. In the afternoon, Wahana, who came to Member of Parliament Mucht's house, first thanked Ma'am Rihanna for her help. Rihanna then asked, Wahana, I heard that you're Mr. Dwayne Dantes' etiquette teacher. I wonder what kind of person he is. Wahana deliberated. He's a true gentleman. He's warm-hearted, generous, kind, educated, gentlemanly, and very knowledgeable. Rihanna nodded slightly before turning to look at her proud daughter and chuckled. Unfortunately, he's a little too old, or he might make a good match. Well, I plan on inviting him to our ball this weekend. Chapter 759, First Dance. Saturday night, at 8 p.m., Klein rode his high-end carriage and arrived at 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mucht's house. After stealing a glance at the lit fountain, he buttoned his tailcoat and walked down from the carriage, strolling to the house's main entrance. Richardson held an exquisitely packaged bottle of Southville red wine and followed closely behind. After walking through the main door, Klein instantly saw Member of Parliament Mucht and his wife Rihanna walk over to welcome him. The former wore an olive-green army officer uniform with an orange-red sash and a few medals, while the latter wore a yellow long dress with frilly sides and exquisite lace. Klein took the bottle of red wine from Richardson and handed it to Macht. "Sorry I'm late by a few minutes." This was a common situation at lone balls. Guests would rather be a little late than early. "It's fine. The ball hasn't officially begun," Macht said with a smile, handing the wine to his valet. At Lowen's high society engagements, one had to bring a gift for the host on their first visit, and locally produced alcoholic beverages were most welcomed. After greeting Macht, Klein looked towards Ma'am Rihanna and saw that she had slightly raised her right hand. He took one step forward, lifted her palm, and bent his back to kiss it. "You illuminate the entire ball." "Likewise for your arrival," Rihanna replied with a smile. The couple then led Dwayne Dantes into the main hall where a pleasant tune was echoing. After a few steps, Maury Macht pointed at a lady in a sky-blue dress. "My daughter Hazel." Klein looked at the girl as his pupils suddenly constricted. He knew this girl. To be precise, he had seen her image before. Back when he had asked Herodes about a mystical item that could steal Beyonder powers, the magic mirror had shown a scene of an arrogant lady in the sewers, none other than Hazel Macht. She has a mystical item that corresponds to a Prometheus? With her family conditions, why would she be loitering in the sewers? Is it some fortuitous encounter of hers? She has already become a Beyonder? How? Could it be that she has a grandpa parasitizing in her body? Klein instantly thought of many questions, but he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Good evening, Miss Hazel." He stole a glance at her face and discovered that she wore a composed look, an arrogance in her eyes. She smiled politely. "Good evening, Mr. Dantes." She didn't have any abnormal reaction, which means that she's unable to sense the aura of the grey fog. At the very least, there's no grandpa parasitizing her. Klein stood up straight and took a cup of champagne from a waiter's tray, beginning to chat with Macht. "I never expected you to be a major." "Haha, it's nothing. There are many opportunities to render meritorious services in Balam," Maury answered. "Of course, the weather there is especially unsuitable." "Yes, the weather there is completely different from what it's like in the country," Klein said, corroborating his fabricated hunting experiences. After a few minutes of small talk, Macht apologized and walked to the staircase with his wife. He raised a cup of red wine. "Thank you everyone for coming to our ball. First, let us toast the deities. They are the source of everything beautiful." He and his wife praised the goddess, and the other guests praised the deities they believed in. Macht continued, "Second, a toast to the kingdom. It is a stable bedrock." "To the kingdom?" Klein said with the other guests. Following that, Macht asked humorously, "Finally, what shall we toast to?" Klein's mind whirred as he said loudly with a smile, "A toast to the improvement of the air in Backland." Macht was taken aback before smiling in response. "Excellent, that's a great suggestion. A toast to the improvement of Backland's air. This is a symbol of us living better lives. Cheers." The fixing of atmospheric pollution had always been one of his political ideals. All the guests echoed in a spirited burst, finishing their drinks. Right on the heels of that, Macht and Rihanna went down to the hall and started the opening dance. All the gentlemen present began finding their first partners. Klein took another cup of champagne, leisurely sizing up the guests. Ma'am Mary is here as well." He swept his gaze and found the woman who had formerly hired him to investigate her ex-husband. "She's a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so it's normal that she has a close relationship with the Member of Parliament." He didn't attempt to invite her, as he was here as Dwayne Dantes. He retracted his gaze and saw Hazel Macht standing to the side, a clear smile of alienation on her face. This lady actually looks pretty good. She should have been the star at this ball. However, the way she exudes that look of arrogance makes any gentleman who casts his eyes on her shift over to another target. I've seen this look in the eyes of certain Beyonders as well. They no longer think of themselves as mortal. Ha! This implies that Miss Hazel is likely a Beyonder. Seeing that the hosts were almost done, he began seriously considering who he could invite. It wasn't appropriate Dwayne Dantes to invite a young lady for his first dance, and most married women would dance with their husbands. He swept the dance floor and found the only lady he was familiar with, his etiquette teacher, Wahana. Invite her? No, she likely already knows that I've secretly helped her. To invite her for the first dance can easily make her misunderstand. The music changed to a brisk countryside melody. The gentlemen walked to the ladies they had selected, but no one approached Hazel. She's one of the hosts of this ball. Besides, I can observe her at a close distance. Heh. If she really is a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, it implies that the grey fog is able to converge beyonders from neighbouring pathways. Klein wore a gentle smile as he unhurriedly walked to the arrogant lady. Miss Hazel, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you? He said with a standard bow. Hazel glanced at him and, after a few seconds of silence, said, It will be my honour. She then extended her palm. Klein politely held her hand and entered the dance floor. Glancing at her beautiful but deadpan face, he said with a smile, trying to probe, I just noticed that many young gentlemen wished to invite you to a dance, but they were unable to muster their courage. Hazel looked up and swept her gaze at him. Mr. Dantes, that's not a polite topic. Klein choked, lost as to how to reply. Chapter 760, What a Small Circle. I thought she would contemptuously say that she doesn't like immature men, hinting that she isn't impressed with ordinary people. Who knew she can't even be bothered to answer? This sense of superiority will easily lead to a loss of control. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. From what he knew, Beyonders were only humans who had additional powers. Only by reaching sequence 4 would one experience a qualitative change, and even most demigods continue being active in human society. As his thoughts whirred, he said, I'm sorry. I was once a merchant who often spent time in the northern and southern continent, and I have had little experience with this type of ball. It's fine, Hazel replied calmly. Klein, being quite a knowledgeable person, smiled. This is a challenge that isn't simpler than the sea. It similarly has beautiful scenery but hides countless difficulties. Of course, the sea also has stories of all kinds of treasures. It's just like Death's Key that's ranked first amongst them. Death's Key? Hazel looked up at Mr. Dwayne Dantes. Indeed, a beyonder with a strong sense of superiority would have their interest piqued when it involves mystery. Klein chuckled inwardly. Yes, it's rumored to be hidden somewhere in the Berserk Sea. He used the legends he had heard, adding details from his career as an adventurer, and couldn't avoid mentioning the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals. Hazel was clearly interested, responding to him in a rare instance and occasionally asking questions, making their dance less awkward. Without realizing it, their dance came to an end. Klein skillfully ended the topic. Do you plan on returning to where you were, or do you plan on heading over to get some food? Hazel opened her mouth as though she wished to ask further, but ultimately didn't. She nodded her head in a reserved manner. Where I was. She clearly misses the stories at sea. She's just a big brat. Klein held back his smile as he sent Hazel back to the periphery of the dance floor. As for him, he walked to the long table with all kinds of food, picked up a plate, and began to scoop a serving of pan-fried dragon-bone fish and sliced black pepper steak. Compared to the dance and entertaining others, food is the true essence of a gathering, he thought, working hard to make his eating appear elegant. At this moment, he saw Ma'am Mary walk over and fork a piece of foie gras onto her plate. When she glanced at him, he politely smiled. How may I address you? I haven't met you before at the balls hosted by Member of Parliament Marked. Ma'am Mary, who had slightly high cheekbones, took the initiative to ask. Klein laughed. I'm a merchant who just returned from Desi Bay, Dwayne Dantes. I live on this street. Ma'am, do I have the honor of knowing your name? Mary nodded in thought. Mary Schott, Coin Company's executive director. Mary Schott. She has taken up her original last name? Right, she is already divorced. Klein thought to himself and said with a smile, I know of this company. Its main business is in anthracite and high-quality coal. It has expanded rapidly in the past few months. To be frank, I have the intention of investing in it, but I don't seem capable of competing with the rest. Mary had always been very proud of the development of the Coim Company, so she couldn't help but smile. This is because people are beginning to pay attention to the environment that they are living in. She then gently sighed. As it gets better, trouble also increases as a result. Having just acquainted himself, Klein didn't ask about the trouble, but with his prior acquaintance with her, he easily found a topic of interest and had a good conversation. Her attitude towards Sherlock Moriarty and Dwayne Dantes is very different. This feeling is truly magical. As they chatted, he felt the additional faceless potion he had consumed was quickly digesting. After a few minutes, a handsome man with bright blonde hair walked over. "Mary, what are you talking about?" "Hibbert, this is Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Desi," Mary introduced. "Dwayne, this is Mr. Hibbert Hall, the eldest son of the Earl of East Chester. We should be calling him Lord, but he prefers people to address him as Mr. Chief Secretary. He's the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. I've heard you mention him before, back when I was Sherlock Moriarty." Klein politely bowed. "Please permit me to convey my thanks as an ordinary citizen. The work of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council has allowed us to live in better living environments." Hibbert Hall was rather pleased. "This is all thanks to the hard work all of us have put in." By the side, Mary said with a smile, "Dwayne, don't mention such matters again. You will make Hibbert arrogant." "No, I was just joking. He's more humble than all the noble children I know. Most of my work has already been completed. There's only one matter left," Hibbert seriously explained. My sister, Audrey, is very interested in the Backlund Bike Company's 10% shares. She hired a specialized team to help her in the negotiations, and I'm responsible for overseeing the matter." Backlund Bike Company's 10% shares? What a coincidence. I have to say that the circle of high society is quite small after all. Klein sighed inwardly and deliberately mentioned, "I also found a team to attempt to purchase the 10% shares, but I only managed to offer up to £9,000. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to compete with the other competitors and could only give up." Hibbert glanced at him with surprise. "You have good taste." He didn't mention how much his side's bid was, £9,000. Mary silently muttered, realizing she had underestimated Dwayne Dantes' wealth. At this moment, the music for the third dance sounded. Hibbert Hall turned to Mary. "May I have the pleasure of a dance with you?" "That's what I've been waiting for," Mary replied, extending her hand. After getting another plate of food, Klein enjoyed it while admiring the dancers. He noticed that Member of Parliament Macht and his wife were mingling with different guests, having happy conversations. According to Walter, the hosts need to seriously conclude every guest's preference and background so as to tailor a different topic for them. Socializing in high society sure is troublesome. This might be why Lonese gentlemen tend to have receding hairlines. Klein lampooned, sighing in reflection. He retracted his gaze and seriously considered if he should invite another lady to a dance or eat a little more. At this moment, he caught Hazel Mutt's figure through the corner of his eye. She was heading for the third story with hurried footsteps. Chapter 761, Good People and Good Deeds. What happened? Klein instantly tensed up. He had experienced too many accidents in the past and couldn't help but be on alert, a reaction resembling some form of post-traumatic stress disorder. After seriously watching Hazel Mark's figure disappear from the staircase, he sensed that she was only in a hurry and wasn't panicking. This means that she has the matter under control. Besides, Macht is a member of Parliament, and Earl Hall's eldest son is here too, so their bodyguards must be beyonders. Klein gradually calmed down, guessing that Hazel was rushing to resolve the negative effects of her mystical item. Hair ornaments, earrings, necklace, which one could it be? He wondered, taking a cup of water to quench his thirst. Just as he put down the cup, his etiquette teacher, Wahana Hyson, approached him with a plate. She smiled. "I noticed that you don't enjoy drinking alcohol." "I've once missed an important matter as a result of drinking," Klein replied with Dwayne Dantes' character. When Wahana heard that, she smiled in thought. "Your past is filled with mystery. This is fatally attractive to many young ladies." She didn't continue on the topic. "I forgot to tell you that the problem my husband faced has been resolved." Klein raised his cup of champagne. "This is something to be happy about. Congratulations." Wahana gave him a deep, penetrating look as she raised her cup of red wine. "Cheers." After clinking cups, Klein politely excused himself and headed for the washroom, a result of the negative effects of Death Knell. When he walked out, he saw Hazel Mucht walking down the staircase with an unperturbed expression. Indeed, it wasn't a huge problem, he thought, heaving a sigh of relief. With him dancing, eating, and chatting, the ball slowly came to an end. After exchanging name cards, Klein left, neither the first nor last to do so. The hall soon turned silent as Ma'am Rihanna beckoned for her daughter. Mr. Dwayne Dante's performance was better than I imagined. Many ladies had even asked me about him in private. Hazel, what's your impression of him? I believe in your taste and judgment. Hazel said after some thought, he's not very familiar with this circle, and he easily mentions topics that can be offensive, but he's very knowledgeable. Very knowledgeable. Ma'am Rihanna was slightly surprised. With her understanding of Hazel, this was a rather good compliment. She couldn't help but be worried that her daughter had taken a liking to him. Hazel seemed to sense her mother's thoughts and said without emotion, I only like men who are sufficiently powerful. Phew, Rihanna silently heaved a sigh of relief. Late at night, Hazel got up from bed and changed into clothes that facilitated movement. She climbed down from her bedroom's balcony, carefully avoided her family's bodyguards, and made her way to the garden and into the street. She adeptly moved a manhole cover and climbed down. Nearly 45 minutes later, she returned to the shadows of the street. At this moment, she saw a shadow nimbly flip into a nearby garden. Unit 160. She read the address. It was Dwayne Dantes' residence. On the manor's third story, Klein was once again awoken from his sleep due to his spiritual intuition. He had the urge to capture the infiltrator and feed it to creeping hunger. He directly opened his iron cigar case and released his wraith marionette. Senor first walked into the full-body mirror before leaping over to the oriel window in Richardson's room. He observed the valet sit up, looking at the door with fear and anxiety. The door silently opened as a shadow flashed in. Under the crimson moonlight, the infiltrator exposed brownish-yellow skin, a soft outline and short, curly black hair. With a gloomy, cold aura, he stood by the door. Have you decided? Do not believe that you can attain your calm life by leaving. Inside of you flows the blood of Death's subjects. You are destined to give up everything to restore God's glory. Think about your deceased mother. Think about the insults you once suffered. Do you wish that your child will grow up under the contemptuous looks of others, to be a servant of others forever? But, what can I do? Richardson lowered his head, his voice strained. Wait for the mission, the infiltrator's voice turned gentler. Richardson didn't commit to an answer, seeming to be struggling inwardly. The infiltrator treated it as though he had agreed, turned around, and left the room. Death subject. Someone from the numinous episcopate? Having witnessed everything, Klein leaned back into bed. What mission would they give Richardson? Steal my money. At that moment, the infiltrator had climbed down from the balcony and flipped over the perimeter fence. Suddenly, he saw a figure pounce from his left. He dodged and threw a punch, which hit the black figure but pierced straight through, as though he had struck a shadow. Meanwhile, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head and fainted. Hazel's figure immediately surfaced behind him, an excited expression on her face as though she had completed a successful scam. She quickly reined in her arrogant demeanor and looked at the black metal gates of 160 Bokeland Street. She bent down, held the infiltrator by the arm, and dragged him to Dwayne Dantes' doorstep. Immediately after, she let go, cleaned up any traces, and pulled the doorbell before quickly departing. On a street lamp outside, a piece of glass reflected a figure in a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. It had seen the entire process. How should I deal with this? Inside the room, Klein was stumped. He knew Hazel was doing a good anonymous deed, but if his butler were to make a police report, the matter would be investigated in detail and transferred to the Nighthawks. When the time came, whoever struck the infiltrator would become an important question. If he were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but he was a powerful beyonder scheming to steal an item from Chanis Gate. He didn't wish for any external setbacks to spoil his plans. To be frank, his earliest solution was to find a way to terminate Richardson's services. However, what he had heard changed his mind a little. If I were to terminate his services, It would be equivalent to pushing him into the abyss despite his desire for a quiet life. It will force him to mix with those people. Unfortunately, Dwayne Dantes has a mission. Otherwise, helping him wouldn't be difficult. 10 seconds later, the unconscious infiltrator suddenly stood up, cracked his neck, and hid in the nearby shadows. At this moment, Butler Walter had walked out of the main door after hearing the doorbell. Chapter 762, Nation Re-establishment Society. At the gates, Walter used the light from the street lamps and discovered no one was outside. For an instant, he suspected he had heard wrong. He composed himself and quickly walked to the servant quarters, waking up a few servants and getting them to carry double-barreled hunting rifles to begin patrolling the main building. Meanwhile, under the nearby sewers, the infiltrator held onto the metal handles as he slowly headed down, leaned back onto the moss-covered wall, and slid down to sit on the dirty ground, his eyes closed as though still unconscious. In front of him, a middle-aged man in a dark red coat and an old triangular hat instantly appeared. Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. Senor bent down, rummaged through the infiltrator's pockets, and found 7 solly and 11 pence, as well as tiny cloth bags containing different herbal powders in the death domain, a portion of which could be used for spirit channeling. Immediately, Klein controlled Senor to set up a ritual to pray to the fool, then went above the grey fog to respond, allowing Senor to complete what followed. After doing all of this, he returned to the real world and continued controlling the marionette to channel the spirit. Passing through a storm of glimmers, Klein saw the infiltrator's listless, blurry and translucent spirit. "What's your name? What faction do you belong to?" Senor asked with a deep voice. The infiltrator answered blankly, "Godotpos, I belong to the Black Skeleton Gang." Black Skeleton Gang. A gang active around the border of East Borough and the dock area, mainly filled with people of Balam heritage. As Klein recalled the intelligence, he made Senor continue. "What do you mainly do? Why are you looking for Richardson?" Godotpos answered in a muddled state. "We are fighting for God. We were originally members of the Balam Nation Re-establishment Society. We established the Black Skeleton Gang to grasp intel and obtain funds. Apart from that, we also have another mission, to seek out any items related to death and send it back to the southern continent. This time, we obtained verified information that in Earl Wolf's collection is a mask taken out from the Eggers family mausoleum. This family is a descendant of God. For this mask, we need to send someone to infiltrate Earl Wolf's household as a servant, and Richardson is an excellent choice. He has no history with any of the other organizations, and he's an experienced servant. The servants of nobles are often inherited, so it's not easy to infiltrate. Also, Earl Wolf actually has a mask from the descendants of Death's family. I recall Mr. Azik's last name to be Eggers." Klein mumbled silently and made Senor ask, "How do you know Richardson?" Godotpos said blankly, "We got to know each other at a manor in East Balam. Back then, we were both slaves. Among the slaves, there are people who secretly spread the faith of death. Richardson, his mother, and I became believers. Later, Richardson's mother passed away from an illness, and he was brought to Backland, while I stayed in East Balam before I found an opportunity to escape. A few years later, I was sent to Backland and chanced upon Richardson. He actually forgot about his mother's death and the abuse he had once received. He forgot his faith towards God, and had his will eroded by what he called a peaceful life. Everyone has the right to choose as long as they don't harm others," Klein thought, making Senor ask, "What's the organization that is very influential among the slaves?" Godotpos hesitated. "The Eternal Life Society. Those who believe in death will obtain eternal life in the underworld. Eternal Life Society, a branch of the Numinous Episcopate." As a former Nighthawk, Klein knew quite a lot about such matters. He continued controlling Senor to interrogate Godotpos, obtaining plenty of information while confirming that he and his gang had their hands covered in the blood of the innocent. After finishing the spirit channeling and clearing up any traces, he waited 30 minutes before letting the wraith enter Godotpos's body, controlling him to climb out of the sewers. At this point, the servants patrolling 160 Berkland Street were no longer as vigilant. Klein pretended as though he didn't notice anything, continuing to sleep in his master bedroom. However, he had already set up a ritual to summon and respond to himself. With Azik's copper whistle, the iron cigar case and creeping hunger, he silently left his residence in the form of a spirit. He followed behind Godotpos, and by using his marionette to possess this hostage, he made him circle to another street and board a rental carriage. About an hour later, Godotpos returned to the headquarters of the Black Skeleton Gang, a tiny house situated near the docks. There were plenty of firearms stashed here, with several operatives from the East Balam Nation Re-establishment Society. Following the agreed-upon method, Godotpos knocked on the door and said to a member who came towards him, "Richardson has submitted." "Very good." The member inattentively shot Godotpos a glance and gave him passage. Godotpos surveyed the area, finding high-yield explosives and rifles stacked in a corner. A few of the top brass were gathered, discussing something. "Godotpos, want a smoke?" The member from before handed him a cigarette. Godotpos received it, casually picked up a box of matchsticks, took out a few and lit them. Then he threw the burning matchsticks to the corner where the easily flammable explosives were. Everyone present looked at Godotpos, dumbfounded. Rumble. On a public bench dozens of meters away, Klein sat as flames blazed behind him, a hot gust of air swarming out of the house. A few seconds later, Sonor appeared beside him with some signs of being burned. The wraith held his hand to his chest, bowed and returned inside the gold coin. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to pick up the Beyonder characteristics, otherwise it wouldn't appear like an accident." Klein silently sighed as he cleared any traces before ending the summoning and returning above the grey fog. The next morning, he got up and washed up as though nothing had happened, then waited for his valet to bring in a change of clothes. Richardson entered in silence and finished his work skillfully. Following that, he took a step back and bowed his head. "Sir, after serving you this week, I wish to resign." "Why?" Klein asked, looking at himself in the mirror. "Not bad at all. You know how to resign by your own volition and not bring trouble to your employer." Richardson had already thought of an excuse. "I believe I'm lacking in ability to be a valet. At last night's ball, I realized how lacking I was when I was interacting with the servants of the other guests." Klein smiled. "Everyone begins with 0 experience. Few grew up with experience. Consider it again, and give me your final answer tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't speak further, leaving to pick up the morning papers. While flipping through, his gaze froze as he focused on an article. An explosion happened at 79 Dirham Street in the Backland Bridge area. It's suspected to be related to the Black Skeleton Gang. According to the police, all the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang died in this accident, including Lima, Moreira, Godotpos. Richardson shook his head, suspecting that he was dreaming. Chapter 763, Mr. X. In the dining hall at 160 Boakland Street, Klein had just bitten into his buttered toast when he saw his butler walk in. Walter bowed. "Sir, a person of unknown origins pulled our doorbell last night. As it was already very late, I didn't wake you up, and instead got the servants to patrol the area with the double-barreled hunting rifles. If you so permit it, I'll visit the nearby police station to get them to reinforce the patrols on this street at night." To employ such a butler, there aren't any flaws aside from him being expensive. Klein nodded slightly and drank his fresh milk. "Very good." At 39 Boakland Street, Hazel entered the activity room and saw her mother, Rihanna, chatting with the housekeeper. "What happened?" she asked. Rihanna chuckled. "Someone rang Dante's doorbell late last night." "A prank?" Hazel sat down. "No one knows. Anyways, Dante's butler specially went to the police station this morning," Rihanna recounted. Hazel nodded slightly. "It's best to have the police involved. But it's useless. No one knows who pulled the doorbell. Apparently, there wasn't anyone there," Rihanna said, laughing while shaking her head. Hazel was taken aback. "There wasn't anyone there?" "That's right. Dante's butler only seemed to ask the police to double their efforts on the night patrols on our street." "That's good news." "Not a single person." Hazel repeated softly before falling into silence. After a while, she left the activity room and returned to the 3rd story, a clear look of puzzlement between her brows. Inside his bedroom, Klein looked at the large pile of gold coins in front of him, a total of £4,000 worth. After a week of gathering funds, Admiral of Stars Catleya had finally completed the transaction for the Scales of Luck, also paying another £6,500 in cash. To be honest, having a pile of gold coins is way more visually shocking than a pile of cash of the same size. As Klein sighed, he took out the 13 lone gold coins from Senor and threw them into the pile. He then took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Renette Tinnicker appeared before him with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand. "Ma'am, this is the first installment, a total of £4,013, Klein said, curious as to how she would move such a huge pile. Renette Tinnicker's head said one after another, "Very good. You still have 5,987. There's no need to remind me." Klein forced a smile. "I'll try to gather the rest as soon as possible." Renette Tinnicker didn't speak further as one of the heads tried hard to open its mouth. Suddenly, the area before her turned dark and deep, and all the gold coins were sucked up by a vortex. In a few short seconds, the large pile vanished. Renette Tinnicker's 4 heads nodded at the same time before returning to the spirit world. "I still have £8,156 and 5 lone gold coins. I can barely be considered a tycoon. I could actually afford any investment opportunities if they appear. This way I won't be suspected to be a cheat for the time being." Klein silently exhaled, casting his gaze out the window. That night in East Borough, Shio Derecha wore a hooded cloak and came outside to what seemed like a dilapidated house. This was the new gathering she had previously mentioned to Fours. She first looked down to check her attire. She wore a pair of long boots with thick soles, effectively hiding her greatest characteristic. Feeling assured, she pulled her hood up and knocked on the door with the agreed-upon signal. Soon, she was led into an activity room and found a spot. After the participants had mostly arrived, the host of the gathering finally walked in. He was of medium build, wearing a black classical robe, a pointed mage hat, and a brass mask on his face. Rather dark skin, resembles someone from Fainapotter or Desibay, raven black curly hair. Shio sized him up as a sheriff. The man in the brass mask looked around. "You can call me Mr. X." Mr. X, Shio couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She knew that the oracles of the Aurora Order used alphabets as their code names. Isn't he afraid that others would report him? It's no wonder the gentleman from MI9 said that the Aurora Order is filled with lunatics. She retracted her observing gaze and silently watched the gathering continue. She seldom reported such matters, knowing it wasn't easy to survive as an unaffiliated Beyonder. If it's confirmed that he's an oracle of the Aurora Order, I'll report him, she thought, watching the others exchange information. After the gathering, she returned to her residence at Sherwood Borough and saw Fours wearing a face mask, leisurely reading. "How was it?" "How was that gathering?" Fours asked, pretending not to be interested. Shio threw her cloak to the side. There were quite a number of participants and quite a number of items, but they were mostly for low-sequence Beyonders. No one will offer anything good at the first gathering. Fours said. "Yeah," Shio nodded. "The organizer of the gathering calls himself Mr. X, but no one knows if he's related to Mr. A. Mr. X, a suspected Aurora Order oracle. Could he be Lewis Ween?" Fours' attention was caught. "What does he look like?" "He wore a mask." Shio rolled her eyes at her. "Do you think I have the ability to see through an obstacle?" No. I mean his build," Fours replied. She had seen Lewis Ween's full figure before and knew his characteristics. After hearing Shio's description and seeing the portrait she made with her sheriff powers, she was delighted. There was a high chance that Mr. X was the traitor, Lewis Ween. He's not afraid of being reported because he's a traveler. He can calmly escape no matter what happens. Fours silently mumbled. After Shio went to take a bath, she hurriedly used her powers as an astrologer to ask her spirituality, stacking Lewis Ween's image with Mr. X's before obtaining the answer that they were one and the same. "It's really him." Fours stood up, pacing about in excitement. Her first thought was to report this to the churches, but she then recalled her prior attempt at hiring Mr. World to assassinate him. "Regardless, I should first ask Mr. World if he's free to take on this mission. I can't offend him." After making up her mind, she checked that Shio wouldn't come out anytime soon before praying to Mr. Fool. "Please tell Mr. World that the Aurora Order's oracle, Lewis Ween, has appeared, and there's a high probability that he's a traveler codenamed Mr. X." Chapter 764, First Investigation. Klein was returning from St. Samuel Cathedral when he heard the stacked illusory pleas. A female. It's nothing urgent, he thought, making a rough judgment without immediately heading above the grey fog. Sweeping his glance at the street lamps, he took a sip from his white porcelain teacup. Beside him, Richardson mustered his courage. Sir, I've thought it through. You're very right. Everyone starts with zero experience. Few grow up with experience. Thank you for giving me this chance to grow. After confirming that Godotpos and the gang were dead, Richardson was finally at ease and began considering his professional career. Switching employers repeatedly was a stain on a servant's record, and he believed that it would be difficult for him to continue being a valet if he resigned. This was not only because a valet's annual salary was at least £25, but also because it gave one the greatest opportunity of becoming a butler. He yearned for a peaceful life, but he also wished to rely on his hard work to earn a higher standing. It's not too late to realize that now, Klein replied with a smile, consenting to his retention. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, he went above the grey fog to determine who had prayed to him. Mr. X, traveller, Miss Magician, is rather efficient. After some serious consideration, he conjured the world and made him pray. Give me the time, location, and provide more information. Only then will I take action. Klein found a traveller's powers useful, but Dwayne Dantes couldn't be absent for prolonged periods. Soon, Fours replied, I'll try to gather it as quickly as possible. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world and placed himself into the bathtub, feeling the fatigue wash away. During this period, he had been to St. Samuel Cathedral a few times and had grasped the characteristics of another two keepers, but he hadn't seen any repeats. He sighed inwardly. The first investigation should be coming soon. A person who often enters St. Samuel Cathedral's interior would likely be investigated by the Nighthawks. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard slowly walked out of a quiet room, his green eyes tinted with a strange black water as countless illusory bubbles and ripples appeared and disappeared. Not bad. You're already a soul assurer and are almost catching up to me, Daly Simone said from the corridor, congratulating him in a self-deprecating manner. She was still wearing her hooded black robe, her bearing even colder than before. When Leonard looked at this familiar lady, he found her bearing even colder than before. There seemed to be countless shadows hidden around her, in layers that went deep and felt cold. Clearly, I'm still very far from you. With your condition, you should be able to advance to gatekeeper, right? Leonard didn't act too casual in front of Daly, speaking rather formally. This was because if he attempted to make any jokes, the one who would eventually be left blushing in embarrassment would definitely be him instead of the lady. I was ready 2 months ago, Daly said without concealing anything, her expression slightly warped. Leonard roughly understood what she meant, as he nodded slightly. You haven't contributed enough? Daly curled her lips immediately. That's right. It's like I'm already in bed with everything in place, only to realize that there aren't any condoms at home. Worst of all, it's late at night and most of the stores around the neighborhood have closed for the day. What an amazing analogy. Leonard didn't think it was right of him to respond and said with a smile, You can choose to handle certain cases. Without giving Daly a chance to speak, he pointed to the other end of the corridor. Captain Soast is still waiting for me to report on my advancement. In the room where Leonard's Red Gloves team was stationed, Soest saw his desultory subordinate walk in and casually threw a dossier over. Very good. You've already advanced. I'll congratulate you later. First, investigate this target's dream. Isn't this something the local Nighthawks do? Leonard received the dossier and asked in passing. They've recently been swamped with cases and are lacking in manpower. They've requested our help, Soast explained without much care. Leonard didn't ask further as he looked down and flipped through the dossier. The first thing that he caught sight of was a photograph of a middle-aged gentleman that had given him a deep impression. Dwayne Dantes. Leonard's pupils instantly constricted. He knew this man was an undying monster who had survived since the Fourth Epoch, at least a saint or even stronger. Furthermore, he knows my secret and old man's identity. He instinctively raised his hand to rub his temples. Captain Soest, I just advanced, and my spirituality is a little out of control. Is that so? Only then did Soest realize that he might have made a mistake. He hurriedly turned to look at another red glove. Albert, you do it. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief as he handed the dossier over to him. At this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Albert suffer any negative effects if he were to enter the undying monster's dream? At that moment, he felt a little regretful. He believed that he should have done it himself. At the very least, he knew the level of danger and wouldn't provoke him. Dwayne Dantes likely won't do anything to Albert. If he has any excessive reaction and causes anything abnormal to happen to Albert, he would immediately expose his problems to us. And with our church's strength in Backlund, there's no way he can leave this city alive. Leonard quickly calmed down. He pulled over a chair and sat beside Albert, appearing to read the papers while constantly watching him to prevent any accidents. In the master bedroom at 160 Bokeland Street, Klein suddenly woke up in his dream, aware that someone had come. The investigation of the Nighthawks, he mumbled, finding himself in the half-open room. He heard knocks on the door. Come on in. He tried to make his voice sound like a dreamy murmur. The door opened, and a thinly built blond man in a black trench coat walked in. It was the Red Glove, Albert. I'm a superintendent from the Backlund Police Department, he said, showing proof of his identity. How may I help you, officer? Klein asked, getting into character. Albert conjured a stack of papers. Dwayne Dantes, male, hails from Desi County. He repeated the gathered intelligence. Is this set of information legitimate? Partially, but some of them are fake, Klein replied honestly. The only partial truths are probably male and single, he thought with a self-deprecating comment. Albert was pleased. Which of these are fake? The Klein was prepared. Most of my wealth doesn't come from mining, but from adventuring in the southern continent. He then fabricated a story from Anderson's descriptions, an outline designed to make the Nighthawks believe that Dwayne Dantes wasn't a beyonder, but just an ordinary person with a sense of adventure. Chapter 765, Monday again. After Klein was done, Albert asked a few targeted questions to ensure the details matched up, obtaining a satisfactory answer. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a great dream, he said with a smile, getting up to bow. He then used his nightmare powers to influence Dwayne Dantes once again, making him have only a vague recollection of the dream when he woke up. After doing all of this, he left the dream. Indeed, the Nighthawks place too much trust in nightmare powers. If I were the one leading this investigation, I would definitely design a series of questions that attack the matter from different angles. The best method is to enlist Miss Justice's help in creating a set of professional psychological questionnaires. Klein leaned back into the sofa and cast his gaze out the window. In the darkness, the street lamp's glow appeared dim and pale. He silently observed for a few seconds before he curled his lips and gave a self-deprecating smile. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard first heaved a sigh of relief after he saw Albert wake up normally and heard his report, feeling even more fearful of the undying monster from the Fourth Epoch. In the city of Silver, lightning streaked across the sky. Derek Berg walked out of his house with the axe of Hurricane, heading for the Twin Towers north of the city. Along the way, he met several residents, some busy sending their children for lessons, others patrolling in groups. The existence of these people made the city of Silver appear lively. He couldn't help but recall Afternoon Town, where the few members of the expedition felt a sense of helplessness, unable to gain true safety. It didn't take much time for the first expedition team to return, but there was the unavoidable quarantine period. It was only today that Derek had managed to adjust himself to a mental state which he believed he could withstand the negative effects from advancing. He had previously reported obtaining the notary formula to Chief Colin Iliad and was allowed to exchange this discovery for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. After advancing, he would be qualified to select a mystical item. He felt a little expectant as he sped up his pace and arrived at the Twin Towers. Just as he was about to enter the steeple, his spiritual perception triggered. He looked up at the spire and saw a woman in a black, purple-patterned robe standing behind a window, looking down at him. She had silver-greyish hair and light grey eyes. It was none other than one of the elders, Shepherd Lovia. When their eyes met, her gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, but she nodded slightly as though greeting him. She's not greeting me, but the person behind me. Suddenly, Derek came to a realization, an experience accumulated under the guidance of the Tarot Club. He nodded in response and unhurriedly entered the steeple. That night, in a private harbour in Bayam, the Golden Dream docked. Danitz carried the local specialties the Resistance had given him as he headed up the gangway with a beaming smile. He had been leading an extremely comfortable life, receiving good treatment as an envoy. After witnessing the local rituals, he came to a realization. Bayam, and perhaps all the colonies, would eventually embroil themselves in an intense conflict. Therefore, he decided to sell most of his properties there and buy properties in Trier and Backland. I can also take the opportunity to return to Elima town and visit the old man and Mon, he thought passionately. He puffed up his chest and said smugly to Flowery Bowtie Jodson, "Where's Captain? I need to report to her on the recent developments." Jodson skied in contempt. "She's obviously in the captain's cabin." Meanwhile, he lampooned inwardly. "This fellow is becoming more and more arrogant after establishing ties with German Sparrow. Heh!" Danitz scoffed and walked with a provocative gait into the cabin, where he met Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. He instantly stopped his act. "Captain, I've completed the mission." "Details," Edwina said, putting down her book. Danitz gave a detailed description, exaggerating his importance. When he was done, he said, "Captain, I met German Sparrow, and he got me to ask you if there have been any abnormalities with elven songster Siatus's corpse and that golden wine cup." Edwina didn't answer directly, instead walking to a black wooden chest in the corner. Bending one knee, she opened it, allowing the interlocked remains to see the light of day. The mostly squashed golden wine cup was held silently in a bony palm without any abnormal signs. "There's nothing abnormal," Edwina concluded. Danitz shot a glance and memorized the answer, preparing to report this to the fool. "Nothing abnormal?" Above the grey fog, Klein frowned, feeling a mixture of puzzlement and ease. He didn't wish for Sias's and Mobet's eternal slumber to be disturbed. "Perhaps it needs other additional catalysts? Heh, let's hope that never happens," he muttered, casting his gaze onto Grossel's travels before preparing for this week's tarot gathering. At 3 in the afternoon, Backland time, dark red beams of light shot up along the long mottled table, materializing into blurry figures. As usual, Audrey was in a better mood than normal. Her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram informing her that the purchase of the Backland Bike Company's 10% shares was completed for a total of £12,000. Audrey curled up the corners of her lips as she stood up. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "May Mr. Fool bless me. I hope there will be clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree today," she prayed silently. After exchanging greetings, Cattleya didn't let Klein down. "Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary this time." "Has that Queen Mystic still not found the clues?" Audrey listened in curiosity. The Fool, Klein chuckled. "Very good. You can consider your request." Soon Cattleya conjured the 3 diary pages and handed them to Mr. Fool. Chapter 766, The Deity's Anchor. Knowing that the diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic contained important information, the Fool Klein focused his attention on the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. 11th September. Ever since I became an angel, I've had the feeling that I've had my identity disassociated. In my heart, in my soul, and in the depths of my mind, there's ultimately a voice urging me, influencing me, and creating an uncontrollable sense of coldness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and craziness. This doesn't stem from the external world. I can clearly sense that it comes from one's genes, the collective subconsciousness of humanity from generation after generation. It stems from the Beyonder characteristic itself. It makes me have a strong desire to hunt and kill. It requires me to spend a lot of effort to resist it. Even if I've already acted and digested the potion, it doesn't seem to improve. It's no wonder that Mr. Dorr said that rationality is temporary, but madness is eternal. 28th September. I haven't written a diary entry in ages. In the past half a month, I seemed to see myself being replaced by a stranger. Bit by bit, I turned cold and terrifying. Even my daughter Bernadette can only allow me to show her minute amounts of fatherly love. Just as I was about to go mad, I seemed to hear countless praises. They were from my subjects, people who had benefited from my reformations. Their voices seemed like a ship's anchor that helps me secure myself in place. I began to have the ability to resist that desire. I once again possessed the normal feelings of a father, a husband, and a man. Just sequence 2 alone causes such changes. At sequence 0, at the level of a true God, how terrifying would it be to resist that madness? Perhaps they also need an anchor so as to resist the beyonder characteristics. I probably understand why they establish churches and why they want to spread their faith. But why do they not have any anthropomorphic form other than symbols? I can't understand it. 29th September. After rereading yesterday's diary entry, I recalled the corresponding rituals of my sequence 4, sequence 3 and sequence 2. They clearly had hints of madness and cruelty. A sequence pathway might very well be a path destined to be crazy and filled with despair. And this is the only path for humans to obtain extraordinary strength. How laughable and ironic it is. We strive to save ourselves, only to better destroy ourselves. The first page's content left Klein's heart heavy. The Roselle who had written these words was no longer an ordinary person, but an angel. His understanding of the mysterious world far exceeded Klein's, yet he was even more pessimistic. However, the 7 deities have apparently found a way to maintain their rationality. Ordinary humans aren't without any use. Their recognition and spirituality can help a deity anchor their original image. But why would the 7 deities abandon their anthropomorphic images and use sacred emblems? This doesn't match my theories. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped to the next diary page. 5th December, night of the blood moon. I conversed with Mr. Dorr. Like every time prior to this, he would always make a request to get me to help him return to the real world. As I already knew of the legends of the kings of angels, I mainly asked Mr. Dorr about the level of strength that the kings of angels have. Mr. Dorr said that some of the kings of angels accommodated the uniqueness, while others had consumed 2 sets of sequence 1 potions. It could also be both. The word accommodate is used in an odd manner. Mr. Dorr said, if one was unable to accommodate the uniqueness, then the uniqueness was a burden instead of an aid. I also asked which kings of angels had accommodated their uniquenesses. He only said that Ammon and Adam make all the angels feel a sense of envy because they were born with a uniqueness and didn't need to consider the problem of accommodation. That creator, who's also known as the ancient sun god, was actually so powerful that he could pass on a uniqueness to each of his 2 sons. During the conversation, Mr. Dorr warned me not to directly say out Adam's full name, otherwise it would be detected. I had an inkling why as I laughingly asked him that didn't he just say Adam's full name? Mr. Dorr said it didn't matter. This is because the Apprentice Pathway's sequence 4 is called Secret Sorcerer. It has the meaning of maintaining secrecy. I asked another few questions regarding the deities, but Mr. Dorr didn't answer. All he said was that when I had the ability and opportunity, I could head above the moon to take a look. As long as Mr. Dorr appears, there will be plenty of information. His explanation of the level of strength that kings of angels have does match my theories. The generalized meaning of king of angels implicitly refers to a quasi-deity who exceeds sequence 1. The simplified meaning points to the 8 kings of all the angels that are ruled by the ancient sun god. As for Roselle's theory about the ancient sun god, Klein was in strong agreement, believing that the creator had reclaimed too many authorities, causing him to show signs of chaos and insanity, hence birthing 2 sons to eliminate a portion of the waste. To put it simply, Ammon and Adam are freebies that come with drinking potions. Angel of Imagination. Adam clearly possesses the uniqueness of the spectator pathway. He is likely the mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. Oh, Secret Sorcerer actually has the meaning of keeping secrets. Klein instantly recalled the symbol on the back of the fool's chair, the pupilless eye, representing secrecy, and the contorted lines, representing change. He quickly reined in his thoughts and flipped to the 3rd diary page. 28th November. I dreamed of Grimm again. He was the smartest among my subordinates, but unfortunately he died in the fog sea due to some unknown infection while exploring that nameless island. Back then I knew that the nameless island hid secrets with unimaginable danger, but due to my lacking strength, all I could do was hold back. The dream this time is likely a result of my spirituality reminding me that I can explore that island. 29th November. I summoned 3 subordinates, and with Benjamin Abraham's help and some searching, I finally found that nameless island again. I didn't directly enter, and I decided to rest for a day along its periphery. Edward said that he also often dreams of Grimm, feeling a deep sense of guilt for not having managed to save him back then. This is not your responsibility, but my problem. That was what I said to Edwards, because I'm their leader. 30th November. We ventured deep into the island. Existing here were beyonder creatures that large sources of data claim that they have gone extinct. They gathered there without any conflict, as though they were consecrating something. This bunch of beyonder creatures, without any intelligence, appeared to be holding some ritual. They were praying to an unknown deity. In the ritual, I saw Grimm. Chapter 767, Passing a Message. Grimm, who was undeniably deceased, appeared once again on the nameless island. Emperor, when did you start writing horror stories? Klein's gaze froze on the last line of the 3rd diary page. He was similarly alarmed by Roselle's description of the beyonder creatures' strange gathering and their worship of an unknown entity. Many of them were monsters who had lost control, yet they were gathered together, worshipping some unknown existence. Unfortunately, the Emperor didn't leave behind the coordinates of the nameless island. However, even if he had, I wouldn't dare to head over, for fear of any infection. I'll need to be at least a sequence 4 or even a sequence 3 before I'll have what it takes to explore it. As Klein thought, he made the diary in his hand vanish. He then turned to look at Cattleya. What's your request? Cattleya asked without even thinking. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Emperor Roselle once participated in a very secretive and very ancient organization. Very secretive and very ancient. Twilight Hermit Order? Emperor Roselle used to be a member of it. Audrey suddenly recalled Mr. Fool's previous mention of that organization. Alger also recalled the corresponding matter from the Desire Apostle case in Backland, remembering that Mr. Fool had told the members not to say the organization's name in the outside world, because any mention of it will be known. Such an organization does match Emperor Roselle's status. Alger nodded inwardly. As for Klein, he thought of something else. Queen Mystic's choice of diary pages are vague. It also means that she roughly knows that diary pages from certain periods are very important. Her question didn't pose any problems for him. He smiled. Yes. At the same time, he silently warned himself, in the future, I need to be careful that Queen Mystic's questions might be completely unrelated to the diary pages she hands over. He then added with a smile, It's your turn. Cattleya bowed and expressed her gratitude before looking at the magician. I wish to obtain clues regarding the direct descendants of the Abraham family. £1,000. She had no psychological burden when offering a price, as Queen Mystic could definitely provide compensation. Why did you directly look at me? She already knows that my teacher is a member of the Abraham family. Fors was first alarmed before realizing that it was nothing surprising, as this matter wasn't a secret to the other members. Although £1,000 was very attractive, Fors didn't plan on selling information on her teacher. She cherished such relationships. After some deliberation, she asked, Why are you looking for them? If you can provide a reason, I can pass the message. As for any further developments, it will depend on them. Indeed, she might appear ordinary, but she conceals many secrets. Cattleya sighed inwardly. That's very reasonable. I'm searching for the direct descendants of the Abraham family in the hopes of obtaining information on Mr. Dorr. Pass this message to them and see if there's a chance for cooperating. Well, just for passing on the message, I'll pay you £350. If they're willing to take up the matter, I'll pay another £650. Fors held back for a full second before answering, Deal. After saying that, she realized the hidden meaning. Mr. Dorr is related to the Abraham family? That's right. My bracelet came from the Abraham family. At this point, Miss Justice was happy for her friend. Fors is already sequence 7. She is almost caught up to me. I have to become a hypnotist as soon as possible. As she had such thoughts, she glanced at the members, wishing they had clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree. Sitting across from her, Alger thought for 2 seconds. I have clues, but it will take 2 weeks before I can obtain it. A long time ago he had discovered an illusory chime tree on the primitive island with chilangos. Now he had the chance of advancing to sequence 5 and didn't want to give up any opportunities for making money. No problem. Audrey was delighted. With the 2 transactions coming to an end, the tarot gathering entered the free exchange segment. Derek very naturally said, "I've already become a notary." "You don't have to tell us that." The hanged man had the urge to facepalm but replied calmly, "Although a notary will receive a massive boost in one's physical attributes, it's still more of a support role. If the notarization of a power is valid, you'll have them temporarily enhanced. At the same time, a notary is good at creating contracts. Once a signature is provided as confirmation, even a sequence 5 cannot violate it." As a member of the Church of Storms, it was one of the basics for him to know the strengths of the sun pathway. He also reminded Derek to select a mystical item that was good at controlling a target. "Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." Derek thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Deep down he felt that the greatest and most respectable person was Mr. Fool, the most impressive was Mr. World, and the most reliable and kind was Mr. Hanged Man. Towards this, Emlyn thought, "This fellow has actually caught up to me. No, I can't be surpassed by him. I need to complete the hunting competition as soon as possible to get the rewards." He contemplated for a few seconds and, after receiving Mr. Fool's permission, conjured the thin moon puppet. "Ladies and gentlemen, does any one of you know what this is? Isn't this the puppet I saw at that gathering?" Mr. Moon already found his target. Fours waited for others to give an answer out of curiosity. Cattleya carefully observed it before frowning. "It's likely a moon envoy. It's a beyonder item that primordial moon believers create by using a bloody ritual that spans centuries. It's said to be imbued with divine powers. Each one of them possesses an unimaginable horror. Where did you obtain it from?" Emlyn changed his sitting posture and chuckled. "I encountered it when hunting the primordial moon believer. She's already dead, while I'm still alive." Mr. Moon's flaunting of himself is really obvious. The senior spectator, Audrey, chuckled inwardly. Cattleya was taken aback. "How did you do it? Did the upper echelons of the Sanguine provide you with assistance?" Emlyn gaped, somewhat at a loss for words. He realized this topic wasn't suitable for a deeper discussion. "Ahem." He cleared his throat and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. "I sought help from Mr. Fool." Chapter 68, Conversation Between Smart People. Sought help from Mr. Fool? You can do that? Cattleya was stunned by what she heard. Having been punished and discovering that his blessed gammon sparrow was becoming more and more impressive, she no longer had any doubts regarding Mr. Fool's status or abilities. However, for certain reasons, she suspected him to be an ancient god undergoing an awakening process who wasn't able to interfere with the real world. The moon's words left her surprised that Mr. Fool was able to provide substantial help to the Tarot Club members. On the one hand, this means that in times of danger, I can also pray directly to Mr. Fool for help. This is more ridiculous than any ritual. On the other hand, it reveals the fact that Mr. Fool's recovery process is faster than I had imagined. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Cattleya's mind. Audrey, Derek and company weren't that surprised as they had more or less sought Mr. Fool's help in the past. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Emlyn shrank his neck as he lifted his chin. "I paid a price. It was a fair and equal exchange." Fair and equal exchange. A mighty existence's immediate and effective response is priceless. Cattleya couldn't help but retort inwardly, but she didn't say it directly, because she too wished to use the opportunity of such an exchange in the future. As the exchange continued, the tarot gathering slowly came to an end. After returning to the City of Silver, Derek first recalled Mr. Hangman's description of a notary's strengths and weaknesses. Then he once again headed for the Twin Towers north of the city to select a mystical item. Inside the spire, he listed his requirements and obtained the corresponding documents. After a careful read, he quickly narrowed down the choices to 2. The first was Cardi's ring. It was ancient and simple in appearance, completely iron black in color, and engraved with dark, complicated patterns. It could aid the wearer in awing a target, causing them to stop. It could also make ordinary humans temporarily lose their reason, or awaken the hidden emotions and memories of a crazy monster, allowing them to enter a brief period of confusion. The other item was Thunder God's Roar. It was a heavy sledgehammer, dark blue in color with silver lightning swirling around it. It could produce sounds that left the enemy in fear and chaos while in combat, and every strike brought with it a potent destructiveness with terrifying lightning. The negative effect of Cardi's ring was that the wearer would unknowingly produce another self, requiring periodic treatment from a psychianalyst. In contrast, Thunder God's Roar didn't have that many latent risks, only making the user a little irascible. However, it also had another side effect. In a completely dark environment, the chances of being attacked by terrifying monsters was 100%. The chances of being attacked is 100%. Derek turned gloomy, realizing that many City of Silver residents had vanished for this reason. They were the former owners of Thunder God's Roar. Which should I choose? Generating another self is terrifying. Miss Justice has mentioned it's called dissociative identity disorder. Thunder God's Roar not only has a power that affects the enemy's state, but it also has a rather powerful offensive capability. My axe of hurricane has been used too many times. I can produce light by myself, so I don't have to be worried about absolute darkness. Derek thought for a moment and pointed at the dark blue sledgehammer. I want Thunder God's Roar. At 160 Boakland Street, Klein walked out of his master bedroom and saw butler Walter waiting with a few invitation letters. Sir, there are a total of 3 invitations this week. There's an afternoon tea session on Wednesday, a literary salon on Friday, and a banquet on Saturday. Klein listened with a warm expression. Tell these friendly inviters that I'll be participating. All right, sir. Walter bowed and left. After another week of such invitations, it will be my turn. By repeating this act, I'll really enter their circles. Socializing for high society is truly troublesome. It'll take at least another month before I can make contact with people involved in the Great Smog. The church is easier. As long as there's enough donations, I'll be able to freely listen to the bishop's preachings. Klein instructed his valet to bring him his coat. According to his schedule, he was to head to the Royal Grand Theatre to see the most popular play, The Betrayer's Ring. This wasn't solely for entertainment. It was to understand popular culture for high society gatherings. Being a popular gentleman must be tiring. As Klein lampooned, he sat in his high-end carriage and headed for the theatre. It's different from television and movies. A play's acting is more exaggerated. The story isn't bad, but why does it seem familiar? Don't tell me it's a story adapted from Emperor Roselle's works. In Sherwood Borough, at the ticket booth of a large theatre, Melissa, who finally had her turn, pushed notes and coins through the window. The Betrayer's Ring. 2 tickets. 3 p.m. on Sunday. After watching the play, Klein sat in his carriage, sipped his black tea, and received the evening papers. He first flipped through the critic column, comparing their reviews to his own to formulate a unique experience. Yes, at the very least, it's enough to fool those ladies and gentlemen. After finishing his homework, he leisurely read the papers and was surprised to find a piece of news. The Backland Bike Company's 10% shares have been sold. Further inquiries won't be entertained. It's done? Klein was first delighted before he frowned slightly, his gaze landing on the exclamation mark at the end. Such a statement doesn't need an exclamation mark. Mr. Isengard is a person who pays attention to details. He deliberately left it to pass a message? He's giving a warning? While pondering, he suddenly realized something. The 10% shares Isengard sold are obviously from Sherlock Moriarty. This means that Sherlock or his proxy has returned to Backland. Therefore, one of the factions of the royal family involved with the Great Smog has noticed this and has begun monitoring Detective Isengard Stanton, hoping to capture the person who heads over to claim the cash. How should I get the money? He seemed to naturally read the papers as he began seriously considering the pertinent question. Chapter 769, Sacrificing to Oneself. 10 at night, Backland was drizzling again. Isengard Stanton's assistant Bowen surveyed the bottom level before walking to the side of the oriel window to shut it. At that moment a shadow scuttled in and landed firmly on the protruding wall. It was a blue, short-furred stray cat. Bowen saw its large pair of yellow eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. There's no food here. The blue cat opened its mouth but didn't meow, instead speaking like a human. I'm Sherlock Moriarty. I'm here to meet Mr. Isengard Stanton. Although Bowen was a beyonder nurtured by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, this was the first time he was encountering a speaking cat, and he was momentarily shocked. After a few seconds he came to his senses. It said it's Sherlock Moriarty? This great detective really isn't simple. He actually changed into a cat. No, controlled a cat. Bowen rapidly calmed down and reached out to close the windows. After doing so, he said with a suppressed voice, "Follow me." The cat leaped from the platform and agilely followed behind him to the second story, watching him knock on Isengard Stanton's bedroom door. Is there something? Isengard, dressed in pajamas, opened the door. Bowen cautiously pointed to the crouched blue cat. Mr. Sherlock Moriarty is looking for you. Isengard raised his brows slightly and looked down, taking 2 steps back to allow the blue cat to saunter into his bedroom. Return to your room and get some sleep, he instructed Bowen as though nothing had happened. After his assistant left, he closed the door and turned to the cat, chuckling. I never expected you to have such beyonder powers. I was worried you would directly come over. I noticed your exclamation mark, the cat said with a smile. It was an odd expression on a cat's face, but Isengard didn't react abnormally. He sat in a reclining chair and took a drag from his pipe. I trust your intelligence, he said with a smile. Thank you for your compliments, the cat replied, politely reaching out its paws to bow. Isengard smiled. You should have understood what is happening. Those people don't dare to monitor me too strictly, afraid that I would discover them. I believe you've already figured that out, but when leaving, you'll definitely be tailed. Do you have the means to evade their tracking? Let me think. Were you planning on getting me to deposit the money into a particular bank account, and then you'll find many people to withdraw them in different parts of Backland? He then said with a self-deprecating smile, this is the best solution I can think of, but carrying it out would be extremely troublesome. The cat gave a deep chuckle. I only need you to lend me an empty room and 3 candles. No problem, Isengard replied. The shares were sold for £12,000. The buyer is the daughter of Earl Hall, Audrey. The hiring of lawyers and accountants, as well as the advertisements, cost £600. In addition, there was a 0.5% stamp duty and 20% D-type taxes. So at the end of the day, there's only £8,940 left. There's tax, more than £2,000 are gone just like that. The cat's expression instantly froze. Klein, who had never paid taxes on his various incomes, was hit hard by reality. After a brief silence, the cat's whiskers moved. All right, give me the cash. There, move it to the empty room. There's no problems with the money, right? I've already checked them, Isengard said, standing up. Remember to send me a signed letter of confirmation by mail later. It's already on its way, the cat replied. Isengard walked to the safe, took out stacks of cash and stuffed them into different briefcases. He then entered a guest room with the cat following him. Check it, he said, placing the briefcases on the ground. I trust you, the cat said. Isengard nodded and pointed to a cabinet. There are candles inside. With that, he left, closing the door with a click. I'm really curious how you would leave. I believe it will be a very exciting magic show. At the cat's side, a figure in a dark red coat and an old triangular hat appeared. Klein's marionette, Wraith Senor. He found the candles and quickly set up a simple altar, directly muttering in Elvish, Blessed of the sea and spirit world, the great Calvatua, your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. The wind inside the wall of spirituality grew in intensity. Senor sliced the back of his hand and threw out a few drops of blood. As a Sequence 5 wraith, everything on him was rich in spirituality. The strong winds sucked up the blood, howling as it drilled into the candle flame symbolizing sea god Calvatua. The flame burgeoned, forming an illusory door filled with magic labels. After about 10 seconds, the door let out a heavy creak as it slowly opened. One by one, Senor lifted up the briefcases and threw them into the illusory door. When almost none were left, the gold coin he stored in his body flew out and landed on the altar. The wraith's figure then disappeared, projecting onto the coin's smooth side. The gold coin trembled, flew up and hitched a ride on the last briefcase entering the door. Silently, the mysterious door closed. At this moment, the blue cat seemed to recover its senses, looking around blankly as it meowed. After a while, Isengard opened the door and entered, finding all the briefcases gone. There were only 3 candles burning silently as the cat warily arched its back at him. While he scrutinized this scene, a rental carriage slowly drove past on the fork at the other end of the street. On the same night, in a building inside Cherwood Borough, Shio returned home. As she wiped her hair, she said to Fors, "Your letter has been mailed." Fors answered tersely, guessing when her teacher would respond. Shio put down the towel. "There's news about Mr. X's gathering. It'll still be at the same place on Friday night." "Great, I can tell Mr. World." Fors's eyes lit up. Shio added, "Mr. X also gave a mission that's said to have handsome rewards. It's to inform him of people around them who have abnormal luck." "People with abnormal luck?" Fors muttered in puzzlement. Is this man's brain working? Who would divulge things around them at such a gathering? This will make it easy for others to discover their true identities. "Who knows? Perhaps he really is a lunatic," Shio replied without much thought. Fors carefully considered the mission but failed to figure out its true intentions. She planned on praying to Mr. Fool once Shio went to take a bath, passing the information to the world. Chapter 770, A Child Should Act Like a Child. Mr. X is looking for people with abnormal luck. Above the grey fog, Klein ruminated over the information Miss Magician had provided. He recalled the people he knew with abnormal luck. The fog sees strongest hunter Anderson Hood, Dr. Aaron Ceres. Both of them were affected by one of the snakes of fate. Angel of Fate. Ouroboros was one of the creators of Rose Redemption. This secret organization supports the true creator. The Aurora Order is equivalent to the true creator's church. A series of circumstances surfaced in his mind, and he quickly came to a conclusion. This is Angel of Fate Ouroboros' attempt to search for Snake of Fate Will or Septin. He is driving the members of the Aurora Order to help him find his sibling. And this implies that behind Mr. X, there's a King of Angels existing somewhere in Backland. Under such circumstances, assassinating Mr. X would be a death wish. After making the judgment, Klein's first thought was to decline Miss Magician's request and warn her not to provoke Mr. X. He calmly thought for another few seconds and conjured the world, making him pray in the grey fog. "I'll confirm the situation and give you a reply tomorrow." He didn't directly reject the commission, as he planned on first asking Snake of Mercury Will or Septin. He then immediately returned to the real world and carefully took out the extremely fragile paper crane from his wallet before gently unfolding it. After thinking up a draft, he got out a pencil and wrote, "The members of the Aurora Order are searching for people with abnormal luck. I wonder if you know how to use the Worm of Time to create charms. Does your placenta blood count as a mythical creature's blood? If it does, I hope to obtain 1 drop. What price would I have to offer?" Klein had originally planned on asking Will how he was able to maintain his rationality, but he ultimately curbed the impulse. He then refolded the paper crane and placed it underneath his pillow. After doing all of that, he had the time to calculate his cash. £17,046, 5 gold coins, 3 solly, and 8 pence. If I had assets like a house and manor, having so many liquid assets would make me quite a tycoon in Backland. As he felt glad, he recalled his debt and the large investments he needed to make. He drank a mouthful of water, got into bed, and slowly fell asleep. Amidst his reverie, he snapped awake and saw a desolate black plain. He walked to the pitch-black steeple in the middle, and deep inside he saw a circle of tarot cards on the ground. However, the protruding area in the middle didn't have any silvery lines written. Will or Septin didn't give a reply. Then why did he pull me into this dream? Amidst his puzzlement, he saw a black baby pram roll out of the shadows. In it was an infant wrapped in silver silk. "Mr. Snake of Fate?" Klein asked politely. The infant immediately said in a clear voice, What makes you so sure it's a mister? Isn't that determined from your name? Klein lampooned but relaxed. Then, how may I address you? Will Orseptin answered, stumped. I haven't decided. Every time I start again, I try to make myself a little different, so as to maintain a good mental state. A child should act like a child while they're a child. Klein's heart stirred. Is this the way the monster pathway maintains its reasoning so as to resist madness? In the black pram, Will replied briskly, yes, every beginning washes away the madness. However, it still needs certain anchoring from faith. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to maintain my state as a sequence 1 for too long. Haha, compared to before, you're becoming more and more knowledgeable. Oh, apart from anchoring with faith, there are other ways to resist madness. However, restarting is clearly an ability of a snake of fate. Klein nodded in thought. I suspect Ouroboros is searching for you through the Aurora Order members. Will Orseptin scoffed. I've been playing hide-and-seek with him for a very long time. He isn't good at such matters. It's quite obvious that he doesn't have a childhood. I did inform Ricciardo to use the die of probability in certain places and leave marks. This will mess up Ouroboros's judgment. He will soon leave Backland once again. That means there's still a chance of assassinating Mr. X. Klein didn't continue on this topic. Do you know how to use the Worm of Time to create charms? Will returned with a question. You obtained a Worm of Time from Palais Zoroast? How did you know? Klein was taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Will had mentioned the origins, but why hadn't he assumed it was from Ammon? Will Orseptin smiled. Palais Zoroast isn't in good condition, and he had to parasitize your former colleague. Ah, right. Your former colleague was investigating Sherlock Moriarty, and he had entered my house in the middle of the night. I sensed that there was something problematic about him, and had given him a short period of bad luck, causing him to encounter other demigods hidden in Backland. And when he was in danger, Palais Zoroast had taken action. Leonard is investigating Sherlock Moriarty? The grandpa in his body is called Palais Zoroast. Klein frowned slightly. Will Orseptin continued, the creation of a Worm of Time charm isn't too difficult for you. You can pray to that uniqueness trait about you and use a compound of mercury and pure silver as a medium to draw the corresponding symbols. Pray to the Fool? That's right. The mysterious space above the grey fog clearly has a form of attraction to the Marauder pathway. Klein was thrilled. At this moment, Will smiled and added, as for what the corresponding symbol is, I've no idea. What a huge reversal. Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. When he noticed Will wasn't speaking further, he hurriedly smiled. There's another question, about your placenta blood. Before he could finish, Will suddenly opened his mouth. Wah! He began wailing like a real infant. Can't we talk normally? Klein froze. All right. I just wanted to ask if it's the blood of a mythical creature, Klein said, raising his hands. Will stopped crying and laughed. Of course, but I'll swap it ahead of time. Otherwise, everyone will die on the spot. He paused. If you can give me something suitable, it's not impossible to give you 1 drop. All right, goodbye. Just as he said that, Klein felt the steeple shake as the dream rapidly shattered. Chapter 771. Fate Siphon. What item would a snake of fate be interested in? Klein slowly sat up, leaning against a pillow. He thought for some time and decided to consider it at a later date, as he was still at least a month away from Will Orseptin's birth. He slowly turned his attention to creating a Worm of Time charm. According to Will's explanation, he had most of the conditions required, but was just short of the corresponding symbol. Pray to the Fool and use the powers of the mysterious space. I wonder if a symbol corresponding to the Marauder pathway would work. As Klein thought about the details, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could try the symbol behind the Fool's chair, the pupilless eye, and the contorted lines. I wonder if it will work. Divination won't be able to rule it out, but I can predict if the attempt will be successful. Besides, even if it fails, it shouldn't be too big a problem. After all, I'm praying to myself. With this in mind, Klein felt pumped. A material like the Worm of Time, left behind by a demigod at Ammon's level, still had its essence. When used for a charm, it might not reach the level of an angel, but it wouldn't be too far off, about the peak strength of a saint. If he succeeded, it would be equivalent to having an additional trump card. I can only stir some of the powers of the mysterious space, so the level of the charm will likely drop a little more. But regardless, it will definitely be like the 9th law. Klein wore his pajamas as he stood barefooted and took 4 steps counterclockwise, entering the space above the grey fog. Sitting at the fool's seat, he conjured a pen and goatskin and wrote the divination statement. The charm I'm about to begin making will be successful. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather slow speed. This means that it will succeed. But will it successfully verify that the symbol is effective or that it doesn't work? As an experienced seer, he failed to obtain any confirmation. He could only decide to experiment. Immediately after, he wrote a new divination statement. The assassination of Mr. X this Friday will be dangerous. This time, the topaz pendant spun clockwise at a faster frequency and greater amplitude. There's significant danger, but it doesn't reach the level of a demigod's participation. From the looks of it, Angel of Fate Ouroboros will soon be led out of Backland. As long as I don't make a mistake, the chances of success are pretty high. Klein made a judgment and returned to the real world. He immediately got out some candles and lit them, setting up a simple altar. He then used a piece of silver to draw out the combined symbol that represented the fool. After completing the act of carving, he found a metal bottle and poured mercury into the pattern. This time he decided to complete only the front side for now, then summon himself and respond. After doing so, he adjusted the altar, took 2 steps back, and said in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Following the process, he entered the space above the grey fog, imbued himself with the Black Emperor card, and used his spirituality to stir a tiny amount of the grey fog's powers to respond to his prayers. While the surging energy poured into the circle of light, he returned to the real world. The altar had turned dark and gloomy, and the silver sheet had already floated up, fusing with the worm of time's corpse. Klein flipped the silver sheet around and filled the carved symbol on the back with mercury. As the lines lit up, they effused a hazy luster that enveloped the silver sheet and the corpse. Suddenly, the darkness around the altar distorted as the entire space seemed to turn abnormal. This change disappeared as fast as it came. The charm, filled with strange patterns, slowly landed on the desk. It was entirely translucent and dark black, like a miniature card made out of a special crystal. It succeeded. It really works. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the charm, finding it cold to the touch. He busied himself again, bringing the completed item above the grey fog and using dream divination to figure out how to use it. The charm had only one effect, but it was highly potent. It could siphon off the luck of others. To be precise, it could graft fate. A period of the target's fate would be grafted onto the user. The simplest situation would be when an enemy is about to kill me. I'll use this charm, siphoning off his fate of surviving and grafting the fate of impending death onto him. It does match the Marauder Pathway's traits, but it's more sinister and terrifying. It's going from stealing wealth to stealing fate. As Klein thought, he felt a sense of fear. Phew, now it's mine. I can't call it a worm of time anymore. I'll just call it Fate Siphon. After dealing with the traces of the ritual, he gravely placed the high-level charm into the iron cigar case, putting it together with Azik's copper whistle and the Senor gold coin before sealing it. Being in a good mood, he drew the curtains a little, allowing the crimson moonlight to shine in. While enjoying the scenery, he suddenly saw a figure sneak out from Member of Parliament Mutt's house. It was Hazel. She once again headed for the sewers, removed the manhole cover, and climbed down. Why is she always heading into the sewers? It's not likely for her to be acting like a superhero. After all, each trip doesn't take her more than an hour. Together with the scene from Orodes, she's likely finding something. It's very easy for her to encounter danger if she keeps heading into the sewers. Klein stood behind the curtain gap, observing. He didn't attempt to warn her. Firstly, he wasn't sure if her sense of superiority was due to a lack of knowledge, and secondly, he wasn't sure how she had obtained her powers and mystical item. Warning her could attract unwanted attention. After enjoying an evening of peace, Klein returned to bed and slept till daybreak. Before Richardson entered, he turned into Gehrman Sparrow and prayed to the fool. I can accept the mission, but regardless of the outcome, I want a stone from that bracelet of yours, as well as the ability to use that spellbook of yours for some time. If it succeeds, all spoils of war will be mine. You can only take the target's head. If required, you will need to provide assistance. Chapter 772, Walter's Abnormality. He wants a stone from my bracelet and the right to use Leimono's travels for some time. How does he know that I have those two items? I don't remember mentioning it. After hearing German Sparrow's response, Fors was bewildered and rather shocked. It felt like he had seen through all her secrets. She tensed up as she quickly tried recalling how this information could have been leaked. Aside from teacher Shayo and Mr. Fool, no one knows that I have these two items. Mr. Fool, Mr. World appears quite strange during the tarot gatherings. He never hands over Emperor Razel's diary pages. He and Mr. Fool have a deeper connection. He obtains the relevant information from him, a believer or a blessed. Fors carefully thought over the matter as she grasped something, easing her horror. Only at this moment did she have the time and energy to consider if she could accept his requests. To Fors, such a price was too cheap, far lower than she had expected, and it was reasonable. As a beyonder who seldom went out, lending Leimono's travels for some time didn't affect her safety. Likewise, giving one of the two remaining stones from her bracelet didn't mean she would lose all her trump cards. The only problem is that Mr. World seems to be willing to only try it once. If he fails, he will still take the payment. Yes, with the fact that he needs to bear the risk, that's normal. I originally imagined that I would need to help him do many things and obtain a reward from teacher by using the traitor's head to repay the debt. Fors thought calmly for a few seconds before she prayed to Mr. Fool. Please inform Mr. World that I accept his conditions, and I will try my best to provide him assistance in the operation. Regardless if it succeeds or fails, I'll obtain that stone. I'll be able to secretly leave Backlund and meet with Mr. Hanged Man to explore that primitive island. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief, opened the door, and got Richardson to help him dress up. Sir, after breakfast, your schedule is to head to the Royal Museum to see the royal family's collection exhibition, Richardson informed him. As Dwayne Dantes mastered social dancing very quickly, the number of etiquette classes had been reduced, allowing him to spare time for other things. As for heading to St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein had consciously lowered his frequency, afraid that heading there often would incur suspicion. I'm already looking forward to it, he said to his valet with a smile. Upon thinking of the church, he naturally connected it to Leonard Mitchell's secret investigation of Sherlock Moriarty. Is it because of Emlyn White's purchase of Tinder that drove him to investigate, or was it because of the fleeting appearances of the detective in the cases of Capim and Lanavus? He wasn't afraid that Sherlock Moriarty would be wanted. He was worried that someone would discover that Sherlock, in his early appearances, resembled Klein Moretti greatly and pursue the deceased Nighthawk. In fact, it's not a problem even if they discover that. I'm no longer the clown or magician from before. There are more than a handful of demigods searching for me. Besides, Benson and Melissa are ordinary people. The church will definitely not involve them. He wasn't that worried. This was also why he was so calm when Will or Septin mentioned Klein Moretti's identity. How could a Sequence 1 angel who had interacted with Sherlock not discover the detective's origins? If Leonard were to really realize Sherlock's hidden identity, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he went to the second floor to enjoy his breakfast. In Westborough at the Royal Museum, Klein passed through the ticket entrance with his butler and valet. The exhibition showcased historical collections from the kingdom's founding. As a graduate from the Department of History, Klein was still rather interested. What left him somewhat puzzled was Walter's deep understanding of most of the exhibits. He introduced them to Dwayne Dantes with extreme detail. As expected of a butler who came from an aristocratic household, Klein silently nodded. As he perused the exhibits, the trio kept encountering other visitors. When passing by an exhibit, Klein noticed Walter suddenly stop, his expression turning complicated. As he wasn't a spectator, Klein couldn't interpret the meaning, so he traced Walter's gaze. Standing in front of the exhibit were a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, wearing a black suit and silk hat. Mr. Butler is looking at that man. Klein instantly made the judgment. He realized that the man looked rather old, his skin dark from frequent exposure to the sun. The back of his hand was like dried wood, and his fingers were extremely rough. If I didn't look at his attire, I would have believed it if someone told me he was a farmer. The reason he noticed these details was because he had seriously considered the appearance of an ordinary person who had ventured in the southern continent when constructing the identity of Duane Dantes. I have to say that from the moment I became a faceless, I'm getting more and more experienced and wise in creating a new character. As Klein made self-deprecating comments, he saw Walter recover his stern look. The man with the rough skin pointed at a flag inside the exhibition case. This is the flag that the Earl of Lastings, Prince Harold Augustus, used during the White Rose War. Unfortunately, he perished in that war. However, his death was the turning point. Look, the flag still has his blood. He's quite knowledgeable in the field of history. Klein glanced at Walter, thought for 2 seconds, and smiled, approaching the couple. I never expected such a neglected tidbit of history would be known by someone else. Sir, your eruditeness leaves me amazed. To be praised in front of his female partner, the man's expression turned from wary to relaxed. I'm just a person who likes history. He casually swept his gaze towards the servant of the gentleman in front of him and suddenly frowned before easing his brows. Indeed, he knows Butler Walter. Klein smiled, maintaining his composure. Hello there, I'm a merchant from Desi, Duane Dantes. How may I address you? The man hesitated. William Sykes, a land steward at a manor. Chapter 73, Additional Development. William Sykes, a land steward. Klein inwardly repeated the response before turning the topic of conversation towards the flag and the White Rose War. After a short chat, he politely bade farewell and continued his tour of the exhibits with Walter and Richardson, as though the encounter was completely trivial. When it was almost noon, Klein, who had returned to his carriage, looked out at the passing bicycles when he suddenly said, Walter, you seem to know Mr. William Sykes? Walter solemnly nodded. I once knew him while I was working for Viscount Conrad's household. He served a member of the royal family, the former Earl of Lastings, Prince Edessac. He was once in service of Prince Edessac. He's living quite a good life after the prince passed away. I wonder what manor he's the land steward of. Perhaps he knows some secrets? Klein gently nodded and didn't probe further, wondering if he should find an opportunity to investigate William Sykes. If he really knows something, the royal family's faction wouldn't leave him be. Or perhaps he is part of that faction. In short, investigating him will be a rather dangerous matter. I can't entrust this to Miss Magician or the others. The best solution is to use Hero Bandit Black Emperor. But before stealing the Antigonus family's notebook, my investigations should only be superficial. Klein appeared to admire the streets, but many thoughts were going through his mind. Finally, he decided to hold back for the time being. After having lunch and taking a nap, Klein received classes in literary appreciation until it was almost evening. After sending away his teacher, he was about to head to the dining hall when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the ringing, Richardson immediately took a few steps forward to open the door. Standing outside were 2 police officers in black and white checkered uniforms. Officers, how may I help you? Richardson asked. The high-ranking inspector warmly said with a smile, I'm here for Mr. Duane Dantes. There's a case that involves him and his butler. What is it? Klein slowly walked to the door. I'm Duane Dantes. He then asked politely, Officers, how may I address you? If the matter is more complicated, why not come to my parlor? The high-ranking inspector smiled. There's no need for tea, but we need to question your servants. He paused. Mr. Duane Dantes, do you know a person by the name of William Sykes? I got to know him this morning at the Royal Museum, Klein replied, vaguely sensing an unexpected development. Did something happen to him? The inspector wiped away his smile. He's dead. He died at a hotel near the Royal Museum. He's dead? Klein didn't hide his puzzlement and shock. I just met him and he's dead? Had he already been targeted? The inspector nodded solemnly. Yes, the cause of death is rather complicated. What about his female partner? Klein asked. That lady was his mistress. When she left the hotel, William Sykes was still alive. This can be confirmed by the attendants, the inspector replied simply. After leaving the Royal Museum, where did you go? I came back here directly. My servants, neighbors, and literary appreciation teacher can prove that, Klein frankly replied, turning his head to Richardson. Bring Walter here. Soon, Walter walked down and answered similar questions. After receiving permission, the two officers questioned the rest of the servants but failed to find any problems. They didn't stay for long, politely bidding him farewell. Klein's appetite wasn't affected as he went to enjoy his dinner. Before sleeping, he asked without turning his head, what did Walter do in the afternoon? He was busy handling various matters. He never left, Richardson answered softly. Klein nodded gently, beginning to suspect he had been overthinking matters. In the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he snapped awake. He left the bed and arrived by the window, pulling back the curtains a little. Under the dim moonlight, a figure carefully passed through the garden and flipped over the perimeter walls. It was butler Walter. He's agile and his motions are fluid. Klein observed, making a preliminary judgment. He saw Walter's shadow follow the streets until he arrived at the manhole which Hazel often used, removing the cover and climbing down. Why is everyone so skilled at getting into the sewers? Klein curled his lips, returned to his bedside, and took out the iron cigar case. He controlled Wraith Sinor to tail Walter, wanting to see what he was up to. His marionette immediately used the mysterious connection between different mirrors to jump to a street lamp beside the manhole before silently tailing him. Klein saw Walter turn into a more secluded and dark passage. Suddenly, the butler stopped and said to someone, "Why were you so rash? Why didn't you wait for a better opportunity?" Soon, a weak and slightly hoarse female's voice replied, "It was the best opportunity. Once he returns to that manor, there's no knowing when he will come out again." "But why would you be so seriously injured?" Walter said with sighs of concern. The female voice scoffed, "William Sykes is stronger than what you or I imagined. Perhaps only this way can he satisfy his secret identity. Regardless, I finally obtained clues from him. After so much time, I finally have a chance to approach the truth." "You didn't need to be so rash." Walter fell silent. The weak female's voice chuckled. "I've already sold my soul to an evil god. The only meaning to life is vengeance." Walter sighed. "Continue hiding here. I'll prepare food for you until you recover. If there aren't any accidents, use the old method to contact me." The female voice remained silent for a while before saying, "When he was alive, he had many subordinates who claimed to be loyal. After his death, few still remember him. You are the one who has surprised me the most." "He is the first noble who treated me that way, and he is the person I'm truly loyal to," Walter answered in a deep voice. Having heard the conversation, Klein vaguely understood. After Prince Edisac passed away, a few of his loyal subordinates were investigating the truth. Walter was one of them. This is probably the additional development Herodes mentioned. He immediately made Sinor go invisible, infiltrating the passageway. He saw Walter conversing with a black-dressed woman who was seated on the ground against the wall, her face somewhat pale. After she heard Walter's words, she gave a throaty laugh and looked towards the entrance. "It's time you leave. Don't be caught by others." She turned her head, allowing Klein to see her. She had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle temperament. Deep down, she was an outstandingly gorgeous beauty who Klein was familiar with. Trissy Cheek." Chapter 74, Clues. She isn't dead? She managed to escape? She's actually trying to seek revenge for Prince Edisac? The moment he saw Trissy, Klein nearly lost control of his expression. Although he had guessed it from the conversation, the truth still exceeded his expectations. Without even needing a dream divination, he could still recall Trissy's eagerness to escape Prince Edesac's control back during the Great Smog of Backlund. This demoness who was once a man had sold her soul to an evil god to help avenge Prince Edisac. What kind of crappy trite romance plot point is this? The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he saw Walter throw a bag of food to Trissy before turning and leaving the secluded path. At this moment, a figure appeared from Member of Parliament Mucht's house, following the shadows in the street as it quickly approached the entrance to the sewer. It was Hazel, holding a mystical item from the marauder pathway. She'll encounter Walter. This isn't some entrance to the sewers. It's clearly the entrance to a bustling city. Klein nearly facepalmed. Upon arriving at the manhole, Hazel warily observed her surroundings for a few seconds before moving the cover and climbing down. Stepping onto the slightly moist ground, she followed the rusted metal pipes with a clear destination in mind. Suddenly, she felt her back turn cold as a chill ran down her spine, her hair standing on end. Moments later, Hazel felt as though she had plunged into a freezing river. She was horrified to see herself walking in a different direction, heading straight for the wall, completely against her will. Horror filled her mind. She infused all her spirituality into the necklace on her neck. One of its 7 green gems lit up, illuminating her ghastly face. She leaned against the wall, her feet moving forward in an awkward manner before retracting. At that instant, the coldness she felt paused. She didn't hesitate to use her spirituality to light up another green gem, raising her right hand and aiming it at herself. Many mysterious symbols appeared in her mind as her spirituality and voice changed momentarily. She had stolen the Beyonder power, Wraith Shriek. Just as Hazel was about to open her mouth, she found her hands losing control again. Forcefully covering it, her shriek turned into a muffle as she took a few brisk steps, turned into another fork and crouched down in the darkness. She tried hard to struggle, but it was useless. She couldn't even activate the necklace. Her dark brown eyes widened in horror and indignation, tears welling up and streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, Walter had come out from another path and returned to the sewer entrance. After he sneaked back into 160 Bokeland Street, Hazel suddenly regained control of her body, the coldness completely gone. She first raised her hands in surprise, then looked around in a fluster, as though countless unknown monsters were hidden in the darkness. She immediately touched her necklace, carefully stood up and headed for the entrance, warily preparing for any attack. Finally, she returned to Bokeland Street and saw the black street lamps illuminating the rain-slicked streets. Only then did she speed up and run home, suddenly turning back to frantically close the manhole cover. She followed the shadows, entered her garden, and climbed the pipes to her bedroom balcony. Only then did she have any room to think. She widened her eyes and looked around, her body slowly beginning to tremble. Hazel still has the basic abilities needed to react. She's not a complete newbie. In the sewers, Senor appeared, speaking silently. Under Klein's control, he went invisible again and entered the hidden fork where Trissy was. Just as the wraith approached, the black-dressed Trissy looked up, revealing a weak but stubborn smile. From the looks of it, you have no ill intentions. That lady was quite lucky. She had sensed Hazel and the wraith. Senor's figure appeared as he chuckled. Perhaps killing her will only bring you greater trouble. To be honest, Klein wished to report Trissy to the authorities for her evil deeds, but after realizing she was investigating Prince Adesak's death, he had a new plan. The mystery of Prince Adesak's death is equivalent to the truth of the Great Smog. Investigating this is bound to be dangerous. By getting Trissy to do it, I wouldn't have such a psychological burden. The crime she had committed had long doomed her to hell. The only problem is that she might be using this for her own ploys. Trissy looked at the middle-aged man before her. Since you have ill intentions, go ahead, Mr. Senor. At this instant, the marionette's senses revealed countless threads floating around her, with her black-dressed self seated in the middle like a spider in its web. You know me? The marionette halted. Trissy's expression was somewhat adrift. I once spent an unforgettable period of time at sea. Back then, you were still a man. Klein lampooned. Why are you investigating Prince Adesak's death? Didn't he commit suicide? Trissy immediately looked up, anger coloring her face. Suicides can be different. Some people do it willingly, others are forced. No way, she really seems to mind Prince Adesak's death. Lady, have you forgotten that you were once a man? Don't tell me that this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome? Klein made Senor chuckle. So you believe that Prince Adesak was forced to commit suicide? You sought William Sykes to investigate this matter? The angry look on Trissy's face vanished as a miserable but beautiful smile appeared. That's right, it was he who forced Adesak to commit suicide with a spirituality obliteration bullet. However, he was also under orders by others. To obtain the final bit of pleasure he revealed everything. He was still unable to really touch me. I even showed him my former photo. He died filled with even more misery and despair. I can't imagine what William suffered. Trissy is as twisted as she was before. As Klein lampooned, he made Senor ask, "Who is it?" When asking, he hadn't expected to receive an answer, but Trissy chuckled. Viscount Stratford, the Royal Guard Captain of the Royal Family. Chapter 775, Making Use. Viscount Stratford, Royal Guard Captain. From this post, the Great Smog of Backlund does have inklings of a royal family faction being behind it. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to verify Trissy's answer, so he just made Senor scoff. "I'm a little doubtful since you are telling me this so easily." Trissy said in a scoffing and self-deprecating manner, "That's because it's something good for me. I can tell that you and the faction you represent are very interested in the true motives of those pulling the strings of the royal family. I would be very happy if I can provide some useful clues that cause you to have conflict with them, causing the real conspirer to surface. This will aid in my revenge. According to this logic, does that also mean that I can use you to investigate this matter and fish out the mastermind? From that, I can allow my faction to hide in safety. She is clearly expressing her value. She's afraid that I'll eventually decide to kill her." Klein roughly understood what Trissy was truly getting at as he controlled the wraith. "Very reasonable. I should also do the same. I believe that without my threats or enticement, you'll attempt to make contact with Viscount Stratford after you recover from your wounds." Trissy curled her lips. "I only hope that he doesn't like men. This isn't something that cannot be resolved. Also, have you forgotten your past self?" Klein lampooned before making Senor smile. "This isn't a problem. You can always show him your old photo." Trissy was taken aback, a slightly twisted expression coloring her face. A humiliation she had buried deep inside had been dug out. Her beautiful eyes were tainted with anger as her pale face flushed red. She quickly reined in her emotions and scoffed, as expected of Admiral of Blood. "It appears you know plenty about the demoness pathway." She wasn't sure before. Klein nodded in thought as he controlled Senor. "At my level, there will always be plenty of secrets I know." He didn't continue on the topic. "How can I contact you? I might be able to provide you with some help during the investigations of Viscount Stratford." Trissy reached towards her ear and grabbed a clump of raven-black hair. Blue ice formed, allowing her to crack it off. She then spread out her palm and a silent pitch-black flame appeared, burning the hair to ashes. These ashes shrunk, forming a sticky black object. "Smear it uniformly over a mirror, and then I'll know that you're looking for me. I'll subsequently use that mirror to communicate with you," Trissy said, shaking her wrist and throwing the pasty object to Senor. "It can be used about 5 times. As Senor was only a marionette, Klein wasn't worried about letting him grab it. He stuffed it into his pocket. Trissy fell silent for a few seconds before biting her lip. "If I need your help, how do I contact you?" "That's a problem." Klein wished to have her directly contact Miss Messenger, but he decided to be a little more cautious. After all, she wasn't someone to be trusted. He made Senor survey the area. "These sewers hide plenty of secrets. I'll come often. You can leave the help you need in text form here. If the matter is urgent, you can contact that person from before to get him to leave the message." Trissy slowly nodded. "Okay." With the conversation almost done, Klein planned on letting his marionette leave. At that moment, he caught sight of Trissy's hands and discovered that the sapphire ring, the equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was gone. From the looks of it, she paid a considerable price when she escaped. "The mark that Prince Edesak left on her has also vanished?" He had Senor laugh. "One more thing. Which evil god did you sell your soul to?" Trissy gave him a deep look. "The primordial demoness." "Weren't you trying to escape from that strange state? Why did you backtrack? Don't you know they were trying to make you the primordial demoness's vessel?" No, she might really not know. She did her best to escape her fate, only to plunge deeper into it. At that instant, Klein felt a baffling fear towards fate and deities. He made Senor smile. "It's hard for me to believe it with you replying so easily." Trissy's eyes had a slight tinge of confusion as she said in a self-deprecating manner, That's because it's a problem for me, not a secret. With one more person knowing, there might be one more chance of a solution presenting itself. While solving the problem, there's also a high chance that you'll be finished. Klein didn't continue, instead saying after some thought, "When you approach Viscount Stratford, take note of any coincidences that often happen around you. The deeper the investigation, the more likely it would gain the attention of Inns Zangwill and 008. Coincidences, Trissy repeated, recalling all the coincidences she had encountered at Red Rose Manor. She suddenly looked up, only to realize that Admiral of Blood Sinor had vanished. The next morning Klein woke up punctually. Just as he arrived in the dining hall, he saw Walter standing by the door. "Sir, your schedule for today is to participate in a tea session at Member of Parliament Mutt's residence." Klein nodded with a smile as though nothing had happened. "I haven't forgotten." He then entered the dining hall and enjoyed an exquisite meal that had started showing signs of being repetitive. There's not enough variety for breakfast, he thought, and after he was done, he sighed. "I miss my hometown a little. Get the cook to prepare some desi pie tomorrow." "Yes, sir. I should have thought of that earlier," housekeeper Taneja replied apologetically. Klein waved his hand and headed to the garden for a stroll. After doing all of this, he returned to the third story to continue reading the papers until his etiquette teacher, Wahana, arrived. She smiled. "I heard you would be heading to Ma'am Rihanna's place for high tea later today. Then, this lesson will focus on high tea." About 30 minutes later, Walter knocked on the door. "Sir, Member of Parliament Mutt's servant just came over to inform us that the high tea session has been cancelled because Ma'am Rihanna's daughter, Miss Hazel, is sick. She's very apologetic and wishes to invite you again next week." "Hazel is sick? A result of last night's fright? It's not impossible for an ordinary person, but a Beyonder has their physical qualities enhanced. Ailments. Sequence 5 of the Demoness pathway can make people around them get infected with ailments. Last night, Trissy secretly released her ailment after seeing a stranger enter the sewers, and as a wraith, Senor wasn't affected, so I didn't discover it. From the looks of it, Trissy has really advanced to Sequence 5. Klein nodded gently. "Please give Miss Hazel my regards." Chapter 776, Preparations. Without the high tea session, Klein decided to pray at St. Samuel Cathedral. He didn't forget to stop and admire the white pigeons on the square, allowing himself to appear leisurely. He entered the cathedral, arriving at the dark and deep prayer hall. This place was mild and peaceful, allowing one to feel a natural sense of tranquility. Klein removed his hat and handed it to Richardson along with his cane, then walked down the aisle. At this moment, two figures stood up in the front pew and turned towards the entrance. One of them was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell, looking suave with his untidy hair. Almost at the same moment, Leonard also saw the middle-aged man with the white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Dwayne Dantes. He tensed up momentarily, his body showing signs of indiscernible stiffness. Klein gave Leonard a side look and nodded with a friendly smile. Leonard forced a smile, nodding in a slightly sluggish manner. Following that, he turned to the side and brushed shoulders with Dwayne Dantes. This allowed Klein to see who was behind him. There was also someone he knew, Daly, wearing a spirit medium's black robe. This lady still wore blue eyeshadow and blush, presenting an uncanny sense of beauty. Daly glanced at the middle-aged gentleman when her expression suddenly went adrift. She retracted her gaze and silently approached the exit. "No way, I was just mimicking Captain's profound eyes. Even the color is different, yet Ma'am Daly could still find it familiar. A woman's intuition is truly terrifying." Klein had a vague guess when he noticed Daly's brief abnormality. He believed that she was secretly in love with the captain. As for Dunn Smith, Klein wasn't sure. At that moment, his bad memory was rather pronounced, and he might have unknowingly forgotten certain things. However, Captain often mentions Ma'am Daly. He was so familiar with how many years she took to advance. Yes, whenever he mentioned these matters, he would occasionally add that he spent 9 years going from midnight poet to nightmare. See, could it be that he was feeling a little inferior when facing Ma'am Daly? Inferior. Klein recalled the past as his mood suddenly dampened. He realized that he didn't really understand Dunn Smith. and Ma'am Daly isn't much younger than him. She appears to be very open and doesn't care about marriage. He silently sighed and reined in his thoughts, finding a nearby pew to pray. Outside the prayer hall, Leonard had recovered, gathering with his Red Gloves teammates. They waited for a while as Soest, who had become a spirit warlock, walked out. Our mission this time is to use the various clues discovered from the explosion of the Black Skeleton Gang's headquarters to find all the formal members of the numinous episcopate in Backland. Ma'am Daly is a beyonder from the Corpse Collector pathway. She knows quite a bit about the numinous episcopate, so His Grace, St. Anthony, has gotten her to assist us. In the evening, Klein, who had dismissed Richardson, took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. He conjured the world and made his blurry figure pray. Please inform Miss Magician that she needs to reserve a hotel room before Friday night. It's best that it's far from the place where Mr. X holds the gathering. Pass me the stone and spell book ahead of time. I need to make certain preparations. On Friday night, she needs to stop her friend who participates in Mr. X's gathering and also present to me that person's external appearance when in disguise. If there's anything else, I'll inform her in time. With only 2 days left, he needed to prepare ahead of time. His preliminary plan was to use his faceless powers to disguise himself as a participant and enter the gathering. Unless necessary, a marionettist had to avoid engaging in direct combat. Currently, the most troublesome point is that Mr. X's gathering is at 8, and at this time, Dwayne Dantes clearly wouldn't have fallen asleep. What method should I use to fool everyone in his house? If only I had a faceless partner who can act as Dwayne Dantes. Klein leaned back into his chair, rubbing his temples. He considered using his identity as Hero Bandit Black Emperor, but decided on a method he was very proficient in from his previous life: feigning sickness. I'll begin acting sick tomorrow. But if there's an emergency, what do I do when Walter and company knock on the door? A magician's illusion creation can only fool the eyes. Artificial intelligence. Right. I can fix the illusion onto a mirror and get Herodes to answer remotely. With this in mind, Klein's thoughts suddenly opened up. He returned to the real world, walked to his desk, took out a pen and paper, and began drawing a picture comprising of symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying. Just as he finished his final stroke, the room's lighting dimmed. The full-body mirror first turned deep black before silver light surfaced and Lona's text appeared. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant Herodes heard your summoning. Woo, was I late? There's something new every time. Klein shook his head in amusement. No. How tolerant you are of me, Great Master. You can ask your question. Klein thought for a moment. I plan on eliminating the Aurora Order Oracle, Mr. X. Do you have any suggestions? The mirror's words froze for a few seconds before changing. It's best you do it after Thursday. It's in line with my divination. Angel of Fate Ouroboros might be around Mr. X tonight and on Thursday. Klein smiled. Herodes, I have something that requires your help. This is my honor. You are giving me an opportunity, words quickly emerged. May I ask what the mission is? Klein nodded. This Friday night I will be using a mirror as an illusion prop, changing it to look like my present identity. If any emergencies happen, you're in charge of controlling the mirror to answer without letting anyone discover any abnormalities. Can you do it? The air around the mirror gushed, and a toady voice belonging to Dwayne Dantes sounded. Great Master, I'll try my best to complete anything you command. Although it won't be able to last long and it doesn't match my usual habits, it's enough to deal with everyone here. If you wish, I can simulate any voice. You're more talented than I expected. However, why does that final statement sound odd? Klein's facial muscles trembled. When dealing with them, hide the nature of the question and answer game. Don't let others notice it. Herodes immediately presented a new sentence. I will play your identity well. Very good, Klein nodded, truly worried that Herodes would begin asking his butler and valet embarrassing questions. He believed the magic mirror was capable of such an act. He switched topics. That will be all for today. I'll contact you again on Friday night. Yes, Great Master, your humble servant already looks forward to serving you. Herodes conjured a single line before producing a drawing of a hand waving. Chapter 777, sick and crazy setup. On Friday afternoon, Klein, who had skipped a literary salon because of his feigned sickness, arrived above the grey fog once again. In front of him was Leymano's Travels, the bronze-green, hard-covered notebook Fours had provided. After flipping to a certain page, he raised his hand and summoned the sea god's scepter. As he injected spirituality into the notebook, making it light up, he made the blue gem on the scepter's tip emit a bright light. A sizzling sound was produced as bolts of silver lightning appeared out of thin air, meshing together to form a hurricane. At the same time, complicated symbols and labels quickly outlined themselves on the page, but just as it was about to be colored in silver, bolts of lightning snaked out, destroying all the patterns. It failed again. Klein sighed silently and repeated the process. Ever since obtaining the spellbook on Wednesday night, he had been heading above the grey fog from time to time to record powers from the sea god's scepter. He had failed nearly 20 times before, but on the 5th attempt this time, he was delighted to see a silver luster spread across the page. An ancient, mysterious and complicated symbol contracted, forming a fancy diagram. Phew, I've finally succeeded. He had finally recorded the lightning storm spell. Over the past 2 days, he had also recorded 2 other demigod powers, Paper Angel, which aided in disrupting divination, and Hurricane, which stemmed from the sea god's scepter. As for powers that didn't reach sequence 4, they only required 1 or 2 tries, so he had almost filled the entire book. This spellbook isn't very useful to unaffiliated Beyonders. It needs plenty of time to record a sufficient number of powers. However, among Beyonders who are supported by major factions, Leymano's Travels would be ridiculously powerful. This is because it could record a demigod's powers. As long as they wish, a demigod can repeat the power again and again. As for Creeping Hunger, it has a high chance of failing to devour a demigod. When Klein thought of this, he cast his gaze onto the dark green stone Fours had provided. With Leymano's Travels, this stone, the Fate Siphon Charm, and the Wraith Marionette, even if Mr. X has a saint protecting him, I should still be able to complete the mission and leave without problems. He returned to the real world and, after a bestowment ritual, brought the items back. After making all the preparations, he looked at the full-body mirror and made himself look haggard. After dinner, he had used the excuse of not being well to return to his room. He took out a palm-sized mirror and placed it on the pillow, then went over, making the mirror reflect the blue-eyed, white-side-burned Dwayne Dantes. He then took a step back, creating another Dwayne Dantes in bed, wearing silk pajamas and holding a book with his eyes half closed. Not bad. The mirror illusion isn't weaker than a paper figurine illusion. Klein returned to the desk and drew the strange symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. After a brief silence, the Dwayne Dantes in bed suddenly opened his eyes and gave a toady smile. "Great master, your loyal and humble servant Herodes is here." I have to say that even with Dwayne Dantes' face, there's no way he can look normal with that kind of smile. Klein silently sighed. "Very good," he praised with a nod. He slid down from the balcony, followed the secluded garden trail, and flipped over the corner perimeter wall. As he landed his feet on the streets, his facial features and outline had changed. He now had black hair and brown eyes with a thin and angular face. This was the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow. The hunt was about to begin. In Sherwood Borough, CO, who was just about to head out to East Borough for Mr. X's gathering, was stopped by Fours. "You want to head out to gather material?" CO asked. Fours stroked her hair. "No, to earn money. I previously accepted a mission to find the dust left behind after a ghost fades away. Can you bear letting such a beautiful and frail lady like me head into such a messy place alone?" "But can't you push it back a day?" CO said hesitantly. Fours immediately shook her head. "No, I need to complete the mission tomorrow. It's a total of £50. If it's due tomorrow, why didn't you do it the past few days?" Shio looked suspiciously at her friend. Fours chuckled. "Is this your first day knowing me? Don't you know I have a severe case of procrastination? Besides, you have no money. What's the point of going to Mr. X's gathering? You don't even know what Beyonder ingredients you need." "That's true," Shio was convinced. "Does every author have a sickness of procrastination?" "Probably," Fours replied, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. In a cheap motel in East Borough, Klein entered the room Miss Magician had reserved. There's actually a mirror. Not bad. He put down his hat and stood in front of a full-body mirror filled with crevices, then wore the hooded robe Fours had prepared. Immediately, his body shrank, his skin turned pale, his Adam's apple vanished, and his hair grew long and blonde. He instantly recognized the image of Fours' friend, even though the disguise didn't show her looks. It was Miss Shio. I can't do anything about the height of 150 centimeters. I'll need to digest the entirety of my potion before I can reach this limit. Thankfully, Miss Shio disguises herself by raising her height. I don't have to vex over this. Klein looked at the 160-centimeter tall figure in the mirror and switched to a pair of flat-soled leather boots. After donning the disguise, he hooded himself and silently left the room from the window. He came to an alley and, after a detour, arrived outside the building where Mr. X was hosting the gathering. After recalling the passcode, Klein rapped the door with his fingers. 3 light taps and 3 heavy taps, separated by 2 long and 3 short intervals. After 10 seconds, the door silently opened. An attendant in an iron mask observed the visitor before making way. Klein calmly walked past him and entered the building without showing any signs of panic. Chapter 778, 1+1, 2. While passing through the living room, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered, and he felt an invisible gaze scanning him from an unknown location. He feigned ignorance as he entered the activity room ahead, surveyed the area and found a spot that wasn't too far or close to the host's seat. At the moment he passed through the door, all the attention on him vanished. If not for the wraith having 3 seals to isolate it, it probably would have been noticed. Mr. X doesn't appear to be as bold and crazy as he seems, Klein thought as he sat down, hiding his face deeper in the shadows. After about 10 minutes, when most of the members had arrived, a brass mask-wearing Mr. X appeared by the door and walked towards his seat. He was dressed in a black classical robe with a pointed mage hat. As he walked, he had a converged aura, but it was enough to make everyone present bow their heads without realizing it. Turning around and slowly taking his seat, Mr. X surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin. He's within 4 meters." Klein wasn't in a rush to take action. He patiently watched as a few gathering members exchanged information about people with abnormal luck for money. Time ticked by, and as the gathering's focus went from Mr. X handing out rewards to transactions between members, Klein tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice, activating his spirit body thread's vision. Illusory black threads immediately surfaced before his eyes, and after making a simple distinction, he began to secretly control Mr. X's spirit body threads. There were 2 difficulties to this mission. The first was that Mr. X or the other hidden Aurora Order saint might be able to sense the danger when he began controlling the threads. Klein wasn't sure about Mr. X's spiritual intuition. For a saint who was a demigod, no special trait would surprise him. For other marionettists, they were probably helpless, but Klein was different. He had the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to aid him, allowing him to rely on paper angels to produce interference and eliminate any hidden problems. The gathering continued without any abnormalities. More than 10 seconds passed as Klein came close to gaining initial control of Mr. X. There were only 3 seconds left, but the oracle didn't notice at all. At the critical moment, Klein stopped. He barely maintained his progress as he reached into his pocket and touched the iron cigar case, prodding it gently to remove the wall of spirituality. He waited a few more seconds until Mr. X's gaze looked to the side before he continued. 2 seconds. 1 second. 0. Mr. X's thoughts turned sluggish, as though someone had poured cement onto him. An enemy? Danger. Slow thoughts appeared in his head as he planned on seeking help. At this moment, coldness drilled into his body, preventing his limbs and mouth from answering his will. Admiral of Bloodsanor, a wraith's possession. The biggest problem with the marionettist's control was that the target immediately realized there was a problem once initial control was attained. If the target had any aids, it was very difficult to fool others. On this point, a wraith who could forcefully possess a target was the best support. The reason Klein had paused was because he needed to release the wraith. Mr. X's eyes widened, his thoughts sluggish. His instinctive attempt to shout was blocked by his throat, silencing him completely. His attempt to raise his hands also slowed as they reached for a porcelain teacup by his side. This completely violated his will, a result of the cold aura that occupied his body. Wraith, marionettist, no. If this continues, I'll die silently. Mr. X immediately controlled his spirituality, constructing complicated symbols in his mind to open a traveler's door. But amidst his sluggish thoughts, the illusory symbols failed to appear all at once. Seizing this opportunity, Wraith Sinor, under Klein's control, simply moved Mr. X's head, interrupting the formation of the door. Oh no, my reaction is too slow. Mr. X's eyes filled with blood, but no one around him noticed. As thoughts went through his mind, he regained control of his spirituality, directing it towards the golden ring with an embedded ruby on his left index finger. However, going from a thought to an action took too long. This gave Sinor plenty of time to raise Mr. X's left palm and tap the side of his forehead as though in thought. Tack! Mr. X's thoughts were disrupted. By the time he recovered, the marionettist's control had deepened, and his thinking became extremely difficult. With the Wraith using tiny concealed actions to interfere with his attempts to use his powers, he slowly slid towards the abyss of becoming a marionette, watching helplessly as he marched towards death. Only then did he realize how terrifying the combination of a marionettist and Wraith was. As Klein's control deepened, Mr. X's actions turned stiffer, but with the Wraith possessing him, no one noticed. 5 minutes passed, and Klein was just one last step from turning him into a marionette. However, he couldn't do so. He could only control one marionette at present. To convert Mr. X, he had to give up Sinor, who would then immediately surface and be discovered. Similarly, if he didn't give up his Wraith and assassinated Mr. X, he had to consider the Aurora Order Saint lurking in the shadows. This was the second difficulty of his plan. To silently control Mr. X wasn't difficult with the combination of powers, but leaving safely after pulling off such a stunt required sufficient patience. Time slowly passed, with Klein appearing calm despite his tensed nerves. Finally, when the gathering came to an end, Mr. X said in a deep voice with complete normality, "The end." As the members stood up one by one, Klein mixed in among them. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and, based on his sense of touch, flipped open Leymano's Travels. Chapter 779. One Shot. The 3 types of paper in Leymano's Travels had different textures, allowing someone to quickly distinguish between them by touch. Klein's fingers quickly found the thick and textured 3 pages that could record godhood powers as he gently pinched the middle one. As his palm prevented the spellbook from closing, he used his finger to slide across the page's surface, and the strange patterns and symbols were directly presented in his mind. He injected his spirituality into it. This charred yellow page recorded a demigod power of the storm pathway, Hurricane. Klein wanted to use it to create chaos, so as to interfere with the Aurora Order Saint lurking in the darkness. By doing so, he could seize the opportunity to assassinate Mr. X and escape. Aside from this, the chaos could also effectively hide his tracks. By letting the members of the gathering scatter, everyone became a suspect, making it difficult for the Aurora Order to pinpoint Io. As his thoughts whirred, he locked his gaze onto a spot and slowly pulled out Leymano's Travels. Meanwhile, Mr. X took 2 steps to Klein's side, standing near him. Following that, there was a loud buzz as a terrifying hurricane spiraled out of control in front of everybody. The tables, sofas, and chairs in the room flew up as the violent hurricane ripped through the walls, carrying the roof away as it headed for the alley. If Klein hadn't purposely controlled the timing and direction, not only would the old house be destroyed, but even the series of condominiums around it would suffer damage. The buzzing sounds quickly intensified as the hurricane that reached into the sky stomped across the alley, leaving nothing in its wake. Klein was similarly swept up, and he and the possessed Mr. X were thrown onto another street. During this process, as both were standing close, and with a Wraith's ability to float, they could control the target's body to a certain extent. Therefore, the distance between them ultimately stayed within 5 meters, and his control of the spirit body threads was never terminated. In midair, with the howling winds in his ear, Klein suddenly yanked at his chest, tearing away the hooded robe's surface, reached under his arm and drew death knell. Although air bullets could finish off Mr. X in his current state, Klein decided to be cautious, afraid that a mystical item on his body would suddenly be triggered. When hunting, it was necessary to do his best. His vigorous action obviously affected his control of the threads. If it wasn't because Mr. X was on the brink of being fully controlled, this alone would have been enough to recover his lucidity. Even so, Mr. X's thoughts were no longer impeded as his mind sped up. He attempted to resist, but with the wraith possessing him, his efforts were in vain for a brief moment. Then his eyes reflected an enemy swooping downward. In his vision, the person coldly cocked the revolver, pointing the black barrel at him. Bang! Klein didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, the gunshot drowned by the howling winds. Mr. X's head jerked backward as his head and brass mask shattered into pieces, splattering red and white liquids everywhere. It was a lethal shot. Death knell had sounded the knell for him. After the shot, Klein fell to the ground on his back. With a thud, Mr. X landed beside him as the blood and fragments that had scattered strangely flowed back, forming a head filled with cracks. At that moment, the hurricane was starting to disperse, and the huge commotion had undoubtedly caught the notice of faraway demigods. Klein, who had fallen on the ground, noticed that the wind pressure had weakened. With death knell in one hand and Leymano's travels in the other, he flipped the latter to the first yellowish-brown page, which recorded Traveller's Door. As long as it was formed, he could leave unharmed with Mr. X's corpse. At that moment, his vision went black as he realized that the surrounding streets were filled with a pitch-black and strange liquid, which surged over and quickly coagulated to form a strong cage. In such darkness, shadows began to come alive as cold gazes landed on him. A demigod's power. The Aurora Order does have a saint nearby. Klein's heart tensed up as he calmly flipped Leymano's travels to the charred yellow page. Sizzle. A silver python snaked out of thin air, embroiling itself with the darkness as it illuminated everything. Lightning storm. The coagulated pitch blackness shattered instantly. Without hesitation, Klein stuffed his death knell-wielding hand into his pocket, pinching the dark green stone. Door, he chanted in ancient Hermes. A light blue brilliance burst out as his figure rapidly turned into a blur. Even Mr. X's corpse experienced similar changes. The two figures instantly turned invisible, vanishing from the spot as they departed into the spirit world. In the shadowy alley with the flattened gathering building, someone harumphed. Damn it! Shio and Fours, who were searching for ghosts in Eastborough, were alarmed by the sky that suddenly lit up. They hurriedly looked into the distance and saw a silver forest that seemed to bloom. What happened over there? Shio mumbled, exchanging looks with Fours. Fours actually had a guess, but found it difficult to believe, as it had far exceeded her expectations of the world's strength. In a dark alley, Klein appeared out of thin air with Mr. X's corpse. He wasn't flustered. He put death knell in his pocket, and then took out another book. Grossel's Travels. Smack! He smacked the book onto Mr. X's face, staining the cover with blood. Moments later, the corpse vanished, leaving behind Wraith Senor. Klein then put away the book and flipped open Leymano's Travels, making another charred yellow page face up. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from the book as an illusory angel with 12 wings flew up and landed on him. All of this happened in an instant before darkness returned. Klein then took out a metal bottle, pouring out the blood stored inside and uniformly smearing it across the spellbook. After doing all of this, he pulled away the hooded robe and threw it beside him. The scarlet flame immediately soared up, burning it clean. Meanwhile, he silently grew another 10 centimeters, transforming into a relatively ordinary appearance. Then, he identified his bearings and returned to the cheap motel. At this point, he still had no idea what additional weakness he had been given. Inside the single room, he changed into his own clothes, turning back into Gairman Sparrow. Above the flattened building, Church of Storm's Cardinal, Randall Valentinus, who had failed in capturing anyone, looked down in silence for an extended period of time. At 160 Bokeland Street, upon seeing the visitor outside, Butler Walter asked in surprise, "Your Excellency, why are you suddenly here? Is there something?" Bishop Electra chuckled, "I heard that Dwayne is sick, so I'm here to visit him. Perhaps he will quickly recover under the goddess's blessings. Chapter 780, Extract. Walter came to the third story and rapped on the master bedroom's door. "Who is it?" Dwayne Dante's slightly weak and hoarse voice sounded. Walter turned the doorknob, opening a tiny crack. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit you. Do you wish to meet him in the living room or activity room, or should he be invited directly to your bedroom?" After a brief silence, Dwayne Dantes replied, "Invite him into the bedroom." "All right, sir." As Walter gestured for Richardson to have a maid prepare tea, he walked down and invited the bishop up. Soon, Electra entered the bedroom and saw Dwayne Dantes lying in bed, looking haggard. "Richardson, get the bishop a seat," the pale Dwayne Dantes said with a smile. Richardson had already done so, moving a high-backed chair near the bed. However, Electra took a few steps forward to observe the new tycoon. "Dwayne, how are you? Did you consult a physician?" His spiritual perception wasn't triggered, so he was only visiting a pious believer out of concern. Dwayne Dantes coughed lightly. "I'm actually almost recovered. I believe I'll be able to head over to church tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to listen to your preachings." "That's good. I was wondering if I needed to pray to Goddess to bless you." Electra chuckled and sat down. At this moment, Dwayne Dantes glanced at the bishop. "Actually, I've always had a question. Are clergymen of the Church of the Goddess allowed to get married?" Electra sighed and smiled. "This question has actually troubled us for the longest time. In ancient times, the archbishops had engaged in intense debates. One side believed that servants of the goddess need to maintain their purity, while the other side found words from the goddess in the revelation of Evernight, believing that she encouraged marriage. In recent times, this question has basically been shelved. The church doesn't ban or encourage it." Dwayne Dantes nodded slowly. "Your Excellency, do you have a wife?" Electra sighed, hardly hiding his smile. 2 years ago, I walked down the aisle under the goddess's watch. I happened to have a child this year. I originally imagined that I would remain single my entire life in order to serve Goddess, but..." As he spoke, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Without waiting for a probe, he asked, "You seem to be single as well. Are you considering the problem of marriage?" Dwayne Dantes coughed lightly. "I often chose adventures to amass wealth in the past, so I wasn't willing to get married, afraid I would drag her down. Heh, I like many types of women and am not picky. I like those older than me, ones who can give me warmth and make me feel at ease." Before he finished, his valet, Richardson, wore a stunned expression, hurriedly turning his head aside as he felt his face burning. Dwayne Dantes didn't seem to sense it. "I also like those younger than me, those who are pure and lively, making anyone who sees them feel as though it's dawn." Bishop Electra's face suddenly froze. He raised his palm, clenched it into a fist and coughed twice. Yet Dwayne Dantes didn't stop. "I also like those who were once in love or were married so that people wouldn't dare approach due to their status, women who can only be viewed from afar. They are so charming that each action of theirs are so intoxicating and irresistible. I often dream." Butler Walter, who was standing nearby, trembled. Dwayne Dantes was about to continue, but he stopped after opening his mouth. He then chuckled softly. "That's all very normal. When humans are at their limits, they often have some abnormal thoughts. As long as they're repressed while acting in line with one's will, it wouldn't feel like torture. One would still be a husband, a good father, a good man." "That's very reasonable. When I'm incensed, I often have irrational thoughts, but few people will turn them into reality." Bishop Electra ingeniously changed the subject. The bishop didn't stay long. After a few sips of tea, he got up and bade farewell. The room quickly turned quiet as the window at the balcony silently opened. Klein, who had changed back into Dwayne Dantes, agilely leaped inside. Thankfully, I returned in time. If I allowed Herodes to continue speaking, Bishop Electra would probably renounce a pious believer like me. Perhaps I'll even discover Walter and Richardson hanging from their rooms tomorrow morning. The final response had been personally formulated by him, and he got Herodes to read it. "Welcome back, great master." The Dwayne Dantes in bed bowed. "Did your loyal and humble servant Herodes do well?" Hearing the mirror stammer the question, Klein sighed. "It's still all right. You did pretty good. However, try not to agitate others when chatting." I will take note." The fake Dwayne Dantes vanished as a small mirror appeared on the pillow. Above it, silver light bloomed. "Thank you for your affirmation. I will continue following in your footsteps." After a goodbye expression was sketched out, the mirror returned to normal. Klein put away the mirror and entered the bathroom, taking 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the grey fog. He wanted to complete the grazing before Mr. X's spirit body dispersed. In the book world, inside a cave on a snow-laden mountain peak, Klein looked at Mr. X's corpse. "I hope I'll obtain traveling and record. With them, I would make a killing with this operation." He reached out his left palm and spread open his fingers, aiming at the corpse. Creeping hunger quickly transformed, 2 bright red eyes opening in the middle of its palm. Amidst a cold and eerie wind, Mr. X's dispersed spirit body and the resplendent beyonder specks of light drilled into the glove, fixing onto a blank finger. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it, a smile surfacing on his face. His luck was pretty good. He had drawn one of the powers he wanted most, Traveler's Door. It allowed a person to traverse the spirit world while sensing the external world. If it's a sequence 9 or 8, they wouldn't be able to go beyond Backland. With my present level, I wonder if I can directly head to the primitive island Mr. Hangman provided. At this point, he realized that a traveler's strength in head-on combat was very powerful, as the difficulty in using short-distance tactics traveling was about the same as flaming jump. Indeed, a marionettist should try to hide behind the shadows. As he thought poignantly, he cast his eyes back on Mr. X's corpse. Creeping hunger had also obtained another power, door opening of the apprentice sequence, which was of little value. Turning his gaze, his eye noticed the ruby ring on Mr. X's hand. Chapter 781, Negative Effects. After staring at Mr. X's corpse for a while, Klein held back the urge to personally dig through his pockets, instead making Wraith Senor retrieve the ruby ring. After some careful inspecting, Senor held the ring, 48 pounds in cash, and an ordinary pipe and walked back. "That's all? An Oracle of the Aurora Order only has this much?" Klein was rather surprised, nearly cursing, "Pauper." Soon, he recovered his calm, reasoning that the situation was quite logical. Mr. X was a traveler who could record the beyonder powers of others. Even if such a powerhouse had other mystical items, he would tend to record them and not carry them around to avoid the negative effects. With this in mind, Klein nodded gently. He made Senor carry Mr. X's cracked head, possess him, and return above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, he was no longer afraid of anything. He directly took the ruby ring and used dream divination to determine its actual effects. Its name is Flower of Blood. It allows the wearer to control their body at a deeper level. As long as they don't suffer from instant death or are completely purified, they will be able to slowly recover. This is an instinct, a passive effect. From the looks of it, my choice of delivering a lethal strike with Death Knell was the correct one. If I hadn't used all my might, Mr. X might not have actually died. He then began probing the Flower of Blood's negative effects. Nearly a minute later, Klein opened his eyes, a twisted look on his face. "Oh, come on." This? He had interpreted the negative effect. It involved randomly making the wearer lose all rationale and the ability to think. Great, this is in line with the true creator. Klein couldn't help but grind his teeth. A completely random negative effect meant that the Flower of Blood was unusable. Mr. X actually dared to wear such a ring? That's right. People who change their faith to the true creator often don't have any facility to think. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, deciding to throw the ring into the junk pile. At that moment, he caught sight of Admiral of Blood Senor standing beside him. His heart stirred as he clapped. Why didn't I think of that? I might not be able to use it, but I can let my marionette use it. After all, he's dead and he follows all my instructions. He doesn't need to think. Admiral of Blood, Flower of Blood. It's destined to be a pair. A few seconds later, a delighted Klein made Senor pick up the ruby ring and wear it on his left index finger. After doing this, he made the wraith return to the gold coin before he raised his left palm. He wanted to release the interrogator from creeping hunger. Amidst an indistinct cold wind, a blurry soul appeared. He was a man in a navy uniform, in his 30s, with a painful and dazed face. "What's your name? How did Chilangos kill you?" Klein asked in a deep voice. The man jolted from his reverie. "My name is Andy Hayden. The second mate of the NMAT. I died at a battle at sea. No, I was captured by a Phaeacian before I entered that glove of yours. I do not know of a Chilangus. This interrogator was already inside the glove when Chilangus obtained it. Klein asked with piqued interest, "Who was the Phaeacian who caught you?" Andy Hayden thought seriously. "I don't know his name. I only remember his epaulette was that of a captain. I remember he had a big, impressionable nose. He was almost 2 meters tall." Such people from Phaeac are common. Klein considered for a moment. "Which year did you die?" Andy Hayden's figure slowly dissipated. 1338, that's 12 years ago. Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos got famous less than 10 years ago. Klein gently nodded, realizing he had failed to ask if Andy had any last wishes. Forget it, setting him free is already a good deed. He quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind and conjured the world. "Please inform Miss Magician that Mr. X, Lewis Ween, is dead. Please get her to take receipt of the item and the spell book. I'll request it from her when I need it again." An endless grey fog filled Forz's eyes as the world's words rang in her ears. Although prepared, she still found it unbelievable. He really succeeded? That storm in East Borough was created by him? She held down the upheavals in her heart and, taking advantage of the silent night, set up a bestowment ritual. Before long, an illusory door formed and 2 items flew out. When Forz took a careful look, she nearly screamed, hurriedly covering her mouth and taking 2 steps back. One of the items was her Lemano's travels. The other was a hideous head covered in cracks, stained with blood. As a graduate of med school, she had seen her fair share of corpses, but never one so disgusting and terrifying. After composing herself, she identified it as Lewis Ween's head and used astromancy to make a final confirmation. She muttered with a slightly twisted expression, "Mr. World shattered the target's head and then pieced them back together?" At this moment, a scene surfaced in her mind. The cold German sparrow sitting at a table, seriously piecing together a bloody head like a jigsaw puzzle. This made her involuntarily shiver, with the inexplicable feeling that the world was a psychotic killer. Moving her gaze, she picked up Lemano's travels and casually flipped through it. Her gaze gradually froze. There were more spells in the spell book, most seemingly related to wind and lightning. This made her recall the lightning storm in East Borough, convincing her it was created by Mr. World. She hurriedly flipped to the 3 charred yellow pages and found them blank. "I just realized that if I have enough money, I can hire the Tarot Club members to help me record different Beyonder powers, but I don't have the money. I can request a reward from teacher this time. I can say that I paid quite a price to help seek revenge for him." Force thought and first thanked Mr. Full before asking him to pass on a message to the world. "I'm very sorry that my payment isn't proportionate to the difficulty of the mission. After I receive a reward, I'll provide compensation." After the prayer, she ended the ritual and hurriedly hid the head. If Shio discovers this, she'll definitely imagine a horror story. When Forz replied, Klein had already returned to the real world. All he heard was a vague female's voice, but even so, he couldn't help the fear he felt. This was because Death Knell had given him an additional weakness, the fear of women. Chapter 782, Saturday Night. On Saturday morning, Klein, who was wearing pajamas, rubbed his head and got out of bed. He didn't sleep well, as different women would inevitably enter his dreams, scaring him awake. He needed to spend several seconds to calm his emotions before returning to sleep. Thankfully, this weakness only lasts 6 hours, and there's no need for me to head out in the middle of the night. I didn't have to face the maids. Klein sighed as he pulled the rope beside his bed. Richardson, who had been waiting outside, immediately entered with the clothes his employer needed. I have no idea what Aroda said. Richardson seems to try to avoid me when facing me. Klein had only heard the magic mirror mention the kind of women that Butler Walter liked when he rushed back. He wasn't sure what had happened prior to that. He didn't use dream divination to obtain the information, as he didn't feel it was necessary. After changing, Klein headed to the second story and walked to the dining room. Walter was wearing white gloves, waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing Dwayne Dante's approach, he took a step forward and bowed. "Good morning, sir. You have 2 lessons today. In the evening, you will be participating in the banquet at Mr. Portland Moment's place. Portland Moment was a full-time professor at Backlund University's Department of Engineering and a fellow at the Lone Kingdom Imperial Science Institute. The few metal alloys he had discovered were widely used in ships and steam engines, and the licensing patent was enough to make him a tycoon with a wealth of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Upon hearing Walter, Klein casually glanced at him, realizing that he had some dark eye circles and his eye bags were a little puffy. If not for a faceless's powers, Dwayne Dante's would probably look the same. Klein retracted his gaze in pity and entered the dining hall. To be honest, he was rather impressed with Walter. He was able to hold back his fantasies despite frequently meeting a demoness. One had to know that a demoness, especially one at the pleasure sequence, had a charm that far exceeded a Beyonder's effects towards males. It was like consuming opioids and gradually developing into something more serious. Klein suspected that even gay men were not immune, as one's mind and hormones would be affected. Furthermore, a large number of demonesses were men to begin with. Even he, as a Sequence 5 Beyonder, had to constantly maintain a high-strung state when facing demonesses like Trissy. For an ordinary person like Butler Walter to maintain his present state implied how strong his self-restraint was. He's very loyal to Prince Edesak, and he loves his wife and daughter. As Klein sighed, he sat down. Breakfast today was his favorite Desi pie. The sea late at night was nearly black, faintly dyed with a sliver of crimson red. The Blue Avenger was ebbing up and down in the waves like a ghost as it cruised towards the moon. Alger Wilson stood at the bow, looking far away. On the surface he appeared staid as usual, but deep down he could hardly hold back his agitation. Ahead of him was the abyss maelstrom north of Sonia Island. After delivering his report and leaving Pasu Island, Alger had commandeered the Blue Avenger all the way north. As for whether he would be suspected, he wasn't worried, because the Church of Storms was happy to have its captains head north to obtain intel on other nations. Looking back at his ship, Alger walked deckside, took out a charm made of tin and chanted the incantation, Storm. A blue flame soared, and Alger suddenly sensed a baffling affinity with all the fish in the ocean beneath him. At that instant, both parties were able to communicate at the psyche level. Amidst his thoughts, he waited for the Blue Avenger to approach the abyss maelstrom before making a second attempt. Seconds turned into minutes, and after nearly 100 failed attempts, he finally learned from a spindle-like fish where obninsks often appeared. If I didn't know that the target is near the abyss maelstrom, I would have long given up. Alger concluded as he touched his pocket. He had already used up most of his affinity charms. About an hour later, the Blue Avenger stopped. Alger casually took out a sealed metal bottle containing the sanguine anesthetic gas he had purchased from the moon. As the captain, Alger had arranged himself to be on duty that night. After he was done with his preparations, he came to the sailor's door, took out a metallic pipe, and released the gas into each room. After doing all of this, he brought the ingredients with him, changed into a diving suit and leaped from the starboard into the water. Under the dark and calm waters, his eyes gradually turned dark blue, allowing him to see clearly. He arrived in a pitch-black deep sea and used an affinity charm once again to communicate with the surrounding fish. With their advice, he finally arrived at what seemed like an underwater volcano. With his Beyonder powers, he looked far ahead and saw a huge black cave. Tentacles thicker than pythons gently flailed outwards. The huge suckers and patterned skin, as well as the cave that was several times the size of the Blue Avenger, left Alger apprehensive. An Obninsk is at least a powerful Sequence 5. I can confirm that it's my target. Alger carefully swam over and stopped at a distance. After careful identification, he used another affinity charm, allowing his spirituality to pass through the water and reach into the cave in an attempt to communicate with the powerful psyche force inside. The massive psyche slowly relaxed as countless thoughts were released. It was taken aback for a moment before its psyche suddenly erupted like a volcano. Roar! Amidst a terrifying sound, the cave produced a ludicrous vortex, sucking the surrounding water and Alger towards it. It's filled with animosity. Alger's pupils constricted as his body turned slippery, driven backward by a formless wind. He used several Beyonder powers before escaping the vortex's influence. Almost a minute later, he spat out bubbles as he heaved a sigh of relief. That Obninsk can actually resist the influence of charms that increase an affinity with sea creatures. Does it hate items with the Lord's aura? After some thought, Alger, who didn't wish to waste this opportunity, steeled his resolve. He began using Elvish to pray amidst the seawater. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Chapter 783, The Trick to Communication. In short, it's rather troublesome and exhausting. I even have to take note of which dish matches with which alcohol. However, it's quite tasty. Taking the opportunity when the roasted lamb was being switched out, Klein said to Ma'am Willis to his right, "My apologies. I'll need to use the washroom." He got up, pressing his right hand to his chest and bending over slightly, then left the dining hall and headed for a washroom on the second story. Upon entering, he locked the door and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the grey fog. Mr. Hanged Man's prayer. He wishes for me to help him in gaining the goodwill of an Obninsk, and he's willing to find 15 pages of Rozelle's diary. His progress isn't slow. Klein sat at the fool's seat, emanated his spirituality, and touched the constantly burgeoning crimson star. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Investigate all Fasak captains who participated in the Konotop sea battle in 1338. As a historian, Klein immediately knew which sea battle it was when he learned that the interrogator had died at the hands of a Phasacian in 1338. In that year, there was only one battle that resulted in the death of someone at the level of a commander. And on a Phasacian fleet, there were definitely not many captains. In the deep, dark waters, Alger Wilson saw the endless greyish-white fog and heard Mr. Fool's answer. Investigate all the captains from the Physic Empire that were involved in the Konotop sea battle in 1338. Why would Mr. Fool pay attention to such a trivial figure? Is there some immense secret hidden in this matter? His heart stirred, and without any hesitation, he directly agreed. Your wish is my wish. After the response, Alger heard Mr. Fool's deep voice once again. You can return to the target's vicinity. That's it? As expected of Mr. Fool. After he obtained the authority, he is more like a sea god than Calvatua. Alger was delighted as he thanked the fool solemnly. He then bent his back and kicked his legs, diving into the depths once more. In just minutes, he returned beside the undersea volcano and saw a turbulent flow in the gigantic dark cave as the tentacles were flailing. Although Alger trusted Mr. Fool, he instinctively became cautious when he saw that scene, carefully inching forward. At this moment, above the grey fog, the sea god scepter-wielding Klein frowned slightly. It refuses to communicate with sea god, and it even hates the feeling, making it unwilling to show its goodwill, he muttered, exasperated. His influence on the surrounding waters had failed. For some unknown reason, the Obninsk strongly resisted Beyonder powers that promoted an affinity with sea creatures. Through the prayer scene, he could see the thick tentacles thrashing about, and he vaguely sensed that the target was infuriated. Mr. Hanged Man has gone over. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to switch his approach. He raised the sea god scepter a little higher, allowing the blue gems at the tip to light up one after another. He then directed the violent aura of lightning storm over, casting it on the Obninsk. The thick tentacles that thrashed about at the bottom of the sea suddenly froze before falling down. Amidst a jarring, rumbling sound, a terrifying monster that could devour a sailboat crawled out. Its patterned black body was massive and distorted, and it had a total of 3 heads, each with more than a dozen eyes, all emitting a green light. The monster then prostrated, appearing as obedient as a trained hound. Indeed, tricks are needed in communication. Klein nodded in satisfaction and once again used the affinity powers to make the Obninsk open the mouths of its 3 heads via a psychic connection. This made Alger instantly see 3 dark caves, each large enough for a sailboat to pass through. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Alger looked at the magnificent scene and couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He chose the middle head and quickly swam towards it. A spiraled and warped passage of flesh appeared in his vision. Water flowed into the passage, and Alger let his body go with the flow. Suddenly he felt as though he was back as a sailor, groggy from being tossed around in the waves. By the time he used his beyonder powers to get a hold of himself, he had already left the tunnel and was in a dark, spacious world. The liquid inside was corroding him, and he hurriedly produced a water membrane that swelled into a transparent sphere. He knew that he was inside the Obninsk's stomach. Without hesitation, he took out the bottles he had prepared and began concocting the potion. As the supplementary ingredients were thrown into the wide-mouthed metal bottle, they mixed into a dark blue liquid. Alger then carefully threw in a jellyfish that enveloped azure blue seawater in its translucent membrane. The distant and ethereal singing grew in intensity before calming down. The liquid in the bottle was dark, just like the ocean before a storm. Alger calmed his mind, entered cogitation, and cleanly downed the ocean songster potion. The liquid was cold as it slid down his gullet and into his stomach, spreading throughout his body at an unimaginable speed. At that instant he vaguely heard countless voices from all life at sea, but the Obninsk's body blocked most of it. Plop! 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 Alger felt his heart beating violently as his spirituality and the sound waves began to remold his voice and soul. He couldn't help but open his mouth, letting out a loud sigh. Amidst the sigh, his spirit body was ripped slightly. As the sound waves spread outwards, they first turned into mottled scales on his skin, before pulling out long, flailing flesh tendrils. The sound wave continued spreading, making contact with the sticky liquid in the stomach and magically bouncing back, infusing Alger's body once again. Alger, who was on the brink of losing control, instantly felt better. Without any fear of embarrassing himself, he began singing loudly to vent the invisible sound waves that would blast his body apart. Rough, messy, off-tune singing filled with a metallic quality spread outwards, wave after wave, before bouncing back on the stomach walls. In this process, Alger was like an ingredient being baked in sound waves as he was molded into form. Finally, he regained control of his body and grasped his spreading spirituality. At last, he closed his eyes as a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He had completed his first goal, to advance to Ocean Songster. I've gained superficial control of lightning, gaining a more all-rounded underwater mobility, as well as the ability to use singing to affect targets. He inspected himself as his expression turned a little odd. He soon put these thoughts away and swam towards the Obninsk's mouth, gently tapping it. The mouth slowly opened and roared, spewing out everything. After a series of actions, he surfaced and swam towards the Blue Avenger. Only after the ghost ship's outline was reflected in his eyes did he truly heave a sigh of relief. After receiving Mr. Hangman's gratitude, Klein returned to the real world, washed his hands, and left the washroom. As the fragrance of food inundated his senses, he drew a breath and returned to his seat with a smile. At this point, it was already time for dessert. From the looks of it, I stayed too long in the washroom. I hoped that after today there wouldn't be talks about Dwayne Dantes having constipation, he silently muttered as he smiled at Ma'am Willis. When I was young, I ate all kinds of strange food in the southern continent. One of them was called Tenet tree plums. They taste like bland butter, just like these desserts. Chapter 784, Character Assassination. Ma'am Willis glanced at Dwayne Dantes and said with a smile, "Your past and your experiences in Desi Bay and the southern continent are more interesting than any novel I've read. It makes me feel like having a similar experience of my own." Of course, they're just real-life stories that have been tweaked. It's all thanks to Anderson Hood. As Klein cast his gaze on a tiny butter cake, he chuckled. "It's because those are only the interesting ones. There are many that I'd rather not be reminded of." After that simple statement, he began enjoying the dessert. However, when Ma'am Willis and the other ladies heard that, they were somehow reminded of a best-selling novel, A Man with a Story. The banquet ended 20 minutes to 10. A number of gentlemen and ladies went to the card room, while the remaining men headed for the activity room to have a chat. Klein chose to head to the activity room, as private conversations had helped him speed up his admission into the circle. After entering, he went straight for the windows to open them, then pulled a high-backed chair over to sit down. Just as he did this, he saw the banquet's host, Portland Moment, laugh with a pipe in hand. Men often need some space for themselves. Yes, men have to take note of their image when the ladies are around, Hazel's father, Member of Parliament Mark, said, taking out a cigar. The other men in the room did the same as pipes or cigarettes appeared in their hands. As the flames flickered, wisps of smoke began to billow, filling the room. After enjoying it for a few seconds, Portland Moment looked to the guest by the window. "Dwayne, do you not smoke?" Klein clenched his fist and placed it to his mouth, coughing slightly. "I have yet to recover. The doctor advised me not to smoke for the time being." To be frank, he was almost choking. Thankfully, he had smartly chosen a seat by the window. This group smoked like chimneys, he thought, having the urge to create an invisible air pipe to the outside. Portland Moment laughed. "I heard from Bishop Electra that it's not without reason that you were sick. You lack a wife." Is he mocking me for thinking about women despite being sick? I really couldn't tell that Bishop Electra is a man who likes spreading gossip. It's all a Rhodes's fault. Klein lampooned and shook his head with a smile. "I place great importance on marriage. I'd rather remain single if there's no one suitable." At this moment, Mr. Willis spewed out smoke. "Actually, I envy Dwayne's single status. It allows him to be able to pursue any kind of woman that he likes." He had deliberated enunciated any kind, causing ambiguous laughter to sound out. "The matter of Dwayne Dantes's wide preferences has already spread across this street." Klein held back the urge to rub his temples, feeling that his dignified, handsome, and gregarious new tycoon's image was undergoing a subtle change. He suspected that Butler Walter had proactively gotten the servants to spread the gossip. This was because a nearly flawless gentleman would often be unknowingly ostracized by members of the same sex, but when a blemish surfaced, it made it easier for him to build closer ties. Klein wasn't angry. Instead, he deliberately gave a wry smile. "That's why I have difficulty choosing, causing me to remain single to this day." "Ha ha." Portland Moment and the others laughed in unison. Member of Parliament Mark then said, "What you need is to be a little more decisive. A good marriage and a good family aids a man greatly. From the looks of it, no matter which world you're in, you can't escape the fate of being pressured into marriage." Klein nodded gently and glanced out the window, taking in the night scenery of the garden. At this moment, he saw a figure. Hazel mucked, dressed in a black-green gown, following a trail deeper into the garden, pausing from time to look around as though she was looking for something. Wasn't this lady playing the piano just now? Why would she suddenly be in the garden? Who's Hazel rendezvousing with? No, it doesn't seem like it. No one that came today is truly her equal. She still seems to belittle ordinary people. She's dealing with the negative effects of the mystical item? That doesn't make sense. A lounge or washroom would be better. Klein eliminated the various impossibilities and finally had a theory. From the way she is trying to sense or find something, she seems to have noticed some abnormality and plans to observe it up close. Does this also mean that there's some paranormal activity happening here? If that's true, this professor isn't simple at all. The bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral haven't realized anything despite visiting often. At this moment, Macht looked towards Portland Moment. "I heard you'll be leaving Backlund University." Professor Portland Moment sucked at his pipe. "That's right. The Higher Education Commission wishes that I become the Chancellor of the reorganized Backlund University of Technology. Although a large amount of my wealth comes from metal alloys, what I'm best at is mechanical engineering. They've promised to build me a better laboratory there and also provide me with more funding." Mr. Willis echoed with a smile, "And Backlund University will have a full-time professor spot empty up. Those senior associate professors that have been waiting for decades can finally have a chance." In the garden, Hazel arrived in a dark and secluded corner. She had discovered that ants and other insects were gathering in an abnormal manner, and her spiritual perception felt that something was hidden here. This was innate to her sequence and had never failed. Just like Mr. Dwayne Dantes, he definitely has extremely precious items on him, she thought, curling her lips as she cast her gaze at the loose soil. She sensed that copious amounts of spirituality were gathered underneath, thus attracting insects and souls. It's not a human body. It's some spirituality-equipped materials that have been used. They should have been thrown away in batches, but they were instead buried together, causing unnecessary changes. Hazel's eyes turned darker as she interpreted the situation. She tipped her chin slightly and looked back at the building, believing that Portland Moment's family had at least one beyonder. And if this problem wasn't resolved, the nearby houses would have paranormal activity in the coming days. Hazel retracted her gaze, extended her left hand and aimed it at the soil. With a gentle grip, she slowly twisted her wrist. The gathered spirituality vanished as though it had been stolen by someone. Chapter 785, Trissy's Discovery. The many ants and worms that were gathering in the corner of the garden in Portland Moment's residence slowly dispersed as the cold, creepy sensation faded. That person with extraordinary powers likely doesn't have any experience. With her goal achieved, Hazel nodded indiscernibly before turning around and strolling through the garden, enjoying the crimson moonlight and the faint flowery scent. After a long while, she returned to the hall on the first story. Apart from the guests still playing Texas Hold'em, many had already bid farewell. Moments after Hazel found her mother, she saw her father and a few other gentlemen walking down, conversing with lively expressions. "Are you ready to head home? You have to visit a very important guest tomorrow morning," Rihanna said, gesturing for her daughter to come close. Muct turned his body to the side. Dwayne said that he encountered ghosts when he was in the southern continent. He and his companions suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and found themselves unable to open their eyes, their bodies heavy. They used a great deal of strength before escaping such a state and discovered their rooms were extremely cold. After hearing that, Ma'am Rihanna looked at Dwayne Dantes with piqued interest. "Is that true? Do ghosts really exist?" Klein shook his head with a smile. "That I'm not sure of. Perhaps my companions and I had just experienced a harrowing adventure, and our bodies and minds weren't in the best of conditions." Ghosts. Hazel turned her head to look towards the garden, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly before she held back. She quietly listened to her parents bidding the rest farewell before returning home together. Late at night, Hazel, in a sleeping gown, walked to the balcony and stood behind a gap in the curtains, looking towards the sewer manhole on Berkland Street. Her face gradually turned pale as she recalled an experience filled with pain and horror. She forced herself to retract her gaze and took 2 deep breaths. During this process, she bit gently on her lip and muttered silently, "That was likely a wraith. Definitely. I need items or charms in the sun domain." While Hazel was looking at the manhole, Klein was also doing the same. It's been days. I wonder how well that demoness Trissy has recovered. Thankfully, after Hazel was given a scare by me, she hasn't dared to approach the manhole. He opened the iron cigar case and made his wraith marionette appear within the full-body mirror. He had decided to send Senor down the sewers to check on Trissy's condition. Having Admiral of Blood Senor appear every once in a while would fulfill the character setting I previously created. As he was thinking, he made the marionette in the ancient triangular hat leap onto the street lamp's surface before passing through the manhole cover, quickly approaching the hidden fork where Trissy hid. Before reaching the dead end, Senor could see that the area was empty. "She's already recovered and left?" Klein thought, making the marionette continue forward. He discovered that the place was tidied up. Not only was the ground not muddy, but even the moss on the walls had vanished. There isn't any leftover food either. That fellow became a germaphobe after becoming a woman. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, light footsteps sounded. Under his control, Senor retraced his steps and wasn't surprised to see Trissy in her black dress. Her luscious black hair cascaded down and matched with her pale face. She looked like a dreamy flower blooming in the night. As expected of a demoness. Thankfully, there's a marionette in between us. Otherwise, I would just end up staring at her. Ha, a dead person won't be enticed. Klein lampooned as he looked at Trissy. "Where did you go?" Trissy pricked up her brows. "Would you like to relieve yourself where you sleep?" I thought a demoness wouldn't need to use the washroom." Klein gave a self-deprecating comment and made Senor chuckle. "Are you referring to pissing and shitting?" He had deliberately made the marionette say such words to match Admiral of Blood's persona. Trissy indiscernibly frowned. "Is there anything else?" Senor didn't continue on the topic. You look like you've almost recovered. Trissy smiled. Not bad. I'll be leaving tomorrow. She paused, slightly narrowing her slender eyes. To be frank, I doubt whether you're the real Admiral of Blood at times. Of course it's real. You should ask if he's alive or dead. Klein made Senor ask, why do you say that? Trissy's gaze swept over the wraith's face. It's said that Admiral of Blood is someone who indulges in his desires, and he has no resistance towards beautiful females and males. Yet, I don't see any sparks of desire when you face me. I believe the real Admiral of Blood would have added the condition of doing something I wouldn't want to in the agreement. Klein deliberated for 2 seconds and made Senor give a self-deprecating smile. I'm afraid of finding myself lost to pleasure and ending up being controlled by you. Trissy's expression instantly changed. This was indeed one of the reasons she had raised the topic. To a demoness of pleasure, beyonders who habitually indulged in their desires were natural prey. Klein actively ignored the topic and made the marionette say, You're seeking out the target tomorrow? Very clearly, the Royal Guard captain knows you and knows what you look like. After all, you were arranged by them to be by Prince Edessac's side, he silently added. Trissy lowered her head and looked at her toes before chuckling. Rest at ease. I have the perfect plan. As she spoke, she turned her body sideways and casually looked deep into the sewers. If you set off from here, at the end of the 6th left fork is a hidden passage. It has signs of prolonged human activity. Haha, I discovered it while walking around in the past few days. I believe it has something to do with that girl, right? It's also the reason why you're here? Hidden passage? Klein didn't confirm or deny it, making Senor smile. Did you discover anything? Trissy shook her head. There was nothing at all. Perhaps only a certain pathway, or someone with a specific item can find the clues. A marauder's intuition, or something on Hazel's person? Klein didn't make Senor continue on the topic. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Since you've recovered, I can be at ease. The moment he said that, he suddenly vanished. Trissy focused her eyes into a stare, but it was to no avail. Only when the invisible threads she had released were hit by a breeze did she retract her gaze. At that moment, Klein had brought the wraith back to the manhole without attempting to explore the spot Trissy had mentioned. There were 3 reasons. It had exceeded 100 meters. He suspected that he wouldn't find anything, and Trissy was still around. Fours woke up naturally on a Sunday morning and retrieved a stack of items from her mailbox. As she walked to the coffee table, she casually flipped through them and discovered a reply letter she had been looking forward to. Throwing down the other papers, she tore open the envelope. Teacher is already in Backland? Fours quickly read through the letter as she muttered in surprise. At the same time, she saw the toast in her mouth plunge to the ground. Chapter 786, Accounting Fraud. At the Hat-Trick Inn on Sherwood Burrows 22 Hope Street, the attendant at the front desk saw a lady walk in. She was about 165 meters tall, wearing a light-colored dress with frilly sides and a cascade of brown curly hair. She wore colored glasses and held a dark brown leather suitcase as she unhurriedly walked to the front desk. A lady with extraordinary disposition, the attendant thought, habitually sizing up her clothes. She then heard the lady say in a languid tone, 1 night, a single room. 2 solly and 8 pence, the attendant replied, asking, Do you have any identification documents? Yes. The lady put down her suitcase and took out an identification document. Margaret Taylor, the attendant muttered as she registered her and found a bunch of keys. Room 2012. Thank you. The lady in fashionable attire received the keys, carried the suitcase and walked towards the staircase. At this moment an attendant in a red vest came over. How may I help you? He asked, his gaze on the suitcase. The lady curled her lips into a smile. There's no need, it's very light. With that, she walked up the stairs and entered her room. Only after she closed the door and put down the suitcase did she raise her right hand to her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. Why do I feel like a psychotic murderer? She was none other than the disguised Fours. There was nothing in her suitcase except for Mr. X's head, wrapped in newspapers. The 2 attendants from before probably wouldn't have guessed. If they were to discover that, everyone in the inn would be given a fright. This is source material for a detective novel. Fors calmed her feelings and opened the door. Observing the empty corridor, she hurriedly walked out and headed for room 2016, rapping on the wooden door. Her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was living in the same room. After sensing someone sizing her up through the peephole, Fors heard the doorknob twist. Dorian Gray, dressed in a black suit, looked to the left and right warily before making way. "No one noticed you, right?" he asked cautiously after closing the door. Fors put down the suitcase and removed her glasses. "No, I used a fake identity." As a beyonder with rich experience, having a few fake identification documents was necessary. Dorian nodded gently and got Fors to sit, bringing a chair over for himself. "You mentioned that someone is paying to find the direct descendants of the Abraham family at a beyonder gathering, and the goal is to find information on Mr. Dorr?" "Yes, teacher," Fors said truthfully. "I don't know much about the family, so I thought of asking you." She hid the fact that the gathering was the Tarot Club and that she already knew he was a member of the Abraham family. Dorian sat down and drank a sip from a white porcelain teacup. "Who was the one asking?" "I'm not sure. I can only confirm that it was a woman. She had concealed her appearance. She seemed very powerful and must have quite a strong backing." Fors described her impression of Ma'am Hermit. Dorian Gray pondered for a few seconds. "I don't know much either. All I know is that Mr. Dorr is the ancestor of the Abraham family. He vanished during the War of the Four Emperors. You can try using this piece of information to get some of the bounty." "Mr. Dorr is the Abraham family's ancestor? The one who made the family suffer the curse of the full moon is actually their ancestor?" Fors was alarmed. Having already learned some of the family's problems from Mr. Fool, she couldn't believe the cause was the source of their bloodline. "Does Mr. Dorr not know the consequences of his actions?" she muttered silently. Dorian noticed his student's abnormal reaction. "Is there a problem?" "Oh no, I didn't manage to hide my expression," Fors deliberated. "I just don't understand. It's been more than 1,000 years, so apart from the Abraham family's direct descendants, who would wish to gather information on Mr. Dorr and why?" "Ah, right, Queen Mystic is Roselle's daughter, and Mr. Dorr appeared in his diary. So the Queen is trying to find Mr. Dorr to figure out the truth." Dorian revealed a wry smile. "Certainly, I'm also puzzled about this problem. Remember to tell me if you find the answer." Fors didn't harp on this matter. "Teacher, why did you suddenly come to Backland?" Dorian smiled and raised a cigarette to his nose without lighting it. "I happen to have some matters that need me to be in Backland. I also decided to check on your digestion progress." In fact, he had been alarmed by her letter. He couldn't believe anyone in the world would still be asking about Mr. Dorr. It made him recall a prophecy passed down in the family. The Abrahams were approaching their destruction. When he connected the two, he rushed over to confirm his student's situation, wishing she could advance as soon as possible and leave some hope for the family. "I just grasped the various astrological knowledge," Fors replied, feeling a little guilty. Due to her lack of money, she hadn't bought the high-quality crystal ball needed by an astrologer. To change the topic, she began asking Dorian about the acting principles. Towards the end, she glanced at the dark brown suitcase. "Teacher, there's one more matter." "What is it?" Dorian leaned back leisurely. Fors followed the script she had prepared. "After knowing that Louis Ween betrayed the organization, inflicting a great deal of harm upon all of you, I've always had the thought of finding him and exacting revenge." "Give up that thought." Dorian sat up straight. "Even if you have Leymano's travels, you are no match for him, much less able to kill him. I'm very glad that you have such thoughts, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks." "I'm definitely not able to do it alone," Fors mumbled silently. "I got to know a very powerful bounty hunter. I spent about £10,000 to seek his help." "That might be a cheat. Louis Ween is likely a traveler." Dorian held no hope of any bounty hunter being his match when his student said, "He has already succeeded." Cough, cough, cough. Dorian choked on his saliva, breaking out into a fit of coughs. He dropped his teacup, but it bounced up like magic, landing firmly on the coffee table. "He has given me Louis Ween's head," Fors said, holding up the suitcase and opening it, taking out the spherical object wrapped in newspapers. As the papers were unfolded, Dorian saw the face he would never forget. The smug smile was gone, his head was covered in cracks as though glued together piece by piece. As an astrologer, Dorian's spiritual intuition told him that it was undoubtedly Lewis Ween's head. Good, very good, Dorian muttered in excitement before looking up at his student. Who was the bounty hunter? I can't imagine Backland having such a powerful bounty hunter. Fors hesitated for a moment before saying, Gehrman Sparrow. Chapter 787, Dorian's Warning. Gehrman Sparrow. Dorian felt the vessels on his forehead pulse when he heard that name. He held his hands together, tensing up without realizing it. Situated in Pritz Harbour, he inevitably learned of the various news at sea, knowing far more than the residents in Backland. In recent months, he had often heard from different channels about Gehrman Sparrow, from killing Steel Mavity to successfully hunting Admiral of Blood Senor. All these stories were coloured with mania. He left the sea and came to Backland. He hasn't changed his trait of craziness. Dorian held back the horror that subconsciously rose in his heart as he looked at his student. It's best that you minimize your communication with that bounty hunter. He's bound to get into big trouble one day, and it wouldn't take long for that to happen. Teacher is indeed experienced, and has great acumen. He instantly saw through Mr. World's intrinsic nature. Unfortunately, I'm already a member of the Tarot Club. Fors adjusted her state of mind and sincerely nodded. Yes, teacher. Dorian composed himself and once again looked at his former student and current enemy, Lewis Ween. After a few seconds of silence, he leaned back slightly. You mentioned paying £10,000 for the job? Fors fidgeted, feeling a slight guilty conscience. Is it too expensive? She deliberately asked the question to hide the fact that she had mentioned a fake number. Dorian shook his head. No, it's too cheap. It's so cheap that I suspect whether Gehrman Sparrow has other motives. As a member of the Abraham family which had suffered numerous setbacks, he often maintained a high level of wariness. In the professional terminology of various gatherings, that's called a membership fee. Fors lampooned as she frankly said, there were other conditions, including everything on Lewis Ween's person belonging to him, as well as the requirement of me providing him help. Also, I promised that if he's in need of cash in the future, I will compensate him an additional £3,000. That's reasonable, but just barely, Dorian nodded gently. Usually, assassinating Lewis Ween, who had the Aurora Order backing him, would cost at least £30,000. Back then, Mr. World had used demigod powers recorded in Leymano's travels. He probably encountered something else. An Aurora Order saint? Having had an edifying experience, Fors wasn't unfamiliar with the Aurora Order's structure. From the looks of it, it's indeed a little abnormal. Perhaps he's in desperate need of cash? Dorian thought and said, perhaps he cares more about Lewis Ween's Beyonder characteristic. To the Beyonders of other pathways, it can be forged into a rather useful mystical item. There's no need to worry about that. Just stay away from him in the future. Perhaps he had long targeted Lewis Ween, and he was just using the information you provided to carry out the assassination, while still getting an additional bonus. Dorian didn't continue on the topic, instead taking out a fist-sized, pure crystal ball from his pocket. It's made of star crystal, and it can effectively raise your astromancy. Without waiting for Fors to reject, he chuckled. Lewis Ween is my enemy. The payment used to get rid of him should be paid by me. I don't have that much cash at the moment, and I can only use some items to deduct from the payment. No, there's no need. Fors shook her head, partially genuine but partially in contradiction to her will. Dorian said with a stern expression, Do you wish for me to be ashamed and uneasy? Don't worry, I still have quite a bit of wealth. All right then, Fors replied. Dorian smiled once again. Also, I've brought you the scribe potion formula. You can gather the corresponding ingredients as you digest the astrologer potion. I'll prepare one of the main ingredients for you, the brain of an Asman. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. As he spoke, he took out a yellowish-brown goatskin and passed it to her. Fors received it in gratitude and quickly scanned the list. One complete brain of an Asman, cursed artifact of an ancient wraith. I hope I can gather the remaining ingredients. Just as she rolled up the goatskin, she saw Dorian take out a pure golden box. Without the gold enclosing it, the brain of an Asman will constantly affect you, causing you to hallucinate until you lose your mental facilities. As expected of a family with a long history. Fours sincerely thanked him again and received the golden box, skillfully sealing it with a wall of spirituality. Dorian then set up a ritual and summoned the void creature Malmuth, taking out 2 documents from its spherical body. These are 2 pieces of property in Backland. One of them is in Hilston Borough and the other is in Sherwood Borough. They should have a total valuation of about £6,500. The amount you can sell them for will be yours, he said with a smile. The place I'm renting costs £2,500. What teacher gave me today does add up to about £10,000. Fours couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the Holy Wind Cathedral, deep blue efficient Randall Valentinus looked at the mandated Punisher deacon. Any findings? The deacon, a thin middle-aged man named Roy, answered reverently, Your Eminence, we've already caught some of the members who participated in the gathering. However, they have no idea who the rest are, much less know of the person who assassinated Mr. X. According to their description, the assailant was about 6 meters tall and likely female. Randall held back his anger. What do you plan on doing next? As we are temporarily unable to know who Mr. X invited, our plan is to relax our stance on the surface as we target a few suspicious targets and convert those we've caught into informants. Without us exerting any danger, those lunatics from the Aurora Order will definitely seek out the murderer themselves. This way, not only will we find the assassin, but we can also discover more clues to the Aurora Order, Roy explained in detail. Randall nodded in thought. Roy, when taking action, remember to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. The situation is clear that the Aurora Order has at least a saint in Backland, and the assassin's strength is greater than the typical Sequence 5. Yes, Your Eminence, Roy replied, striking the left side of his chest with his right fist. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Bishop Electra closed the Bible. Dwayne, you often exceed my expectations. It hasn't taken you long to finish studying the revelation of Evernight's Book of Wisdom. Klein laughed. This is expected of a believer. Next up is the study of the letters of the saints. Yes, which saint do you wish to begin with? Electra asked. Klein chuckled. Let's do St. Samuel then. Electra wasn't surprised. St. Samuel was a Backland archbishop during the 4th epoch of the Trunsost Empire. He contributed greatly to the spreading of the goddess's faith. As he spoke, he flipped to the corresponding letters. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt a deep sense of evil and diabolical will spread above him. Following that, a cold and quiet feeling extended from underground, leveling everything and restoring the cathedral to its former tranquility. Bishop Electra snapped out of his daze and said to Dwayne Dantes, who didn't seem to detect anything, Sorry, I just recalled something. Chapter 788, Hidden Passage. It's fine, Klein replied with a warm smile. Although he didn't seem to notice anything, thoughts were flying through his mind as he considered what the anomaly meant. Previously, the keepers would head upstairs along the nearby staircase. It can be determined that they live there, coinciding with the area where the anomaly happened. Are they losing control? And this was suppressed by the core seal deep behind Chanis Gate? If that's the case, there are 2 possibilities. 1, the core seal can sense all anomalies in the cathedral and react instinctively. 2nd, the keepers are constantly corroded by the seal's powers and have become a part of it. If it's the former, then when I knock a keeper unconscious and replace him, it will be easily detected. If it's the latter, I'll be repelled when entering, even when disguised. I need to figure out the problem before coming up with a countermeasure. It's really difficult to steal sealed artifacts from the various churches. As his thoughts wandered, he superficially paid attention to Bishop Electra's explanation of St. Samuel's letters. When it was almost time, he politely bade him farewell. After returning to 160 Boakland Street, he saw his butler approach. Sir, do you plan on holding a ball or banquet next weekend and invite the neighbors? Walter asked. Klein knew that since his butler had raised the matter, it was almost time. He nodded gently. Saturday night, then. A ball. I'll have to trouble you and Tanaja to make the preparations. Is there enough money? When saying the last statement, he looked to his housekeeper. Tanaja sternly nodded. There's enough. The various alcoholic beverages in your wine cellar is enough to handle several banquets. The gold pound is rather strong after all. Klein nodded. Let's not use wine that's too expensive for our first ball. It's common to be reserved in loan. Yes, sir, Walter replied, paying serious attention to his employer's instructions. He paused. There are only two things you need to do. First, it's to settle the guest list with our help, thinking up some small talk for each guest. Second, it's to order a suit for the ball. How troublesome. When greeting Hazel, can I say that the sewers here are cleaner than the squares in the southern continent? As Klein sighed and lampooned, he nodded slightly. No problem. Deep into the night, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. In his master bedroom, Klein set up a ritual to summon himself. He planned on entering the sewers to confirm that Trissy had left and to explore the hidden passageway she had described. I can't be an ostrich that buries its head in the sand. I should discover the problem early and deal with it before it erupts. Of course, I also need to be sufficiently careful. Klein's spirit body tore out of the candlelight and, with Azic's copper whistle augmenting him, possessed the physical body of Dwayne Dantes, controlling him to sit in the reclining chair. To the external world, it looked as though the tycoon had dozed off reading. Summoning my soul to possess my own body feels different from returning to my body. There's an obvious barrier. Klein wore creeping hunger and with his other items, flew out of the master bedroom and into the sewers. He immediately released Wraith Senor, making his marionette open up a distance and turn into the hidden fork where Trissy was recuperating. This time, the clean region was already stained with dirt. From the looks of it, Trissy has really left. Klein, following far behind as a spirit body, heaved a sigh of relief. Senor walked out of the area and, on the sixth left turn, continued ahead. At the end of the fork was a corroded wall covered in moss. At a glance, there were no abnormalities. Senor straightened his back and walked forward, entering the wall. Passing through the thick obstacle, Klein's eyes opened up. He saw a half-natural, half-artificial cave, not more than 1.8 meters high. The ground was littered with tools like shovels, as well as large piles of mud and rubble. Right up ahead were two hidden passageways that extended downwards. This was dug up by Hazel. In the day, she's an arrogant lady of high society, and at night, she's an excavator in the sewers. Klein hid at the fork's entrance as he made Senor scrutinize the area. Following that, he made the Wraith enter the left passage until he reached a completely sealed-off area. Senor's figure turned faint as it turned incorporeal, passing through the soil to explore deeper. But even when reaching the 100-meter limit, he didn't discover anything of use. He soon returned and entered the right passageway. There's still nothing. It's not without reason that Trissy determined that it will only work for a particular pathway or someone in possession of a certain item. I wonder if the grey fog's aura on me would work. It seems to strongly attract beyonders from the Marauder pathway. Klein silently commented, planning on personally visiting the two passageways. However, he curbed his desire. He was now a marionettist. Doing things personally when it wasn't required was in violation of the acting principles. It's fine, even if I don't use the grey fog's aura. I'll just request to purchase a mystical item from the Marauder pathway during tomorrow afternoon's tarot gathering. Being careful and cautious will forever be a condition for myself. Klein slowly heaved a sigh of relief and retrieved Wraith Senor. He wasn't worried that Hazel would continue coming in the near future. Any person with normal intelligence wouldn't. Even if she has contact with Beyonder circles, getting an item from the Sun domain isn't simple. After all, Backland is the territory of the Church of Storms. He ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog, vanishing from the sewers. On Monday morning, the bright sunlight tore through the thin clouds. Emlyn White pulled down on his silk top hat as he left his carriage and walked to the Harvest Church, squinting his eyes. What terrible weather. Backland's worst season is coming soon. He was just about to step onto the stairs when he saw a paperboy approach, handing him a copy of the Tussock Times. "Sir, today's morning papers." Emlyn wanted to reject it when he discovered a small slip clasped in the boy's fingers. He maintained his countenance as he took out a penny and passed it to the boy, receiving the newspaper and the slip. Before entering the church, he quickly spread it open and scanned it. "There are clues to the people you are looking for. Please come to the Bravehearts Bar." Chapter 789, Each Person's Monday. At 9:30 a.m. in the Bravehearts Bar, Emlyn White stood rooted to his spot after getting down from the carriage, staring ahead in a daze. The bar's main door was shut, with no signs of it opening. As a sanguine who seldom left his home and only went to places like bars at night, Emlyn never expected the bar to be closed in the morning. He had left the Harvest Church in a rush after seeing the paper slip, hoping to obtain first-hand intelligence. To save time, he had even tolerated the cramped, stinking metro. At that moment, Emlyn was somewhat peeved, but he knew that he had made the mistake. All he could do was pull a face and circle around Irongate Street. Just as he was about to approach a rental carriage, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The person was wearing a brown rounded top hat and an old coat, while carrying a ragged haversack. It was Ian, the underground arms dealer and intelligence merchant. "Hey, I have quite good intuition. I knew he would appear early." Emlyn was delighted as he leisurely walked over, blocking Ian's way. "Good morning." Ian looked up. "Good morning, Mr. White. You should have come in the evening." "It seems to be a suitable time now," Emlyn said with a smile. "Ian, why do you always wear the same clothes every time I see you?" Ian answered without minding the question. "This can make me appear more mature while allowing me to keep a low profile. Of course, the main reason is that I lack money." "I look forward to your attire in summer," Emlyn said with a scoff. "I'll take off my coat," Ian said, taking out 2 bounty notices from his haversack. "Someone in East Barrow saw this person." He handed over one of the papers, on which was the name, Argos. Realizing that there really were clues, Emlyn asked in delight, "Where is he?" Ian didn't reply, looking at him with a silent smile. Experienced, Emlyn immediately took out his wallet and gave £150 to Ian. "That's your reward." Ian smiled. "There's still another half to go." "Another half?" Emlyn nearly wanted to let this merchant know the prowess of a sanguine. However, he quickly read between the lines. "Another one was found?" "Yes." Ian handed him the remaining piece of paper. "While my friend observed Argos and confirmed his residence, it was discovered that he had met with this person named Gallis Kevin. Therefore, I've obtained the residence of the 2 targets at the same time." "Very good." Emlyn emptied his wallet and gave another £150 to Ian. He was abnormally delighted. He felt that the ancestor and Mr. Fool were blessing him. He had successfully hunted one of the 5 targets, and now, with 2 additional clues, he only needed to succeed in order to declare himself victor. Ian counted the notes. "Argos is on the 3rd story of the apartment block at East Borough's 6 Limestone Street. Gallis Kevin is similarly in East Borough. He stays in the room beside the staircase on the 1st floor at 19 Beluga Whale Street." "I will confirm your intelligence. I believe you wouldn't wish to abandon your business for a mere £300. Emlyn nodded, giving a warning. "They were found so easily?" Ian's red eyes darted around. "First, many bounty hunters are my friends. They have many informants in East Borough. Second, those 2 gentlemen didn't have great disguises. Despite being in East Borough, they wore very different attire from the people around them." "Is that so? One needs to take note of the difference in environment when hiding oneself." Emlyn muttered silently, feeling as though he had learned a new trick. He planned on verifying the situation and taking action between 8 to 9 in the evening after the tarot gathering. The primordial moon believer from before was quite strong. These 2 likely aren't weaker. "Although I have confidence, it feels unsafe only relying on myself." As he considered the problem, he waved his hand and bade Ian farewell, riding on a rental carriage back to the south side of the bridge. In Stone City, Eastchester County, Audrey stood behind a railing watching the servants placing items from the family castle in suitable spots. "I'll send someone to Associate Professor Michel later and tell him that I'll be paying a visit to the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation." As her mind wandered, she smiled, proud of her decision to establish the foundation. When her eyes saw the time on the wall clock, she hurriedly reined in her thoughts and returned to her bedroom. Susie was slumped in a corner, her front paws crossed, giving her a sense of elegance. In front of her was an opened book. She would raise one of her front paws from time to flip the page as she read with great seriousness. Every time I see Susie like that, I feel a little ashamed. Audrey, you mustn't slack off on your education, she encouraged herself in silence, planning to get Susie to guard the door. Susie looked up. I got it. After saying that, it briskly ran out of the bedroom. I haven't said anything, Audrey softly muttered. To prevent Susie from detecting the pattern of her Monday afternoon privacy, she had done similar things at other times. I have to say that Susie's existence has effectively raised my motivation to learn. I can't be inferior to a dog, she thought with a self-deprecating comment as she sat by her bed, awaiting the beginning of the tarot gathering. At 3 p.m. above the grey fog, dark red figures shot up along the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey's cheery voice sounded as she bowed. While sitting down, Fours couldn't help but look at Mr. World. She planned on telling him that due to the difficulty of the mission, she would pay him more, but it required him to wait. Second, after brainstorming, she thought of a good way to earn money and raise her strength. Rent out Les Manos Travels. When a member needed to temporarily raise their combat strength, they could rent it from her. The rent could be paid in cash or by recording Beyonder powers instead. Of course, she would record useful apprentice powers like door opening to provide help. A problem was that the renter might not return it, but with Mr. Fool witnessing the exchanges, she believed no one would be blinded by greed. How can there not be any risks when doing business? Fours retracted her gaze and heard Ma'am Hermit speak. Honourable Mr. Fool, I have 2 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Ever since contact was made with Queen Mystic, the receiving of diary pages has stabilized. Klein nodded slightly. Very good. After a brief silence, Catleya conjured 2 yellowish-brown pieces of paper that leaped into his palms. He slowly lowered his gaze at the diary in his hands. 29th December. It's almost a new year again. All the mausoleums have been built. What's done cannot be undone. Chapter 790, the end of the diary. All the mausoleums have been built. What's done cannot be undone. Klein looked at the diary page, his thoughts boiling over. From his point of view, this entry nearly proved his previous conjectures. Emperor Roselle had chosen to forcefully switch to the Black Emperor pathway in his later years, doing so at the cost of going mad to become a Sequence Zero true god. What drove him to make such a decision? What did he discover that resulted in his agitation and loss of composure in the previous diary entry? Klein instantly thought of many things, but was unable to find any evidence. On this page were only 2 short lines, as though it indicated the final diary page of Roselle's life. An emperor of an era, a transmigrator's last words. Klein sighed silently as he flipped to the goatskin beneath. The page didn't have a date, but at the top was a line in Faisak, immediately follows the previous page. It was probably a note by Queen Mystic. Klein was deeply puzzled as he read the content, his gaze freezing up. I believe I'm not the only transmigrator in this world. If there's anyone else who can read my diary, remember to carefully select your Beyonder pathway. Once you choose this, it pretty much confirms your allies and your enemies. I'm unable to give any actual suggestions because I myself can't see the true faces of the 7 deities or those evil gods. This might be partially related to the second blasphemy slate that the ancient organization hides. Unfortunately, I only have a rough idea of the hidden parts, and I'm unable to verify them. Similarly, I don't know what's written on the first blasphemy slate either. A useful warning is to not choose pathways with sequence zeros that are occupied, and also be careful of neighboring sequence zeros and sequence ones. I've suffered tremendously on this aspect. As for what sequence zero represents, search for my other diary pages if you aren't aware. Ha! This page is equivalent to the afterword of my life. If I succeed, I'll be a god, and it will be another story. If I were to fail, there wouldn't be a future. Perhaps, well, you know. Go, my friend who understands my diary, go seek out the secret of transmigration and the truth hidden within. I'll be watching you if I'm still alive. Finally, let me warn you that you have to remember, be careful of the moon. Klein wasn't surprised about there being more than one transmigrator, but he was puzzled about the details the Emperor had used to determine this. This was a very important point, as it held great meaning as to whether there were problems in his bid to return home. The Emperor should have written his discoveries in previous diary entries. He silently sighed before considering the other contents. The hidden contents in the second blasphemy slate which the Twilight Hermit Order showed. My pathway has already been determined. From the Emperor's afterword I can be a bit assured. The Seer pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 because the mad sequence 1 Zaratul is still alive. What does being careful of the moon mean? Be careful of the primordial moon? The Emperor had thoughts of exploring the Crimson Moon before. Could it be that he finally did it and discovered something? Does the moon have something to do with transmigration? As conclusions and puzzlements flashed through his mind, he finally turned solemn. He made the diary in his hand vanish and looked towards Catleya. Do you have anything you want to ask? Catleya nudged the heavy glasses on her nose. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Emperor Roselle is still alive. This question snapped the other members out of their thoughts as they looked towards the end of the bronze table in agitation. Although it wasn't directly related to them, the topic was enough to stir the thirst hidden deep in their hearts. I thought I would be immune to such matters after advancing to a psychiatrist. Sigh, I'm really curious. Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with bright eyes. Indeed, Queen Mystic's questions are basically targeted at the diary pages she provides. Klein didn't feel stumped as he skillfully chuckled. Perhaps. By using this answer, he was expressing that Roselle had the hope of saving himself. Perhaps. Mr. Fool is implying that Emperor Roselle might still be alive? Catleya and company felt as though they had heard the greatest secret in the world. However, they could also sense the underlying tone. Mr. Fool was unable to determine if Roselle had seized the opportunity. Without giving them time to think further, Klein leaned back. That's all from me. Fours hurriedly snapped out of her fantasizing. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. It will end quickly. What does she want to communicate about? Klein thought in puzzlement as he nodded gently. Yes. He then blocked the senses of the other members and controlled the world to chuckle hoarsely. Is there anything else? Fours deliberated for 2 seconds. This is the matter. Mr. X's head allowed me to receive a handsome reward. I believe that I didn't pay enough on this matter to match the difficulty of the mission. Therefore, I wish to compensate you. How much do you wish to receive? Not bad. You actually want to compensate me without any prompting. Although Miss Magician is a little greedy on gaining petty advantages, she's still an honest person. The pleasantly surprised Klein sighed inwardly in praise as he made the world chuckle. How much can you pay? Fours hesitated. £5,000. She had used the £10,000 price she had informed her teacher and planned to split it evenly with Mr. World. The reason she was this generous had to do with the mission being harder than she expected, and she was also increasingly fearful of Gehrman Sparrow. She didn't dare to offend the crazy adventurer. The Abraham family gave quite a huge reward. Klein controlled the world. If you can use large amounts of gold coins in place of notes, you can pay less. It will just depend on how much you can gather. I'll try my best. Although Fours was puzzled, she didn't dare to ask. She paused before asking, Mr. World, when would you need to use Les Manos Travels? I plan on renting it out before and after that period in order to earn some money and beyond the powers. Rent it out? Rent out a mystical item. Klein was taken aback. He never expected Miss Magician to have such a business-oriented mind. Chapter 791, New Model. As a youth that came from the internet age, Klein quickly understood Miss Magician's idea. Isn't this sharing economy? With the Tarot Club and the Fool, there's no technological limitation. Miss Magician is usually lazy, but I never expected her to have sharp acumen on such matters. It also stems from me requesting to borrow the spellbook. Klein deliberately made the world hesitate for a few seconds. I might need it this weekend and next week. He was estimating this based on the time it took Mr. Hangman to return from the Abyss Maelstrom, while also allocating time for him to stabilize his spirituality. When the time came, they would join forces to explore the primitive island. Fours hurriedly nodded. All right, I will make the arrangements to prevent others from using it. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she requested Mr. Fool to bear witness for the subsequent rental agreements. After obtaining a confirmation, she indicated that she was done with the private communication. Following that, she conjured Les Manos Travels and surveyed the table. "Everyone, I have here a mystical item. It has a total of 38 pages. Each page can help the user record Beyonder powers they encounter. They will then be able to release it when needed, but it will be slightly weaker than the original power. Each page can be repeatedly recorded. Each record can only be used once. Amongst them, 3 pages can be used to record demigod-level Beyonder powers, but the chances of success are very low." Fours simply explained the traits of Les Manos Travels and its negative effects, lighting up the eyes of Audrey and the others. With them no longer being novices, it wasn't difficult for them to tell the value of the notebook. At the same time, they viewed it as a demigod-level artifact. It resembles a shepherd. They allow the use of Beyonder powers from other pathways, but there aren't as many negative effects. There's also a chance to record a demigod power. Draw my own blood. Audrey suddenly shrank her hand back in fear. As a noble's daughter, she had almost never been injured and had an extreme fear of pain. Taking the opportunity when Fours paused, she raised her hand slightly. "Miss Magician, how much do you wish to sell it for?" Audrey believed that her father would also recognize the value of the spellbook, so it was certain that she could be reimbursed. She must be lacking money recently, or else she wouldn't be selling such an important item. While she thought in pity, she considered whether she should offer to buy it at a premium. Damn it! Why can't it be put on sale after I return from the primitive island? Algier had a strong interest in Les Manos Travels, but he wasn't able to produce the money needed. It's worth at least £10,000. If I encounter Beyonders backed by powerful factions, it wouldn't be a problem selling it for more than 30,000. Algier swept his glance at Justice and Catalea, who looked as though she was planning to join the bid. He couldn't help but sigh. When she heard Miss Justice's question, Fours realized she had forgotten the most crucial point. "No, it's not for purchase. I'm only renting it. When you need it, you can rent it for a short period, which will be witnessed by Mr. Fool." "Rent? You can do that?" At that moment, everyone except Klein and Derek were surprised. They never expected it to be applied to a mystical item, much less in the Tarot Club. This is very doable. It's useful for every member and it won't cost them much. Furthermore, Miss Magician could slowly build up a sizable fortune and gather different kinds of Beyonder powers, making it far more efficient than seeking the chance to record them on her own. Algier quickly realized the key to the rental transaction. He asked, "How much is the rental fee?" Les Manos Travels corresponds to a sequence 6. It's usually about £5,000, but due to its uniqueness it costs at least 10,000. Fours considered for a moment. Each rental basically starts at £300. Every additional day is an additional £50. And when returning it, the notebook needs to have 2 additional pages of Beyonder powers than when it was rented out. £50 a day, £1,500 a month. If it's possible, I can keep renting it. Audrey did a simple count. Algier was thrilled. "I plan on renting it for 2 days, but the exact price needs negotiation. It will be adjusted based on what Beyonder powers are recorded in the notebook." "When do you plan to rent it?" Fours asked. Delighted. "I'll be renting it for 2 days, sometime between this weekend to next weekend. The exact time hasn't been determined," Algier replied. Fours immediately frowned. This period of time has already been reserved for Mr. World. Reserved for the world? When did this happen? Algier was surprised, looking at the other end of the long bronze table. He soon came to a realization that it had been agreed upon during their private communication. Why would they come to such an agreement? They had other transactions? What kind? Miss Magician had commissioned the assassination of an Aurora Order oracle. The world had accepted the mission. One of the oracle's traits is the ability to record Beyonder powers identical to Les Manos Travels. Does this mean that the world has already succeeded? Now, she came up with this method to pay off the rest? Algier eliminated the possibilities and felt that he had found the truth. Without anyone catching wind of it, Gehrman Sparrow had already hunted an Aurora Order oracle, a sequence 5. This secretly made Alger feel alarmed because he was about to cooperate with the world soon. Thankfully, there's Mr. Fool bearing witness. Meanwhile, Audrey and Cattleya had also recalled the matter and came to believe that the world might have already completed the mission. Emlyn didn't think about such matters, putting his focus on the unavailability of the spellbook. In other words, I can borrow it for the next few days, he thought, turning anxious. Can I rent it for today and tomorrow? £400 plus 2 pages of Beyonder Powers, Fors directly announced the price. Emlyn nodded gently. Introduce what Beyonder Powers are recorded first. If they aren't very useful to me, I wish that the price can be lowered because I'll need to waste time recording powers. Fors flipped through the spellbook and began to give a vague introduction. Door opening, black screen, teleport, lightning strike, wind blades. Why are there so many Beyonder Powers in the storm domain? The world has used it before. He recorded powers corresponding to Sea God from Mr. Fool. When I return, I should find out what recently happened in Backland. As Alger listened, he began thinking of investigating the matter. Chapter 792, The Fool's Authority. The hermit similarly thought of the world from hearing the Beyonder Powers recorded in Leymano's travels. I wonder if I can pay a certain price to get the Fool to showcase demigod powers. This will be better than seeking the help of the Moses ascetic order. That will make them know of my possession of Leymano's travels. I should first write to Her Majesty. Cattleya was increasingly convinced that the spellbook had a value that exceeded its level. After hearing the description, Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief, because powers like lightning were very lethal against artificial vampires. Of course, it was the same for Sanguine. Very good. I was still worried about needing to seek the sun's help to get him to showcase purification powers to be recorded, he thought, relaxed, as he glanced at Derek and said to Fors, Deal. I can earn money quickly and also obtain Beyonder Powers this way. Fors suddenly felt that her future was bright. All right, I'll get Mr. Fool to transfer it to you after the gathering. Shortly after, she turned to Cattleya. Ma'am, the Abraham family's direct descendant has given a reply. Do you wish to communicate privately or have me directly say it out loud? Cattleya thought and said, Let's do it privately. Soon, the others had their senses blocked as Fors recounted what her teacher said. They don't know much about Mr. Dorr either. They only know 3 things. First, among their ancestors, there is an existence known as Mr. Dorr. Second, this ancestor vanished in the War of the 4 Emperors. They've been struggling to find him. Third, they will hear ravings that can cause a loss of control during the full moon and blood moon. In addition, they temporarily do not wish to make any direct contact. The third point was added by Fors herself, wishing that Ma'am Hermit and Queen Mystic could use it to understand Mr. Dorr's matters. Mr. Dorr is the Abraham family's ancestor, and he vanished in the War of the 4 Emperors. He can still affect Beyonders of the same bloodline. This is how the Emperor was able to interact with him? Cattleya had some theories as she gently nodded. If there are any questions, I'll get you to pass them on. I'll pay the remaining £650 today. With £650, along with Mr. Moon's £400, I've made a profit of £1,050 today. My savings are about to exceed £3,000. This way, I'll have the money needed to purchase the other main ingredient for Scribe. At that moment, Fors suddenly found herself a little wealthy, and she considered helping purchase the interrogator characteristic for CO. After the blocking of senses was lifted, Fors heard the world speak before she could say a word. I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. It can be at sequence 9 or 8. Cattleya considered for a moment. I can ask around for you. However, items of the Marauder pathway aren't common. There might be a premium involved. No problem. Klein controlled the world to reply. He then made his marionette look at the now wealthy Miss Magician. I want to sell an interrogator Beyonder characteristic for only £1,000. Typically, this sequence 7 characteristic would be priced around £1,200, but Klein had 2 sets and was considering the risk he had brought to Shio by using her identity. It's only £1,000. But why does Mr. World know that I want it? He is Mr. Fool's blessed, and he is also aware that I can now afford it. Fors was stunned for 2 seconds. £1,000? Cattleya seriously thought over the hidden intent when she heard Miss Magician say, "Deal." "I haven't even made my offer." Cattleya mumbled inwardly, sensing that the world and the magician had reached a strange level of understanding. Similarly, she sensed that something good had happened to the hanged man this week. He appeared more spirited and confident. He'd previously purchased the ocean songster ingredients. He had also asked me where obninsks that do not belong to the Church of Storms can be found. This is likely related to the ritual. He has already advanced. Cattleya suddenly felt a sense of danger. As the famous Admiral of Stars, she always felt a sense of superiority in the Tarot Club. But in recent times, with the world-hunting pirate admirals and the hanged man reaching sequence 5, she felt that she no longer had the right to belittle others. She felt a sense of urgency that hadn't existed in her for a long time. However, I have sequence 4 ahead of me. It's the boundary between spirituality and godhood. I still don't see any hope despite preparing for years. She sighed inwardly and looked at the world. Any chances for the blood of a mythical creature? I've been waiting for you to ask this. The fool Klein smiled as he controlled the world to hoarsely laugh. That angel got me to ask you what you can give him in exchange for a drop of blood. He emphasizes that it needs to satisfy him. Angel, Mr. World, directly contacted an angel? Audrey was first alarmed before her thoughts raced, turning to look at the seat of honor. She suspected that the world had contacted an angel in service to Mr. Fool. Indeed, Alger sighed silently, believing that his guess had been verified. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed, Cattleya held back her surprise. "May I know what pathway this angel is from?" The world surveyed the area. Monster. Monster, which means it's an angel from the fate pathway? It's no wonder Mr. Fool's honorific name has the words King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Audrey, Derek, and the others were enlightened. Their gazes and guesses stirred Klein. He realized that in the honorific name he fabricated, the description of wielding good luck had successfully been directed towards the mysterious space above the grey fog. Is this related to why the people from the fate pathway can see my uniqueness? In my honorific name's 3 lines, the first line is a description of my inherent self, and the second is about the corresponding divine domain. Only the third line involves authority. At this moment, Cattleya said, "Thanks for your help. I will seriously consider it and give you a response as soon as possible." She planned on consulting Queen Mystic to see if there were any conditions that would entice an angel from the fate pathway. With the conversation ending, the transactions came to a formal end. Fours thought for a moment and looked at Emlyn. "I'd like to remind you of 2 things. First, be familiar with the powers on each corresponding page. It will be very dangerous if you were to flip to the wrong page in combat." Emlyn scoffed immediately. "I'm very confident in my intelligence." Fours switched to mentioning, "A serious case involving Beyonders happened in East Borough. The surrounding region is on high alert. If you plan on carrying out any operations, take note of that." Emlyn viewed this piece of information with great importance. "Are you aware of what happened?" Chapter 793, Surprise Visitor. Upon hearing Mr. Moon's question, Fours nearly blurted out, "Of course, better than anyone else." However, she controlled her mouth in time as she apprehensively looked at Mr. World. At the same time, Alger, Audrey, and Cattleya vaguely guessed that the serious matter in East Borough was the assassination of the Aurora Order's oracle done by the World. As Emlyn wasn't a spectator, he wasn't able to tell from her eyes. All Fours could do was force a smile. "I'm unable to tell you the specifics. I only know that demigod-level Beyonder powers of the Storm Domain appeared back then. The Church of Storms places a great deal of attention over the matter." Demigod-level Beyonder powers of the Storm Domain? Audrey and the others were taken aback, instinctively doubting their theories. They had previously imagined that Limano's travels had been created after the Oracle's death. Therefore, the world had no way of borrowing Mr. Fool's demigod-level powers to record them before the assassination. The serious case has nothing to do with Mr. World? No, Fours' glance is enough proof that it was caused by him. But why would a demigod-level power of the Storm Domain appear? One possibility is that Limano's travels originally belonged to Fours. Another possibility is that a cardinal of the Church of Storms delivered an attack. If it were the latter, to have Mr. World still be able to leave safely implies his formidableness. Audrey made some guesses, each implying one thing. The world had the strength, intelligence, and support to be one of the top Sequence 5 Beyonders. How terrifying. As expected of Mr. Fool's Blessed, Alger also made a basic judgment, sighing as he consoled himself that with such a helper, the exploration of the primitive island would only be easier. Demigod-level Beyonder powers of the Storm Domain. Emlyn repeated, his head aching. He knew a lot about the official organizations and the influence a serious case would bring. If I don't have a good disguise, I might be caught by the mandated punishers before I even approach my targets. During such times, taking the sewers would be even more dangerous. He suddenly felt that what seemed like a simple mission had turned difficult. He quickly decided to take action in the latter half of the night, when the streets would be bustling, making strict surveillance impossible. The next step is to plan the operation. Wait, Miss Magician had just mentioned that Lemano's Travels has a power known as teleport. The problem is resolved. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. I will keep that in mind. He had said it with great confidence, as though everything was in control. This fellow Emlyn was first stumped before feeling relieved. There's a 90% chance he recalled the Traveller's Door in Lemano's Travels. Klein scoffed silently. Anyways, I've warned you, Force said, wishing everything would go smoothly for Mr. Moon. At that moment, Alger turned to Little Sun. Are you still in the City of Silver? Yes, my recent mission is to acquaint myself with my powers and patrol the surrounding area, Derek replied honestly. Alger thought for a moment. Has that Shepherd Elder not looked for you recently? No. Derek paused. The 6-member council seems to be busy with the former chief's mausoleum. As for what it is, I'm not privy to the information. Klein had heard of the former chief, who had built a mausoleum deep underground before moving into it, never to appear again, suspected to have failed his attempt to switch to Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway. I wonder what happened inside. My spiritual intuition tells me that there's danger involved. Before he spoke, Alger said, take note of this matter. It might bring you danger. Okay. Derek nodded strongly. The exchange continued, but as the members hadn't encountered much this week, this segment quickly came to an end. During the language learning segment, Audrey was a little disappointed. Sire, my life has been too quiet and stable. I have nothing to share. However, this is normal. As the daughter of an earl, if I were to frequently encounter Beyonder matters, that means that the present society is unable to maintain the order of the Beyonder world. She rapidly became optimistic and stood up to bid Mr. Fool farewell. In Northborough, at 160 Boakland Street, after ending the Tarot Club, Klein walked to the balcony of his bedroom. With Miss Magician's attempt to rent out Lemano's Travels, there will be more of such transactions in the future. They might not have realized that their own Beyonder powers can be sold. Once the rentals happen more frequently, someone will ultimately request help to record a particular power. When the time comes, I'll be able to supply powers of various domains. I wonder who will be the first to muster their courage to seek the Fool for help, hoping that a demigod power can be recorded. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. Please enter. Dwayne Dantes turned and said. The doorknob turned and Butler Walter walked in. Sir, Ma'am Mary from the National Atmospheric Pollution Council is here to visit you. Do you wish to meet her? Mary Schott? The major shareholder of the Coim Company? Why is she here? Klein was slightly puzzled as he nodded with a smile. It's almost tea time. Let's have it a little earlier. All right, I will invite Ma'am Mary to the activity room on the 2nd story, Walter replied. Klein nodded slightly. Then with his valet's help, he wore his coat and went down to the 2nd story. Soon he saw Ma'am Mary in the activity room. This lady was dressed in a dark blue dress with elegant accessories. Compared to last year, she appeared more classy. Good afternoon, ma'am. I've always been considering finding a time to visit you. I would wish to hear about your investigations on Backland's atmospheric pollution. Klein took the initiative to speak. Mary replied with a smile. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to wait for it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Klein sat on a single-seater. Ma'am, you seem to have something troubling you? He could tell that she was hesitant. Mary laughed as she sighed. I've heard about your experience and wisdom. I believe that you're a gentleman with excellent foresight. This is the thing. Are you interested in purchasing some of the Coim Company's shares? Why? Ma'am, are you in trouble? Klein asked in a staid manner. Mary shook her head. Someone else is selling them. Chapter 794, Short-Term Investment. Someone else is selling? Klein ruminated over those words. After the servant placed the 3-layered tray for high tea down and left, he said with a smile, Why don't you purchase it yourself? Even a blind person knows that loan will place more attention on environmental pollution in the future. Therefore, the Coim Company definitely has a promising future. In such a situation, the acquisition of shares in the Coim Company is definitely a profitable business. Mary picked a cucumber sandwich from the bottom silver tray, took a tiny nibble, and slowly chewed before swallowing. Ever since the law to fix atmospheric pollution was passed, the Coim Company has been rapidly developing. The faces of the shareholders have begun changing. As you know, people who have their sights on money will often have good business sense. And behind them, there are usually some powerful figures at play. If I weren't a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and had used this to get to know quite a number of nobles, I believe I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would end up selling my shares. But even so, most of the shares will quickly concentrate, and I'll quickly lose my status as the highest shareholder. This is something I inherited from my father. I don't want it to become somebody else's toy. I've pledged my shares and sold my property, investing a large sum of my liquidity into it, absorbing 15% of the shares in secret, as well as requesting friends to help. I've obtained a total of 10% of the shares, and together with the 20% I originally had, I hold 45% in total. The current situation is that a minor shareholder suddenly decided to liquidate his 3%, and my friends and I temporarily do not have the money to acquire it. This is a commercial war. Klein, who was accustomed to dealing with beyonders, found it fresh. He selected a sandwich with high-quality turkey and contemplated for about 10 seconds. The shares that you acquire later can also be pledged, right? There won't be enough time. The other party has already provided an offer, Mary said. Klein leaned back into his sofa. Why did you come to me? Upon hearing the question, Mary heaved a slight sigh of relief. First, you must have brought quite a sizable amount of money to Backland. Second, you just came to Backland, so you aren't deeply involved with the other party. Third, I believe you're a very dignified and knowledgeable gentleman. Your praise is leaving me a little embarrassed. However, it also means that my acting performance as Dwayne Dantes is effective. Klein did a count of his wealth. Considering the original £16,493 and Miss Magician's £6,000, as well as the £48 from Mr. X, I have a total of £22,991. Even if I deduct the £5,987 I owe Miss Messenger, I'll be considered a true tycoon. He asked with a smile, Ma'am, what do you wish for me to do? Mary sipped some tea. Acquire the 3% shares. But before that, I'll sign 2 contracts with you. The first stipulates that I'll forcefully purchase the shares from you in 3 months at the highest price over this period. The second stipulates that we act in concert. In addition, I will make you a member of the board of directors. Sounds like a sure win. It's equivalent to me providing a loan, and she will repay me with interest and social resources. Dwayne Dantes needs some investments. This kind, one that allows me to quickly recoup my investment, meets my requirements. I might even earn quite a bit. Klein contemplated for a moment before warmly smiling. Helping a lady resolve problems is something that I need to do. Ma'am Mary immediately felt relieved. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Dwayne Dantes' attractive voice continue. However, I'm rather cautious in regards to any investments I make. I will hire a lawyer and an accounting team to investigate the Coim Company situation. I'll try to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible, and if there aren't any problems, we can begin our cooperation. Aside from that, I will also do a divination, he added silently. Definitely, Mary smiled. I'll bear the costs for such expenses. Klein didn't reject the offer. How much would the 3% shares cost? The current valuation is £9,600, but the shareholder believes that the coin company has a promising future, so it can't be lower than £12,000, Mary replied. Phew, Klein smiled. That's still all right. Dwayne Dantes is indeed rich, Mary thought. Dwayne, can I invite you to visit the coin company tomorrow? That's exactly what I wish for, Klein replied, thinking of his former landlord, Stellan Sammer's husband, who was likely still a manager at the company. Yet another familiar face. At 8 p.m., crowds of people were still entering East Borough. Emlyn White, in greyish-blue worker's attire, wore a cap and hid himself in an alley, observing the poor. Compared to them, his clothes were too new and clean. He returned to the dark alley, reached out his fingers, and began tearing open the areas that were easily damaged. Then his facial muscles distorted into a grimace. With a look of contempt, he closed his eyes and began dabbing dirt onto his clothes. The smell of coal, the smell of rotting mud, the smell of piss. He nearly vomited, realizing that having an extraordinary sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After a few minutes of excruciating torture, he finally finished his disguise, even staining his handsome face with coal. He hunched his back and slipped into the crowd, quickly entering East Borough without garnering any attention. As he walked, he realized a problem. He wasn't familiar with the roads at all. An assassination attempt really is a troublesome matter, he mumbled as he began asking for directions. After nearly an hour, he finally arrived at Limestone Street. The streets were narrow, and the buildings leaned close to each other, giving off a terrifying sense of creepiness. After spraying a medicine that eliminated his scent, Emlyn walked into the condominium at Unit 6 and approached the public washroom before standing outside the room of the primordial moon believer, Argos. He cocked his ears to listen for a while before he nearly fainted from the stench wafting over from the washroom. He refocused his gaze on the room. His sense of smell told him that there was no one inside. He moved away, or he isn't back. He never expected his hunt to be so unsuccessful. After reining in his emotions, he left and rushed to 19 Beluga Whale Street. This time he was delighted to discover that someone was home. Gallus Kevin was home. At that moment, he caught the scent of another person, one identical to Argos's. Two people. There are two people in the room. Argos isn't home because he came to Gallus Kevin. Emlyn's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't worried if it was one-on-one, but if it was one against two, he was still a little fearful, even with Lemono's travels. After all, they were both artificial vampires with rather significant strength. Chapter 795. Patience. As a sanguine who liked to stay home, the number of battles Emlyn had involved himself in could be counted on one hand, and he had never attempted fighting at a numbers disadvantage. Thinking back to the failure of his family of 3 attempting to defeat the half-giant bishop, his expression turned livid as he recalled the torture he suffered at the Harvest Church. As there weren't many residents living here, and with Gallus Kevin having sharp senses, he didn't dare stay outside the door for too long. He quickly walked past and hid in the shadows at the end of the corridor. What should I do next? Emlyn leaned against random objects, his thoughts rapidly whirling in an attempt to find a solution with his pitiful amounts of experience. Gradually, the words the hanged man had taught the son surfaced in his mind. Patience is an important premise when dealing with many situations. Only by being able to curb your urges will you be able to avoid danger to the greatest extent. At times, tolerance is very important. Tolerance. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly. He planned on laying in ambush until Argos left. As this wasn't the artificial vampire's residence, it was certain that he would leave. When the time came, Emlyn could deal with a one-on-one situation. Patience, tolerance, waiting, he repeated inwardly to resist the damage the surroundings were dealing to him. The air on the first floor was filled with the stench of piss, rotting moisture, unflushed feces, and all kinds of nauseating, disgusting smells. For the first time in his life, Emlyn wished that he could slice off his nose. Patience, tolerance, waiting. He mechanically chanted, finding each second excruciatingly long. Finally, he saw Gallus Kevin's door open. A thin, dark brown figure walked out, his cheekbones protruding. It was the primordial moon believer, Argos. Indeed, as that young boss, Ian, said, These fellows wear clothes that are clean and tidy, completely unlike the residents of East Borough. Emlyn became spirited as he watched Argos leave. After patiently waiting for nearly 5 minutes, he stood up and decided to take action. As his target was an artificial vampire, Emlyn was aware of his opponent's strength and had made preparations. Gallus Kevin's sense of smell isn't weaker than mine. His spirituality can't be weak, and he has an innate instinct towards danger. As Emlyn viewed his opponent with scorn, he consumed a potion and sprayed a liquid to cover his body's scent. Immediately after, by consuming another potion and spraying it on, he hid his body and attire, disappearing as though wiped away by an eraser. In a dark corner, a palm-sized bronze-green notebook appeared out of thin air, flipping itself silently before fixing onto a white page filled with astromancy symbols. As the symbols vanished, the surroundings brightened a little. This was the disruption ability of an astrologer. Then, Lemano's Travels was retracted, completely concealed. Prepared, Emlyn lightened his footsteps and silently arrived outside Gallus Kevin's apartment. The notebook appeared again before being flipped to the door-opening page. An illusory sound resounded in his mind as it prompted him to reach out a hand towards the wall. When his palm pressed against it, he saw a ghostly blue, blurry door appear. Cocking his ear to hear the goings-on inside, he took a step forward, passing through the door as if it were a screen of water. The scene before him changed immediately to a room filled with stained walls and 3 wooden beds. This was the inside of Gallus Kevin's apartment. Cautiously surveying the area, Emlyn caught sight of his target. This primordial moon believer was a good-looking mixed blood with long hair and slightly red eyes. At that moment, he was sitting by the side of the bed, staring at the door. Emlyn circled to his side, took out Lemano's Travels from a blind spot and flipped to a page that left his fingers slightly numb. Suddenly, silver lightning illuminated the room as if it was daytime. A sizzling sound was heard as the lightning smote Gallus Kevin on the head, charring him instantly. His body convulsed as his eyes lost focus. The silver bolts continued snaking around while Emlyn's figure surfaced behind the frozen target. He reached out his right palm and clenched his opponent's neck. "Gotcha!" He calmly snapped it and yanked off the head, tossing the body away to eliminate the possibility of his opponent healing. "Pah!" The headless corpse collapsed as blood sprayed everywhere. An artificial vampire lost its life just like that. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced with surprise as he looked at the head in his hand with disbelief. It's that easy? Although he was proud, he didn't believe he could finish off an artificial vampire so easily. A lightning strike that can cause paralysis, together with my high movement speed, allowed me to instantly kill my target. The premise is that he's weak to lightning. Also, I had interfered with his spiritual intuition ahead of time and avoided attacking him head-on. After a few seconds of surprise, he concluded plenty of useful experience, truly realizing the potency of matching Beyonder powers and the value of Lemano's Travels. It's no wonder Mr. Hanged Man was the first one to have thoughts of renting it. Emlyn reined in his thoughts and looked at the blood that gushed out of the corpse, his throat moving. He hadn't had that much fresh blood in a while. However, he didn't dare drink it, as the deceased's Beyonder characteristic had yet to appear. He found a stack of old newspapers and a tiny wooden chest to store the head in, then sat down to wait for the characteristic to appear. 2 minutes later, he suddenly looked up at the door. He heard footsteps and caught the scent of Argos. Why is this artificial vampire back? Emlyn instantly became a little nervous. Thump! Argos knocked on the door from the outside without making a sound. Emlyn immediately understood that Argos had caught the scent of blood. What should I do? Rush out and finish him? No, others will see me. He instinctively took out a potion and planned on hiding himself again. Suddenly, he had an idea. Exhaling silently, Emlyn placed Gallus Kevin's head on the bed, drank an invisibility potion, and spewed out the corresponding liquid. Slowly, he moved to a corner of the room and hid, making it seem like the murderer had long fled. As time passed, Gallus Kevin's window creaked open as a pair of eyes shot its gaze inside. After careful inspection, Argos, with a festering face, leaped into the room and slowly walked to the corpse. In the corner, Emlyn secretly took out Leymano's travels while Argos wasn't looking and flipped to another page of Lightning Strike. At this moment, Argos's sight landed on the bed on his companion's head and the stack of old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. His pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 796, slowly becoming proficient. Not good. Emlyn White traced Argos's gaze and realized that he had forgotten to deal with the old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. Although they were part of the room, they were now put together, appearing rather odd. Then why would there be a need to give up? Was the person alarmed by the knocking of the door? That means that the murderer hadn't left and is hiding in a particular corner of the room? Similar thoughts flashed in Argos's and Emlyn's mind at the same time. The two vampires reacted at once as Argos lunged to the side, emitting thick black gases that resembled a bat's wing. As for Emlyn White, his finger quickly swiped across the opened Leymano's travels. Suddenly, a silver hue appeared, illuminating the room again. The branched lightning didn't hit Argos, instead hitting the ground beside the bed and breaking up into countless thin bolts that snaked towards conductive materials. Here, the wing which Argos had created seemed to attract the lightning, which struck him and spread across his body. Argos became numb for a second and crashed to the ground before he could leap up. Emlyn hurriedly flipped through the spellbook and once again slid his finger across a lightning strike page. The silver bolts crashed down, smiting Argos and causing his body to emit black smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Emlyn bent his knee and leaped forward, approaching Argos with afterimages trailing behind him. He then wrapped his right arm around his target's head, easily flashing behind him. "Catcher!" Argos directly saw his back. His eyes filled with blood as the festering parts on his face burst open, and a deep, illusory darkness poured out from inside. Emlyn had no idea what had happened and slid backward instinctively, changing his positioning. Argos didn't pursue him as his eyes lost their rationality, leaving only pure malicious intent and madness. He raised his hands, pressed them against his head, and forcefully twisted it back to its normal orientation with a crisp crack. Around this artificial vampire, the darkness surged as though it wanted to devour everything. He had come to Gallus Kevin tonight because his body had shown signs of losing control. At that moment, he completely broke down. Emlyn White's heart palpitated as he felt that he had encountered trouble again. He didn't immediately pray to Mr. Fool for two reasons. First, there wasn't any time. Second, in a one-on-one situation, he believed that it wasn't too dangerous dealing with a Sequence 7 rampager. He made every second count by flipping through Leymano's travels, landing on a page with Lightning Strike again. "Pa!" Thick, distorted bolts of silver lightning smote down heavily, striking the mutated Argos. The lightning seemed to shatter the surging darkness, but it also seemed to be devoured by it. The two vanished at the same time, leaving behind Argos, who had finally locked his sights onto Emlyn. This artificial vampire who had lost control produced afterimages as he pounced towards his target. Emlyn crouched down and rolled, dodging the lethal strike. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and took out a metal bottle. Bam! As Argos quickly turned, he instantly appeared near his enemy. "Pa!" Without any time to remove the cover, Emlyn clenched his fingers, pinching open a crack in the metal bottle. He then threw it ahead, letting the pure and radiant liquid inside splatter towards Argos. This was sun water he had concocted, which was extremely strong against vampires. "Ah!" Being splashed by the liquid, Argos let out a blood-curdling scream. Wisps of black smoke billowed from his body as he lost his strength in mid-air. Although he collided with Emlyn, he failed to make him lose his balance. While tumbling, Emlyn ignored his injuries and quickly flipped through Leymano's travels. "Pa!" Another bolt of silver lightning smote down, causing Argos's tragic cries to come to an end. This vampire fell into a state of intense paralysis. Emlyn seized this opportunity and took out another bottle of sun water, unscrewing the cap and pouring it towards his opponent. This time, Argos didn't even manage to let out a cry as his body began to melt like wax. It was only then that Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. He conjured a thick black fog behind him, turning it into illusory bats that swarmed towards his target. The bats landed on Argos, enveloping him completely, before flying back to Emlyn and vanishing. Argos's body had shrunk quite noticeably, and in his half-melted state, he slowly collapsed. Only then did Emlyn raise his right hand to check on the remnant pain from the sun water. He saw that his palm and a few fingers had wounds that were corroding, but the flesh inside was rapidly squirming as it healed. It's over. I actually finished him. Emlyn looked at Argos's corpse in slight disbelief. Although this hunt had quite a few ups and downs, he hadn't encountered any real danger. My lightning strike would have struck him directly and things would have been easier. Viewing it from this angle, no matter what happened, I would be able to kill him as long as I didn't make a mistake. They're really weak, so I'm already this powerful. It's no wonder the ancestor made me join the Tarot Club. This is a gathering that prepares the various races for the impending apocalypse. Emlyn tipped his chin up a little, a curl at his lips. Following that, he heard footsteps outside, but no one dared to approach. Argos's scream must have alarmed the surrounding residents, but they wouldn't dare enter. I need to clear the scene as quickly as possible. Emlyn retracted his gaze from the door and walked to Gallus Kevin's corpse. From the pooling blood, he picked up an item the size of a fist. It was completely red and resembled a heart, the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 7 vampire. This is my trophy. Emlyn momentarily felt unaccustomed to it. After calming himself, he wrapped the characteristic and Gallus Kevin's head with old newspapers and stuffed them into the wooden chest. He then yanked off Argos's head and took out another bottle of medicine, scattering it in every corner. During this process, Emlyn wasn't flustered at all. A few minutes later, he picked up Argos's mutated beyonder characteristic, glancing at its nearly black surface and indistinct human-faced patterns. Behind him, a black gas was emanated, transforming into countless tiny bats that flew within the room. They combined with the potion liquid, forming a silent black flame that spread outwards, burning away the blood and corpses, as well as the traces of the lightning strikes. All that was left was a layer of sticky liquid resembling asphalt. Then, these liquid bodies turned into heavy black bats that spiraled around Emlyn's body. He only had one goal, to make the situation look okay, so that the police would write off the matter as something of little value. After doing all of this, Emlyn bowed slightly at the crimson moon. He flipped the pages of Leymano's travels and had it stop at teleportation. His figure, along with the heavy bats, immediately turned transparent and vanished. After nearly 15 minutes, a few policemen from East Borough rushed in, but they didn't discover any residents or corpses. They yawned and forced the onlooking residents to admit that they had been hallucinating, thus ending the investigation. After leaving East Borough, Emlyn first headed home and hid Leymano's travels. Then, with his spoils, he headed straight for the Odora's house in West Borough. He wanted to declare his victory and claim his reward. Chapter 797, Reward. Inside Odora's villa, Emlyn saw Cosme, who was also a baron like he was. This sanguine, who seemed like a man in his prime, was Nibs Odora's spokesperson. "I'm also a baron," Emlyn mumbled inwardly. He got up from the sofa and bowed. "Good evening, my lord." Cosme was just about to say something when his nose twitched. He cast his gaze towards the wooden chest beside Emlyn's feet. The smell of fresh blood, as he asked, he seemed to connect the dots. "You killed another target?" Emlyn curled his lips and shook his head. "No." Then, before Cosme could ask further, his smile turned profound. "Not one, but two." "Two?" The middle-aged gentleman was taken aback as he watched Emlyn bend down to open the lid. During this process, Emlyn's facial muscles winced a little as the action touched the wound on his right hand. Holding back the change in his expression, he tilted the chest to reveal its contents to the sanguine baron. Two charred, bloody heads were stuffed inside, and by the side were two transparent, heart-like objects, one red, the other nearly black. This impactful scene was reflected in Cosme's eyes as he looked up in surprise, staring blankly at Emlyn. "You did this?" Emlyn put down the wooden chest. "Of course. This is the thing. After receiving the £7,000 reward back then, I bought a particular baron's legacy at a particular beyonder gathering. With it, I advanced. I don't wish to use money to satisfy the murderers who hunt us sanguine, but I didn't wish for this legacy to land in the hands of others." Taking this opportunity, Emlyn revealed the fact that he had become a baron, and every word he said was the truth. I long knew that you were a baron. What I'm surprised about is your combat ability. You don't even have a single mystical item. It's not easy to hunt 2 artificial vampires without causing a commotion, even for a baron. Cosmiodora couldn't help but lampoon as he revealed a fake smile. So that's the reason. Emlyn, why did you hide it from us? Emlyn glanced at his expression and tilted his chin. I was planning on telling everyone, but since there was the hunting competition, I decided to give everyone a surprise. Cosme, I've already hunted 3 of the 5 targets. Does this mean that I've won? Cosme's eyelids twitched as he chuckled. Yes, that's right. You can ignore the 2 other targets. Having said that, he found his attitude a little too cold and hurriedly asked, Were you injured? A little, Emlyn replied, raising his right arm. Cosme said after a few seconds of silence, Congratulations on being the victor of this hunting competition. You will receive 2 prizes. First, if there's a chance to become a viscount in the future, you will enter the final list of candidates, receiving free help for the ritual. Second, you will obtain a mystical item. It's a ring personally created by the ancestor. As the ancestor didn't name it, we all call it Lilith's ring. Also, according to convention, these 2 Beyonder characteristics will belong to the entire sanguine race, and you would receive £3,000 in cash in return. A ring personally created by the ancestor. Although Emlyn was somewhat disappointed that the reward wasn't a viscount's characteristic, the ring made by Lilith herself was enough to put things right. To a proud sanguine, this was the highest form of honor. As his joy was quelled, he felt that things weren't that simple. I was sent by the ancestor to Mr. Fool, and now I'm receiving a ring from the ancestor? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? He decided to pray to Mr. Fool later and see what advice he could give. Noticing Emlyn had remained silent, Cosme cleared his throat. That ring and the cash will be given to you tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll summon Russ Bathory and company, officially announcing your victory. No problem. Emlyn bade farewell and left in a rental carriage. As it drove off, he looked at the crimson moon, recalling everything that had happened that day. Finally, he began counting how many Beyonder powers he needed to record onto Lemanos' travels. I used all of the 5 lightning strikes. 1 teleportation, 1 door opening, 1 astromancy, a total of 8 times. In addition, I need to pay 2 additional powers, making it 10. After I obtain the Ancestor's ring, I can try recording the Beyonder powers it possesses. Lilith's ring? Above the grey fog, Klein quietly pondered over Emlyn's prayer. He had imagined he would be woken in the middle of the night to provide help, but Emlyn had finished everything by 11. Back then, Emlyn prayed to the Fool because of a revelation from Lilith. Now, he has received her ring. Regardless of who Lilith is, I need to be wary. He seriously contemplated for a few seconds before replying to Emlyn in a staid manner. When praying to me or participating in the gathering in the future, take off that ring. After giving his instructions, Klein returned to the real world and slept till daybreak. After breakfast, it was time for his etiquette lessons with Wahana, a special lesson for the ball he was hosting on the weekend. In the brisk and comforting music, the etiquette teacher suddenly said, "I heard Ma'am Mary visited you yesterday afternoon?" Yes. As Klein poignantly reflected on how there weren't any secrets in social networks, he nodded frankly. Wahana nodded gently. "I heard that Ma'am Mary has pledged all her shares to the bank to borrow a large sum of money. This is a warning for me to be careful. The help I previously provided has not only allowed me to quickly enter the social circles, but it has also continuously brought me benefits. However, Ma'am Mary's pledging of shares was to secretly acquire more." Klein listened in silence before revealing a warm smile. "Thank you." He paused. "I believe in the character of every friend, but in the field of business, caution is forever the first principle. I've already gotten Walter to hire an independent lawyer and accounting team to perform the due diligence. Before that, I won't make any decisions." Wahana raised her head and looked into his deep blue eyes before sighing with a laugh. "You truly are a wise person." Klein changed his excuse and said with a chuckle, "My wisdom comes from the lessons I've received in the past." "It's hard to imagine you being duped," Wahana chuckled. "Is it due to all your experiences that you can appreciate the different kinds of charms for all kinds of ladies?" When is this rumor ever going to end? Klein said with a helpless smile, every flower has something beautiful about it. After familiarizing himself with the entire process, Klein walked Wahana out. Together with his valet, he took up Ma'am Mary's invitation and headed for the Coim Company in Sherwood Borough. Chapter 798, Revisiting an Old Haunt. In Sherwood Borough, outside the Coim Company, Klein alighted from the carriage and looked around as if he had never been here before. In fact, he wasn't a stranger to the area. He knew that opposite the street was the Gardelli department store and that a shop not far away was famous for its specialty Desi pies. He had once spent a considerable amount of time here waiting for Doragu Gale to obtain evidence of his adultery. Retracting his gaze, Klein walked towards the Coim Company with Richardson. Ma'am Mary and her lady's maid were already waiting there. In the relatively conservative Lone Kingdom, a lady's servant had to be of the same sex to avoid nasty gossip. Similarly, gentlemen needed to have valets and commercial secretaries of the same sex. Of course, even so, there were always people who couldn't rein themselves in. "Good afternoon, Dwayne," Ma'am Mary welcomed him with a smile. Klein bowed. "Good afternoon, ma'am. It really is a flourishing area." After they exchanged pleasantries, she led him through the entrance. "Later, there will be professionals giving you an explanation as they show you around. After about half an hour, head on up. I've prepared a buffet and invited a few friends in different circles." Friends in different circles. This is her trying to expand my social circle. Very sincere. Klein nodded slightly. As someone not from the area, I always look forward to knowing more friends, having just come to Backlund. "No, you're nothing like that. You're a true Backlund gentleman who has received excellent education," Ma'am Mary replied politely. As they conversed, they entered the reception area, where a stocky man in a suit with a beautiful mustache stood waiting. "This is Luke Sammer. He is our Coim Company's first manager," Mary introduced. "Actually, I know him." Klein looked at Luke and nodded with a smile. To him, Luke Sammer was a rather staid, professional gentleman who enjoyed machinery. "This is my friend, Dwayne Dantes. Help me give him a detailed explanation," Mary said to Luke. Luke, who had been informed ahead of time, took a step forward and gave a warm, respectful smile. "Dantes, this is the Coim Company's headquarters. We have long-term agreements with several anthracite mines. We supply Sherwood, Hillston, North and West Borough, satisfying 30% of their overall demand." I've never seen Luke with such an expression. Klein followed him with an unperturbed look as he listened to the introduction, occasionally inquiring without expressing his attitude. Half an hour later, they went up to the second floor and entered a huge meeting room set up with tables of food. Just as he stepped in, Dwayne Dantes was introduced to two men who were talking close to Mary. "This is reporter Mike Joseph from the Daily Observer. This is an excellent surgeon, Dr. Aaron Series. In Backlund, you will often need them." As Klein listened, he smiled at the two gentlemen, the corners of his lips nearly twitching. "These are all friends I'm very familiar with." "Well, I'm even more familiar with the fetus in the womb of Aaron's wife." Why does that sound wrong? He patiently waited for Mary to finish the introductions before politely greeting Mike and Aaron. Upon hearing that Dantes was a tycoon from Desi, Mike took out his name card. "You don't mind me advertising, right? If you wish to publish an advertisement, find me. I can provide you with a discounted price." As he spoke, he winked. "You are nothing but a reporter with all these fake identification documents. Why didn't you mention the discount to Sherlock Moriarty?" Klein lampooned and exchanged name cards with him. "I've always had such needs." Following that, he turned to Aaron. "I was recently ill and recovered only recently. I'm very aware of how important a doctor is. I'm a surgeon, so I believe you wouldn't wish to meet me that much." Despite saying so, Aaron still received the name card. "No, I'd love to meet you. I even wish to join the party of your child's birth." Klein mumbled, deliberately leading the conversation to the field of medicine. He had been stressing over how to re-establish connections with a particular unborn fetus, as the paper crane was about to tear. There aren't any problems now. With Ma'am Mary's introduction, I can very naturally get close to Aaron. When the time comes, I'll definitely be invited. Hey, I might even be made the godfather. He skillfully held himself back without appearing overly passionate. After a simple chat, he was introduced to the other guests. After completing a round, Mary stopped and said after some deliberation, "Everyone here is my friend." "This means you didn't invite anyone from the other camp?" Klein nodded gently. "I probably shouldn't ask as a gentleman, but as a businessman, I need to know who is vying for the Coim Company's controlling share rights." Mary fell silent for 2 seconds. "Baron Sindris and his friends. They wish to publicly list the Coim Company and earn the sky-high evaluation that will eventually happen. They're completely unconcerned with the company's future development." Baron Sindris, one of the richest men in Lowen. Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you get that Mr. Hall to help? His father is a powerful noble and banker." Mary said with a wry smile, "Mr. Hall doesn't wish to involve himself in this matter. He claims to be the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so he can't be involved in commercial activities that deal with anthracite. A man whose true ambitions lie in politics. However, he probably doesn't wish to be at odds with Baron Sindris." Klein didn't ask further. "I will wait for the investigation report." Realizing that he wasn't directly backing out, Mary said with slight gratitude, "In this age, chivalrous people are already few and far between. You are one of them." Klein smiled without promising anything. After the buffet was over, he began returning to Northborough. As he daydreamed while looking out the window, he suddenly said to Richardson, "Turn towards St. Samuel Cathedral." He had failed to figure out the reason for the anomaly in the cathedral, and this made him wonder if he should find a chance to make contact with the keepers. He also remembered that every afternoon there would be at least one keeper praying in the prayer hall. How should I make contact? In that environment, even a conversation will appear noisy. He frowned slightly as he decided to observe before coming up with a solution. The carriage continued past Buckland Street as Klein closed his eyes to calm his slightly anxious feelings. Chapter 799, Spying. Just as Klein entered the main prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral, he used the points of light that shone from the back of the altar to survey his surroundings, taking in all the believers inside. In one glance, he rapidly locked onto a target and followed the aisle forward without showing any abnormal signs. In the first row was an elder wearing a black clergyman's robe, exuding a cold aura. His face was pale and his hair was withered and yellow. He was one of the keepers that Klein had previously sensed. His shift is usually on Friday. Klein didn't approach him, instead sitting 2 pews away. After finding a spot, he handed his hat and cane to Richardson. Then, while sitting, he tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice, silently activating his spirit body thread's vision. Suddenly, black illusory threads appeared in front of him. Having just taken his seat, Klein shifted his gaze onto the keeper. He nearly exclaimed from what he saw, but thanks to his self-control as a clown, he managed to relax and maintain his staid attitude. In his vision, although the yellow-haired elder had spirit body threads extending out, his body was entirely black on the inside, as the darkness swallowed the origins of the illusory threads in a way that was completely different from ordinary beyonders. Indeed, they have already been eroded by the core seal, causing a mutation at the level of the soul. From the looks of it, the problem is closer to my second guess. They are, in a sense, part of the core seal. Once they show signs of losing control, they will immediately trigger the item's instinctive reaction. Klein sighed as he prepared to deactivate his senses. At this moment, he saw a pair of eyes, black without any emotions. They were the keeper's eyes. At some point, he had straightened his body, turned around and looked blankly at Dwayne Dantes. Klein's scalp instantly went numb as he forced a smile and nodded, as though it was a normal meeting of eyes. The keeper slowly moved his head in response. Then Klein felt as though he was extracted from his surroundings as things turned blurry before turning clear. He knew that he had been pulled into a dream. He sized up his surroundings, only to realize that he was still inside St. Samuel Cathedral, but all the pews were either damaged or overturned. The altar up ahead was filled with cracks and weeds, the thick layer of dust making it seem desolate. The keeper with yellow, withered hair was in front of the collapsed donation box, coldly staring at him. He widened his mouth to reveal white, sharp, irregular teeth, embedded with blurry, indistinct and tiny figures. Grunt. The keeper's throat let out a growl as his back hunched over. By his spine and waist, 4 blood vessel-covered arms without any skin grew out. In just 3 short seconds, the keeper had turned into an 8-legged monster that sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, 2 gigantic, black-haired palms extended out of the desolate altar without any warning, as black gas condensed into slippery tentacles that extended in every direction, soon filling the entire prayer hall. He lost control? Klein stood there, subconsciously wishing to react and use his uniqueness to forcibly escape the dream, but he suddenly figured out the series of events. He wore a terrified expression as he ran to the door, trembling. In the time it took to take a breath, a dark chill spread out from the outside world like a tidal wave, inundating the entire dream and quelling everything. Klein snapped his eyes open and realized that he had fallen asleep. As for the yellow-haired keeper, he had long turned his head to continue praying. Dwayne Dantes's eyes darted around as he looked around in horror, as though still immersed in the dream. After nearly a minute, he took 2 deep breaths and drew a sign of the crimson moon on his chest. Only then did he have the time to recall the experience. As I had spied on his spirit body threads, it caused him to show signs of losing control, pulling me into a dream. Later, the core seal behind Channis Gate sensed the anomaly and quelled the problem. Now the crux of the matter is if the keeper still remembers the source of his near mutation. Klein looked at the elder once again to observe what he would do next. If all else fails, I'll directly use creeping hunger and escape with traveling, he thought, patiently waiting. A few minutes later, he saw Bishop Electra walk in from the side door towards him. Klein's heart tightened as he prepared to activate creeping hunger. At that moment, he had an idea and stopped. If the keeper has already informed the bishops about my problematic situation via a dream, I would be the victim of a collective assault. Therefore, they have no need to find a bishop I'm familiar with. It's likely more to extend their regards and to placate me. He retracted his gaze and continued a praying pose. In less than a minute, he sensed someone approach and looked up to see Bishop Electra softly say, "You don't look too well." I fell asleep without realizing it and had a nightmare. I still feel a little afraid, Klein said with a self-deprecating smile. Bishop Electra sat beside him. Dreams are sometimes the manifestation of the fear within you. You will feel better as long as you sincerely pray to the goddess and consume holy water. Of course, the most important thing is to not suppress yourself usually. Klein secretly observed the bishop's attitude before heaving a sigh of relief. I understand. He cast his gaze forward again and began praying silently. While doing so, he saw the keeper in front of him stand up and walk to the side door where a bishop was waiting. Phew. Klein silently exhaled, truly becoming one with the serene environment. Suddenly he heard a voice that was his, but it wasn't something that he could control. Did you think what you did was well hidden? No, not at all. Have you forgotten that you've touched the Evernite goddess's holy artifact? Chapter 800, Psychologically Becoming Better. Who is it? Who is the one speaking? Klein's muscles tensed up as he nearly opened his eyes. At that moment his back oozed with sweat that soaked his shirt. What he was most alarmed of wasn't the words said, but that it directly sounded in his heart and had modulated the voice to sound exactly like his. Although I maintained my lucidity in that dream, I still had my spirit body tainted by his psyche that was on the verge of losing control. Or is someone using that keeper to pass me a message? Countless guesses ran through Klein's mind. Finally, combining the contents of what was said and his own situation, he came up with a preliminary judgment. The number of people who knew about his identity as Klein Moretti was few to begin with, and likewise for those who knew he had once sworn an oath while touching a holy artifact. Furthermore, there was almost no intersection between the two groups. Mr. Azik had heard me mention the former matter before, but he would use a messenger. Will our Septin might know, but he can also contact me directly. The Antigonus family's notebook, but if it is, why didn't it just give me the potion formula directly? It should be securely sealed. Apart from them, there is only one entity who is aware of both matters, the Evernite goddess. However, with a deity's pride, she has no need to pretend. There's still one more person who's aware of both matters. That's myself. Before planning my operation, I actually considered the corresponding problem. Back when I touched the holy sword and made that oath, I had yet to become a clown. Just because of the secret connection, it made the goddess slowly sense something about me. It's been so long and I haven't seen her take any action. That female angel, she had even smiled at me when she wiped away Mr. A. Therefore, the goddess might be happy to see me take away the notebook. Although I had undergone all kinds of acting during the faceless stage, I've consumed additional potions without completely digesting them. A marionettist requires every marionette to adhere to a specific persona. This also easily causes a personality dissociation. Also, to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and to act as Dwayne Dantes, I'm under immense stress. I am subconsciously wavering. In this state, the keeper's corrupted psyche had agitated my spirit body, causing me to have a split personality. Just as Klein thought of this, the familiar yet unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind again. Herr, your considerations are too idealized. All of your actions are fundamentally all thanks to luck. If that high-ranking deacon, Crestet Sesamir with the Holy Sword, was here in Backland to handle Beyonder cases, can you guarantee that the Holy Sword wouldn't sense you when you are in the same cathedral? Both of you are linked by an oath. If Deacon Sesamir were to come, I'll abandon this plan. Klein mumbled inwardly. He then heard the voice say, This makes it a situation prone to too many accidents and unpredictable developments. Before coming to the cathedral, didn't you also not consider that the mere observation of spirit-body threads would result in a mutation? My nervousness back then was the anxiety that something happened beyond my expectations. Who exactly are you? Klein closed his eyes as he pretended to focus on praying. The voice hesitated. I'm Klein. You are Joe Mingry. No, I'm Joe Mingry. You are Klein. Indeed. Klein felt his hair stand on end once again. He decided to leave St. Samuel Cathedral immediately and resolve the problem of his character dissociation. When the symptoms first appear, the situation is easier to resolve. Once the other personality stabilizes and becomes stronger, it will begin to snatch control of the body. He opened his eyes and looked at Electra with a tranquil expression. I feel like I've calmed down. Ever since I got a mental illness, my mind is a lot better, he thought with a self-deprecating comment, a way to enforce his personality and remind himself who he was. Bishop Electra smiled. May the goddess bless you. As he spoke, he took a cup of water from a priest's hand and passed it to Dwayne Dantes. Klein knew that it was holy water. Hiding his anxiety, he received it and downed it. A refreshing feeling slushed down his throat, jolting his mind. Even the voice in his head weakened. This has the effect of placating the spirit body. The church does view Dwayne Dantes with great importance. As he nodded at the bishop, he drew the sign of the crimson moon and staidly walked to the altar, donating £50 into the box. After doing everything, he led Richardson and left the cathedral. On his trip back, he didn't feed the pigeons, because an ordinary person who had just encountered something would hardly have the peace of mind to do so. After returning home, he used the excuse of an afternoon nap to dismiss his servants. In his master bedroom's bathroom, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. He was increasingly certain that the voice in his mind originated from himself. Sitting in the high-backed chair of the fool, he immediately studied his spirit body's situation. He discovered that there were some signs of chaos, and the corresponding aura colors were somewhat spotted. After seriously contemplating for 2 minutes and ignoring the echoing noise in his head, Klein conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him devoutly pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the moon that I wish to rent the mental terror candle for half a day. I know he has the means of obtaining it. In the Harvest Church, Emlyn White, who was anticipating his obtaining of Lilith's ring in the evening, suddenly saw the endless grey fog and heard the world. Alarmed, he muttered in silence, How does he know that I can get the mental terror candle? Chapter 801. Plea. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Emlyn couldn't help but look around, suspecting that the world was lurking nearby. He had never mentioned the mental terror candle at the Tarot Club, and he wouldn't have even known of its existence if not for Sherlock Moriarty's heads up. At that instant, everyone looked like the world to him. No, I must figure it out. He's actually so aware of my surroundings. I haven't mentioned certain things even while in front of Mr. Fool. Emlyn was left in utter shock as he stood up and walked to the clergyman's break room. In the quiet environment, he replied, "Honourable Mr. Fool, I wish to directly communicate with the world." In less than 10 seconds, Emlyn saw a dark red glow surge forward and devour him. He then found himself back above the grey fog, seated at his seat. At the other end of the mottled table was the blurry-figured the world. Compared to before, Emlyn had changed. He wasn't in a rush to speak, instead bowing to Mr. Fool before looking at his target. "How did you know that I can get the mental terror candle?" Under Klein's control, the world said with a hoarse laugh. "We might have met before." Emlyn frowned, a few targets of suspicion in his mind, but he wasn't able to determine who it was. "Believe me, I have no ill intentions towards the members of the Tarot Club," the world added. There will be a day when I'll find you," Emlyn silently muttered. "What are you going to do with the mental terror candle? I need to have a substantial reason to borrow such a mystical item." Klein controlled his urge to rub his temples as he made the world turn solemn. "To treat my psychological problems." Treat psychological problems. Emlyn couldn't help but shrink back before straightening again. Looking back at the world, his eyes clearly indicated that he really was a dangerous lunatic. The mental terror candle does have such effects, he thought. I can only borrow it for half a day. There wouldn't be any problems, right? Klein held back his horror and pleas, controlling the world to answer, "No problem." Emlyn did a count. The rental fee will cost £300, as well as 5 pages of Beyond the Powers in Leymano's Travels. He decided to outsource half of the debt he had. 5 pages. How many pages did this fellow use? As Klein lampooned, he made the world reply, "That wouldn't be an issue." After closing the deal, Emlyn returned to the real world and walked into the break room. He suddenly fell into a dilemma. Although he had sounded confident, he had never tried borrowing similar items from the bishop. "I've helped Father rescue many commoners, and have been teaching those who wish to learn about herbs. What's wrong with borrowing the mental terror candle for half a day?" Emlyn raised his chin and walked to Bishop Utravsky. "I have a friend that has a psychological problem. I wish to borrow the mental terror candle." Utravsky looked down at him and smiled warmly. "Okay. That's it?" Emlyn was stunned, finding it unbelievable. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that I'll lose the candle?" Utravsky replied with a smile, "Everyone and every item has its end. They will all return to the earth. That is the fate of all entities. If the mental terror candle is lost, it just means that my connection with it has come to an end. Whether the candle is lost depends on fate, but whether I end up being killed by you is also fate." Emlyn lampooned without asking further. He received the strange candle from the half-giant bishop, and using the excuse of needing to treat his friend, left the Harvest Church and found an inn to set up a sacrificial ritual. Above the grey fog, Klein once again received the mental terror candle. More than half of it was burnt, its surface covered with what looked like human skin. He didn't delay, for he didn't wish to give his alternate personality a chance to grow. He wanted to resolve the problem completely while it was still weak. Phew. He slowly exhaled and extended his hand to summon the sea god's scepter. "Pah!" He snapped his fingers and lit the mental terror candle. A flame with light blue spirituality silently glowed. Unknowingly, the environment changed. A cupboard, desk, bunk bed, and gas meter appeared in Klein's eyes. This was the apartment where the Morettis had lived, the place where Klein Moretti had shot himself. At that moment, a figure was sitting at the bottom bunk, looking at the scepter-wielding Klein with a warped expression. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air. He was another Klein. This Klein revealed a furious expression. "You occupied my body, and now you wish for my soul to be obliterated? I should be Klein Moretti, you despicable, shameless transmigrator, you parasite!" Klein didn't reply, walking over with a heavy expression. The expression of the other Klein slowly changed as fear occupied his eyes. His body scrunched up as he pleaded with a slight tremble. "Let me go. Let me go. You snatched my brother, my sister, and my life from me. Isn't that enough? I'll remain quietly in your body, helping you analyze problems and giving you suggestions. I'll definitely not wrestle control with you." Klein remained silent, raising his sea god's scepter. The other Klein was already awash with tears as he yelled angrily and fearfully, "I only wanted to remind you. If I wasn't trying to remind you, why would I have exposed myself? Let me go. I have no ill intentions." Klein silently looked at him and made the blue gems on the tip of the scepter light up one after another. Lightning bolts instantly appeared, twisting and entangling the other Klein. Amidst shrill cries, the figure rapidly dissipated as a bolt of lightning wiped away all traces of it. As expected of myself, to know the soft spots in my heart and which are the most effective ways to plea. However, I've already come to know who I am. I'm Zhou Mingri, who is fused with Klein's memories and emotions. If I were to let you go, it would be equivalent to splitting the two up, admitting that they are opposing parties. That way I'll immediately lose control once I return to the real world. Klein lowered the scepter and closed his eyes, sighing silently. Then he maintained his lucidity and left the mind world. Chapter 802. Follow-up Solutions. When Klein opened his eyes again, the threats and pleas in his mind had vanished. The light blue flame before his eyes continued burning on that pitch-black wick. He seriously inspected the state of his spirit body and confirmed that the signs of chaos were gone. His aura's colors had turned pure and were no longer spotted. It's finally resolved. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god's scepter. With a snap of his fingers, he extinguished the mental terror candle. He didn't immediately return to the real world, instead sitting quietly above the grey fog as he used the silent palace to calm the remnant negative emotions. After this matter, Klein gained a deeper understanding that the path of a Beyonder was a path that constantly fought with madness. All Beyonders would be pushed to the brink of losing control. All would have psychological problems if they weren't careful. And once the symptoms appeared, not resolving them in time might leave them in a situation that would be abnormally difficult to resolve. The split personality that was created was a result of internal and external factors. The cause is a result of me being a transmigrator. Yet, I fused with Klein Moretti's memory fragments and received parts of his emotions. Together with me trying to steal the Antigonus family's notebook recently, it's akin to me walking along the boundary of an abyss to act as Dwayne Dantes. The stress is immense, so after being agitated and mentally corrupted by the Keeper's near loss of control, the problem erupted. As Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, he vanished from above the grey fog. Just as he returned to his body, he felt his mind and spirit were a lot more relaxed. It felt like a dusty window had been carefully wiped clean, and the additional faceless potion he had consumed was fully digested. The alternate personality was a result of all the past psychological problems. I was able to resolve it with the mental terror candle, which is equivalent to receiving a complete psychoanalysis. I won't have any latent risks in this aspect in the short term. However, I need to be constantly taking notes and frequently regulating myself. Klein walked out of the washroom, came to the balcony, and looked at the distant mountains. He could clearly sense that his self-recognition and self-acknowledgement had deepened. I never expected my victory over my split personality would bring such benefits. If it wasn't because the generation of another split personality would be stronger, I would have wished to split a few personalities, killing myself several times. Klein shook his head with a scoff. To be frank, just one instance of a split personality was rather dangerous for anyone else. He was able to eliminate the latent risks because he was aware of where to acquire the mental terror candle and the essence of the problem. He recalled what he had encountered during the day and obtained the points that he needed to take note of in the future. If a mid-sequence Beyonder of the sleepless pathway loses control, they will be able to directly cause mental corruption. Apart from them, the spectator pathway should be capable of doing so as well. Also, although I'm aware of the Keeper's conditions, how should I create the performance of being eroded by the core seal and not have my disguise be seen through? He was completely out of ideas. All he could do was stand up, walk to his desk, and draw a picture comprising of symbols that implied concealment and mystery, prying to summon Erodes. The full-body mirror in the master bedroom suddenly undulated with invisible waves as silver light appeared, forming Lunna's text. Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Erodes is constantly at your service. My actions from before had caused a certain damage to your image. I'm very appalled and ashamed. Will you accept my apology? You actually know to admit your faults. Klein scoffed. Don't make the same mistake again in the future. All right. The mirror presented new words. How may I be of service? There's something. Klein deliberated. The keepers of the Church of Evernite are contaminated by the core seal's power behind Chanis Gate. They are in different conditions from the typical Beyonder. Is there any way to perfect a disguise? The silver words changed. Great Master, there's only one method, to sacrifice your marionette and allow it to receive the contamination of the core seal. It will gradually change and become identical to the keepers. Then you can hold it in your body to fool the core seal. That actually works. It's an idea. However, a marionette that's made from a Sequence 5 wraith can't be bought with money. Klein thought. Then how do I get the marionette to receive the core seal's contamination? The mirror stirred, accentuating a figure in an old-fashioned veiled hat. It was Queen Mystic Bernadette. Great Master, you can seek her help, Erodes explained with a sentence made from silver words. Her? How can she provide any help? Or does she have a sealed artifact that corresponds to the high sequences of the Evernite pathway? Thankfully, Admiral of Stars needs a drop of blood from a mythical creature. This will be the middleman fee. Klein thought as he nodded. Very good, you may return. Yes, exalted Great Master. A silver line of text appeared, followed by an outlined palm with a handkerchief, waving. In Westborough, within the Odora family's villa, Emlyn White wore a faint smile as he found a single-seater in the activity room. Diagonally across from him, another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, was holding a wine cup filled with blood, observing him with narrowed eyes, not concealing his disgust and hatred. Such an act from you will only please me. Emlyn chuckled inwardly, turning to look at Cosme Odora, who had just entered. Cosme forced himself to ignore Emlyn's gaze as he walked to the fireplace. I'm gathering all of you today because the final victor has emerged for the hunting competition. Who is it? The sanguines looked around, most of their gazes landing on Russ Bathory, with no one believing that it could be Emlyn White. Only Russ Bathory had a hunch, looking in surprise at the darn fellow. Cosme secretly sighed. Emlyn White has already hunted 3 targets, automatically clinching victory. What? A young sanguine blurted out in disbelief. In Backland, they were all part of a smaller community. Everyone knew what kind of sanguine Emlyn was. Chapter 803. Name rectification. Amongst all the sanguine present, even if Emlyn wasn't the oddest, he was definitely among the top 10. He almost never left his home, nor did he enjoy interacting with his kinsmen. This, combined with the incident at the Harvest Church, had made him the brunt of jokes and a disgrace to the sanguine. Yet, this disgraceful fellow had hunted 3 consecutive primordial moon believers. Could it be that he had employed the help of the Church of Earth Mother's clergymen? Or did he hire some especially powerful bounty hunters? Thoughts flashed through the minds of the sanguine as they speculated over how Emlyn had clinched victory. At this moment, Cosme coughed lightly. Emlyn has already found the corresponding characteristic legacy and become a baron. Baron. When the members of the sanguine looked at Emlyn again, their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. For the first time in his life, Emlyn was being stared at by his kinsmen in such a manner. He suddenly felt ethereal as his mind was filled with joy. He wished to proudly tip his chin and say, "All of you should be addressing me as Lord." This satisfaction is identical to me buying a doll I've been saving up for, he thought, holding back his tongue. He wore a faint smile as he slowly surveyed the area. After the other sanguines snapped back to their senses, Cosme finally said, "The champion of the hunting competition will enter the final list of Viscount candidates and obtain free help for the ritual. In addition, he will also receive a ring created by the ancestor." As he spoke, he took out a silver jewelry box and snapped it open. It was a translucent ring that seemed to be made of light red amber, with a blood-red gem embedded in it. "It's called Lilith's ring. It allows the wearer to be even more charming and always be in the optimal state of being under the full moon. Cosme gave a rough introduction. It can also make the surroundings be under the effect of a full moon, enhancing the corresponding Beyonder powers. At the same time, it can also project a door that leads deep into the spirit world. This door is the door of summoning. It can let creatures deep in the spirit world use it to arrive in the real world. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the summoned spirit world creature will be equivalent or slightly stronger than the wearer, but there's the possibility of them being much weaker or much stronger. The stronger a spirit world creature's strength, the more they can resist the contract and harm the wearer. Its negative effect is bloodthirsting disease. You will need to drink at least 1 vial of human blood every hour to relieve it. Otherwise, your blood will boil and evaporate. I'm not against that. Emlyn held back his joy as he considered how he could resolve the negative effects. At this moment, Cosme glanced at him. The additional blood will be provided by the race. Then the problem turns into the modification of a bottle. Emlyn scanned the others. If I don't wear it, will I get the bloodthirsting disease? No. Cosme firmly shook his head. Emlyn stared at the ring. If I were to wear it for 59 minutes and take it off, will I get the bloodthirsting disease? Cosme's facial muscles twitched. When you wear the ring, you will be inflicted with the bloodthirsting disease. You have to drink 1 vial of human blood to have it subside for an hour. During this process, if you were to take it off and put it on again, the bloodthirsting disease will be activated again. Do you understand? Of course, this isn't a complicated problem, Emlyn said with a sk. Cosme looked at the other sanguine. I'll be giving this ring to the champion, Emlyn White. Congratulations, Emlyn. He extended his hand and then handed over the ring. Thank you. Emlyn smiled in a reserved manner. He then left Erdora's villa. As the carriage drove off, he looked at the crimson moon, recalling everything that happened and concluding lessons. Finally, he began counting how many Beyonder powers he needed to record onto Lemano's travels. I used all of the 5 lightning strikes, 1 teleportation, a total of 8 times. In addition, I need to pay 2 additional powers, making it 10. Heh, after I obtain the Ancestor's Ring, I can try recording the Beyonder powers it possesses. At 10 p.m., above the grey fog, Klein received Lemano's travels which Emlyn had sacrificed, and he learned of the usage of Lilith's ring. The thing to pay attention to is the door of summoning. Perhaps there will come a day when the one passing through that door is Lilith. As he made a bold hypothesis, he flipped open Lemano's travels and checked the powers Emlyn had used and replenished. He used up all of the lightning strikes. Traveling is gone as well. This fellow really doesn't feel the pinch when using the powers of others. He added a Wings of Darkness. 1 is Full Moon. 1 is Claw of Corrosion. 1 is Animal Sense. 1 is Abyss Shackles. There's no Door of Summoning. That's right. It should be very difficult to record. As Klein flipped through the book, he used divination and his mysticism knowledge to interpret the new powers. He then summoned the Sea God's Scepter, adding a few pages of lightning strike. Following that, he used the Sun Brooch to record Holy Light Summoning and Holy Water Creation. After doing all of this, he picked up the Mental Terror Candle. After settling his split personality, he had the idea that since it belonged to the spectator domain, it might help him explore the sea of collective subconscious inside Grossel's travels. Phew. He heaved a sigh of relief and through a bestowment ritual returned the items to Emlyn and Fors respectively. Returning to the real world, he had a comfortable bath and read some papers before heading to bed. Amidst his reverie, Klein suddenly woke up, aware that someone had entered his dream. He saw the sky was dark and deep, adorned with resplendent diamonds. A distance away, a singing voice sounded, ethereal and common, reaching straight into his heart. Meanwhile, the clouds moved as the crimson moon half revealed itself, scattering down its mild glow. All of this made him feel as though he had arrived in the Evernite goddess's divine kingdom. Klein suddenly realized, this was the arrival of a Beyonder from the Church of Evernite, using the dream to placate the tycoon Dwayne Dantes, to heal the mental scars he had suffered in the afternoon. What you are doing only disturbs my sleep. He silently sighed, helpless. Chapter 804, Archaeological Team. As he sighed, Klein indulged himself, relaxing like an ordinary person enjoying a rare instance of serenity in his dream. After about 15 minutes, he finally waited until the church's beyonder had left. Finally, I can sleep in peace, he thought, realizing that once he wasn't on guard, the remnant tranquility would allow him to directly fall into a deep slumber. That night, the quality of his sleep was extremely good, and he only managed to wake up at daybreak. Klein lazily dazed in bed for nearly 10 minutes before picking up the golden pocket watch by his bedside. It's not even 6:30. He found his mind clear and brimming with energy, so he decided to get out of bed, wash up, and walk to his balcony to take a look at the orange vista. In this season, Backland didn't have thick smog, and together with the recent environmental measures, the skies were often blue and the air fresh. The gardeners were already busy, and the parlour maid and handymen were heading to the market. Other than them, the surroundings were calm and peaceful. This invigorated Klein as he temporarily forgot all his troubles. With a faint smile, he silently enjoyed the scenery. In the next 15 minutes, servants would walk out from the surrounding houses, and the entire borough seemed to come to life as the sunlight grew brighter. This is what life should be like. Klein silently sighed as he had the sudden urge to take a stroll. He turned and left the balcony. Outside the master bedroom, Richardson was already waiting. There's another hour before breakfast. Sir, if you wish for it to be brought forward, the kitchen will be ready within 15 minutes, Richardson said, not asking why his employer had woken up so early. Klein chortled. There's no need to bring it forward. I plan on taking a stroll first. Very well, sir. Richardson entered the bedroom and, based on his employer's suggestion, chose a coat and helped him wear it. Finally, Klein wore a silk top hat and held a gold-inlaid cane before walking down to the first floor. Leaving the residence, he strolled down the street that was lined with Inti's parasol trees and black street lamps. Each residence's garden emanated a faint fragrance as the green leaves created a sense of tranquility. Klein enjoyed the morning, feeling the negative emotions from yesterday evaporating. Beyonders need to learn how to create conditions for themselves to regulate their moods. By taking this stroll, the bishops at St. Samuel Cathedral will likely know that Dwayne Dantes has completely recovered. They won't disturb my sleep. As his thoughts wandered, his gaze swept past 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Muck's residence. He saw a familiar figure, Hazel, strolling through the garden's trails with her maid. She woke up early as well. Her quality of sleep is excellent because she doesn't need to head down the sewers. Klein lampooned and retracted his gaze, continuing forward. Glancing at Richardson, who was silently following, Klein thought of the news reports he had recently read about the southern continent. He casually asked, "What's your impression of the southern continent?" Richardson paused for a few seconds. "Sir, I actually do not know much about the southern continent because I was spending most of my time in the manor. Just tell me of your impressions, your true impressions. I just want to have a general understanding," Klein said with a chuckle. Richardson bowed his head as he looked at his toes walking forward. "My impression of the southern continent is hunger, exhaustion, pain, as well as pining for the world after death. Hunger, exhaustion, pain." Klein repeated those 3 words as he walked into Buckland Street without making any further inquiry. In East Chester County, in a building beside Stone University, Audrey was looking at the collections obtained by the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. This pair of boots was discovered by a farmer in a mountainous ruins in Stone. Its shape and traits match the societal trends of the Fourth Epoch. Associate Professor Michelle Doyth introduced the item inside the glass cabinet. Audrey looked over and discovered that the ends of the boots were curled like a clown's. The heights of the curled parts weren't uniform. The Fourth Epoch's asymmetrical style. I wonder what level it is for 3 on the left and 5 on the right, she thought, following the professor to the next exhibit. At the end of the tour, Michelle pointed at a glass case. "This coat of arms was delivered a few days ago. It involves the very ancient worship of dragons." Dragons. Audrey strode forward and saw a greyish-white dragon with its wings spread out engraved on the coat of arms. "Where does it come from?" she asked. Michelle answered, It's from a village named Heartlark. Heartlark. That's the village which I previously visited that had the folk tradition of worshipping dragons. The 20-Year War notebook, which I obtained from Associate Professor Michel, was from a local knight who was suspected to have something to do with that mind dragon. Audrey nodded in thought, wishing to ask about the person who had found the coat of arms. At that moment, Associate Professor Michel's expression turned abnormally heavy. Accompanying the discovery of this coat of arms was a tragedy. A tragedy? Audrey didn't hide her surprise. He sighed. An archaeological team entered the village to study the folk tradition of worshipping dragons, but that night one of the members went mad, and this mental illness was apparently contagious. The entire archaeological team later went mad, killing themselves or each other. In the end, none of them survived. This coat of arms was found among their remains. It was first taken away by the police, and after confirming that it's without problems, only then did they donate it to us. An archaeological team entered the village, and the members went mad one after another. Audrey's eyes dilated as she inwardly repeated his words. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Psychology alchemists! The members of the archaeological team were members of the Psychology Alchemists. Chapter 805. Meeting Up. Inside the building of the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, Audrey, whose thoughts were undergoing an upheaval, blinked. She drew a crimson moon on her chest and said with a sigh, "What a tragedy. I hope that their spirits can rest in peace." The reason she had guessed that the archaeological team had comprised of members of the Psychology Alchemists was that she had previously received a mission to help them obtain a notebook related to the 20-Year War. This notebook belonged to a knight from Heartlark Village, and through a magic mirror divination, she had discovered that it was deeply connected to the village that worshipped dragons. As she knew ahead of time that a mind dragon was hiding within the sea of collective subconscious there, she had chosen to hand over the notebook to the Psychology Alchemists in consideration of her lacking strength. That also meant that they had a significant chance of locking on to Heartlark Village. Another factor in her judgment was the strange mental illness the team had suffered, which had spread like a plague. In the real world, it was almost impossible for mental illnesses to be contagious, but in the world of the mind and consciousness, chaos and madness could be spread. And hidden in Heartlark Village is a mind dragon that has lived for years. The Psychology Alchemists had found the village through the notebook, and the threatened mind dragon used this ingenious method to spread mental corruption. The Beyonder world sure is dangerous. As Audrey thought about it, she was glad that she had made a sufficiently rational decision. Thanks to Mr. Fool and the other members of the Tarot Club, they allowed me to still recognize the hidden dangers despite my lack of actual experience. At that moment, recalling her performance when she first joined the Tarot Club, made her wish to bury her head in her pillows and roar at herself. "Audrey, you were that naive and immature back then. Thankfully you met Mr. Fool." By the side, Associate Professor Michel noticed her silence. "Yes, it truly is a tragedy. I only wish that the government has already handled the matter and prevented the contagious mental illness from becoming a plague. Don't worry. Unless that mind dragon loses control, there won't be any more victims," Audrey replied silently. From her point of view, the official Beyonders had already taken on the case, and the dragon coat of arms in the glass case must have been determined to be fine before being donated. While she felt pity for the archaeological team, she was curious if the mind dragon remained in Heartlark. To hide in the sea of collective subconscious with one's actual body would make it difficult to be discovered. However, the three churches have a long history and must have had bouts with mind dragons. Besides, the Psychology Alchemists, after suffering a terrible failure, will definitely send a very powerful team. That mind dragon probably wouldn't stay there to be discovered. She didn't have any thoughts of visiting the village herself. Her only intention was to mention the matter at the next Tarot Club gathering. On Friday afternoon, Klein was memorizing the topics he needed to discuss with his ball guests when he heard stacked illusory pleas. A man. "Based on how long it's been, it's most likely Mr. Hanged Man." He put down the piece of paper, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog, discovering that it was indeed the Hanged Man. Alger had requested the Honourable Fool to inform the world that he had arrived in Byam and could head for the primitive island in 2 days. He also indicated that he could arrange for the world to secretly board the Blue Avenger. Board the Blue Avenger and bring a bunch of sailors from the Church of Storms to the vicinity? How long can the Sanguine's anesthetic gas last? Klein thought for a moment and conjured the world, making him pray devoutly. There's no need to go through that much trouble. You should have freedom of movement in Byam. Meet at the cemetery outside the city at midnight today. Before that, replenish your stores. In an inn in Byam, Alger frowned slightly after hearing the world's words. He did have freedom of movement. The sailors were eager to head to places like the Red Theatre and were definitely not returning tonight. Even if he disappeared for a night and a day, no one would discover it. Is the world implying that we use this interval? That is indeed better than using the Sanguine's anesthetic gas. But without a ship, how do we head for the primitive island? Oh, Les Manos travels? Miss Magician did mention that it has the beyonder power of teleportation. However, there's only 1 page. He relied on his strong ability to connect matters to vaguely guess at Gehrman Sparrow's intent. With these doubts in mind, he found his contact with the Resistance and replenished his storm charms. When it was 11 at night, he secretly left his inn and headed out of the city under the shadows. Once he left Byam, he walked on a narrow road towards the mountainside. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Under the crimson moonlight's illumination, the mountain that originally existed had vanished. The area underneath, the piled stones, vegetation, and terrain, had changed almost completely. Alger had come from the Resistance's private harbour earlier and hadn't paid close attention to the mountain. The mountain collapsed? It actually collapsed? Right, it was previously mentioned in the papers that Byam encountered a shallow earthquake, with its might being focused in the mountain range outside the city. Also, the church's deacon said that Gehrman Sparrow nearly destroyed Byam, and that matter had demigods involved. Both of them occurred during the same period. Could it be caused by Gehrman Sparrow? He instigated a demigod-level battle, and he managed to successfully escape while killing Admiral of Blood? Alger's pupils dilated as his footsteps slowed to a halt. He suddenly understood why the Church of Storms had placed great importance on Gehrman Sparrow and why he had a bounty worth £50,000. In the undamaged cemetery up ahead, a cold wind blew across, making him tremble involuntarily. At that moment, his heart stirred as he turned his head to the right. Underneath a giant tree, a figure quickly outlined itself in the shade. This figure had his hand on his top hat while he slowly looked up, revealing a thin face and cut features. The emotionless dark brown eyes were none other than Gehrman Sparrow's. Chapter 806. Entering the island in the middle of the night. He did teleport over. How extravagant. Alger tensed up before relaxing, though he did not let his guard down. Upon meeting Gehrman Sparrow again, he discovered that while there wasn't much of a change to him, his every action had the indescribable air of a powerhouse, and the profundity he exuded left him apprehensive. As expected of the crazy adventurer who can instigate a battle of demigod proportions while escaping unscathed. The slight bit of smugness from having become a Sequence 5 vanished from Alger. He slowly walked over with lantern in hand and deliberately probed. The traces you left behind might not vanish for the next few centuries or even millennia. Klein shot a glance at the modified terrain, released his grip on his top hat, and smiled. The one who contributed the most in causing this damage was Sea King. Man, he actually triggered a demigod battle that could have destroyed Byam, causing Sea King to directly attack. Yet, despite such circumstances, he survived and left with Admiral of Blood. Alger began to suspect if Gehrman Sparrow had a Grade 1 sealed artifact on him. He didn't express his shock, nor did he dare to probe further. Do you plan on heading to that primitive island now? Of course, Klein answered calmly. It was late at night, a period when Dwayne Dantes was asleep. To prevent any unexpected circumstances, he had summoned a Rhodes to monitor the mirror illusion and provide a response. Alger observed himself and took out an iron-black ring that protruded out like a thorn, wearing it on his left thumb. Bearing with the excruciating headache, he nodded slightly. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Then, he saw Gehrman Sparrow walk over, reach out his hand, and grab his shoulder. Alger's first reaction was that Gehrman was attacking him, but amidst his racing thoughts, he withheld his subconscious reaction and allowed the crazy adventurer to place his palm on his shoulder. He noticed Gehrman's left hand turn transparent as the blacks before his eyes grew darker and the crimson moon turned brighter. Countless, nearly formless figures receded as he tore through the spirit world with Gehrman Sparrow's help. Creeping hunger, teleport. So that's how it is. Just as he had such a thought, he saw his body plummet as everything returned to normal. Beach, reefs, trees, this is a deserted island. He was just about to speak when the colors around him saturated again. This time, when he left the spirit world, he was in mid-air with undulating waves beneath him. The experienced Alger immediately created a spiraling wind, allowing them to float in a tacit display of teamwork. The teleportation triggered successfully once again as their figures rapidly phased away. When the surroundings were restored, the two had arrived at the periphery of a gigantic island. A heavy mist hung in the mid-air, which the crimson moonlight was unable to fully penetrate. "We're here," Alger said. Klein wore an indifferent expression, but he was cautiously observing his surroundings, finding the place extremely quiet. As though guessing his feelings, Alger raised the lantern. "If you come in the day, it will be quite a lively sight. But at night, the power that rules this place will change. Many Beyonder creatures will hide as they await daybreak." "Mr. Hangman has come here more than once." Klein silently nodded. Alger thought for 2 seconds. "If we follow this trail and enter the dark forest, we will arrive at that ancient ruins. On the way, we can hunt the Beyonder creatures we encounter. If it's killed independently, the ingredients will belong to the killer. Those we jointly killed will be held in your custody. When we leave, we can take turns to choose, determining the owner based on our contribution. To let me have custody of the loot. Mr. Hanged Man is being very sincere." Klein raised his right hand and pressed down his half-top hat. "No problem." Alger heaved a sigh of relief. "Our main goal is to explore that ancient ruins. The spoils we obtain along the way are supplementary. Once we finish the exploration, it's best we leave immediately." He emphasized this, afraid of Gehrman Sparrow's greed. "Do you think I'm not sharing the same thoughts as you?" Klein smiled. "I'm a polite person." "Polite?" Alger was a little puzzled. The corners of Klein's mouth curled. When visiting someone's place for the first time, overstaying would be impolite. This fellow's train of thought is completely different from that of a normal person's. Alger was first taken aback before he raised the lantern. "Let's set off." The two quickly entered the dark forest. The trees were thick and tall with luxuriant leaves, and their bark appeared scaly, as though they would come to life at any moment. As they walked, they saw the distribution of trees ahead turn sparser. Thump! 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 A dull knocking sound echoed. When the duo entered the sparse area, the lantern's light finally revealed hunched or prostrate figures. Amongst them were humans, baboons, goats, and tigers, all holding rocks or using their claws and teeth to constantly burnish the stacked trees and rocks as though building a palace. "There are humans?" Klein's eyes focused as he spread his left fingers. Alger slowed down, preparing his vocal cords. Suddenly the figures stopped their actions in unison, uniformly turning around to look at the two outsiders. They either had pale faces, withered skin, or festering bodies. None of them looked alive. Corpses. A Beyonder creature is driving these corpses to build a palace for it? Klein cast his gaze past them and saw a dark cave covered in weeds, with white feathers stained with yellow oil scattered among them. Feathers. Corpses. These instantly reminded him of the products of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. "This zone's sovereign won't be weak," he calmly judged. At that moment, Alger hesitated for 2 seconds. "I've never seen such a situation before. I'm not sure of the level of the Beyonder creature. Why don't we circle around it and choose a target which we have more confidence in?" "I was waiting for you to say that." Maintaining his persona, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he chuckled. "Will this be impolite?" Just as he said that, the land quaked as though a creature beneath them was rolling over in its bed. Chapter 807. Mediocre Luck. Sensing the land quake, Alger's heart tightened as he glanced at Gehrman Sparrow, using his actions to replace his words. The sound of wind howled beside him, allowing him to run more easily and quickly to the side. He had done so because he was worried that Gehrman Sparrow would suddenly go mad and decide to hunt the terrifying creature inside the dark cave. As an experienced sailor, he knew that decisive actions spurred indecisive companions into subconsciously following. Upon seeing this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and gave up the discussion about politeness, widening his stride to run behind the hanged man. He then sensed a strong wind blow at his feet, thrusting him forward and instantly doubling his speed. Amidst the rustling sounds, Klein and Alger ran out of the sparse woods, circling around the flank of the eerie darkness. At this moment, their heartbeats suddenly slowed, as though they were in a state of reverie. Klein immediately felt his body turn cold as an inexplicable sense of gloom tried to invade it. Meanwhile, he saw the light from Alger's lantern be swallowed by a gigantic black shadow. A corresponding scene naturally surfaced in his mind. In the depths of the dark cave, a thick, humongous serpent snaked out. It had dark green scales with exaggerated eyes that seemed to burn with fire. In between its scales were white feathers covered in yellow oily stains, and along its back was a pair of thick wings. This giant feathered serpent raised its body high, staring intently at the two figures who had barged into its territory. Feathered serpent. In the southern continent it was a symbol of holiness, the emblem of the descendants of death, the Eggers family. Klein and Alger didn't pause as they held back the coldness and their slowing heartbeats. Under the intense winds they charged into the depths of the dark forest. Badump! 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 The duo's heartbeats gradually returned to normal as the coldness dispersed. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the danger had passed. He slowed his pace and glanced back, saying calmly, "A demigod-level feathered serpent." Demigod level. Alger similarly slowed down, the blood vessel in his forehead pulsing. He exhaled lightly. "Don't worry about it. The Beyonder creatures here are very territorial. Unless they wish to hunt, they will not enter other zones." Klein nodded. "The Beyonder creatures here are very strong." Alger shook his head. "No, there are also many weak ones. I've been here at night before, but I've only discovered traces of demigod-level creatures without encountering them. I actually encountered one this time. Such matters are mainly about luck." "Are you looking down on me? The king of yellow and black who wields good luck?" Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, his expression deadpan. "Absolute judgments often result in the opposite results. Don't raise death flags," he thought. In fact, if it wasn't a demigod-level feathered serpent, he would have been happy to bully it. With Azic's copper whistle, Beyonder creatures in the death domain would lose at least half their combat strength. As for encountering a demigod-level creature, he wasn't too alarmed. He had the Fate Siphon charm, 3 demigod-level powers in Leimano's travels, and the ability to travel. "As long as I do not encounter angels," he added silently. After hearing Gehrman, Alger was somewhat puzzled, as the crazy adventurer was clearly informing him to be more careful. A cold and crazy fellow? That's right. If he's just crazy, he wouldn't have lived to this day. He looked up at the sky, trying to distinguish the blurry stars. After 2 minutes, he pointed in a direction. "We'll head in that direction." Klein had long drawn Death Knell, allowing its muzzle to naturally point downward as he silently followed alongside Alger. After traversing the extremely dim forest for some time, Alger suddenly stopped. "If we head forward more, there will be an illusory chime tree. I hope to handle it by myself. The second Beyonder creature we encounter will be handled by you." The main Beyonder ingredient which Miss Justice needs. Mr. Hanged Man has quite a bit of adventuring experience. He knows that being frank at times is more useful than concealing matters. Klein maintained his persona, nodding with a hint of gentlemanliness. "Okay, if you can't deal with it, it's best you shout for help, otherwise I'll treat it as your persistence." The style of a crazy adventurer appears to be different from hunters, but in certain aspects, they are surprisingly similar. Alger silently drew a breath as he continued forward. As they walked, they heard weak chiming sounds, and they immediately felt as though they were home, their bodies and minds at ease. Klein acutely sensed that his wariness was melting away. No matter how much he emphasized it to himself, he was unable to tense up. He even had the urge to head for the source of the chimes, believing that there was something dear and familiar to him located there. He turned to look at Mr. Hanged Man. Alger no longer looked as staid as before. His rugged face and slightly red eyes suggested he had plunged into some emotional state. I wonder what Mr. Hanged Man looks like when he's crying. It must be quite terrifying. Klein couldn't help but muse. At this moment, Alger said softly with a hoarse voice, "Leave it to me." He put down the lantern and slightly turned the sinister ring on his left thumb, making the thorn on it turn brighter. This was his mystical item, Whip of Mind. Its side effect placed the wearer in a state of a constant, excruciating headache, but at that moment, it made him maintain his basic lucidity amidst the chimes. At times, a side effect might actually provide benefits, he thought, taking out a wooden box from his pocket and snapping it open. Inside was a grey rat. Mr. Hanged Man wishes to use the rat as bait. As an experienced adventurer, Klein instantly guessed his thought process. Alger held up the rat and shook it when his expression suddenly turned odd. The grey rat was no longer moving. It was cold and wasn't breathing. Back when they encountered the demigod-level feathered serpent, although Alger had escaped quickly, the rat he carried was only an ordinary animal and had perished from the effects. It's dead. Hanged Man now understands a principle. Plans often can't keep up with change. His luck is mediocre. Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't make a sound. Alger quickly reined in his emotions as he proceeded forward with the dead rat. Klein bent down, reached for the lantern, and unhurriedly followed. The chimes grew clearer. After taking another few steps, he finally saw the strange tree. Above its brownish-green trunk were thin cracks, and deep inside each was a darkness that looked as though different eyes were growing. The branches had chime-like, metal-grey objects hanging from them, swaying automatically and letting out melodious sounds. On the branch closest to the trunk was a fist-sized, colourless, translucent fruit. Alger stared in that direction, pressing at his throat before saying to Gehrman Sparrow with a heavy voice, "It's best you cover your ears and converge your spirituality." Chapter 808, Awful Singing. Upon hearing the Hanged Man, Klein's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition. He ignored his persona, put down the lantern, and took out 2 slips of paper, crumpling them into balls and stuffing them into his ears. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow do this without question, Alger heaved a sigh of relief, reflecting on how nice it was to work with an experienced fellow. Just as he was about to throw the dead rat at the illusory chime tree, he suddenly saw the shrubs shake as a yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger appeared. Amidst the melodic chimes, the tiger walked towards the strange tree, its eyes glazed over. When Alger saw this, he lowered his arm and calmly watched as the tiger walked closer. It crouched down, raised its right claw, and sliced itself at the neck. Despite the oozing blood, the tiger seemed to have lost all sense of pain, continuing to dig deeper before it began to skin itself, revealing a naked body covered in mangled flesh and blood. The chimes gradually weakened as a branch suddenly came alive, extending downwards and stabbing into the tiger's unprotected body. Alger, already prepared, immediately drew his dagger, opened his mouth, and sang hoarsely, "Break, break, break, on thy cold grey stones, O sea! Break, 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 at the foot of thy crags, O sea!" His voice had bold overtones, but it was completely out of tune, a jarring boom with a metallic sound to it, filled with a power that left one frustrated and disgusted. The illusory chime tree's branches trembled, retracting as they huddled together. At Alger's side, although Klein had stuffed his ears and converged his spirituality, he immediately felt his forehead's blood vessels throb. He had the urge to kill the singer and destroy everything before him. Others charge people money to sing, but Mr. Hanged Man's singing charges you with death, he lampooned, resisting the irascibility in his heart. "Break, break, break!" Every word Alger said burst out like waves striking reefs. Bolts of silver lightning descended in turns, smiting the illusory chime tree's surface and causing it to tremble incessantly, its branches shaking randomly. Alger took this opportunity to throw the dead rat and thrust his dagger forward. With a howling wind, invisible blades swooshed over, slicing at the branch nearest the trunk. "Catcha!" The colorless, palm-sized fruit fell, swept up by a gust of wind into Alger's palm. The tree bark, covered with eye-like cracks, froze as the remaining branches drooped. Indeed, beyond a vegetation at the same level is a lot easier to deal with than animals. Alger took out a golden container and put away the fruit. Then he turned to Gehrman Sparrow. "Let's continue." He suddenly stopped as the word forward vanished from his vocal cords. At that instant, he saw Gehrman Sparrow's cold expression looking somewhat warped, the whites of his brown irises slightly red. Alger felt tense as he slowly drew a gasp. "Let's continue forward." "Let's go," Gehrman Sparrow replied softly. He circled around the withered tree and walked deep into the dark forest, not taking any materials as he didn't have any storage artifacts. Unfortunately, those are materials without any vitality or blood, making it impossible to enter Grossel's travels. As Klein sighed, he calmed his mind, extricating himself from the remnant effects of the singing. This was the most jarring and terrible singing I've heard in both my lives. If he had continued for another minute, I couldn't guarantee I could stop myself from beating him up. As they walked, the lantern holding Alger couldn't help but consider a question. Even Gehrman Sparrow can't stand my singing. How should I act as an ocean songster? In a silent environment, the two quickly proceeded forward amidst the thick, snakeskin-like trees as they approached the ancient ruins. With a seafarer beside him, Klein saved himself the trouble of using dowsing rod seeking. The dark and silent environment resembled a horror story. After some time, they discovered that the trees were beginning to systematically become sparse. After passing through this zone, we will arrive at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Alger broke the silence. Based on my experience, it becomes more dangerous as we approach it. The signs of a demigod creature I found last time was around here. However, oddly, the periphery of the ancient ruins doesn't have any signs of beyonder creatures. This is probably because there's an even more terrifying existence inside the ruins. Klein mumbled inwardly. He had previously performed a divination and received the revelation that leaving safely wasn't much of a problem. After Alger said that, he chuckled. "You likely know what my guess is." Alger silently walked beside him, increasingly convinced about his judgment of Gehrman Sparrow, calm and crazy. After proceeding dozens of meters, they suddenly saw a pair of ghostly blue eyes. It was a black, curly-haired baboon crouched on a branch. Its head grew black crystals that formed a strange crown. Upon seeing it, Klein and Alger simultaneously had the urge to bow their heads, feeling as though it was the sovereign of the nearby region. Sovereign. Alger relied on the excruciating headache from his whip of mind to escape its influence, hurriedly taking a step to the left to avoid any direct clashes, leaving the creature to Gehrman Sparrow. However, despite walking to the left, he ended up walking forward, his legs hobbling. Subconsciously, he drew his dagger, causing sharp wind blades to swish towards the baboon. At that moment, the baboon grinned. The wind blades suddenly changed direction, moving randomly to perfectly avoid hitting the target. Upon seeing this scene, Klein gave up his plans of approaching through ordinary methods. His left glove instantly turned transparent as he turned invisible. Alger stopped his actions when he saw Gehrman in his top hat appear behind the baboon, less than 5 meters away. In no time, the baboon's body abruptly stiffened as though it had lost control, even trying to dig at its eyes. And at this moment, Gehrman had already raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand, aiming the dark barrel at its head. Then, without any emotion, the crazy adventurer pulled the trigger. Chapter 809, The Danger Amidst the Darkness. Bang! The loud gunshot reverberated in the sparse open region. If this were an ordinary forest at night, it would have alarmed the birds and beasts, sending them scattering away. But here, everything remained quiet, so quiet that it didn't seem like any living creatures existed. As for the black curly-haired baboon, its head had burst open, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. The black crystal at its head shattered as well, with not a single piece remaining intact. Klein slowly retracted Death Knell, which was still spewing out smoke, as he watched the mutated baboon's stocky body collapse. By approaching with traveling, forcefully controlling with a wraith, and seizing the opportunity to deal a lethal strike with Death Knell, it was an instant kill. Klein wasn't doing this to flaunt his strength, but because he believed that the baboon had unique powers. If he didn't finish it off quickly, there was a high chance the situation would be reversed. Besides, on such a dangerous island, it was imperative to avoid escalating situations. Therefore, after possessing the baboon with a wraith, he had given up the more reliable method of controlling spirit body threads and instead chose to use Death Knell to finish it off. The effects were identical to his expectations. The possible accidents, such as the baboon using distortion and disorder to extricate itself from the possession, had come to an abrupt stop before they could change anything. It's worth it to suffer a weakness for this. Furthermore, there's a higher chance of me being needed to use Death Knell later. It's better to know the problem ahead of time and avoid similar situations, he thought, allowing his revolver to point downward as he walked to the side of the baboon. At this moment, under the wraith's control, the creature's Beyonder characteristic rapidly appeared. Alger held up the lantern, watching this scene from a distance. It took him nearly a minute to snap back to his senses, the scene of the flare from Gehrman Sparrow's muzzle and the bursting head of the baboon frozen in his mind. The disorder they had encountered had made him understand that the creature was at a higher sequence than the illusory chime tree, a difficult creature to deal with. Yet, Gehrman Sparrow had finished the battle in 3 seconds. Being a sequence 5 Beyonder as well, the difference is unbelievable. Combining a short-distance teleportation ability, a strange power that can control an enemy, along with that astoundingly potent revolver, the effects are unimaginable, terrifying. While sighing poignantly, Alger reined in his thoughts, considering how he could deal with the situation if he were in the baboon's shoes. Inside the corpse of the baboon, a faint blob of light quickly appeared and converged, turning into a translucent, pitch-black fist that was tightly clenched. It produced a feeling of strength and sinisterness, its palms' lines and luster filled with an abnormal charm that seemed to hide large amounts of madness and disorder. Sequence 5. Mentor of Disorder from the Black Emperor pathway. I wonder what weakness I received. As Klein muttered, he bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic and stored it in a prepared metal container. He had considered grazing the baboon but ultimately gave up on the idea, since he wasn't sure what it had done to deserve such torture. In this crazy and chaotic mysterious world, actions aren't for others to see, but for myself. A person can fool humans and even deities, but they can't fool themselves. As his thoughts raced, he took out Grossel's Travels, intending to smear the baboon's blood over its cover. At that moment, his heart tensed up, as the hair along his neck stood up, an intense premonition of danger, but no scene had surfaced in his mind. Not good. Klein instantly found his heart wrapped in layers of shadows as everything before his eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of dark glass. Without time to consider what was happening, the glove on his left palm turned transparent once again. His figure turned invisible before he appeared beside Alger, reaching out to grab his shoulder. At that instant, Alger also sensed the abnormality. He saw Gehrman Sparrow's right hand where it grabbed his shoulder, turning grey and dull bit by bit, just like any stone in the dark forest. And his feet, knees and muscles were turning stiff as though they no longer belonged to him. The two figures quickly turned transparent as they vanished, entering the saturated, overlapped spirit world and traversing in the direction of the ancient ruins. Suddenly, the colors before Klein's eyes uniformly darkened, producing fine patterns that resembled raven black hair. A chill rose up from their souls as Klein didn't hesitate to leave the spirit world with the hanged man, returning to the real world where they landed in an area mixed with rubble and weed. Not far away was a mostly collapsed building. Through the corner of his eye, the hanged man had already turned greyish-white from the waist down, as though he had turned into a stone sculpture. Pah! Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the grass tens of meters away in preparation to leap over. At that moment, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate as his body began to tremble. The appearance of the soaring flames was terrifying to him. The weakness Death Knell gave him this time, fear of fire. Seeing the dark glass thicken before his eyes, Klein felt a howling wind sweep him up from below before he could overcome the fear, causing him and Alger to fly up and enter the vicinity of the ancient ruins. Bang! The duo fell to the ground simultaneously. The thick shadow over their hearts vanished as the danger that hid in the darkness receded like the tide. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the greyish-white colour that had spread to his elbow turn faint and recede. His back was covered in perspiration. What left him most horrified was that he didn't know what monster had attacked him. Did Death Knell's gunshot alarm some monster, or is it the existence that rules over this forest at night? Thankfully, it doesn't dare to enter the vicinity of the ancient ruins. This means that deep in the ruins is something that makes it fearful. Klein stretched his hands and slowly stood up. At this moment, Alger escaped from the greyish-white layer. That zone was petrifying us. That zone. Petrification. Klein nodded in thought as he walked towards the mostly collapsed building. The problem now lies ahead. Alger didn't speak further as he sped up his pace, walking by his side. After approaching, Klein looked at the building, his gaze sweeping the spires and stone columns. He stopped and asked, seemingly casually, "What kind of building do you think this ruin was in the past?" Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Cathedral. A cathedral." Chapter 8:10. Whose cathedral? A cathedral. We came to the same judgment. Klein looked at the ruin ahead of him as he silently muttered to himself. At that moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the mist had scattered onto the collapsed building, making it appear almost the colour of blood. He maintained Gehrman Sparrow's trademark cold attitude. "Where did you previously explore?" As he spoke, he glanced at the lantern in the hanged man's hand, subconsciously tensing up his muscles when he saw the glow from the flame. Alger didn't notice the minute changes in Gehrman as he raised his dagger-wielding hand and pointed at the grandest building amidst the ruin. There. All that was left of the building was its main structure. It was impossible to know what it originally looked like, but one could determine that it had thick walls with narrow windows and a Spartan, ancient architecture. This is an architectural style from the early 4th epoch. There are records of these in the Church of Storms' canon, Alger said, having acquired quite a bit of background on the ruin over the years. Its greatest trait is the temple found above and the catacombs found below. Life and death were both unified here. However, I cannot confirm that the interior is as I described, as I've never ventured deep into it. This might be an architectural style left behind from the 3rd epoch. Klein guessed as he walked straight to the opening of the cathedral's abnormally huge door. He and Alger quickly moved up the greyish-white stairs and arrived at the door's opening, where they saw remnants of stone columns and arches that extended upwards. Klein wasn't in a rush to enter. He took out a gold coin, allowing it to weave between his fingers as he said to the hanged man, "How did you determine that deep in this cathedral is something of value that is not less than that of the cards of blasphemy?" Alger pointed inside. "I've said before that my strength was inferior to Chilango's and I didn't go as deep as he did. I had no idea what he saw, other than the judgment that there was something extremely precious inside from his remarks. However, the murals near the entrance and the marks on the ground might be able to explain something." Klein nodded and walked through the dark opening. Passing through, he used the crimson moonlight shining in from the dome to see the hall of considerable depth up ahead. A few of the ancient stone columns had already snapped. At the end wasn't an altar, but a completely dark area that appeared to lead underground. It isn't a temple above and a catacomb beneath. The temple is underground? He recalled what Alger just said and released the invisible Wraith Senor to observe the remaining murals. The mural's background was of a towering, magnificent mountain. At its peak, a gigantic cross covered in a lustrous glow. In front of the cross were grand figures clustered around, angels with 2, 4, or 6 wings. Klein felt a strong sense of familiarity. He had seen a similar mural before, back in Blasphemer Amon's mausoleum. When he focused again, he noticed the difference. There weren't the 2 infants representing Ammon and Adam, nor were there any 12 winged angels. The grand figure in front of the cross held an ancient Spartan slate. It was drawn in an extremely indistinct manner, yet it felt both ancient and young, holy and sinister. Slate. Blasphemy slate. This is likely that ancient sun god, the lord that the City of Silver worships. Klein roughly guessed at the cathedral's worshipped entity. He withdrew Sonor's gaze and had the marionette turn to face the ground. Apart from the cracked slates, there were dark red marks, smaller than a human's forehead, extending all the way to the ends of the hall. At that instant, a scene naturally appeared in Klein's mind. Devout believers prostrated on the ground, slamming their foreheads heavily onto the ground after covering a certain distance, leaving blood oozing out. Noticing Gehrman look around, Alger probed, "The ancient sun god?" At that moment, he felt a baffling sensation of a cold wind blowing from Gehrman's side, suspecting that shadows or wraiths were hidden around them. Upon hearing the question, Klein held back his initial response and simply nodded. It's not hard to tell. The two simultaneously decided to walk towards the end of the hall. When they approached, Klein finally saw the staircase that led downwards. "An underground area?" he asked. Alger shook his head. "I can't be sure. I've never gone down. Although Chilangos had attempted to venture in, he returned in less than 10 minutes with his aura becoming relatively weak." Klein nodded thoughtfully. "You seem to be very familiar with him." The world's question could possibly represent the intentions of Mr. Fool, so Alger needed to view it seriously. "We were fellow townsmen, and we were servants at the same cathedral. The priest there was an easily irritated person who enjoyed punishing the servants. Chilangos couldn't bear it and escaped to become a pirate. So there was such a past." Klein didn't probe deeper as he headed down the staircase. His light footsteps sounded obvious in the silent environment. Soon, they came to the end of the staircase and saw the opening of an arched door. On both sides were two shadows that stood there silently. Klein and Alger halted, only to discover that they were two stone statues. They were both men, one in full-body armor, the other in a more contemporary jacket. Their expressions were writhing in pain, their eyes protruding as though glaring at something. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled the encounter outside. He and Alger had also shown signs of petrification. Don't tell me they're humans who met with the same situation. If we had been petrified, would we be moved down here, standing guard at this door?" He felt an inexplicable horror. He controlled his emotions and turned to look at the hanged man, discovering that his pupils had similarly dilated. "Mr. Hanged Man has come to the same conclusion." Klein pointed at the door. "There might be even more stone statues inside." Alger nodded, saying worriedly and jokingly, "Let's hope we don't see ourselves." Klein thought for 2 seconds. "Do you have night vision?" His true meaning was that the lantern was especially eye-catching and that it was best to extinguish it. Alger replied frankly, "Yes." Klein glanced at him, his meaning obvious. "Then why are you still using a lantern?" Alger seriously replied, "Firstly, it's to misdirect the enemy into instinctively believing that I don't have night vision. When they destroy my lantern and try to create a dark environment, I'll give them a pleasant surprise." "How sinister." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger continued, "Secondly, it's to avoid situations similar to the City of Silver. There might be extreme danger lurking within complete darkness." "Makes sense." Klein didn't insist. He first stepped past the two stone statues, and under their pain-frozen gazes, he stepped into the entrance that led underground. Chapter 811, The Picture in the Catacombs. After passing through the door and going underground, not a sliver of natural light remained. The ceiling was intact, preventing any crimson moonlight from seeping in. Alger raised the lantern in his hand, lighting up the area ahead with a dim yellow glow. Klein took a glance and discovered at least 6 stone statues of both sexes, entirely greyish-white, their clothes looking as though they were engraved. These statues included elves, giants, and humans in ancient dress. Apart from their frozen expressions of pain and despair, there was nothing similar. Klein felt a chill down his back, having made the connection that they were once alive. Reining in their stirring emotions, Klein and Alger remained silent as they passed through the greyish-white statues and proceeded forward. After walking for more than 10 seconds, Klein could see damaged and dark murals, thanks to the lantern. A few were relatively intact, allowing them to recognize what was being depicted. They were focused on the glowing cross and the grand figure that stood before it. This blurry and solemn figure either faced flooded cities, stepped upon fractured lands, or looked up at the cosmos where it locked eyes with evil and maniacal eyes. When the apocalypse happens, the ancient sun god will rescue the world? This is somewhat similar to the murals that Little Sun and the others found, or perhaps it's just plagiarism from both sides. Klein quickly swept his gaze across the wall as he slowly entered the depths of the passageway. Alger was also observing the murals when he suppressed his voice. I suspect that the true, fallen creator's description of himself has references to some of the content here. Indeed, everyone has the same views. Klein lowered death knell and chuckled. I won't be surprised if we see matters related to the true creator up ahead. That might be a particular connection between him and the creator that the City of Silver believes in, Alger agreed. The duo continued ahead, trying to soften their steps, but echoes still reverberated in the extremely silent environment. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He immediately took 2 steps forward, putting himself in front of Alger and blocking most of the lantern's light. Less than 2 seconds later, he heard a dull sound. Thump, thump, thump. The ground shook gently as the sounds became clearer. Then Klein saw a figure nearly 4 meters tall walk out. It was greyish-white, with armor-plating patterns engraved on its body. Its head had goat horns and a mouth that resembled a hound's, revealing snarling fangs. What attracted attention the most were its pair of burning red eyes and the 6 pairs of white membraned wings. The monster held an 8-meter-long stone trident as it slowly entered a passageway, shaking the land with every step. Although Klein hadn't seen it before, he instantly recognized it. A 6-winged gargoyle. Its cool crystal was one of the main ingredients of a marionettist. Based on its external build, it definitely has extremely potent combat strength. Klein relaxed his left hand, not in a rush to react. He and Alger remained on the spot, concealing the lantern's light. The 6-winged gargoyle didn't look towards them and instead passed through the passageway, its footsteps slowly distancing themselves. Indeed, it's not very perceptive. It's no wonder Chilangos was able to venture deep down and return safely. Klein proceeded forward again. He had given up attacking because he had no idea how many gargoyles there were in the catacombs. Curbing one's greed was a premise for a risky exploration. Alger was also rather pleased at the crazy adventurer's calm and rational actions. The calmer he appears, the crazier he will be when he encounters his true target. He thought, following German straight down the crossroads. The murals on both sides remained damaged, still describing the greatness of the ancient sun god. Finally, they arrived at the ends of the passageway. Here there was an 8-meter-tall stone double door, depicting various symbols of death, sleep, end, and new beginnings. A tomb? Klein turned to Alger. Alger nodded. It might also be a temple. The greyish-white stone door was cracked open with a tiny gap. Alger put the lantern down, secured his dagger, and pressed his hands onto one side of the door. He slowly drew a breath as he bent his knees, his arm muscles swelling suddenly. Silently, the gap widened significantly. Klein was somewhat astonished, because Alger's pushing of the door didn't produce any sound. As he moved his gaze down, he saw a pool of slightly sticky liquid under the door. He quietly produced a lubricant effect. Mr. Hanged Man is very meticulous. Although he approached, he wasn't eager to enter. Through the widened gap, he observed the scene inside. Reflected in the eyes of the wraith was a row of greyish-white stone coffins. It is indeed a catacomb. Klein thought, taking out Lemano's travels. Meanwhile, he used a silver dagger to quickly create a wall of spirituality, sealing the iron cigar case to prevent Azic's copper whistle from causing the dead to rise. Alger also drew his dagger again, and amidst light crackling sounds it swirled with silver bolts of lightning. Having made their preparations, Klein, acting as Gehrman Sparrow, was first to pass through the door. Of course, Wraith Senor had already acted as a scout, circling the tomb before he entered. To a marionettist, there was no need to take risks. The tomb's ceiling was soaked with water droplets. The room was divided into 2 regions, each with 12 greyish-white stone coffins. In the middle was a circular region, where a beautiful and complicated picture was placed on the ground. Klein stopped Alger and controlled Senor to float above the circular region. Admiral of Blood. Alger's facial muscles twitched. At this moment, Senor was able to fully take in the scene. The picture had dark, dull colors with a background filled with blurry figures. In the foreground was a long table. On it was a figure with a resplendent cross glowing from it, and surrounding the figure were 3 people shrouded in shadows. One was handsome and youthful, another solemn and bold, and the last looking wise with his white beard. The 3 pairs of eyes exuded an indescribable sense of evil. One had ripped off the figure's arm, stuffing it into their mouth and gnawing at it. Another held up a brain and sucked at its juices, while the last had dug out a beating heart, chewing at it ravenously. In contrast to them, in the figure's chest was a long crack. Sitting cross-legged in there was a dark and sinister infant, masticating on intestines. These 4 entities seemed to sense someone prying, and they looked up in unison, as though staring at any being that placed their eyes on the picture. Chapter 8:12, Myth from Another Perspective. Upon clearly seeing the picture through Senor's vision, Klein's heart raced so loudly that even he could hear it. As a seer who was good at interpreting revelations, he felt his blood gush to his head, leaving it swelling. Even so, an ethereal voice resounded in his mind, filled with alarm. That figure that's dismembered and eaten likely represents the ancient sun god, the Lord that created everything. And I've seen the 3 evil figures surrounding him before. In the underground ruin in Backland, they existed in the form of a statue but didn't look as evil. Though they each respectively represent the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Suddenly, Klein recalled the name he had once received when looking straight at the eternal blazing sun, White Angel. No way. Could it be that the eternal blazing sun was once an angel by the ancient sun god's side? Little Sun once mentioned that the kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. The eternal blazing sun was originally named White Angel, which is also a king of angels, one that betrayed that creator. And he and the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Dark Infant benefited the most out of consuming the City of Silver's creator. The Bibles of the various churches mention that the 3 most ancient deities were born from the original creator's spirit. In a sense, it's actually hinting at this dark history. If my theories are correct, then the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are likely the kings of angels that served the creator. Perhaps they should be addressed as Wind Angel and Wisdom Angel. This way, all 8 kings of angels are accounted for. He felt an irrepressible sense of fear, to the point of feeling that the 3 deities were casting their gaze down from the astral world. Who left this picture behind? One of the other angels that have been constantly following the Creator with enduring faith? Klein's back oozed with sweat as his body trembled slightly. Alger, an experienced beyonder, noticed that something odd had happened to Gehrman Sparrow. What happened? He asked with a suppressed tone. Klein suddenly snapped to his senses, making Senor move his gaze as he pointed at the circular region. You'll know just by looking at it. A picture that can make Gehrman tremble? Will it make me lose control immediately? Many thoughts flashed through Alger's mind, but he ultimately walked towards the central region with his lantern. After about 8 steps, he saw the gloomy picture. In just 3 seconds, his hands trembled. Thanks to the world, he had once seen the 6 Orthodox deities' anthropomorphic statues and naturally recognized that the arm-eating, heart-ripping and brain-guzzling figures were respectively the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even though he had committed disloyal acts and now believed in Mr. Fool, he ultimately considered himself a believer of the Lord of Storms. At that moment, he felt he had committed a grave sin of sacrilege, nearly digging out his eyes in horror. To not kill myself directly, it means that I really have become a false believer. He didn't dare take another look as he turned to Gehrman Sparrow. With a trembling voice he asked, "Those 3 are kings of angels?" "I can't give you confirmation. All I can say is that the eternal blazing sun is intimately connected to the White Angel," Klein vaguely answered. As expected, Alger immediately felt that the possibility was high. He was just about to say something when he heard a sharp screech, as though someone was using their fingernails to scratch the lid of a stone coffin. Schwing! Rip! Sizzle. Sharp, jarring sounds sounded from 3 stone coffins as the heavy lids were either flung open or blasted open, and 3 warped figures stood up. One wore an ancient white robe, its face riddled with pockmarks, and deep eyes across its neck, forehead, and hands. Beside it was a figure with huge palms and thick fingers, a layer of yellow-green pus slathered around its body. Opposite the two was a figure in a tattered brown jacket and a triangular hat, many parts of its skin having rotted away to reveal bone. Under its clothes, thick and slimy tentacles with fish scales had burrowed out, releasing a domineering and terrifying aura that made Klein feel as though he was facing a high-sequence beyonder from the Storm pathway. The 3 deceased bodies cast their eyes in the direction of Gehrman and Alger. One produced crackling silver bolts and another reflected the duo's figures in its countless eyes, and the last one spread its yellow-green mist and created brown vines. At the same time, they stormed over with loud, hurried footsteps as a 6-winged gargoyle rushed over. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't panic. His left hand reached into his pocket, tore open the wall of spirituality, and picked out Azik's copper whistle. He flicked his wrist and threw the whistle to the other side of the room. Without any surprises, he saw the 3 deceased bodies with terrifying auras turn and rush towards it like trained hounds. Upon seeing this, Alger's gaze froze before he made a decision. He threw his lantern and rushed for the door. His experience told him that while Gehrman could deal with the 3 deceased, he needed to hold back the gargoyle. Bang! Just as he arrived at the door, he saw it crack as a 6-winged gargoyle charged in with an 8-meter-long trident. He immediately drew a gasp as his eyes burned with rage. His muscles swelled, and under the aid of the wind he charged forward and brandished his dagger that swirled with silver lightning. Bang! He dodged the smashing trident and cleaved at the gargoyle's abdomen. Instantly, sparks flew as rubble sprayed everywhere. Alger flew backward as the gargoyle's charge was disrupted. Bang! He slammed heavily into the ground but didn't suffer any serious injuries, having created an air cushion in time. At this moment, the 3 deceased bodies had gathered to vie for Azik's copper whistle. Klein looked at them and calmly flipped Lemano's travels to a charred yellow page. This was a demigod-level power he had recently recorded, Lightning Storm. He then slid one finger across the notebook page with his death knell-wielding hand. At the same time, he looked at the 3 mutated deceased bodies and with a deep voice greeted them, "Bye-bye." Amidst sizzling sounds, bolts of lightning burst forth, meshing together to form a hurricane, enveloping the region where the copper whistle was, as well as the 3 deceased bodies. The entire tomb was instantly lit up like it was daytime. Even Alger nearly failed to open his eyes, his body instinctively trembling. With the aid of the wind, he leaped up, the hurricane taking form in his eyes, and once again charged at the 6-winged gargoyle that attempted to attack Gehrman Sparrow. Chapter 813, Tyrant. Alger knew that he didn't have any powers adequate against the 6-winged gargoyle's strong body. Of course, directly creating a resonance with its hearing organs through his singing was the most effective method, but now he was in a catacomb. Any acts of directly avoiding the gargoyle would only cause it to turn its gaze to Gehrman Sparrow. And most important of all, Alger suspected that his singing would have more adverse effects on his companion than what the gargoyle was capable of. Bang! The stone trident crashed heavily into the ground, blasting open an exaggerated crater and leaving the catacomb shaking. As for Alger, he didn't attempt to parry it. With the help of strong winds, he dodged to the right and soared up, dashing for the monster's head. At that moment, he saw the greyish-white eyes which burned with flames. Alger's mind turned sluggish as his body instantly stiffened. He had the feeling of being petrified again. Thanks to inertia, he continued soaring upwards but was unable to brandish his dagger, slamming straight into the gargoyle's head before being repelled backward. The heavy trident reflected in his eyes again as his thoughts were sluggish, making it impossible for him to put up any effective resistance. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him to the side. Bang! Rubble flew as the gargoyle's heavy trident blasted open another huge crater. Alger's body trembled as his vision regained its clarity. He was like someone who had woken up from an irresistible nightmare as he regained control over his body. Only then did he realize that Gehrman's sparrow had appeared by his side. "Do not lock gazes with it. Attack its chest," Klein succinctly advised as he pulled Alger away. Alger, having experienced many battles, knew what he meant. He nimbly circled to the gargoyle's flank, ran towards it, and waited for the stone trident to sweep over him before soaring high up to dodge. Whoosh! Another hurricane pushed him towards the gargoyle's chest. During this process he closed his eyes, pulled back his right arm and bulged his muscles. Then he threw out his dagger-wielding right fist. Howling wind blades and sizzling lightning were emitted along with it. Bang! Alger's right fist heavily struck the gargoyle's chest, producing an explosive effect that caused the stone to be covered in fine cracks. With a cracking sound, his dagger exploded into countless fragments. The strong recoil sent him flying back. In mid-air, he saw through the corner of his eye that Gehrman's sparrow had at some point circled to the front and cocked his revolver. Soon after, the cold adventurer raised his hand and aimed the black barrel at the gargoyle. Bang! A bullet tore through the pit in the gargoyle's chest and pierced it. Following the explosive boom, the greyish-white stone monster convulsed a few times before the flames in its eyes were extinguished. After a brief pause, it collapsed like a mountain. Death knell had delivered a lethal blow. Klein didn't speak or search for spoils. He immediately turned and headed for the charred area where Azic's copper whistle sat. Slippery. Fish-scaled tentacles moved as the deceased body with nearly half its body gone stood up, bolts of lightning still snaking around it. It was the domineering, tyrannous deceased body in a tattered brown jacket. But even so, it didn't sleep in peace. It was still attempting to fuse with the surrounding flesh and blood. One had to know that Klein had used lightning storm. The fact that the other two deceased went silent was a testament to its might. This awakened deceased body is problematic. Klein's heart stirred as he made Senor leap onto the smooth surface of Azic's copper whistle before attempting to possess the deceased. At that moment, through the marionette, Klein sensed a tyrannical and high-level repulsive force. The wraith was unable to possess it. Upon seeing this, Alger raised his hands and created a spiraling wind around the deceased body, but the wind was forcefully dissipated. The only thing to be happy about was that the deceased body didn't immediately attack, instead jumping to the left to pick up Azic's copper whistle. Klein immediately flicked his wrist and precisely flipped Leymano's Travels to the page with abyss shackles. As he swiped his hand onto the notebook, the shadows around the deceased body suddenly came to life, manifesting chains that shackled it firmly to the ground. Taking advantage of his opponent's brief pause, Klein raised his revolver in a deadpan manner. Different colors appeared in his vision. Aiming at the white, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A pale golden beam shot into the head of the deceased body, causing it to rupture. At the same time, the purifying bullet emitted a sun-like radiance. The deceased body melted like wax as it collapsed right beside Azic's copper whistle. Monsters that only move on instinct are much easier to deal with than beyonders of the same level. However, am I letting the copper whistle down? Klein repented for a second before controlling Senor to pick up the whistle and stuff it inside its body. He continued letting Senor investigate the fellow who could resist the possession effect, suspecting that the deceased had an item of a rather high level. Soon, Senor touched something and pulled it out. It was a card. On its face was a man wearing a papal tiara with both hands held up. Before him were prostrated believers, and behind him was lightning, dark clouds, gales, and waves. Klein was very familiar with the man because he had a portrait of this person. It was Emperor Roselle. To the top left of the pontiff-dressed Roselle, there was a line of text formed from resplendent starlight. Sequence 0, Tyrant. The card of blasphemy from the storm pathway? The Tyrant card? Klein instantly recalled how the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom addressed the Lord of Storms, Tyrant. Alger also saw the card as his gaze froze, flames of greed flaring in his eyes. He took a deep breath, moved his gaze away, and said, "The battle was intense. Perhaps other entities deep inside this cathedral have been awoken, so let's store away the things as quickly as possible and prepare to leave." "Mr. Hanged Man, do you think I'm not aware of that? What happened to our tacit teamwork? Indeed. The Tyrant card has affected you. you can hardly calm down. As Klein got Sinor to pick up the card and enter one of the deceased bodies to accelerate the production of the Beyonder characteristic, he coldly said, "You've already wasted 5 seconds." Alger was taken aback. Without another word, he walked to the remains of the 6-winged gargoyle and dug out the eyeball that glowed red. Then he patiently waited and extracted a translucent crystal from its shattered back. Elsewhere, with the wraith's help, the deceased body covered with yellow-green pus produced a blob of brown soil with roots and hidden blood vessels. Without wasting time to guess its sequence, Klein got Senor to store it away before heading for the deceased body, whose slippery tentacles were still twitching. Seeing what looked like a jellyfish with azure blue seawater in it take form, Klein and Alger suddenly heard a dragged-out sound. Sigh. This sighing came from deep within the cathedral, bringing with it an indescribable sense of ancientness. Chapter 8:14. Disappeared. A long sigh from deep within the cathedral left the back muscles of Klein and Alger tense with adrenaline. Without hesitation, Klein's left glove turned transparent as he vanished, appearing beside the hanged man. As he grabbed Alger's shoulder, Senor retrieved the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic and returned to the gold coin in the iron cigar case by a mirror leap. Immediately after, Klein and Alger's bodies turned incorporeal and invisible, leaving the catacombs silent once more. They teleported into mid-air a distance away, their figures materializing in the shadows of the clouds and the crimson moonlight. Subconsciously, both men turned to look back at the primitive island, wondering what changes would follow the sigh. They had escaped on pure instinct, sensing no actual danger, and now they couldn't help but feel curious. In their vision, the thick mist cloaking the island quickly dispersed, allowing the moonlight to shine down unobstructed. Floating amidst howling winds, Klein and Alger saw the island's present state through the sparse mist. It had vanished. The primitive island, with its demigod feathered serpent and various Beyonder creatures, was gone. The region now held only dark blue seawater, ebbing slightly as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Alger reached into his pocket, touching the 6-winged gargoyle's core crystal. If not for the spoils of their battle, he would have suspected it was all a dream, that he and Gehrman Sparrow had never found the real island. Klein had similar thoughts, feeling as though he were hallucinating. A giant island hiding secrets from mythical times couldn't just disappear without a trace. Thankfully, I didn't hesitate at all and chose to immediately escape. Otherwise, Mr. Hanged Man and I might really vanish, never to be found again. A deep sense of joy filled Klein. Not daring to stay any longer, he activated Daily, traveling again, vanishing with Alger into the spirit world. The final image frozen in their eyes was of the mist spreading once again with increasing density. After another teleportation, Klein and Alger returned to the deserted island, standing on a reef as waves struck the shore. Alger looked around and heaved a silent sigh of relief. He took out the 6-winged gargoyle's core crystal. "This is a shared spoil of war. You get to choose first." Klein didn't respond directly. He made Senor float beside him and presented the tyrant card, the brown soil Beyonder characteristic, and the jellyfish-like characteristic suspected to be from an ocean songster. After doing so, he said, "One battle, I'll choose first," thrice. He considered the fight against the 3 deceased bodies and the gargoyle as one engagement. Since he had contributed greatly, all spoils were pooled, and he had the right to the first 3 choices. Alger was taken aback, gaining a new understanding of the crazy adventurer before nodding. "Okay." Klein immediately reached toward his marionette and calmly took the tyrant card. This counts as twice. The card, along with the sea god's scepter, would allow him to act as a pseudo-demigod in his spirit-body state and was useful for his role as sea god. Its greatest value, however, was the high-sequence formulas of the storm pathway. This was why Klein didn't wait to return to Bayam to split the spoils. He feared the card would attract Sea King Jan Kottman. "It's up to you to say how many times it counts." Alger didn't object as he watched Gehrman take the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic. Klein considered it could be used to create a mystical item to replace his lost Murloc cufflink or be bestowed upon the Rorstead Archipelago's resistance. Putting the items away, Klein glanced at the hanged man, indicating his turn. Alger deliberated. Can I choose the Sequence 4 potion formula from that card of blasphemy? No problem, Klein nodded. I'll give it to you in the future. He planned to study the activated card above the grey fog after returning to Backland to be safe. All right. Even with his usual stateliness, Alger couldn't help but smile. He was close to digesting the Ocean Songster potion, and his path to advancement was now clearer. The key obstacle to becoming a Sequence 4 was the qualitative transformation of life's natural order. Countless Ocean Songsters in the Church of Storms failed to get an opportunity, and Alger didn't believe he, a mixed blood, would receive special treatment. His plan was to kill a famous pirate and obtain the cataclysmic Intera formula from him, letting the clues point to the mutated body on the primitive island. This way, the upper echelons of the church would suspect the pirate had found the card of blasphemy, giving Alger an advantage in the intense competition for advancement. If this method doesn't work, I can only secretly gather the corresponding ingredients. Once I become a Sequence 4, I'll immediately leave the church and become a pirate king. Alger reined in his thoughts as Gehrman Sparrow took the brown soil-like Beyonder characteristic. Glancing at the remaining items, Alger put away the greyish-white translucent crystal and handed the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball to Gehrman Sparrow. A mystical item made from it would be quite useful for him. After splitting the spoils, sealing them in boxes with walls of spirituality, Klein stored away Sinor. He grabbed the Hanged Man, and their figures turned faint as they entered the spirit world. After the travelling was completed, they appeared on a mountain on the biome outskirts near the cemetery, as if they had never left. Alger nodded at Gehrman Sparrow. If you need any mystical items created, I shall bear the corresponding costs. It's a pleasure working with you. Wearing the transparent glove, Klein gave a terse answer before vanishing. He teleported to a secluded corner in Biome City. Next, I need to select a lucky pirate. Klein muttered silently. He changed his appearance and smeared blood over Lemano's travels. With bounty notices for him everywhere, and Sea King Jan Kotman in the city, being recognized would be nasty. On the mountainside, Alger looked up at the crimson moon and countless stars. He inhaled slowly, letting the refreshing saltiness of the seaside cleanse his body. The exploration had been the most dangerous adventure he had ever had. He doubted they could have escaped alive without Gehrman Sparrow's teleportation. However, as Mr. Fool's blessed, the world should have other trump cards, he mused. Yes, that card of blasphemy. Was this an instruction from Mr. Fool? He had already foreseen it. Perhaps he even knows the existence that produced that sigh. Back then, Chilangos might have seen the tyrant card but had lacked the ability to obtain it. That must be why he said that. Alger's mind churned as he slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 8:15, After Action Review. Gehrman Sparrow's figure materialized inside his bedroom at 160 Birkeland Street, his black trench coat fluttering. He stood silently for a moment, his half-top hat perfectly straight. Across the room, the form of Dwayne Dantes lying in bed turned incorporeal and receded into a small, palm-sized mirror. Probably no one came tonight. Orodes didn't cause any trouble. Seeing the quiet state of the room, Klein felt a sense of relief. He allowed his body to grow taller, his sideburns to grey, and his blue eyes to deepen, transforming back into the dignified appearance of Dwayne Dantes. As he changed, watery ripples stirred across the surface of the mirror, and silver light coalesced to form words. "Great Master, I didn't do anything today. No, I seriously acted as the sleeping Dwayne Dantes. In addition, I encountered something. Do you wish to know what it was?" Klein ignored Orodes' initial plea for praise, his heart skipping a beat at the second line. He took off his hat, tossing it onto a nearby reclining chair. "Tell me," he said, his voice deep. The words on the mirror dissolved and reformed into new text. "A lady peeked into this house when she was walking past this street. How does that matter? There are plenty of people who admire the surroundings when passing by every day." Before Klein could voice his dismissal, the aqueous light on the mirror's surface stirred again, outlining a figure. The person was dressed unusually, wearing a spirit medium's black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush. She was beautiful but possessed an uncanny air. It was Daily Simone. The image showed her on a carriage moving down Buckland Street, turning her head to stare at Unit 160 for more than 3 seconds. Man, she not only had an impression of Dwayne Dantes because of his eyes, but she has also grasped something about the situation. Klein frowned slightly. Anything else? No. Rhodes presented the word, sketching a symbol for a sworn oath beneath it. Klein nodded, sent the mirror away, and began to set up a ritual. Using a candle, he summoned and responded to himself, intending to bring his spoils of war from the primitive island above the grey fog. He planned to properly separate Gehrman Sparrow's belongings from Dwayne Dantes's, unwilling to overlook any details. Pah! He snapped his fingers, and a scarlet flame ignited on the candlewick. Flame. Flame. Klein's gaze froze. He quickly shut his eyes and turned around, his back facing the candle. Then, he mentally commanded his marionette Senor to approach the desk. Senor's body trembled violently during the process, but he ultimately managed to extend his right hand and extinguish the fire. I'll sleep for the night and think about it tomorrow. No, I have the Tyrant card on me, and it has already been activated. Even as he tried to calm himself, he realized the danger. The wall of spirituality might not be enough to completely screen out the attraction from those of the same pathway. It would only weaken its influence. Back in Bayam, his visits had been brief for this very reason. After a few seconds, he took a slow, deep breath, raised his hand, and lit the candle once more. He forced back the rising horror and had Senor bring 2 more candles to set up a full sacrificial ritual, thereby skipping the step where he would need to respond to the summoning flame. With everything in place, Klein turned with great difficulty, lowering his head piously without looking directly at the candlelight, and chanted the fool's honorific name. He completed the ritual through sheer willpower, his eyes stinging with tears, and successfully sent all the items above the grey fog. Phew! Klein exhaled in relief. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived in the silent, mysterious space. Seated in the fool's high-backed chair, he first picked up the Tyrant card and activated its hidden content. The card of blasphemy immediately became a 3-dimensional palm-sized book. Flipping through the pages, he found each one depicted Roselle Gustave in a different guise. A sailor, a captain holding a sextant, or a man singing loudly against a seascape. Klein was rendered speechless, increasingly convinced that his fellow transmigrator was profoundly narcissistic. I'll be really impressed if the Demoness card also uses his image. He lampooned internally while reading the contents, analyzing the sequence names, ingredients, and rituals of the Storm Pathway. Sequence 9, Sailor. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. Sequence 7, Seafarer. Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Sequence 4, Cataclysmic Interrer. Sequence 3, Sea King. Sequence 2, Calamity. Sequence 1, Thunder God. Sequence 0, Tyrant. The ritual to become Tyrant, the Lord of Storms, was vastly different from that of the Black Emperor. It required hundreds of thousands of followers to submit out of fear, a direct challenge against a true deity, another Sequence 0 which one had to survive, and finally consuming the potion in that atmosphere of fear and submission. This sucks. A Sequence 1 who hasn't experienced a qualitative change is to challenge a Sequence 0 true deity. Doesn't that spell almost certain death? Klein pondered. Besides, what if there's no Sequence 0 during that era? The core of this ritual is the courage to challenge a deity, with massive feelings of fear and submission. He noted that while the Tyrant couldn't resurrect like the Black Emperor, he could transform into lightning and potentially create planet-level disasters. Roselle's descriptions of the powers themselves were quite vague, focusing more on the formula and ritual. Klein summoned a piece of paper and a fountain pen, recording the Cataclysmic Interer's potion formula. He added a note in the style of the World Gehrman Sparrow. Avoid recalling the contents of that picture usually. This was a warning for the Hanged Man. Matters involving a Sequence 0 required extreme caution. Simply seeing the mural wasn't the end of it. Frequently recalling it could invite disaster, like a sudden lightning strike or a fatal aneurysm. The ritual for Cataclysmic Interrer itself was also extremely dangerous, requiring the advancer to consume the potion amidst earthquakes and tsunamis. After folding the note and setting it aside, he used divination to confirm the beyonder characteristics he had obtained, were from the Mentor of Disorder, Ocean Songster, and Druid pathways. Finally, Klein had the time to reflect on his exploration and the information it contained. Eternal Blazing Sun is clearly of the Sun pathway, and that City of Silver Creator is also known as the ancient Sun God. Based on Fourth Epoch history and elven murals, this was clear. But according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, there couldn't be a sequence 1 when a sequence 0 of the same pathway existed. This implied the white angel from the mural wasn't a king of angels. Yet if he wasn't a king of angels, he would have had no right to partake in the Creator's feast. Several possibilities emerged. Perhaps the Eternal Blazing Sun had switched pathways to become a god, or maybe the City of Silver Creator's main authority wasn't the sun. He might have allocated parts of his authority to his angels, elevating them to kings of angels. Another possibility was that the Creator had a unique ability to allow a sequence 2 of the same pathway to advance. Klein's thoughts then shifted to the cathedral's builder. He conjured a piece of goatskin and began listing key points to find a connection. That primitive island was discovered by Chilangos and Mr. Hanged Man. Chilangos received a mission from the Twilight Hermit Order. To obtain a priceless item, he headed to Backland to assassinate Duke Negan, and he ended up dying at Mr. Azik's hands. Chilangos told Mr. Hanged Man that deep inside the ruin was a precious item that was in no way worse than Razel's tarot card, but it was something that could only be obtained at Sequence 5. He later obtained Creeping Hunger and became a pirate admiral, with a strength already equivalent to a Sequence 5. That tyrant card remains deep inside the cathedral's catacombs. Chilangos didn't make any subsequent attempts, or did his attempts fail? That cathedral was built by an existence who worships the ancient sun god. The mural depicts the dark history of the true deities before the cataclysm and is clearly on the ancient sun god's side. The Twilight Hermit Order is suspected to be established by the son of God Adam, with the goal of resurrecting the ancient sun god, the City of Silver Creator. That primitive island suddenly disappeared as though it never existed. Adam is an angel of imagination. Amongst the Twilight Hermit Order's core members, there's at least one angel of the spectator pathway, Hermes. The Twilight Hermit Order tends to select members of the Sailor, Reader, or Sun pathways. It has a high chance of possessing high-sequence ingredients and items from the Storm Domain. There might be angels from the Storm Domain in it. Lowering his pen, Klein studied the list, a slow guess beginning to form in his mind. Chapter 816, Completing the Transaction. After listing all the important points, Klein rapped the edge of the mottled table, silently wondering. The one who sighed in the depths of the cathedral is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? He speculated that Chilangos had caught the Order's attention after venturing deep into the ruins, later receiving Creeping Hunger and becoming a pirate admiral. If that's the case, it can be understood why he didn't go to the primitive island again to take away the Tyrant card after possessing the strength of a Sequence 5. It's yours only if it's given. You can't touch it if it's not given. Regardless, the primitive island clearly had a strong connection to the Twilight Hermit Order. It seemed plausible that the hidden member had intentionally allowed them to reach the tomb and see the mural of the Kings of Angels feasting on the Creator, happy for that lost history to spread. The sigh likely came from the unexpected speed with which they had dispatched the Guardians and obtained the Tyrant card. Under normal circumstances, they might have been put in danger, only to be saved by the hidden existence and recruited into the Order's outer circle. Klein carefully used he to refer to this entity, even suspecting it might be the former King of Angels, Adam. Of course, he couldn't be certain, as divination would be useless against such a being. If it's really as I guessed, does that mean that I missed the chance of joining the Twilight Hermit Order? The thought was a mix of regret and fear. Joining could have led him to the second blasphemy slate and the high-sequence seer formulas. However, given Gehrman Sparrow's mysterious background, the more likely outcome would have been immediate execution, followed by spirit channeling. For a moment, he considered sending the Hanged Man back to the island to infiltrate the Order. Sigh, but the problem is that the primitive island has vanished. Otherwise, Mr. Hanged Man really has a chance of being a quadruple spy. Klein snapped his fingers, making the paper disappear as he pushed the night's exploration to the back of his mind. Still, he warned himself to remain vigilant for any abnormalities in his daily life, fearing the hidden existence might have allowed their escape for some deeper motive. Glancing at the items on the table, Klein flipped the Tyrant card over, placing it beside the Black Emperor card, and considered how to deal with the other spoils. He planned to sell the Sequence 5 Druid characteristic to Frank Lee via the Hermit Catleya. But the problem is whether I want to accelerate the destruction of this world, he thought with a self-deprecating laugh. Allowing a dangerous individual like Frank Lee to advance meant no one knew what strange species he might create. What if he plants himself and obtains a bunch of Franks? The world would truly be in danger if that happens. He decided to let Admiral of Stars worry about it. He was just selling the characteristic, after all. His initial plan for the Ocean Songster characteristic was to create a mystical item, while the Mentor of Disorder characteristic would be sold. It overlapped with his Gloves Baron of Corruption power, and he was realizing that too many mystical items with their stacked negative effects were a burden. Creeping Hunger, Death Knell, and a few purifying bullets were sufficient for most situations. For more complex scenarios, he could rent Leymano's Travels or use Grossel's Travels for defense. In terms of fixed assets, I'm considered a true tycoon. He sighed, sweeping the characteristics into his junk pile along with the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball. After organizing everything, he returned to the real world. On Saturday morning, Fours was awoken by a transmission from the world via Mr. Fool. He was returning Leymano's Travels. After rubbing her eyes and seeing her messy hair, she decided to wash up before preparing the ritual. She had finally sold her 2 properties the day before for £6,550 after taxes. To her chagrin, collecting the 600 gold coins required for the transaction had been surprisingly difficult. Phew, I can finally repay the debt and complete the transaction, she thought, combing her hair. She had celebrated her newfound wealth the previous night with half a bottle of Lanty, leaving her in a terrible state. During the ritual, Fours paid £5,200 and 600 gold coins, closing the assassination commission and receiving an Interrogator Beyonder characteristic. This left her with £2,530 in cash. She saw the door of sacrifice and bestowment light up as 2 items flew out, Leymano's Travels and a light blue translucent hexagonal prism containing streaks of lightning. Mr. World sure has many Beyonder characteristics on hand, she sighed silently. After thanking Mr. Fool and ending the ritual, she picked up Leymano's Travels to check for new Beyonder powers. Her gaze froze as she flipped through the pages. 2 of the charred yellow pages were now filled with mysterious patterns representing 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers. How extravagant, Fours muttered. It was the first time she had ever seen a demigod power she could freely use. Her first thought, as a romance author, was that Gehrman Sparrow was pursuing her. She quickly dismissed the idea, remembering they had never met and that he was a cold, powerful assassin. She concluded he likely had easy access to demigod-level help and didn't mind lending the powers. Phew, I should try not to use it. I'll let Mr. World use it when he rents it again, she thought, too intimidated to take advantage of the terrifying man. After composing herself, she identified the new powers with her crystal ball. She found them all useful, except for one called Full Moon. If I wish to commit suicide, this is quite a useful one, she muttered before closing the book, planning to give Shio the Interrogator characteristic that evening. At 7 that evening, Klein, dressed in starched clothes, waited with butler Walter and valet Richardson to welcome guests to his ball. Soon a familiar face approached, Aaron Ceres. The famous surgeon was helping his pregnant wife up the steps. Pregnant lady, Klein's heart stirred, and he walked over with a beaming smile to greet them. Chapter 817, Guests. As a polite gentleman, Klein did not stare at Aaron's wife, instead addressing the famous surgeon directly. Good evening, Aaron. How may I address your lovely companion? Aaron's demeanor remained cool, but he offered a polite smile as he handed over an intricately packed bottle of red wine. My wife, Wilma Gladys, a middle school teacher. It appears you're about to become a father again. When's it due? Klein asked, accepting the present. He had planned to discuss new surgical techniques with Dr. Aaron, but was pleasantly surprised by the presence of his pregnant wife, who was expecting the unborn snake of Mercury, Will or Septin. Aaron glanced at his wife's belly with a smile. Early July. If you don't mind, I wish to invite you to his birth party. Just then the gentle black-haired Wilma held her stomach and exclaimed in pain. What happened? Aaron asked in concern. He kicked me, but he's calmed down, Wilma replied, her expression easing. She smiled at Dwayne Dantes. Because of my pregnancy, I've been home all the time and haven't been to such balls in a while. Feeling pent up at home, I got Aaron to bring me along. Although I can't dance, I'll be able to chat with the other ladies, and I'll even find some time to play some cards. Your presence honors me, Klein replied sincerely. I will come for his birth party in early July. After a few more pleasantries, Klein handed the gift to his valet, Richardson, and had him lead the three guests into the hall. He soon received his second guest, Bishop Electra, who was wearing his usual black clergyman robe, accompanied by his female partner. She was a lady in her early 20s with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, looking at everything with a sense of wonder. Good evening, Your Excellency. My sleep has recently been excellent, Klein said, feigning ignorance of the Church of Evernight's secret efforts. Electra tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. This is a blessing of the goddess. He then introduced his partner. She's my wife, Shona Johnson. Nice to meet you. You are a lot younger than I imagined, Klein greeted Shona with a polite, half-joking nod. He silently calculated her age, recalling that the bishop had married 2 years prior. This age difference is quite huge. In a few years, I might have to introduce a particular chubby apothecary to him. Upon hearing the joke, Electra felt uneasy and coughed gently. She's someone who likes a bustle. If she's free, she has no wish to miss any ball. Klein's attention was then drawn to Ma'am Mary alighting from her carriage. After Bishop Electra and his wife entered, Klein smiled at Mary. Ma'am, perhaps we will be fellow workers next week. His hired legal and accounting team had cleared the Coim company for investment, and he was set to finalize the purchase of 3% of its shares for £12,800. Mary chuckled. I already treat you as a partner. This seems to have a deeper meaning to it. Klein's heart stirred, but he feigned ignorance and extended his hand. I hope for a pleasant partnership. As more guests arrived, Klein, aided by his faceless abilities, warmly received each one, recalling the appropriate topics of conversation. It's no wonder that a butler's help is often needed at such times, he thought, just as Member of Parliament Macht and his family arrived. Good evening. Today's starry sky is especially beautiful, he said with a smile. Macht handed him a bottle of Black Rand. I've been in Backland for nearly 20 years, but the number of starry skies I've seen combined cannot even compare to the number I've seen this year. I hope there will be more with time, Klein replied, then turned to Ma'am Rihanna. I heard that the both of you have gotten a boarding school for Miss Hazel? Rihanna glanced at her daughter, who maintained a polite but cold expression. Boarding school education is becoming increasingly popular. And most importantly, perhaps Hazel will get to know more friends. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem too happy about this arrangement. She probably can't bear to part with the sewers here. Klein lampooned internally. After a brief chat, he welcomed the Macht family inside. When it was almost time, he ascended to the second floor and stood behind the railing overlooking the hall. Gesturing for the musicians to pause, he held a cup of champagne and surveyed the guests. I'm very happy that all of you can grace this ball with your presence. First, I'd like to thank the goddess as well as you. I've prepared for everyone local music and food from Desi, and I hope you will like it. After a simple speech, Klein walked down the stairs to invite a lady for the opening dance. As an unmarried man with no family present, the situation was potentially awkward. However, his experienced butler had hired a socialite for the occasion. Klein approached the lady, Aurea, a widow with a notable status in high society. She had an excellent figure with alluring curves. If not for her average looks, Klein might have suspected she was a demoness. Ma'am, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Klein asked, his posture flawless. Aurea smiled, extending her hand. You are a gentleman that cannot be rejected. That sounds ambiguous. Klein thought as he held her hand and led her to the dance floor. They began to dance to a village folk song, a common choice in high society. "You dance really well. If Wahana hadn't mentioned it before, I wouldn't believe that you weren't able to dance before," Aurea said, leaning in close. Klein felt a little uneasy at her proximity but smiled. "I just didn't know how to dance such dances. In fact, I'm good at the kind of dances from Desi Bay and the southern continent where there's greater freedom. I also like those kinds of dances. They are full of strength and passion," Aurea replied, gyrating her body intimately as they danced. Towards the end, she said with a suppressed chuckle, "If it wasn't for the rumors, I would even suspect that you don't fancy women because you're a little stiff. However, I no longer have any doubts." She glanced down as she spoke. Klein felt a rush of embarrassment. She was adept at creating a suggestive atmosphere. However, as the experienced Dwayne Dantes, he couldn't admit defeat. He smiled naturally. Stiffness is a result of not being used to Backlund's social scene. "I can teach you," Aurea chuckled. As the music ended, she stepped back and winked. "You're really passionate." The double entendre almost made Klein blush. He maintained a stoic expression, bowed, and escorted Aurea back to her spot. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wilma Gladys heading toward the long table, apparently for the first batch of ice cream. Chapter 8 and 18, Warning. Klein's gaze moved away from Wilma Gladys, lingering on the pastries like carrot cake and cream puffs, as well as the roasted poussin, stewed lamb, seared ribeye, and Desi roasted fish. He gulped slightly, forcing himself to retract his gaze as he prepared to invite Ma'am Mary for the second dance. As the host, he couldn't skip any of the first 3 dances, so he had to temporarily forget his hunger. At that moment, Wilma Gladys, her pregnancy evident, walked to the spot with the ice cream. She reached out her hand before retracting it. "You want some?" Dr. Aaron, who had stayed by his pregnant wife's side, asked. Wilma Gladys sternly shook her head. "No, I don't. I'm pregnant. It's not good to have ice cream. However, the little fella in my tummy seems to want a little, just a little." Dr. Aaron nodded indiscernibly. "Then have some. Leave the rest to me." Wilma immediately revealed an irresistible smile. "You spoil him too much." She didn't object as she watched her husband pick up a scoop of ice cream. After 2 bites, Wilma closed her eyes, then suddenly shifted her gaze to a few ladies who hadn't participated in the first dance. They were chatting in hushed tones, their faces alight with suggestive smiles as they often covered their mouths to laugh covertly. "What interesting matters are they talking about?" Wilma's curiosity was instantly piqued. After informing her husband, she walked over. However, the ladies quickly dispersed as though awaiting the second dance. Disappointed, Wilma asked the young lady who remained, "Do you know what they were discussing about?" "I'm not interested in their topics," Hazel said, glancing at the pregnant lady beside her without faulting her for the slight impoliteness. Only then did Wilma notice that Hazel, with her long black-green hair, held a cup of champagne and looked as though she had no wish to be invited to a dance. She has a sense of pride that stems from the bottom of her heart. Even when looking at baronet madams, she will only maintain the most basic courtesy. This is a delightful character, but the problem is that she's like that to everyone. She's overly cold and aloof. Perhaps she's in the rebellious stage that Emperor Roselle had mentioned before. As a middle school teacher, Wilma couldn't help but make the inward comment before moving away to find ladies she was familiar with. After completing 3 dances, Klein finally had a brief reprieve to eat and drink some thirst-quenching sweet iced tea. Due to the influence of Death Knell, he had drunk a little too much, and after a short conversation with Bishop Electra, he had to apologize and head to the washroom. In truth, he could have held out longer, but he felt the snake of fate Will Orseptin might have wanted to communicate with him. Although he is an unborn fetus and came here passively, if he doesn't wish to meet me, he has 100 ways to stop his mother from heading out. In short, it's worth giving it a try. Klein mumbled as he entered the washroom and locked the door. While he was debating whether to deal with his burgeoning bladder or wait, his spiritual perception triggered. He looked at the mirror. At some point, a black pram covered in shadows had appeared, inside which a child wrapped in silver silk was discernible. The child used a clear voice and said, "Your fate deviated a little." What happened? Klein tensed up immediately. Will Orseptin scoffed. You should ask yourself. All I know is that you likely met an angel. Klein recalled his experiences on the primitive island. After contemplating, he asked with a frown, Can angels see my uniqueness? I've met Orange Light, and he said that only a few high-level creatures of the spirit world, as well as deities with certain unique authorities or beyonders who represent fate, can discover this point to a certain extent. Of course, close contact has to be made. In the pram, Will Orseptin sucked at his thumb and laughed. Probably not, because you aren't dangerous. Besides, apart from you being unique, some items on you or your companion might have a similar uniqueness that can garner the interest of that person. Items on me, my companions. Klein's mind raced as he realized he had missed something. He had brought Grossel's Travels to the Primitive Island, a book created by the Dragon of Imagination, Ankerwelt. If that primitive island is related to the Twilight Hermit Order, he will likely be interested in the notebook. After all, the leader of the organization is the Angel of Imagination, Adam. And it's because of this notebook that I was allowed to take away the Tyrant card, while also preventing me and Mr. Hangman from continuing the exploration. He asked, How should I resolve this? There's no need. In the long term, this should be something good, but there might be some trouble midway, Will Orseptin replied. Furthermore, you are already burdened with so many matters. An additional matter wouldn't matter. I warned you so that you can take note so as to not be struck by trouble. Makes sense. One stops worrying when there are too many debts. Perhaps it might create opportunities and let my debtors end up fighting. Klein echoed inwardly. He asked instead, My friend who wishes to obtain a drop of a mythical creature's blood wishes to know exactly what you need. What do I need? Will Orseptin scoffed. There's plenty I need, for example, the means to accommodate the die of probability, or how to finish off Ouroboros. If it's possible, you can take as many vials of blood as you want. But can it be done? If it's possible, why take the risk to finish off Ouroboros? Wouldn't it be easier to just deal with a weak snake of fate like you? As Klein lampooned, he shook his head. No. Then think of something else. I'm not in a rush. Will paused. There's a very arrogant lady at the ball tonight. There's something wrong with her. If you have the chance to chat with her, you can lead the topic of conversation towards dreams. Hazel? Dreams, Klein nodded. Okay. Seeing Will was about to leave, he hurriedly said, That paper crane is about to tear. How should I contact you in the future when I encounter an emergency? Will Orseptin fell silent. Are you hoping that I can fold a paper crane for you in my mother's tummy? If I have any desire to find you, and as long as you live here, I can do so at any time during dreams. If you have any emergency matters, just visit my father directly. After all, don't you have to wait when using the paper crane? All right, as a fetus who hasn't been born, I need to have more sleep. All Klein could do was nod. If there's nothing else from you. Just as Will was about to dissipate, he paused. Another thing. What is it? Klein tensed up again. Will dragged out his tone. The ice cream your cook made is too sweet. Ah? Klein didn't react until the black pram vanished. He then snapped out of his daze, the corners of his lips twitching. After settling his own problem, he washed his hands and found Richardson. Go to the kitchen and get them to lower the sweetness of the ice cream that is subsequently being made. Richardson immediately did as told, only later realizing his employer hadn't touched the ice cream yet. He quickly concluded that a guest must have kindly informed Mr. Dantes. As the previous dance was still happening, Klein walked to the long table to seize the opportunity to have some delicacies. Just as he selected a piece of Desi roasted fish, Wilma Gladys picked up a cup of sweet iced tea. She nodded at him and smiled. This beverage is nice. I've never had it before. It's sweet iced tea from the south, Klein explained, glancing at her tummy. He seems to be very obedient. Oh, perhaps it's a she. Wilma smiled. Most of the time, but there might be some stirrings in the middle of the night at times. Middle of the night, at times. Don't tell me it's when he's replying to my questions. Klein suddenly broke out into a sweat. He feigned ignorance and cast his attention back to his plate. When the new dance began, Klein handed his plate to an attendant and glanced at Hazel. He walked over and bowed with a smile. Lady, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Hazel fell silent for a few seconds, then placed her cup on a tray. It will be my pleasure. Chapter 819. Gift. Amidst a soothing melody, Klein and Hazel began dancing with their backs straight. One was tall and slim, and apart from the clear difference in age, their movements and demeanor were highly compatible, making for a beautiful sight. Klein took the initiative to break the silence. As they twirled, he casually said, "I often had nightmares some time ago, but thankfully I had the goddess's blessings. I prayed a few times at the cathedral and drank a few cups of holy water, and after that I stopped jolting awake." Hazel silently looked up and after 2 seconds asked, "What kind of nightmare?" "To think you will be interested in such a topic. Will Orseptin was right after all." Klein replied with a smile, "I was being pursued by all kinds of monsters inside an abandoned, dilapidated cathedral. But you probably know, it's almost impossible to remember the details in a dream. I find it difficult to describe those monsters." Hazel's bright brown eyes were colored with dissent, implying she believed dreams weren't necessarily impossible to recall. Klein took a step diagonally with her in his arms. "Indeed, I've had a very clear dream in the past. Back then, I was still in the southern continent. I dreamed of an inverted mausoleum. It was constructed from pitch-black stone columns that extended underground. There were zombies covered in white feathers that appeared from them in a bid to pull me in. I had such dreams for several days, and it's really quite embarrassing. I was very afraid back then, so I frantically went to a nearby city and found a divination club. I got them to interpret my dream, and I received the conclusion that during one of my purchases of local goods, I had offended the faith of a tribe that believed in death. Strangely, when I went to the tribe to apologize, gave them gifts, and participated in their celebrations, I never had that dream again." He fabricated the story from his experience as a seer, aiming to pique Hazel's interest while subtly suggesting she seek help for any recurring dreams. When Will Orseptin mentioned something was wrong with Hazel, Klein suspected her dilemma stemmed from a dream. It would explain how a high society lady, despite being at least a sequence 8, had such a severe lack of knowledge about the mysterious world. He theorized she had been contacted by a powerful beyonder through her dreams, slowly guided to become a beyonder without the necessary knowledge, and enticed to search the sewers. This theory was solidified by Will's words and the fact that sequence 5 of the Marauder pathway was Dream Stealer. Hazel quietly listened, her mouth subconsciously gaping before closing. After nearly 10 seconds, she asked, "Why didn't you head to the goddess's cathedral?" As expected, she's reacting to topics about dreams. However, she's quite careful and doesn't divulge anything. Klein smiled wryly. There weren't any cathedrals of the goddess around. It was a region that held faith in the god of steam and machinery. Hazel didn't continue the topic, focusing back on the dance. After it ended, Klein escorted her back and headed for the long table to get a cup of sweet iced tea. There he saw Bishop Electra enjoying some red wine. "How is it? This should be your first time holding such a grand ball, right?" Electra smiled. Klein replied, "Very troublesome. The biggest problem is that having so many dances in a row is exhausting. I kept sweating and wanted to drink more water." Bishop Electra chuckled. "When you're here in Backland, don't slack on any physical exercise. At times, the social scene is more tiring than you can imagine." He added with a jibing smile, "Ma'am Aurea has endorsed you, believing that your character matches your appearance." "I'd like to thank her for her endorsement." Klein replied jokingly, "A person's character cannot be identified from a single dance." Before Electra could flash a knowing smile, he switched topics. "Your Excellency, I've recently involved myself in some business, and I'm afraid that I might offend a gentleman in power. I'm a little worried." Electra took a sip of red wine. "Don't worry. Backland follows the rule of law. Besides, the goddess will bless you." "That's relieving. Praise the lady." Klein seriously drew the crimson moon on his chest. After Electra left, his gaze darkened. He felt a slight guilty conscience. The Church of Evernite had been good to him, yet he was planning to deal with the keepers and steal from behind Chanis Gate. "Sigh, if this plan takes too long to complete, I'd really need periodic psychological treatment. Otherwise, I'll have some mental problems." Klein thought, shaking his head indiscernibly. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Shio came home with finer pot of pies and Desi Bay's sweet iced tea. "Don't eat too much of such food. It's unhealthy," she said to Fours. "Why do you say that?" Fours asked, taking a bite of pie. "I read about it in a magazine. As a bounty hunter, maintaining one's figure is a necessity," Shio said, hesitating before taking a pie herself. Fours scoffed. "You're a Beyonder geared for combat. Perhaps you might have missed out on your final opportunity to grow taller as a result." "Oh right, I heard that the warrior pathway has an effective way of raising a person's height," Shio sighed. "But I was born as a half-arbiter. I have no way of becoming a warrior." After they finished eating, Fours pulled Shio into her bedroom. "You've helped me tremendously, so I plan on giving you a present. What troublesome matter do you need help with this time?" Shio asked warily. Fours blinked, then chuckled dryly. "This is for the past, the past." She took out a metal cigar box. "I don't smoke," Shio said. Fours opened the box, revealing a translucent light blue hexagonal pillar. Shio's gaze froze. "Interrogator?" "Yes, a participant at a Beyonder gathering was selling it cheaply. I was afraid of missing the opportunity and hurriedly bought it," Fours said truthfully. "As you know, I've recently been rewarded by my teacher." Shio found it unbelievable that her friend could so easily buy such a gift. Is she still gambling, or did she finally rob a bank vault? She decided to secretly observe Fours in the coming days. "It's too valuable," Shio said, trying to reject it. Fours smiled. "I'll have matters to trouble you with in the future. Just treat it as an advanced payment." "We're good friends. There's no need to talk about payment," Shio hesitated. "I was waiting for you to say that." Fours beamed. "Then treat it as an early birthday present. Don't you reject it." "But my birthday is more than half a year away," Shio muttered, eventually taking the interrogator characteristic. On Sunday afternoon, Shio headed out to leave a mark to schedule a meeting with the masked man from MI9. Having digested her sheriff potion, she was eager to receive more missions to accumulate contributions for the interrogator formula. Afterward, she planned to tail Fours to figure out what her friend was up to. However, the moment she entered East Borough, she had a hunch that someone was staring at her. Chapter 820. 2 Dazed Instances. Who is it? As a sheriff, Shio had a sharp intuition for being monitored. Her heart tensed as her mind raced. In the past few weeks, nothing noteworthy had happened. The criminals she apprehended were not Beyonders. She quickly narrowed the suspects down to one faction. A member from the Aurora Order? I didn't attend Mr. X's gathering, and an accident happened. The person from MI9 said that Mr. X was assassinated on the spot. Furthermore, the assassin had used powers at the demigod level. Is the Aurora Order investigating the possible culprits? Every invitee is in their sights? Though sometimes careless, Shio's intuition in her field was strong, allowing her to figure out the crux of the matter. She was thankful Fours had stopped her from attending the gathering, but she also felt she could stand up to any investigation. When she met the masked man from MI9, she had been frank and accepted the mission to find the truth, though she had no clues. That man from MI9 said that the members of Aurora Order are either lunatics or potential lunatics. You can't use common sense to guess at their actions. Even if they believe that there's nothing wrong with me, they can kill me in passing to vent their anger as a warning to the real murderer. Stressed, Shio revised her path through East Borough, choosing a route that offered help from friends in case of an ambush. As she walked, her mind went into a daze. She suddenly found herself back at her residence in Sherwood Borough. Shio entered blankly and drank some water when Fours patted her on the shoulder. "Accompany me to East Borough." Shio was taken aback, saying something very familiar. "You want to head out to gather material?" Fours explained she had a mission to find ghost dust and the deadline was looming, so they had to go to East Borough. Shio hesitated. "Can't you push it back a day? I'm planning to participate in Mr. X's gathering." Fours wore a bitter look, insisting it couldn't wait. Shio sighed and agreed. Just as they were about to exit, a gust of wind struck Shio's face. She trembled and snapped awake to see a wandering poet playing a guitar in a corner. She frowned and rubbed her temples, feeling as though her mind had gone adrift, but unable to remember what about. Maintaining her vigilance, she followed her original route into a bar. On the way, she met an informant, a young man named Sherman. "Sherman, did anything happen in the past few days?" Shio greeted. Sherman grinned. It's been peaceful. No man offered to buy me any drinks. Drinking is bad, Shio advised seriously, walking past him to the bar counter. Sherman spat and walked to his condominium, swaying his hips. After pausing for a minute, he knocked on the adjacent door. It creaked open as a low, sweet female voice sounded. Have you made your decision? Sherman entered and closed the door. He looked at the black-dressed lady on the bed and said, I'm still doubtful. I don't believe that there's something as magical as that. The lady replied with a deadpan expression, Haven't you seen the picture of my former appearance? Her gaze shifted with a sense of melancholy. But that might have been your twin brother. I find it difficult to believe that there really is a substance to change me into a woman. Sherman said, his tone wavering. The lady chuckled humorlessly. Then, you can pretend that it's fake. You may leave. Sherman's hands tightened as he fell silent. I am willing to give it a try. Although I know that you might be bluffing me, I still wish to give it a try. Then, what should be the price I need to pay? Listen to my instructions and help me do certain tasks. Don't worry, there will definitely be things you are capable of, the lady said. To truly change your sex, you need to drink 3 potions and complete certain rituals. I'll guide you. She added self-deprecatingly, you can consider your female name. That night, in an alley at Iron Gate Street, Shio stood under a shattered street lamp. After confirming she wasn't being tailed, she had returned home and secretly observed Fours, who stayed in all day. She smokes and drinks excessively. Shio silently clenched her teeth as a figure in a black suit and golden mask emerged from the shadows. It was her MI9 contact. Is there anything urgent? He asked directly. Shio replied in a domineering tone, I was tailed in East Borough. I suspect that it's someone from the Aurora Order. They seem to be investigating what happened during the gathering. The lunatics from the Aurora Order are like that. Although they know that we're also investigating the matter and are finding them, they don't shrink back. If it's not because of that, they wouldn't always be suffering setbacks, the golden-masked man said with a laugh. To be frank, I'm very surprised that they didn't directly surround you and bring you to a secluded place to interrogate and channel your spirit. Shio was about to say the person hadn't tailed her long when she recalled the inexplicable days. She deliberated and said, I'm not sure what I encountered. For a very brief period of time, I seemed to be in a daze and can't remember what I recalled. The man fell silent for nearly 20 seconds. The investigation pertaining to you should have ended. The importance the Aurora Order has placed on this matter has exceeded my imagination. I will report this matter. You mentioned that many Beyonders received the invitation but didn't attend. Shio nodded. The participants of each gathering doesn't exceed 1/3 of the number of people invited. This is mostly normal for a gathering. It's not an exception for Mr. X's gathering either. The masked man considered for a moment. Are there any clues about the person I got you to search for? The person whose original name was Trissy? Shio shook her head. Not yet. She's likely experienced. The man chuckled. The number of people she has killed is more than the number of bounty missions you have completed. If you have any clues, make sure not to approach her. She's highly dangerous. Shio tersely answered, focusing on the main topic. Is there a new commission? Why have you suddenly become so proactive? The man asked in surprise. Shio replied frankly, I'm almost about to save up enough points to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. I wish to obtain it early. Actually, there's no need for that. You can directly exchange it for the potion, as it will save quite a bit of points, he suggested. I already have the Beyonder characteristic. Shio shook her head. That would still take a very long time. I might be able to buy the ingredients at other Beyonder gatherings. The man didn't insist. I wish you luck. This time it's a rather complicated commission. If you can complete it, you should have enough points. Shio held back her delight. What's the mission? The man said with a slightly odd tone, take note of the people Viscount Stratford interacts with and list them down in a report before submitting it to me. There's no need for you to frequently monitor him. Whenever you are free or walk past, take note of it in passing. Trust me, you aren't the only one working on this mission. As long as you hand over a report of certain value a week, it'll be considered as you contributing a certain amount. This can be repeated every week. Viscount Stratford. Shio suddenly fell into a daze again, but this time she knew why. This Viscount was the captain of the Royal Guards. He was once her father's deputy. Chapter 821, Soul Imprint. Shio was dazed for about 10 seconds before remembering to reply. She looked at the golden-masked man and nodded. "All right, I'll take note of the people Viscount Stratford interacts with." The golden-masked man seemed to sense her dazed state. "There's another mission. The Church of Evernights Red Gloves are investigating something related to the numinous episcopate. If you have any relevant information on that, immediately inform me." Shio tersely responded, unable to extricate herself from her emotions. The golden-masked man fell silent for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, "Are you interested in directly joining MI9? You can continue maintaining your present identity, being active in Eastborough." Shio was taken aback for 2 seconds, her mouth agape, momentarily unable to make a decision. The golden-masked man didn't require an immediate answer, adding with a smile, "There's no rush. Tell me your answer after you become an interrogator." After saying that, he walked back step by step, slinking away into the shadows at the other end of the alley. That same evening, Klein snapped awake from a dream. The soul imprint he had set up in the Berkland Street sewers had been touched. Who is it that isn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Is Hazel not afraid of being possessed by a wraith? Klein sighed helplessly. He took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow and walked to the balcony where the curtains were tightly drawn. Wraith Sinor leaped onto a street lamp before sinking deep into the sewers. After advancing a short distance, Klein saw Hazel in commoner clothes through his marionette's eyes. The lady was warily walking forward, her left hand touching a necklace with 7 emeralds, her right hand holding a gold charm. Though unactivated, the charm exuded sunlight, warmth, and the refreshing sense of morning dew. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled that Hazel had been strolling in her garden early that morning. She was gathering materials to create the sun domain charm. Morning dew? Klein guessed, puzzled. Hazel was not only half illiterate in the mysterious domain, but she was also a believer of the Evernite goddess. Such a beyonder would receive no response if she prayed to the eternal blazing sun. Punishment was the more likely outcome. As she hasn't been digging and searching in the sewers for too long, that beyonder that has been guiding her with a dream has turned anxious. That's why she was taught how to make sun domain charms via a dream? From the Marauder pathway, the corresponding high-sequence representative, Almon, is also known as a blasphemer. Does this mean that at a certain sequence of this pathway, they have the ability to pretend to be believers of other deities and circle around any defenses to obtain a response and create various kinds of charms? This does match their modus operandi. Klein watched Hazel walk deep into the sewers. He knew the charm was insufficient to truly threaten a Sequence 5 wraith. However, he didn't possess her again, afraid of alarming the beyonder influencing her. He decided to maintain the status quo until after the tarot gathering, when he hoped to obtain a low-level Marauder item for investigation. This was premised on his certainty that Hazel wouldn't dig up anything important within a day or two. As a seer, he could easily confirm this. After retracting his marionette, Klein went above the grey fog, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote the divination statement. Something major will happen in Berkland Street over the next 3 days. Using the topaz pendulum, he obtained a negative revelation. Klein wasn't fazed by the possibility that Hazel might find something trivial to Berkland Street, but important to him, as it wouldn't affect his plans. He had already given her a hint at the ball. If she didn't take it to heart, it was her problem. After returning to the real world, he waited for 45 minutes until Hazel came out. Confirming no significant changes underground, Klein laid back in bed and quickly fell asleep. Monday afternoon at 3, dark red beams of light soared up around the long bronze table. Justice Audrey, in a good mood, bowed to the figure in the grey fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded with a smile in response. Meanwhile, Audrey swept her gaze and discovered an additional card beside Mr. Fool's hand. A new card of blasphemy? I wonder which pathway it's from. I really wish that it's from the spectator pathway. Audrey's heart stirred as she greeted the other members. Once everything was done, she looked to the hermit and said, Honourable Mr. Fool, I found 3 new pages of Roselle's diary. Very good. Klein smiled and nodded, indicating she could conjure them. The hermit cat Leia didn't interject, seemingly without any new pages herself. Klein looked at the 3 pages Miss Justice conjured and let them jump into his palm. As he scanned them, the corners of his lips nearly twitched. He had encountered a familiar page of one of Roselle's sexual escapades. Compared to the pages chosen by Queen Mystic, the ones found by other members were often less important. One entry, however, was worth a detailed read. Based on the information obtained from the church, there really are monsters in existence that are stitched at the soul level. After high-sequence Beyonders die, the Beyonder characteristics they produce will have remnants of the imprint of their soul. It can be very powerful and resilient. It might not even fully dissipate after centuries or even a millennium. But when Beyonder characteristics form a mystical item with their surrounding objects, there's a need to have a sufficiently similar soul in order to use them. Otherwise, the negative effects will be extraordinary. And when such Beyonder characteristics are preserved and made into the main ingredient of a potion, the consumer similarly must have a powerful soul body to withstand it. Otherwise, there's a high chance of failure. In mysticism, an advancement's failure will often lead to a loss of control or death. Only very few lucky ones can be calmed down and maintain an intricate balance. However, it's rumored that certain special sealed artifacts can draw out unfused Beyonder characteristics and recondense them. It would be akin to not having consumed the potion, so the failures will only suffer a storm-like assault on their soul. But according to my conjectures, there's likely some level of mutation at the gene level. This is because, based on the information provided, those who failed their advancement and survived by this method had mostly died from terminal illnesses within 5 years. Therefore, consuming a potion similar to one's soul body can effectively decrease the difficulty of advancements, but it will leave behind remnant soul imprints. Unknowingly, one will suffer an identity dissociation, and they would slowly transform into a monster stitched at the soul level. It's just like that high-sequence Beyonder who resurrected on his body. Resurrected. On careful thought, it's really quite terrifying. However, the church told me that there are roughly 3 methods to rid the high-sequence Beyonder soul imprints in a Beyonder characteristic. As for what they are, they didn't tell me. They don't seem simple. It's no wonder the Sauron family enjoys calling descendants who look similar to their ancestors as having talent. Talent. I have to say that I do pity Florin quite a bit. Monsters stitched at the soul level, high-sequence Beyonder soul imprints. Sounds a little alarming. So high-sequence Beyonder potions have such a problem. The churches probably have a way to resolve them. They can shatter a Beyonder characteristic and recondense them, thus obtaining a purified one. Those ancient families probably aren't that lucky. They might only have 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, but they aren't that easily used. Klein's mind raced as he made the diary pages vanish. He looked at Miss Justice and asked with a chuckle, "What do you wish to exchange them for?" Audrey was waiting for her potion ingredients and had nothing else she lacked, so she chose to satisfy her curiosity. "Honourable Mr. Fool, is that an additional card by your hand, a card of blasphemy?" "Which one is it?" Chapter 8-22, another. I knew it. Miss Justice wouldn't not ask when she sees an additional card. I got through another question so easily. Klein secretly smiled as he casually flipped over the new card of blasphemy, showing it to Justice. Tyrant. As expected, Gairman Sparrow has handed it over. That was Mr. Fool's goal. Alger eagerly glanced at Emperor Roselle in a papal tiara as he thought poignantly. He had already obtained the cataclysmic inter-rare potion formula and knew what ritual was needed. He was in a great mood and felt that, although there were obstacles ahead of him, he was filled with radiance and hope. Audrey quickly took in the details of the card of blasphemy, Tyrant card. It looks like it's the sailor pathway. How I envy Mr. Hanged Man. Mr. Hanged Man doesn't seem alarmed or surprised. From a psychological point of view, his reaction should have been greater than mine. He was already aware that it was the Sailor Pathway's card of blasphemy? Eliminating all other impossibilities, this is the only explanation. But how did Mr. Hanged Man know of it ahead of time? Sequence 0, Tyrant. The potion name corresponding to the Lord of Storms is Tyrant. This Tyrant card was likely in the form of the Hierophant. However, the actual meaning has certain discrepancies with some similarities. In short, the interpretation of the card is that of a conservative view, an emphasis on submission at the level of the soul. By relying on dominance and strength, fear is created to bring about faith. Having liked mysticism from a young age, Audrey interpreted and felt a strong sense of satisfaction, feeling the payment of 3 Roselle diary pages was especially worth it. Card of Blasphemy. Being equally knowledgeable, Cattleya also quickly figured out the pathway the card represented, adding Sequence 0, Tyrant, to her knowledge. Apart from these facts, she made a connection. The world German Sparrow plotted the death of sea god Calvatua, thus allowing Mr. Fool to obtain that scepter representing sea god's authority and begin answering believers in the name of sea god. This time, he obtained the Tyrant card of the Storm pathway. It's definitely no coincidence. As she thought about the matter, Cattleya was suddenly alarmed, suspecting that Mr. Fool was secretly attempting to erode away the Lord of Storms' authority. A battle between gods. It's a massive plan that has a far-reaching influence. This is one of the true goals of Mr. Fool. As thoughts flashed through her mind, she retracted her gaze from the Tyrant card. Falls and Emlyn didn't understand much about Sequence 0, so they were only surprised that it was a card of blasphemy and began to link the name Tyrant to the Lord of Storms. The former began trembling a little, feeling sacrilegious, while the latter imagined the name of the vampire pathway's Sequence 0. It must be Moon, or Crimson Moon. Emlyn's mind raced, feeling he was definitely close to the truth. Having grown up in the City of Silver, Derek had received a solid education in mysticism and was not unfamiliar with Sequence 0. He had even aimed to become one himself to bring his city out into the light. This likely represents Elf King Sonia Thrym, so it's called Tyrant. However, his authority seems to be a little more than what the card represents. Derek thought, participating in a rare instance. After showing it for 2 seconds, the Fool Klein covered the card again before casually glancing at Ma'am Hermit. Cattleya hurriedly said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there aren't any new Roselle diary pages this time." As expected, Klein nodded gently. "That's all from me." Just as he said that, the world German Sparrow looked at the Hanged Man. "After this gathering, I'll send you that Ocean Songster's Beyonder characteristic. Can you find an artisan to create an easily portable mystical item?" Another Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic? The same thought surfaced in the minds of Audrey, Emlyn, and the others. Powerful Sequence 5 Beyonders weren't carrots you could easily buy on the street, and Mr. World had killed several in the past 2 months. Which quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms met harm this time? Cattleya wondered, starting from her conjecture about Mr. Fool's plans. Fours became increasingly fearful of German Sparrow, warning herself not to use the 2 pages with demigod-level powers. Derek thought back to how City of Silver teams rarely found Sequence 5 ingredients when clearing monsters. "All right," Alger, who had already made the promise, calmly replied without mentioning fees. This made Audrey and Cattleya notice something. They suspected the world and the Hanged Man had secretly cooperated. This coincided with Audrey's belief that the Hanged Man already knew about the Tyrant card, making her guess it was one of the spoils of war from a private partnership. Without waiting for questions, the world German Sparrow surveyed the area. "I have here another Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder from the Black Emperor Sequence pathway. It can be made into a mystical item, and it should possess the power to use the loopholes found in order so as to distort the words, will, and actions of a target. It can also raise one's physical state and create a certain degree of chaos and confusion to the surroundings." Another one. And it's Sequence 5. What major event did Mr. World do last week? Audrey instantly forgot to generate interest in the characteristic. Cattleya, Emlyn, and company exchanged looks, puzzled as to which Sequence 5 Beyonder met harm again. Alger cared that this was a Mentor of Disorder, a name he wasn't previously aware of. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Audrey began to ruminate over Mr. World's words. "Use loopholes found in order. create chaos and confusion, raise one's physical state, and distort a target's speech, will, and actions. It seems to be very compatible with my dear Earl Hall. Besides, I also want to have such powers. I still have too many shortcomings just by relying on myself and Lai. I should figure out the price first and find a chance to ask Father. Let's see if he's interested in buying such a mystical item for himself or his adorable daughter. She thought for a few seconds before raising her hand slightly. Mr. World, what do you plan on exchanging it for? Or how much do you plan on selling it for? The Beyonder characteristic alone will be cheaper. It'll be about £7,000 to £8,000. Klein had already done the math. The World replied, £8,000. Okay. Audrey nodded and turned to the Hanged Man. Mr. Hanged Man, roughly how much would it cost to pay the artisan to turn such a Beyonder characteristic into a mystical item? Alger quickly did the math. £1,500 at the very least. It might be higher. All right. Audrey shifted her gaze to the World. I'll consider it for a few days and give you an answer by the end of the week. You can continue asking if anyone else wants it. The World nodded in silence, glancing at the other members. He noticed Ma'am Hermit hesitated, but ultimately kept silent. Just as Audrey was about to ask about the fruit of the illusory chime tree, all the members heard the World hoarsely say, "There's another Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic from the planter pathway, Druid." Suddenly, the ancient palace turned extremely quiet. Apart from Mr. Fool, who observed everyone leisurely, only the Hanged Man showed no additional thoughts. Another. When did Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics become so common? What did he do? Cattleya suddenly felt baffled. She felt that the risk and hard work she had put in over the years was no different from the goods the world was selling. It's terrifying. Fours had already begun imagining a series of stories. Impressive. Derek idolized Mr. World even more. Audrey and Emlyn remained silent for a long time, momentarily at a loss for words. After nearly 10 seconds, Cattleya realized the hidden meaning. He didn't mention the effects of what the Druid Beyonder characteristic can have after being made into a mystical item. He's asking me if I'll buy it for Frank? At that instant, Cattleya felt an unprecedented dilemma. Chapter 8 and 23, The Maturing Tarot Club. As captain of the future, Cattleya knew Frank Lee's latent dangers better than anyone. His strange ideas were often terrifying, and she believed the world would be different if his creations weren't so limited. Of course, if such a day ever came, she would finish off Frank Lee herself by feeding him to the fishes. With him lacking godhood, many things will be limited in scope even if they're considered a success. It's impossible to distribute out and bring about a greater disaster. Just advancing to Sequence 5 wouldn't result in any qualitative changes, and Frank has been holding back greatly in recent times. He's been focused on researching plants that can survive and grow through the absorption of monster corpses in the darkness. As her thoughts swirled, Cattleya finally made a decision. How much do you wish to get for it? £8,000. If you can replace it with large sums of gold coins, you'll receive a discount. Klein answered, using the World, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Considering Frank could afford the sum and wouldn't reject a druid's characteristic, Cattleya pondered for 2 seconds. Deal. Give me a week to gather the amount. No problem. The World retracted his gaze. Klein reflected on his trip to the primitive island. If not for garnering unwanted attention, he would have given himself a perfect score. He had obtained a card of blasphemy and items worth a possible total of £26,000, tax-free. Unfortunately, that primitive island has vanished. Otherwise, I can always pay a visit when I'm lacking money. Klein's thoughts wandered as he watched Miss Justice ask Mr. Hanged Man with anticipation, "Do you have the fruits of the illusory chime tree?" Audrey had an inkling of the answer, given Mr. World's recent haul and Mr. Hanged Man's suspected partnership with him. I can figure out certain clues from Mr. Hanged Man's satisfied and confident state, she thought, feeling increasingly confident in her observational skills. Alger chuckled. I was just about to tell you that I've already obtained the fruit. Excellent. Audrey held back her agitation. This meant she had gathered all the ingredients for hypnotist and only needed to finish digesting her psychiatrist potion. It wouldn't take too long. Having acted as an Aunt Agony in Eastchester County, she hadn't imagined the immense stress the aristocrats suffered. These matters made her truly understand the concept of a facade and that everyone wore a different one for different people. After these realizations, her potion digestion clearly sped up. Perhaps in 2 weeks, more or less. In short, before I return to Backland, I should be able to become a hypnotist. Audrey looked at Alger with bright eyes. What do you want in exchange? Having advanced recently and obtained the key to the demigod level, Alger was lacking money the most. He said without hesitation, £2,000. Deal, Audrey agreed with ease. After the transaction, Audrey sighed in relief, no longer feeling like she was falling behind. She had watched Fours become a Sequence 7. Mr. Handman approach the demigod level, and Mr. World produce one Sequence 5 characteristic after another, all while she remained a Sequence 7. The stress had made her anxious, but now she had finally taken a step towards Sequence 6. As the delighted Audrey enjoyed the gathering, Ma'am Hermit said to Mr. World, "I can provide an answer to that drop of blood from the mythical creature. Do you wish for a private communication?" The fool controlled the world to ask with piqued interest. If it's solely an exchange of information, I'll make a killing out of nothing, he thought. Cattleya looked around and shook her head. There's no need. I can only provide 2 forms of payment. One, a single glance at the Wheel of Fortune card. I believe you know what this card of blasphemy that was created by Emperor Roselle means. 2, it's to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages. Please pass this message to that angel and ask if he is satisfied with such a payment. Provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages? Queen Mystic has guessed that it's related to the Snake of Fate. That doesn't make sense. Can't the fool have an angel from the Fate pathway serving him? I've no idea if Will or Septin knows the way to become Sequence 0. Then taking one look at the Wheel of Fortune card would be an irresistible temptation. However, it's unlikely. Haha, I wonder what Roselle looks like on the Wheel of Fortune card. Klein deliberated, then had the world say, "Okay, if a transaction is ultimately made, you will need to pay an additional amount." "What do you want?" Cattleya asked cautiously. The world said with a hoarse laugh, "I want to meet Queen Mystic. Don't worry, the matter is very simple. There's just something that needs her help." After a moment of silence, Cattleya said, "I can only try my best to facilitate it, but I can't give any guarantees." Hearing their conversation, Audrey found it surreal. Has the Tarot Club already matured to such a level? From exchanging basic knowledge and Sequence 9 formulas, it has developed into transactions involving cards of blasphemy and the blood of mythical creatures. It hadn't even been a year. It's like a dream. I've also matured significantly. As Audrey sighed, the hermit continued looking at the world. There's some news regarding the Marauder Pathway mystical item you want. She had Mr. Fool conjure a tweezer made of 2 greyish-white finger bones. It's called Broken Finger. It can enhance the stability and agility of your wrist and fingers. It allows you to easily steal items in the pockets of your target without being discovered. The negative effect is kleptomania when worn. It costs £500. It corresponds to Sequence 9 Marauder? There's a slight premium involved. Klein considered for a moment. All right, let's close the transaction as soon as possible. After their conversation, Force said, I need a cursed item from an ancient wraith as well as its remnant spirituality. Please help me take note. After receiving positive replies, the Moon Emlyn leaned back and said to the Sun, Does your City of Silver have the Beyonder characteristic that corresponds to Sequence 5 of the artificial vampires? He changed his phrasing, not wanting to call the creatures described by the Sun as sanguine. Since there were often mutated vampires appearing around the City of Silver, then obtaining 1 or 2 Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics wasn't too difficult. They clearly lack the potion formula. Their retention of these Beyonder characteristics depends only on luck. Derek was stunned but answered honestly, Yes, but Mr. Moon, do you wish to be covered in pus? Ah. Emlyn's expression froze, unsure if he was being mocked or warned. Derek hurriedly added, Many of them have serious levels of mental corruption, and without the potion formula, our City of Silver wouldn't waste the effort to cleanse such problems. Is that so? This will be troublesome. Emlyn nodded slightly. Got it. With the transactions ending, the free exchange began. Audrey looked at Gehrman Sparrow. I would like to know where the mentor of disorder characteristic came from. If it involves certain secrets, you can choose not to answer. She was preparing to convince her father and wanted to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Klein secretly laughed as the world answered, It comes from a curly-haired baboon. Chapter 8 and 24 Conflict. It comes from a curly-haired baboon. Audrey was momentarily unsure if Mr. World was referring to a real curly-haired baboon or someone who couldn't be considered human. In the Lowen Kingdom, curly-haired baboons were a common term used to mock others, often used as a joke for low intelligence. From the looks of it, Mr. World doesn't wish to provide any further explanation. All right then, I'll just treat its origins as that of a real curly-haired baboon. Audrey didn't ask further. Didn't I visit a place that had the tradition of worshipping dragons while seeking out the traces of a mind dragon? But didn't you discover that the mind dragon lived in the sea of collective subconscious in the local residents, and to ensure your safety you chose to leave? Cattleya replied. You went back? Fawes asked with a guess. Audrey shook her head. No, I've long left the area. I've only heard of a rumor recently. An archaeological team entered one of the villages in that area. A member suddenly went mad at night and the mental illness seemed contagious. The other members went mad in turn as they killed each other or themselves. Eventually, not a single member survived. Alger was just about to say something when Cattleya said, This matches the traits of a mind dragon. I have no doubts about that. I'm just curious if the mind dragon will remain in that region. Audrey expressed her thoughts. No, Alger and Cattleya replied in unison. Sitting at the long, mottled table, the fool Klein made a connection to something else. The anchor of the deities. He suspected that the region's tradition of dragon worship was an anchor to stabilize the mind dragon's state. Before such traditions ceased its practice, that mind dragon likely doesn't need to worry about the problem of an anchor. Therefore, after it leaves, it can hide in a new region's sea of collective subconscious. It doesn't need to take risks to enter the different dreams to create faith. This way, the three churches will lack clues to finding it. After all, they aren't experts in this domain. Instead, the psychology alchemists might be able to figure something out. As Klein thought, he made the world say, The tradition of dragon worship is very beneficial in stabilizing the mind dragon's condition. You can get people to take note of such matters. If large-scale changes occur, then it means that the mind dragon is creating similar traditions in other places. He originally wanted to mention his suspicion that the mind dragon was an angel, but on careful thought, he found it impossible to determine. Indeed, humans at Sequence 2 need an anchor of faith to prevent themselves from going mad. But a dragon is an ancient Beyonder creature with madness inherited from its ancestors. It's definitely easier for it to lose itself compared to humans. Therefore, it might be a Sequence 3, or even a Sequence 4 that needs an anchor to resist losing control. That folk tradition is beneficial in stabilizing the dragon's condition? Audrey asked in puzzlement. Yes. The world didn't give an explanation. Audrey subconsciously turned her head to look at the other end of the long bronze table, considering if she needed to consult Mr. Fool. Upon seeing this, the fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a chuckle, Why do you think the various deities want to spread their faith? Isn't it because God loves the world so much? This orthodox answer surfaced in Audrey's mind. Following that, she, Alger, Cattleya, and the other members thought of the second answer. Stabilization of one's condition. No way. At that moment, Force found her brain lacking. No matter how good she was at stories, there was no way she could come up with something like that. To think that's the case. No, I can't eliminate the possibility that Mr. Fool is only mentioning one of the possible reasons. He is secretly eroding away the Lord of Storms' authority. This is related to godhood? I should consult Her Majesty about this in the future. Cattleya nudged the heavy glasses on her nose as she made a guess. Alger had seen the picture before, so he no longer felt a paralyzing fear. Instead, he began seriously considering why faith could stabilize the conditions of a demigod creature. The other members, including Derek, felt horrified. What they heard was sacrilegious, and they didn't dare think too deeply or say a word. This matter had an intimate connection to the 7 orthodox deities. The fool Klein didn't say anything further, allowing them to maintain their silence. After about 10 seconds, Audrey forced a smile. That's all I've encountered recently. What she meant was that it was the others' turn. Fours and Emlyn shook their heads, indicating they had nothing to say. Alger thought for a moment and looked at Gehrman Sparrow. Can that picture be shared with everyone? He believed the picture was connected with matters in the giant king's court and could give the son prior knowledge for future explorations. Sharing was a better choice than keeping it to himself. I don't mind, the world replied, Klein having had similar considerations. What picture? It seems to be very important. This is a picture Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. World saw during their partnership. Audrey waited in curiosity. Gazes were cast over as Alger, with Mr. Fool's approval, conjured the picture of the City of Silver creator being eaten by the kings of angels. The bloody, sinister, and terrifying picture instantly left the Tarot Club members stunned. Even the knowledgeable Cattleya momentarily lost her ability to think. Who are they? What are they doing? This is way too brutal a meal, right? Us sanguine no longer do such things ever since the 4th epoch. Emlyn was stunned. He recognized the victim from the resplendent cross as likely being the legendary ancient sun god. Isn't this the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom? Why are they feasting on the ancient sun god, the creator of the City of Silver? Audrey was dumbstruck, instinctively suspecting the image was a blasphemous distortion. As Fours trembled in fear, she found the dark picture to have a form of aesthetics and high artistic value. In her mind, she had already come up with a title, The Last Supper. Cattleya, who had never seen the statues of the 6 deities, only knew the ancient sun god. She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, Kings of angels? Yes, at least the 3 present were, Alger said, though he wasn't sure who the dark infant inside the creator was. He glanced at Derek and noticed the youth's eyes were glazed over. At this moment, Derek's mind was filled with misery and despair. He believed the one being eaten was the creator, and he recognized the 3 surrounding figures as the eternal blazing sun, the lord of storms, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. This made him suspect the term forsaken land of God. The tomes in the City of Silver emphasized that God had forsaken them, but if they repented, God would one day return. That's not right. No amount of repentance or seeking forgiveness can redeem the City of Silver. Derek muttered inwardly, That's because God is dead, eaten and never to return. This meant that the City of Silver's miserable pursuits and hope were only a mirage that would never be fulfilled. After a long silence, Audrey said, trying to convince herself, This is a distortion of the legend of how those 3 gods were born from the soul of the Creator. 3 gods? Cattleya's and Emlyn's eyes constricted, having figured out the general meaning of the picture. Perhaps, but there's no way to explain that infant. Alger replied. He silently glanced at Mr. Fool and realized the impressive existence had no intention of speaking. With Audrey silent, the remaining members didn't say a word. This silence continued until Alger dispersed the picture and asked Derek, Have you investigated the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Chapter 825, Reservation. Upon hearing Mr. Hanged Man's question, Derek replied in shame, No, I've been constantly assigned to patrol missions recently, and I didn't have the time to investigate. Alger wasn't too surprised, but was puzzled. Why don't you get the help of a few friends? You don't have to tell them your true motives. Split the task into very minor missions that wouldn't garner much attention. Let them search for information in different areas. This way, even if anything gets exposed, it wouldn't implicate them in a fatal way. Derek fell silent for a few seconds. I do not have friends. Before his parents died, he had friends from classes and combat training. However, after their deaths, Derek had become introverted. Burdened by the secret of the Tarot Club, he unknowingly distanced himself from them and stopped interacting. Alger choked on the son's reply. After taking a breath, he reorganized his words. That's not a good thing. You won't be able to rescue the City of Silver just by relying on yourself. You have to unite a group of people, friends who can provide you with help during critical moments. But this will make them be suspected. The son said hesitantly. Alger immediately said sternly, "Being suspected is better than being dead. The City of Silver is now at a dangerous crossroad. You have to carefully consider what needs to be done. It's impossible for there to be no sacrifices in such matters. There will even be a large number of sacrifices. Do you wish for their sacrifices to be worthless or to be of value?" He didn't provide any further persuading words, allowing Derek to struggle with what he had just said. Mr. Hanged Man is always able to find a reason to convince someone. Klein sighed and made the world turn to look at Justice Audrey. "Are you currently able to treat relatively serious mental illnesses?" His only understanding of a psychiatrist was frenzy and dragon might, so he wasn't sure how capable she was at treatment. Audrey's attention was caught as she eagerly replied, "Yes, I can. There's no problem." "Mr. World, do you have a friend that requires treatment?" "I happen to lack patience," she thought in excitement. At this moment, Emlyn raised his right hand to his mouth and nose, as though he already knew the answer. Klein silently sighed and had the world say with a low chuckle, "No, I'm the one who needs treatment." The magnificent palace suddenly turned extremely silent. Alger, Cattleya, and Fours all knew Mr. World was a crazy adventurer, but they never expected him to have a mental illness that brought him to the brink of complete insanity. "This is the price for strength?" Fours trembled, feeling increasingly afraid of Gem and Sparrow. Communication was possible with a crazy adventurer, but not with a lunatic. The mental terror candle wasn't able to fully treat his mental illness. It has already reached such a severe state. Emlyn felt that the world could go mad at any moment. Derek didn't think too much, solely feeling concerned for Mr. World as he looked at Miss Justice with an expectant look. Audrey was alarmed and puzzled. She said with some deliberation, "Mr. World, based on my observation, you shouldn't have any relatively serious mental illnesses. If it's just anxiety and immense pressure, you can condition yourself and properly relax yourself to recover. There's no need for direct treatment." The World Gem and Sparrow chuckled. "The reason you didn't discover it is because the mental illness from before has been treated. I'm only making a reservation. If similar signs appear again in the future, I wish to receive timely treatment." "I see." Audrey nodded in enlightenment. She suddenly felt a little pity for Mr. World. She felt that this Cold Reaper was a powerful and fear-inducing beyonder, but he was also someone whose inner feelings resembled an ordinary person, suffering from immense stress and walking into an abyss of pain. After a few seconds, Audrey sincerely said, "If you are within my reach, it wouldn't be a problem." "All right." Having grazed a traveler, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He made the World reply, "You can confirm the location when the time comes and prepare the means to not expose your identity." Audrey tersely answered as a scene naturally surfaced in her mind, she and Mr. World, in separate compartments, with a wall between them as she administered treatment. In such a situation, Mr. World wouldn't be able to determine that it's me. This also means that if I can't make myself available, I can get Susie to do it. Mr. World definitely wouldn't believe that the one treating him is a dog. Oh, Susie doesn't know the existence of the Tarot Club. I shouldn't get her to help. As Audrey thought, she felt the joy of a prank and went through great effort to stop her lips from curling up. After confirming this, Klein thought of another problem and had the World look at Cattleya. "Can you provide a crate of explosives?" "Yes. When do you need it?" Cattleya didn't ask why. "Send it together with Broken Finger," the World said. "How much will it cost?" Cattleya replied, "Just treat it as a freebie for purchasing Broken Finger." "I like that." The fool Klein thought as he made the World nod and then remind everyone, "That picture from before, try your best not to recall it or even try to draw it when out in the real world." Audrey and the others glanced at Mr. Fool, who said nothing against it, and immediately turned serious. This made Cattleya place her plans of writing to Queen Mystic on hold. Following that, the free exchange segment slowly came to an end. Returning to the future, Cattleya stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, clearly in a dilemma. Finally, she took a deep breath and walked to Frank Lee's room at the bottom of the cabin. Knock, knock, knock. Cattleya rapped at the door. "Wait a moment," Frank Lee shouted. After a minute, he opened the door with his sleeves rolled up. "Captain, is there something?" Cattleya used her night vision to peep into the pitch-black interior. She saw blue fish on the table, their eyes wide open, with green sprouts growing from between their scales. Some already had an ear of wheat. "You succeeded?" Cattleya asked, holding back her instinct to step back. Frank nodded in glee before shaking his head. "Not yet, but I've already made significant progress. I've crossbred wheat, mushrooms, and a bit of a rose bishop's cells. Placing them in the stomachs of fish, they will be able to absorb the flesh and blood to grow to maturity even without any light. But the current issue is that the target is supposed to be monster corpses. There's a need to prevent the poison and madness to not spread to the food. Also, producing them is a problem. There's definitely not that many rose bishops who are willing to be material." After hearing Frank Lee's description, Cattleya silently nudged her glasses. "Will such food begin to absorb flesh and blood and multiply while inside a human stomach after consumption?" Frank fell into deep thought. "In theory, no, because no one will eat them raw. I will have to test its activity under high temperatures." Seeing Frank in his confused state, Cattleya fell into a dilemma again. After a while, she slowly asked, "I have a channel that allows me to obtain a druid's Beyonder characteristic. Do you need it?" "Ah, of course." Frank became thrilled. "Many a time my abilities are what limit my ideas." I kind of regret it." Cattleya suddenly had such a thought. Chapter 826, The Thought of Being Forgotten. Monday evening at 160 Bokeland Street, Klein set up a ritual and summoned himself, planning to investigate the secret hidden in the sewers. While responding above the grey fog, he was in a dilemma about whether to use the Black Emperor or the Tyrant card. Considering Backland was a place where the Church of Storms was powerful, and fearing he would attract high-sequence irascible bros, Klein ultimately chose the Black Emperor card. He wore a crown and black armor with a cape. Aside from this card of blasphemy, he also brought Creeping Hunger, Azik's copper whistle, Senel's gold coin, the Marauder mystical item Broken Finger, and some ordinary explosives. Of course, Klein didn't bring the entire crate. For a spirit body it was too heavy. He only took 5 sticks for Senor to hold. He left Death Knell in his room to prevent himself from having the urge to battle. His goals were clear. Once he discovered any problems, he would immediately leave. A powerful weapon would only make him act bold and wish to resolve the matter himself. This is Backland. It's best that I don't create too great a commotion. As for what's hidden in the sewers, I have no way of being clairvoyant about it. I can only divine whether it will be dangerous." Klein looked at the wall clock, confirming he had another hour and a half before Hazel usually took action. His figure suddenly vanished, passing through the balcony's glass into the streets before entering the sewers. In the dirty, humid environment, Klein took out a lone gold coin and made Wraith Senor appear. Following that, he handed the tweezers that resembled 2 ground bone fingers to his marionette. Just holding it for a short time had nearly made him steal a manhole cover. Senor held Broken Finger and walked ahead. Dressed as the Black Emperor, Klein turned invisible and followed, maintaining a gap of at least 50 meters. At this distance, he was no longer affected by kleptomania, and Senor, being dead, lacked any thoughts of stealing. He didn't have any thoughts at all. Turning in at the corresponding fork and passing through the hidden door, Wraith Senor appeared inside the half-natural, half-artificial cave. The oilskin-wrapped tools had changed positions, and the hidden passage on the right had deepened a little. That was clearly Hazel's main focus. Soon after, Klein, who stayed close to the sewer wall, controlled his marionette as he walked deeper into the right passage. Soon, Senor came to the end. At this moment, Klein felt the greyish-white tweezer in his marionette's hand tremble subtly, as though attracted by some unknown object not far away. The item was deep and profound like a calm ocean, a characteristic that's alive, much closer to that of a spirit. Klein was only able to determine this as he immediately let Senor use Mirror Leap to return to the cave. Then Senor appeared again, took out the 5 sticks of explosives, and placed them in different spots. Every wraith was a demolition expert. After doing all of this, Senor's figure phased away, appearing on the gold coin in Klein's hand. As he stuffed the coin into his body, Klein raised his right hand, preparing to snap his fingers and trigger the explosives. His idea was simple: create an explosion to destroy Hazel's work and attract the Nighthawks to resolve everything. In Backland, knowing how to ingeniously sound the alarm was safer than rashly attacking. I'm such a good citizen. As Klein gave a self-deprecating remark, he prepared to snap his fingers. Suddenly, his head swayed a little as he lowered his arm, as though nothing had happened. The cautious Klein immediately ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog, then re-entered his physical body. Just as he was about to bring back his items, he frowned, realizing he had apparently lost a small portion of his memories. He didn't remember if he had triggered the explosives. Sensing the street was silent, he believed he hadn't snapped his fingers. This is beyond the power of a dream stealer? It seems to be much stronger than Mobit. If not for the grey fog and my habit of doing an after-action review, I might not have discovered that my thoughts of triggering the explosives were stolen away. Klein's expression turned grave as he prepared to make another attempt. Similarly, he summoned himself again. With the Black Emperor card, he left his house and circled around before arriving at the sewer's manhole. This time, staying not far from the manhole, he used his enhanced flame controlling to sense the explosive and lifted his right hand. He raised it and lowered it. Klein rapidly ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog to prevent an attack. Not in a hurry to return, he sat in the world's chair, debriefing the process. I forgot to trigger the explosives again. If I didn't force myself to recall this, I wouldn't have even considered such a problem. Truly quite impressive. The one that steered Hazel to the sewers to dig is probably a demigod. Why didn't he directly parasitize Hazel? Could it be due to particular reasons that he's sealed somewhere in the sewers and can only release some of his powers to drive Hazel to help him via a dream? The one that caused Broken Fingers to react abnormally is also him. After having a rough guess, he discovered there was no way of carrying out his original plans. His thoughts would be stolen once he was in range to ignite the explosives. However, he has no way of locking onto me by passing over the grey fog. Does he think it's so easy to stop me from sounding the alarm? Klein thought, cautiously conjuring an angel to create interference. After doing this, he entered his bedroom with his door of summoning. Klein's new plan was to find a random house on another street and write a note. At the end of the 6th left fork in the Berkland Street sewers, there's a secret passage that's suspected to hide a demigod from the Marauder pathway. Then he would plaster it on St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance as a public notice. At times, the most primitive methods are the most effective ones. Just as Klein was about to leave his house, he felt a tremor as a deep rumble sounded from afar. It was ignited. The explosives were ignited. Who did it? Klein paused in surprise. It was definitely not done by him, and there hadn't been anyone else in the sewers. There's another possibility. It was done by the demigod from the Marauder pathway. He had repeatedly stolen my thoughts to buy time to leave. Now that it's finally done, he triggered the explosives to destroy all the evidence. That adheres to logic. The best solution is to drop its tail in order to survive, just like a gecko. However, if he can leave, why did he steer Hazel into digging the secret passage? Doing so will deal tremendous harm to him. Klein thought of certain possibilities but was unable to verify any of them. Certain that the explosion had already attracted attention, he immediately left his items behind, terminated the summoning, and returned above the grey fog. After returning to the real world, he stopped the ritual, cleared the altar, and got into bed. At 39 Berkland Street, Hazel, who hadn't slept, was alarmed by the tremors. She walked to the balcony but didn't notice any anomalies. After observing for a while, she decided to cancel her operation for the night. At this moment, she suddenly heard squeaking and turned to look at the corner of her balcony. At some point, a grey rat covered in sewage water was sitting there. Chapter 827. Plenty of people coming and going. Despite getting in bed, Klein didn't manage to sleep until daybreak. He believed that with most people stirred awake from the commotion, him sleeping too soundly would be suspicious. Indeed, just as he got out of bed and drew the curtains to pretend to search for the source, Walter came knocking. 2 servants with hunting rifles were assigned to protect their employer. Before long, the police arrived. Based on resident descriptions, they identified the sewers as the target. As for what they discovered, the ordinary citizen Mr. Dwayne Dantes had no idea. After confirming there would be no more accidents, he sent his butler and servants away and quickly got some sleep. By the time he woke up again, Bokeland Street had been restored to normal. "Are the results of the investigation out?" Klein asked Richardson, who was helping him with his clothes. Richardson immediately replied, "Apparently some gang members were trading firearms in the nearby sewers and accidentally triggered an explosion." What a reasonable explanation. Klein didn't probe deeper, nor did he consider where the demigod from the Marauder pathway went. Firstly, he believed the demigod's action of igniting the explosives would definitely implicate him in a serious manner. If the demigod had the ability to parasitize Hazel, he would have done so without such a hassle. This meant that for the next few weeks or even months, Klein didn't need to worry about the demigod. Secondly, if he continued pursuing the matter, Klein had no doubts he would be harmed as a result. Once the demigod lost all inhibitions, he would suffer an attack and implicate innocent residents. Apart from these reasons, Klein was apprehensive. If anomalies kept happening in the originally normal Bokeland Street after Dwayne Dantes moved in, it was bound to attract suspicion from official beyonders. "I shouldn't head into the sewers for the time being. Take note of Hazel without leaving any clues. I'll observe. And once I discover any dangerous signs, I'll immediately turn into Hero Bandit and put up advertisements at St. Samuel Cathedral." Klein went downstairs for breakfast, then returned to his master bedroom and took out the almost torn paper crane from his wallet. He planned on using it one last time to inform Will Septon of the choices Admiral of Stars was offering. After carefully unfolding the paper crane, he got a black fountain pen and directly wrote on it, "The other party has made their offer." The black ink was more obvious than the pencil marks, so the overlapping text didn't affect its readability. There are always more solutions than problems. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he folded the paper according to its crease marks. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek had been like a petrified statue by his bed since the tarot gathering ended. After an unknown period, he was awakened by noise outside, but the feeling of being in a nightmare continued enveloping him. God might already be dead. God might not return again. Such thoughts kept resounding in Derek's mind, bringing an irresistible sense of despair and pain. He had once suspected if God would return, but later thought of relying on Mr. Fool to become the true son and help his people. However, having been educated from a young age, he still looked forward to the return of the Creator, holding expectations that their sacrifices and repentance would earn a response. And now, all his hopes had been dashed. The tiny sliver of hope left had been engulfed by the darkness. The City of Silver will continue in this state until it disappears into the darkness. There will be no one remembering that we once existed and struggled. Derek cast his gaze out the window and saw his neighbors gathered, praying to the Lord that created everything. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the streets. He stood motionless in the darkness of his room, staring outside in a daze. Unknowingly, he clenched his fists. By the time his neighbors dispersed, he finally retracted his gaze, his expression somewhat warped. He reached out to touch Thunder God's roar, his gaze gradually focusing. He planned on following Mr. Hangman's advice to befriend others to help him. Soon he felt a little stumped. He had no idea how to make friends, how to warmly greet others, or find a topic of conversation. This violated his own character. After some thought, Derek decided to head to the training field and use combat to re-establish ties. It was late at night once again. Klein saw the pitch-black steeple and desolate plains in his dream as he had desired. He arrived at the region with the scattered tarot cards, where a black pram was already waiting. Will Septon, wrapped in silver silk, asked with a bright voice, "What are the choices?" "You are being very proactive this time." Klein silently chuckled. "Two choices. Choose either one. 1, it's to take one look at the Wheel of Fortune card. 2, it's the method to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages." Will Septon chuckled. "So it's Bernadette on the other side. My intuition was right after all. I'll be able to obtain something good this time." Following that, he asked, Which choice do you think I'll choose? Klein's subconscious idea was, I have a chance of posing a question once. Then, he said with a self-deprecating laugh, 2. Will Septon scared. Do I look like a mythical creature that doesn't have such methods? I've already restarted so many times. I definitely have the right state of mind to make preparations. Reasonable. Klein nodded. You wish to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card, or do you want them to switch the choices? Will Septon sucked at his thumb. I choose 2. Klein's expression froze. Will Septon smiled. Knowing one more method means one more trump card. Isn't that the right thing to do? Yes, whatever you say is right. Klein replied in exasperation. All right, when can you complete the transaction? Will Septon waved his short arms. Of course it's when I'm born and have the placenta blood. This will probably be in early July, but it might be brought forward. He relaxed his limbs and chuckled. I wouldn't mind it either if they wished to hand me the method ahead of time. They? Klein subconsciously asked. Will Septon said indiscernibly, Bernadette has already passed that stage, that needs a drop of mythical creature blood, is likely being prepared for her subordinate. Is that the case? Ma'am Hermit needs it? Klein asked thoughtfully, what is that drop of mythical creature blood for? The main ingredient of some potion. No, isn't it suicidal for other pathways to consume the blood of a fate pathway mythical creature? Will Septon scoffed. I heard that to advance from sequence 5 to sequence 4 for the mystery prior pathway, there's a need to completely analyze a drop of a mythical creature's blood, and from there, obtain complicated and massive amounts of knowledge. This is part of the ritual. To think that's possible. Klein bowed in enlightenment. Thank you for your answer. Will Septon waved his hand. Stop disturbing me. Letting me be born in peace is the greatest form of gratitude. Without waiting for a reply, he added, giving me that method doesn't count. With that said, the black pram retreated into the shadows and vanished. Klein watched the surrounding walls collapse and silently heaved a sigh of relief, planning to escape to sleep again. At this moment he froze. He discovered a new power infiltrating his dream. Another one is coming just after one left. This is more lively than in the day. As Klein changed the dream according to his wishes, he pretended to look around in a daze. Chapter 828, Movement of the Night. Klein had set the dream to be that of 160 Beaucland Street, producing many beauties that circled around Dwayne Dantes to create the image of a knowledgeable tycoon who could only let go in his dreams. Sitting on a sofa and receiving a cup of red wine, Klein found his surroundings suddenly change from his brightly lit villa to a dark, humid sewer. Following that, he saw 5 familiar explosives in his hands. Aren't these the ones I placed earlier? Klein was first taken aback, then pretended to jump in fright, throwing away the explosives as he looked around warily. Noticing no other abnormalities, he retreated until he found a metallic ladder, which he climbed to leave the sewer. As he returned to Buckland Street, his dream shattered and he woke up. Klein opened his eyes in the dark room, recalling his encounter. This was done by that Marauder Pathways demigod? He escaped the Nighthawks and is still hiding nearby, steering dreams to seek out the Black Emperor who exposed him? Very possible. If it wasn't because I can maintain reason when others infiltrate my dreams, I might have been driven by my subconscious to place the explosives again. Thankfully, I concluded the principle that a marionettist should try to hide behind the scenes. Be it my exploration of the sewers or meeting with Trissy, I had relied on my marionette. Making it impossible to determine who is the true mastermind, I would have long been discovered and targeted. Even if I didn't die, I would have to flee Backland in a pathetic manner. Upon thinking of this, Klein felt relieved. He had abided by the marionettist's principles and thus avoided having his act exposed. Backland really is a dangerous place. Any mistake can result in trouble. As Klein reflected, he felt that his marionettist potion had unknowingly digested a little. After he composed himself, he chuckled inwardly. It appears that Demigod is still in Beaucland Street. He's probably hiding in Hazel, or maybe even by her side. Heh! If that demigod had infiltrated my dream a minute or two earlier, he would have met Snake of Fate Will Septon. I dare to bet that Will Septon must have sensed it ahead of time to choose that time window to come out, thus successfully avoiding an encounter. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make that marauder demigod understand how dangerous it is to randomly infiltrate dreams in Backland. Klein reined in his thoughts and pretended as though nothing had happened, falling asleep again with cogitation. When the sun rose, he woke up naturally. He sat up, transformed into Gehrman Sparrow, and prayed, "Please inform Ma'am Hermit that the angel has accepted the method to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages. He has agreed to complete the transaction in late June or early July. You can also ask Bernadette about when I can meet her." After completing the prayer, Klein transformed back into Dwayne Dantes and went to wash up. He then went above the grey fog and through the scene of the prayer into the crimson star representing the hermit. On the docked Future, Cattleya watched Frank Lee step onto the dock, filled with anticipation to sell his items and save up £8,000 for the druid characteristic. She couldn't help but raise a hand to her forehead, feeling an inexplicable lack of confidence. Thankfully, he still doesn't have the druid potion formula. For now, I don't have to worry about him advancing, she thought, comforting herself. At this moment, an illusory fog emanated in front of her as Gehrman Sparrow's voice sounded in her ears. That angel agreed. Cattleya's expression softened as she couldn't help smiling. Once she obtained that drop of mythical creature blood, it meant that she was very close to the realm of a demigod. Thursday afternoon, Klein heard the illusory stacked pleas. After heading above the grey fog, he discovered it was the hermit Cattleya. She was requesting Mr. Fool to inform the world that Queen Mystic had agreed to his request to meet near the Backlund Bridge at 11 that evening. At 10:58 p.m., he entered his bathroom and took out a paper figurine. "Pa!" He shook it, and the paper figurine turned into a Dwayne Dantes who sat on the toilet with a book. Then, he transformed into Gehrman Sparrow. The glove on his left hand turned transparent, and his body phased away from the real world. He quickly traversed the spirit world, arriving in seconds at the south bank of the Tusok River. It was late at night, and the bridge was silent except for a platoon of soldiers guarding it from a distance. As Klein looked for Queen Mystic's traces, he saw green pea vines droop down from the sky, interweaving to form a lush forest that extended high into the sky. He found a pea vine and walked along a tiny trail in midair. After some time, he saw a seat resembling a hammock gently shaking above him. Queen Mystic was sitting there, wearing a white Intiz-styled shirt and a dark black jacket, a thin rapier by her waist. Her chestnut hair cascaded down as her deep blue eyes looked over. She said gently, without emotion, "Thank that existence behind you on my behalf. So you are still quite respectful towards the fool." With the mask of Gehrman Sparrow on, Klein politely replied, "All right." Bernadette continued looking at him. "Is there something this time?" Klein said the words he had prepared. "I wish to receive your help in reproducing the prolonged state of being contaminated by the core seal's power behind Chanis Gate of the Church of Evernite." As he spoke, he made Wraith Sinor appear beside him. Bernadette looked deeply at the Admiral of Blood and calmly said, "The core seals in the different cathedrals of the Church of Evernite are different. The state of contamination will also be different. Is it the Evernite pathway, the death pathway, or something else? Is it a main diocese cathedral or a typical central cathedral in a city?" Klein thought for a moment. "Diocese cathedral, Evernite pathway." Bernadette nodded gently. "Then I can allow him to suffer the corresponding contamination, but doing so will basically destroy this marionette of yours. It can still be used normally in the beginning, but with the passage of time, the contamination will worsen. He will slowly fall asleep, never to awaken. Can the time it takes for the complete contamination be pushed back?" Klein asked, holding back the pain of potentially losing his valuable marionette. Bernadette said with a calm expression, 2 months is the limit." Klein struggled inwardly for 2 seconds before replying in a deadpan manner, "All right." He then pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Bernadette didn't say a word. She extended her right hand as words in various ancient languages appeared in mid-air, interweaving into strange, star-like symbols that opened a secret door deep into the spirit world. From the door, a gust of wind blew, conjuring the upper body of a man covered in white cloth. "Sleep, Bugle," Bernadette said gently but sternly. The man replied reverently, pulling out a human skull from the white cloth. The skull's eye sockets were deeply recessed and dark, while the rest of it was covered with holes and cracks, white like jade. Bernadette took the sleep bugle and glanced at Gehrman Sparrow. Go back at least 50 meters. Klein left Sonor in his original spot and quickly distanced himself. After exceeding 50 meters, he heard a distant, serene melody filled with sorrow. He looked up and saw Bernadette, her head bowed, placing the human skull to her mouth. The orifices produced an airstream that appeared like the orchestrated movement of the night. The movement brought with it a power of calmness and faint melancholy, spreading out bit by bit. Klein stood and listened seriously when he suddenly had a pining for home, something that a traveler who had been drifting for a long time yearned for the most but was unable to touch. Chapter 829, Arrival of June. In the dark night and within the green vine forest, Klein closed his eyes, listening to the musical movement emitted from the sky. He felt calm in body and mind, but a faint sense of depression and sadness grew within him. After an unknown period of time, the soothing melody finally disappeared. Klein sighed silently as he opened his eyes. He saw Queen Mystic Bernadette hand the orifice-filled human skull back to the servant that was half man, half wind. "It's done," Bernadette's gentle voice sounded. "Thank you for your help." Klein bowed once again as he controlled Wraith Senor to return to his side. At this moment, the pea vines retracted upwards and slowly turned faint, the green forest vanishing. Klein and Senor landed at the entrance to the bridge. There was no one around the silent area, and nothing was different from before. The fairy tale-like scene was like an illusion. Only then did Klein have time to observe his marionette. Senor appeared more like a dead man than before, his face pale and his aura cold with an obvious sense of gloom. This is likely the result of a single high dosage of contamination. If it's just guarding Chanis Gate for 1 to 2 times a week, it wouldn't be this serious. I expect a normal keeper to live for several years, or even more than 10 years. However, it's easy to mutate midway and lose control. Sigh, they likely already know of the outcome when they chose to become keepers. Klein felt poignant as he made Senor project himself onto the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Following that, he used traveling to head out to sea. After selecting food for creeping hunger, he returned to his master bedroom's bathroom at 160 Boakland Street. On Sunday, June 5th, inside the Hall family castle, Audrey sat admiring the mystical item she had just acquired. Its outer appearance was that of a black fishnet glove that reached the elbow, a product of the royal family that came with a sense of magnificence and elegance. This was the item the artisan had made from the Mentor of Disorder characteristic. Audrey had previously asked her father, Earl Hall, and obtained the answer, "You can buy it and use it for yourself." Having such filial thoughts is already good enough. Hence, she instructed Mr. Hanged Man to have the artisan make it into an item a lady could carry. Based on the Hanged Man's description, the fishnet glove gave the wearer several beyonder powers. Enhancement of one's dignity, the ability to distort a target's words and actions, the ability to bribe a target with a symbolic gesture to make them feel fondness, and the ability to produce a disorder effect on a target or area. Audrey was very satisfied with these effects. However, the Sequence 5 item had relatively serious negative side effects. First, it would make the wearer's psyche slowly grow dark. Second, the wearer would enter a state of disorder after wearing it for more than 3 minutes. Audrey had tried it previously and had made a mistake without realizing it when she was bathing. The normal procedure was to let her maidservant fill the bathtub, but Audrey had first entered the bathtub, filled it with cold water, and waited until her clothes were wet before she remembered to take them off. "This makes me feel like a curly-haired baboon." Audrey thought in embarrassment and anger. She found the first negative effect acceptable since she was a psychiatrist, but the second was completely unacceptable. "All I can do is bring it with me. I'll wear it at critical moments. Ah, right, I still have lay. It will amplify my emotions, so combined with the glove, it will only worsen the darkness in my heart," she thought, trying to find a solution. At this moment she heard a knock. Her maidservant, Annie, said from outside, "Miss Audrey, the Lord wishes to talk to you about something." Audrey left the glove and opened the door. Earl Hall, wearing a shirt and vest, touched his beautiful beard. "Are you not ready? We'll be returning to Backland in a while. Tomorrow night will be your 18th birthday party." "Sigh, it's the annual socializing season again," Audrey said, feigning maturity. Earl Hall glanced at his daughter and asked with a laugh, "Have you thought of how you can make use of that item yet?" Audrey pursed her lips into a smile. "Of course. I plan on folding it up and putting it into a bag. Susie will carry it." This way, Susie wouldn't enter a state of disorder, and her dark psychological problems could be treated by Audrey. Earl Hall was taken aback, then praised with a surprised smile, "That's a smart solution." Audrey felt smug, but said in a reserved manner, "I plan on calling it the Hand of Horror. Dear Earl, thank you for the birthday present. In a few more days, I can concoct the potion and attempt an advancement," she added, inwardly in joy. Sunday night at 160 Buckland Street, Klein stood on his balcony, peeping at the street through the curtains, feeling somewhat nervous. If nothing unexpected happened, he planned to begin his plan to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. He had made his marionette enter a contaminated state and had figured out the keeper's duty roster. The only thing left was to secretly replace his target without anyone noticing. Based on his understanding, the keepers went underground at daybreak when the cathedral was closed, making infiltration then impossible. Therefore, his plan was to infiltrate the cathedral a day earlier and wait for an opportunity. This required a sufficient disguise, which wasn't a problem for a faceless. Klein had discovered that the church held a major mass on Sunday night. After it ended, servants would be busy clearing the trash. His plan was to seize this opportunity to knock a servant unconscious and enter the cathedral disguised as them before sleeping in the servants' quarters. For this, he had even purchased a drug from Emlyn that could induce a deep, harmless sleep for 10 hours. Phew. After a few minutes, Klein slowly exhaled, drew the curtains and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's chair, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. "This theft of the Antigonus family's notebook will be dangerous." He took out his spirit pendulum and silently chanted the statement 7 times. He opened his eyes and saw the pendulum spinning clockwise with an ordinary amplitude and frequency. "There's danger, but it's within an acceptable range." Klein quickly made an interpretation. He was a little worried about interference, but he had no way of verifying it. Therefore, when the outcome, plans and preparations satisfied the conditions, he made up his mind. He looked at the topaz that slowly came to a halt. In Chinese, he said in a heavy voice, "A strung bow is poised to strike." He then returned to the real world. This time, he planned on only bringing Creeping Hunger, Senor's gold coin, and Azik's copper whistle. The other items couldn't pass through Chanis Gate. He had left the rest, including his money, above the grey fog, prepared to flee if anything went wrong. It's just that the 3% coin company shares worth £12,800 is tied to Dwayne Dantes' identity. Klein reined in his thoughts, picked up a mirror, and placed it on the pillow. Following that, he drew the mysterious symbol used for summoning Erodes.